This young man is Bak Vong, a notorious and fierce underworld boss. And this girl is Lok Chi-lang, a blind young lady from a bankrupt family. Don't look at this couple being all lovey-dovey and think they have a beautiful and touching love story. Now I will tell you about their love story, how cold it really is. Lok Chi-lang is running away with all her might because she can't see the road with her eyes. So her feet have been badly injured from stumbling. There are two people, a man and a woman, chasing her. They look very angry. Where did that damn blind girl run off to? Who told you not to watch her? Chi-lang, be good, let's not make a fuss anymore. Come out quickly, okay? You're carrying the Bak family's child now. Nothing can happen to you. That's Bak Vong's flesh and blood. The eldest son of the Bak family, head of the underworld. Although his actions are cruel and he's a pervert, but you have his child. For the rest of your life, we won't have to worry about food and clothing anymore. Come out quickly. I promise I won't hit you anymore. Chi-lang remained silent, thinking about how those two people have treated her in the past. That life was truly terrible. If she can't escape today, then she won't be able to run away again. At this moment, Chi-lang suddenly hears footsteps. Her keen hearing tells her these are not the footsteps of Fong Tru and Hoa Bin outside. Could they have called for more help? The footsteps get closer and closer, and as soon as they appear, the person speaks up. Miss Lok, whose child are you carrying? Hearing this voice, Chi-lang immediately remembers the person who violated her that night. It's him. Before she can react, the person grabs her wrist and pulls her into his arms. Still want to run away? Chi-lang tries to struggle and resist, but with the strength of a blind girl, she is still powerless. The person drags her straight outside, then forcefully pushes her into a car. Just out of the wolf's den and into the tiger's mouth, Chi-lang. What should she do now? Before Chi-lang can say anything more, the person grabs her ankle and pulls her back, without any gentleness or consideration. His tone is even teasing. It's really pitiful. You're so injured, it breaks my heart. Chi-lang hears this guy's tone and gets goosebumps all over. What does he want to do? Is he going to humiliate her, settle scores, or, while thinking, someone outside the car speaks in? Miss Lok, we came here today specifically to ask who is the father of the child in your womb. Chi-lang is a bit scared. That night was her first time. Bak Vong surely knows best. Now they're asking like this. Chi-lang gradually guesses their purpose. In a moment, we will take Miss Lok to the Bak family's hospital for treatment. The person outside continues. Chi-lang had guessed correctly. If outsiders knew about this, the powerful Bak family having an illegitimate child, it would certainly be the laughingstock of the world. So no matter whose child this is, it cannot be kept. At this point, Chi-lang urgently begged, Mr. Bak, sir, the incident a month ago was set up by Fong Tru and Hoa Bin. It has nothing to do with me. I'm just a victim. I absolutely had no intention of climbing high for money. So please spare me a way out, and I will leave. I guarantee I won't return to CA Kwok and won't let anyone know that the young master of the Bak family has an illegitimate child. I don't want this child either, but my body won't let me get rid of it. Then he forcefully pressed the cotton swab into the wound on her leg. Chi-lang screamed loudly in pain, saying that, you're also innocent. But unfortunately, Bak Vong, I don't believe there's anything in this world that can't be discarded. Bak Vong took the knife and slowly moved it from her two right breasts down to her belly. I've never seen a woman's insides. It must be prettier than a man's. Chi-lang was terrified upon hearing this. Is he going to cut open my stomach? Please don't, I beg you. Chi-lang panicked and backed away. How did I provoke such a madman? Indeed, Bak Vong was a madman. Originally the eldest grandson beloved by the Bak family. But due to an incident at age 5, he went missing. At 20, he was accidentally found by the Bak family. He had become a cruel and arrogant man in the gambling world. Returning for 5 years, he became increasingly harmful. With reckless behavior, relying on himself, he had all the dark materials of the Bak family. Everyone knew he was vicious and cruel. Everyone knew to yield to his authority. After all, everyone thought the Fong family helped their daughter Lok family, then turned back to blame her for causing trouble near Fong Tru DG. Those who angered Bak Vong had no way out. Like the Lok family, only she was left. I can't die like this, thinking her stomach was already pierced. But no, Chi-lang had blocked the knife with her small hands. I don't want to die, please, I beg you. Bak Vong pressed Chi-lang's neck down and said, I'm not that nice. Then he raised the knife, about to finish her off. Suddenly, someone outside the car spoke up. The person following Bak Vong said from outside, the old madam called with instructions. She hopes you won't cause trouble. She asks you and Miss Lok to get married quickly. The Bak family's child must be legitimately born in the Bak family. Huh, Am I crazy, or is the old lady crazy? To have me marry a woman who schemed to get me into bed. The old madam said, if the young master doesn't agree, she and the old master will die in front of your door. And there's this. The old madam said, after you see this you will agree to the marriage. Then Bak Vong grabbed the phone to look. Lok Chi Lang could finally breathe. That pig almost suffocated her to death. Then suddenly her eyes became blurry. What's happening? I can see with my eyes now. Although it's not clear, I can see his lecherous and terrifying face. Has the old madam set a date? Bak Vong asked. 3 days from now is an auspicious day. The old madam will take care of your wedding. All necessary rituals will be performed. The man replied. Then Bak Vong lifted Chi Lang's chin and said, very well, I'll marry Miss Locke. Eat more to have enough energy for later when Heavens, 3 days later is the wedding day. Everyone was happily bustling with preparations. But in the old madam's house, she was very angry, because on his wedding day, Bak Vong was still out causing trouble. Go find some rope. We must tie up this ill-mannered, disrespectful grandson. The dreamy purple-dressed girl named U.C. Van Phi came over and said to the old madam, Bak Vong is always like this. Please don't be angry. Fortunately, today it's just our own people. It won't spread outside, which is good. How can we perform the ceremony without the groom? Anyway, that woman can't see. Find a servant to take her out. Madam, aren't you worried about the child? As long as she doesn't make a fuss and doesn't harm the baby in her belly, it's fine. That's too unfair to the girl. The Locke family went bankrupt years ago. She's the daughter of a bankrupt family. Being able to marry into the Bak family is her good fortune. What's unfair about it? Hearing these words from the next room, Chi Lang felt that this Bak madam seemed more soft-hearted than Bak Vong. After entering the room, the maid said, First young madam, the first young master is busy with matters outside. It seems he might not return tonight. Please rest early. When the maid walked out, she finally breathed a sigh of relief. Blind for 5 years. Who would have thought she'd still have to pretend to be blind after recovering? Fortunately, Bak Vong didn't return. Lok Chi Lang lay down on the bed. She unrolled her hand to reveal a bronze dog, a gift from her father before he passed away. Dad, am I doing the right thing? Going back 3 days earlier, when she was sitting alone in a chair, the 2 men from before came and said to her, It seems Miss Locke is well prepared to become the first young madam of the Bak family. However, she knew clearly that she was being held captive by the Bak family. Now that you're not running, not screaming, not calling for help, does it mean you're after the money? Don't you want to escape from this hellish place? Before, Feng Tru took pity on you. You had to beg for help desperately. But even if you grew wings, it would be hard to escape. Now you've fallen into the hands of the powerful Bak family, who can cover the sky with one hand. Lok Chi Lang only replied with 4 words. How can I escape? The man took out a paper and said, This is the premarital property certificate, and this is the private agreement between Mr. Bak Vong and Miss Locke. As long as the child is Mr. by Wong's, your marriage can be maintained until the child is weaned. Here's also a version for the blind. You can take a look. The content of the second version cannot be disclosed to the public. It only states that you two are a normal couple. Miss Liu, we're saying this only because the old madam has taken a liking to the child in your womb. Someone who dares to pin this on our young master. Like you, the Bai family can make you disappear. The Bai family absolutely won't allow any illegitimate child to be born. You think about the consequences. Those children playing outside, I want their toys. Can you buy them for me? I'll sign right away. Chi Ling suggested. Back to the present, they probably think I'm crazy. But this bronze toy was handmade by Master Yu Qing. That year it was auctioned at a high price. Father bought it as a birthday gift for me. Now the Liu family has fallen. The Liu family members are dead. Everything has been taken away. I now have to rely on the Bai family to get back the old belongings of the Liu family. These 5 years I've been living in a nightmare. As the only surviving member of the Liu family, I've been rejected and oppressed everywhere I go. If I've regained my sight, I can't live like I did in the past anymore. I must try. I must be strong. I must reclaim what the Liu family has lost. Scene changes to a luxurious villa. Bai Wong is sitting by the pool, playing with beautiful women. At this moment, a subordinate calls, saying that after buying Liu Chi Ling an old bronze toy, she immediately signed the papers. Does she take me for a fool? Bai Wong said contemptuously. At this moment, a beautiful woman lay on his lap, stroking his chin, and said, Young Master Bai, why aren't you playing with us? They say you're always alone. Are you feeling melancholy? I heard your mother passed away early, and you only returned to the Bai family 5 years ago. The days without your mother must have been hard for you, right? If you want to open up, you can tell me, okay? What do you want to play? Bai Wang asked coldly. She thought to herself, the Bai family's eldest son isn't as terrifying as the rumors say. He's clearly a reasonable person. I must seize this opportunity. She twisted and knelt down in a crab-like pose, saying as long as I could be with young Master Bai, I'll play anything. I especially like the thrilling feeling, she said while sliding 4 fingers across Bai Wang's chest. Then let's play whack-a-mole, Bai Wang said with a devilish smile. As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed the woman backwards, making her fall into the pool. Then he threw a handful of money into the pool, making the woman think she was about to strike it rich. But then he pulled out a torture device. It looked like a whip from those pig movies. Whoever grabs this whip gets to hit this mole, and can also take the money from this pool. The more you hit, the more you take. The woman now understood. The mouse that Bak Vong mentioned was actually me. Like people nearby, especially those men, they were very interested in this game. After that, you could only hear the sound of slapping echoing. The fate of that woman, without saying, everyone understood. While watching the commotion, a person named Lai Min Chuan, who was Bak Vong's subordinate, brought a stack of papers. He respectfully handed them to Bak Vong. Brother Vong, I've thoroughly investigated these 2 people. They definitely didn't have any relationships with other men before and after that night. The child in her womb must be yours. While looking at the photo, Bak Vong remarked that your methods are getting more vicious. All learned from Brother Vong. According to Fong Tru, this guy doesn't have sister-in-law's character. Sister-in-law is innocent. Not just that. Sister-in-law is often beaten and insulted by this couple. Brother Vong, should I go take revenge for sister-in-law? Li Mingjuan site en tusitasti. Bak Vong glanced and said sister-in-law. Lai Min Chuan became increasingly panicked. This is done for. These years Brother Vong has lived wildly, but hasn't been entangled by any woman. Originally thought this sister-in-law used some tricks. He was also somewhat interested in Brother Vong. Unexpectedly, I guessed wrong. Will my little life not say goodbye here today? Then he stammered in response. Well, hasn't she already married into the family? Brother Vong's woman. Of course I should call her sister-in-law. Then why do you keep saying sister-in-law? I thought this baby-making tool was a gift for you. Min Chuan frantically waved his hands. I'm wrong, Brother Vong. I made a mistake. I looked at the documents and mistook. La Chi Lang is innocent. Bak Vong coldly replied, innocent, huh? As long as there are enough benefits, no one will always be innocent. In this fake world, everyone is a demon or ghost. And that woman is either stupid or hiding her identity too well. I will personally tear off her mask and reveal her true face. Scene changes to La Chi Lang dreaming about the past, when her family was still happily together. In the dream, everyone says goodbye one by one. She wakes up startled, realizing it was just a dream. I can't go back anymore. At this moment, the maid Kwang Fu Sin enters the room calling, young mistress, are you awake? I'm here to help you wash up and change clothes. As soon as she finished speaking, she saw Miss Luke already dressed neatly. She asked in surprise, young mistress, you've already changed by yourself. Chi Lang replied, I'm just blind, not incapable of taking care of myself. However, it's indeed inconvenient for a blind person to do these things. You're injured and pregnant. You shouldn't be careless. Chi Lang said, it's just a small wound. Help me find a cane, and I won't get hurt anymore. La Chi Lang knew that the Bak family was not a place to be idle. If she didn't want to draw attention, then the fact that she regained her sight couldn't be known by others, who would be wary of a blind person. Young mistress, leave the matter of the cane to me. You should go to the dining hall for breakfast now. It's convenient to meet other ladies there. Let the servants tidy you up a bit more. Then she led Lu Jiling to have breakfast. As soon as the other servants saw Lu Jiling, they immediately started whispering comments. It seems the old madam is disappointed with the young master too. He even married a blind woman. The wedding was with a servant. He spent the wedding night alone. The young master doesn't care about her at all. It will only be hard for her from now on. Should we go greet her? Greet what? The young master always does absurd things. Who knows, he might change the young mistress in a few days. Hearing the 2 maids gossiping, Kwang Fu Sin turned and glared at them. TSK. She looked over here. She won't tell the old madam, will she? Let's go. Don't cause trouble. Young mistress, Don't listen to their nonsense. You're the eldest daughter-in-law the old madam brought in. Better days are ahead. Don't worry, maid. I'm not angry. The young mistress's composed demeanor like this is even more beautiful, like a halo illuminating heaven. This aura, this beauty, throws those people away by dozens of streets. Young mistress, shall I help you watch the road? We'll be in front. Lu Jiling nodded. She felt this maid was truly kind-hearted and felt a bit of human warmth. Later in the Bai family, can you introduce me to the layout of the Bai house? Of course I can. The main building of the Bai family has 6 floors in total. The first floor is the common living area and guest room. The second floor is Mr. Bai's workspace. The third floor is quite important. It's where you and the young master live. Above that are the young ladies, young masters, and other madams' quarters. Normally, if the young mistress wants to take a walk, there's an animal garden in the backyard, a music area, and even animal training. Jiling listened and thought it seemed normal. However, even someone not keeping up with news like her had heard that the Bai family had many complex relationships. Not to mention others, just those 2 confidants of Bai Wang's father. One was Yu Yunfei, a famous actress, who entered the Bai family after giving birth to a boy and a girl. The other was Xu Qiumei, Mr. Bai's lover, who also entered the Bai family through her son. These 2 had been competing for years, but neither got promoted. They only stayed by Mr. Bai's side as confidants. This had been reported by the media countless times. Just as they finished talking, they arrived at the dining hall. But at that moment, a basketball came flying out of nowhere, aiming straight at Lu Jiling's head. Everyone thought she would be hit. Unexpectedly, she suddenly took a quick step forward. The basketball missed her completely. The maid finally let out a sigh of relief. At the same time, she was very surprised that Jiling could dodge the ball. But before she could ask for details, a young boy appears, speaking arrogantly. "Damn blind woman, get out of my house. Why didn't that ball just kill you earlier?" This milk-breath brat is the young master. So young yet already so vicious. He'll probably be no different from Bai Wang in the future. However, he's still related to you somehow. So just pretend you didn't hear anything. The boy, being ignored, becomes furious. The maid thinks it's good that Qi Lang can't hear. After all, this boy is the Demon King's descendant. We shouldn't provoke him. The maid leads Qi Lang forward, but the stubborn boy sticks out his foot to trip Qi Lang. The maid tries to intervene, but the boy shouts, "Shut up." In this boy's mind, he's already decided that Qi Lang is an evil person, using the baby in your belly to force my brother to marry you. How shameless. The maid worries that her young mistress might fall. The wicked boy smiles cruelly. Qi Lang will fall and hurt herself badly. But no, Qi Lang doesn't trip. Instead, she conveniently steps on the wicked boy's foot, causing him intense pain. The wicked boy screams and cries loudly. Ha Mei Qing, hearing her son cry, rushes out and scolds Qi Lang. I'm sorry. I didn't see there was a child here." Qi Lang pretends to ask. No one answers. She acts even more dramatically. She pretends to search for the source of the child's crying. Then she steps on him once more for good measure. The wicked boy cries out again. This causes Ha Mei Qing to panic. She quickly orders a servant to call for a doctor. "What should we do?" "Young mistress, you've injured the young master. If Madam Ha hates you, she'll at least strip off some of your status." The maid worriedly says. Ha Mei Qing's status in the Bai family is higher than Bai Wang's. Qi Lang asks, how is that possible? The eldest young master is the old madam's most beloved grandson. If that's the case, then there's no need to worry. Lu Qi Lang feels, if she's married to Bai Wang, she should make the most of everything. The maid leads Qi Lang to eat. But at this moment, someone calls her to sit at another table. Lu Qi Lang knows Ha Mei Qing is fierce but straightforward. She's just a minor character. This person is the real show. Don't be afraid. It wasn't your fault. It was this little Chung who was too naughty and hurt himself. It's just that Ha Mei Qing, you can call her Ha, usually treats her son like a treasure. She spoils him to the heavens. When she gets angry, even the old madam doesn't matter to her. Not to mention you. But don't be afraid. If your Aunt Ha dares to make a scene, your Aunt Yumi will not let her off easily. Yuan Fei says. Qi Lang nods and thanks Aunt Yu. At the same time, she turns to tell the maid that the milk pastry earlier was delicious. She asks for another serving. This makes Yuan Fei a bit confused. Just entering the door, being tripped and troubled by elders, yet she shows no anger or grievance. Instead, she's eating happily like this. Bok Vong, didn't he just marry a wooden-headed wife? At this moment, another servant came to report to UC Van Phi that they had finished the investigation. The master is flying back tonight. He has booked a hotel in the Lam Phong area. He probably won't be coming home anytime soon. This is a secret schedule that Ha Mai Tin doesn't know about. UC Van Phi's face lit up with joy. She immediately ordered someone to book a room for her at that hotel. Ever since Ha Mai Tin gave birth to a son, Tran Van has been increasingly cold towards me. I've endured for many years. How can I let a vixen steal my position in the Bok family? This time, I must win back Tran Van's heart. After comforting the little brat, Ha Mai Tin, with blood rushing to her head, angrily ran over to confront Chi Lang. Lok Chi Lang, how dare you? You dare to hurt our little Trin? Today I'll break your legs. She could feel Ha Mai Tin's hand about to touch her hair. Lok Chi Lang immediately turned and replied, I'm sorry, Aunt Ha. I didn't mean to. I really didn't mean to. Please forgive me. Lok Chi Lang hat kan kulit cafe. Si de libeten puset up vun fiso savang. Causing the iPhone 6 plus 16 gigabytes with the recording to fall on the table. Ha Mai Tin saw the content displayed on it and immediately turned to UC Van Phi and asked, everything was fine. Why did you book a hotel room in the Phong Lam area? To see a concert. UC Van Phi replied curtly. Ha Mai Tin immediately used her brain to analyze. Tran Van is coming back soon, and she still has the mind to go to a concert. That's not right. This woman must have heard something. She wants to steal Tran Van back. I can't let her take him away right in front of me. After thinking it through, Ha Mai Tin hurriedly left. UC Van Phi cursed the maid. Useless thing, can't even hold a phone properly. Madam, it was the first young madam who suddenly bumped into me. The maid stammered and then fell silent. Chi Lang once again pretended to apologize. UC Van Phi, on the other hand, said kindly, Chi Lang, don't be afraid. She's gone now. In the future, we should keep in touch more when we have free time. All right, I'll remember that, Aunt UC. Then UC Van Phi left the dining room. Chi Lang's maid finally let out a sigh of relief, feeling relaxed. That scared me to death. First young madam, you're so lucky. Ha Mai Tin is usually so arrogant. If she held a grudge against you, you might have been skinned alive. That's right. I'm very lucky to have avoided this trouble. In the future, we should punish those who hurt us. The scene changes to Jiangbei No. 1 People's Hospital. Lok Chi Lang, using crutches, carefully enters with her maid guiding the way. As they pass by a hospital room, they hear a doctor calling out Mr. Bok. Use the whip with controlled force. Otherwise, you might easily hurt yourself. I'm sorry I've said too much. Now, let me bandage you up. Chi Lang thinks it's probably not Bok Vong. Jiangbei is such a big city, and Bok isn't the only one with that surname. Let's go. When Lok Chi Lang and her maid arrived at room 303, the maid was surprised to see the young mistress holding the doorknob very accurately, unlike a blind person. When they opened the door, there were two patients inside, one with a broken arm and one with a broken leg. They also met Fong Tran, Fong Tru's father, a former servant of the Lok family. As soon as he saw them, he quickly knelt down. Miss, I apologize to you. I'm sorry, young master and mistress. What are you doing? It's not New Year's. Why such formality? Lok Chi Lang walked towards the couple. Seeing Lok Chi Lang still alive, Fong Tru was immediately terrified. How are you still alive? You damn blind girl. Why are you still alive? Of course, it's to be here now, standing before you to take revenge. You ill-mannered couple. But I should thank you. Now I'm the eldest daughter-in-law of the Bok family. The couple was so shocked they couldn't speak. Don't be so surprised. I've come this far today, thanks to you, haven't I? As long as Lok Chi Lang lives another day, I won't forget the great kindness of you too. With that, Chi Lang took the cane and whacked it hard on Hoa Bin's lame leg, causing her to scream like a pig being slaughtered. You're crazy. Don't come after me. It was Tru Fong. He's the one who suggested you sleep for money. It has nothing to do with me. No, I was wrong, Lok Chi Lang. Please forgive me. Another crisp whack was heard. Tru Fong's broken arm received a bonus strike. Don't rush. You'll all get your share, Chi Lang's cold voice said. The couple now knew their fate. From that moment on, only the sound of whacking could be heard in the room, accompanied by Tru Fong and Hoa Bin screams, making Chi Lang's maid tremble in fear. After a round of vigorous beating, the two wretches couldn't take it anymore and fainted. Fong Tran was also terrified, but he still had to say, Miss, you're right to beat them. These beasts deserve it. It's my fault for not seeing clearly and letting them torment you for so long. Aye, it's all my fault. Uncle Fong, you can't blame yourself. Without you, I would have died 5 years ago. Initially, you went elsewhere to work just to earn more money for me to have a better life. It's just this time, Feng Tru cut off our relationship. It's my fault, it's all my fault. Years ago, my wife gave birth prematurely and fell into a coma. It was Mrs. Locke, your mother, the doctor with healing hands who personally delivered the baby. It took a day and a night to save her life. When Feng Tru caused trouble and injured someone, we had to pay a large sum of money. Our family sold everything, and we could barely survive. It was the Locke family who lent us a helping hand that allowed us to get through that difficult time. The master and mistress' kindness to me is as heavy as a mountain. You were the treasure they held in their hands, and yet I've let you endure all of this. Don't worry, I will definitely give you an explanation. An explanation to the master and mistress in heaven. An explanation. Seeing Feng Zhen speak to the point of tears welling up, Lu Jiling moved closer to support him and conveniently asked, "What explanation do you want to give me? Kill them or commit suicide?" Feng Zhen's face turned pale as a banana leaf. How did you guess? Uncle Feng, I know you too well, but I don't agree with you doing that. Every time I was beaten, Feng Chao would take me to different hospitals. In a moment, I'll gather all the medical records to see if it's enough to put them in jail. Feng Zhen felt extremely guilty. It's not enough. Not enough, miss. One Feng Chao is not worth you paying for half your life. But then who will compensate for all the suffering you've endured over the years? Even if you can let it go, I still can't untie this knot in my heart. Then find another way to compensate me, Uncle Feng. Now I want to restore the Lu family, but I don't have a foundation and need someone to help. Can you help me? Lu Jiling sincerely asked. Help you? A person like me. Feng Zhen was still confused, when suddenly he realized something. Miss, your eyes. I can see. Uncle Feng, Lu Jiling said happily. Really? That's wonderful. That's wonderful. Feng Zhen also showed great excitement. But at that very moment, they heard a noise outside. It was Jiling's maid Quang Fuxing who had tripped. The maid was too shocked and hurriedly explained, "Young madam, I didn't hear anything really. My parents used to say the Bai family is complicated. Simple-minded people like me can't survive here, but I didn't believe it. But what did I just hear? The newly married young madam is pretending to be blind, torturing 2 coma patients. This is planning something big in the Bai family. I didn't miss a single word of what I just heard. Will I be silenced and killed?" Quang Fuxing was now crying without tears. Lu Jiling smirked coldly and walked towards the maid. "If you've heard it, then there's no way around it. Who told you to be so attentive and follow me? Whatever I want to do, I certainly can't hide it from you." Quang Fuxing's legs were now as soft as noodles. She didn't even dare to run. She could only sob out each sentence. "Don't come over here. Don't come over here. I'll scream. I'll really scream." In Quang Fuxing's eyes, Lu Jiling now looked no different from a vicious witch. Finally, unable to withstand the shock of her first experience, she directly fainted. Lu Jiling sighed another one down. Why do they all faint? Am I that scary? A few days later, Lu Jiling was sitting and tasting tea brewed by her maid Quang Fuxing. The aroma of tea isn't in the leaves, but in how it's brewed. How have you progressed in these 5 days of learning from me? Ah, young madam. Jiling gave her a look that made the maid break out in a cold sweat, then said, "Call me Lu Jiling." Although Luke Qilang has learned the steps of brewing tea, the taste of the tea I brew is still hard to drink. Take it slow. In such a short time, you've learned the form, which is already impressive. The maid, looking at this calm demeanor, suddenly remembered the incident at the hospital a few days ago. After regaining consciousness from her first shock, Luke Qilang had told the maid, "I pretended to be blind, not for the benefit of the Bach family. I just didn't know how to anger others. As the last living member of the Luke family, I intend to collect the old belongings of the Luke family and restore the Luke family to its golden age. If you help me, I will naturally repay you." At that time, the maid had wanted to refuse, but from Luke Qilang's expression, the maid could guess that refusing this cooperation was equivalent to refusing to live on. So the wisest choice was to get on the boat and sit with the enemy. Back to the present, the maid also had some information she wanted to share with Luke Qilang. Earlier, you said you wanted to collect the Luke family's belongings. I looked it up online. Your Luke family used to be at the top of the antique business. The value of the treasures in your house was very high. With your current financial situation, I'm afraid you'd struggle to buy even a pair of chopsticks. We have to try to know. But what's the point of that? Making money is so difficult. Not to mention having to trace each item. The process of collecting them would be exhausting. Because I can't buy them, Luke Qilang said. 23 members of the Luke family all died in a fire. Even their bones couldn't be distinguished from one another. What you can collect now are only the missing old objects. Alright, let's not talk about this anymore. Have you gathered any information about Bok Vong, as I asked? The young master, he's just like the rumors outside, handsome and domineering, but also very cruel. However, there are some strange rumors in the Bok family. At this point, the maid lowered her voice and leaned close to Luke Chi Lang's ear to speak. I heard that the young master went missing in a car accident when he was 5, then was raised by someone. But that person didn't treat him as a human. He was fed rotten vegetables and wastewater, and he had to work day and night. During the day, he had to kill and process animals. At night, he was treated like a goat about to be slaughtered. His hands and feet were tied, and he was thrown into a dog cage to sleep. Sometimes he even had to stay with a goat that had its skin peeled off. Isn't this child abuse? That's right. Perhaps the young master became so bloodthirsty now because of enduring this abuse. Fortunately, after a few years, the slaughterhouse suddenly caught fire. That person died in the sea of flames, and the young master managed to escape. But now you're asking about the young master. Could it be to improve your relationship with him? Well, you two are husband and wife now, and you're expecting a baby. If you were affectionate with each other, wouldn't that be perfect? The maid said excitedly. Girl, you're thinking too much. For Chi Lang, her marriage relationship with Bok Vong will end when the child is weaned. This period is not even 2 years, but during this time she wants to have everything she wants to have. Breaking her train of thought, Luo Zhiling turned to ask her maid, "Tell me, if the husband doesn't come home for a week, as a wife, should I send something to show my concern?" The maid couldn't help but be surprised. Indeed, the mistress really likes the young master. But even if she likes him, staying in this state all the time, a small servant like her might die of a broken heart too. The scene changes to a high-rise building. Luo Zhiling steps out of a luxury car. Dressed casually and wearing a mask, she looks at the grand scenery. Luo Zhiling thinks this is exactly where she needs to be. I heard that today, the Black Peach Society is holding the finals to choose the king and queen. Those wealthy people are all coming to give their little lovers some face. They're all very rich people. However, although the young master is a regular here, he's not coming today. Luo Zhiling secretly rejoiced that it's better he doesn't come. If we can't avoid Bai Wang, how can we use his reputation to make money? The two of them enter. At this moment, someone at the door offers them flowers. Luo Zhiling is puzzled. She asked her maid what these are for. These are voting flowers for the finals. When the time comes, if you support a cowherd or weaver girl, you stick the flower on them. Kwang Fu Sin cheerfully explained. Looking at the 2 flowers in her hand, Luo Zhiling smiled coldly. Like a weaver girl. That's a nice way of putting it. Just as they entered, the maid Kwang Fu Sin heard someone calling her name. This guy is Li Jing, the second young master of the Li family, a rich second generation who spends all day partying. One of Bai Wang's followers. Following etiquette, Kwang Fu Sin greeted him, "Second young master Li, oh my. Why call me young master? You Bai family people are so formal, just call me Brother Jing. Are you here again on behalf of the old madam to find Bai Wang?" Bai Wang isn't here tonight. Kwang Fu Sin pretended to be flustered, as if she didn't know anything. "Ah, the young master isn't here. The family told me to bring him some tea. If he's not here, what should I do?" Li Jing didn't care much about the maid's business. When he saw Luo Zhiling, he grabbed her hand, pulled her over, and said, "Little Fu Sin brought another sister here, and didn't even introduce her to me. Beautiful lady, would you like to have a drink with me?" Seeing this blonde guy daring to grab the young mistress's hand, Fu Sin quickly ran over to separate them. Then she introduced, "Second young master Li, you really have good eyes. She's the old madam's favorite tea brewer. Why don't you let her brew tea for you?" Second young master. The old madam's favorite. Is that true? Li Jing was stunned for a few seconds. Indeed, the elders carry the burden. He almost offended someone close to old Madam Bai. After that, Li Jing only dared to ask Luo Zhiling to brew tea, but absolutely had no more thoughts of flirting. Luo Chi Lang followed them into the tea room. While brewing tea, she listened to them talk about Bai Wang's direct attack. However, she wasn't very interested, because her main purpose for coming here today was to promote her tea business. As soon as the tea was poured, its fragrant aroma surprised Li Jing and everyone else. Luo Chi Lang offered a cup of tea to young Master Li. Li Jing had only taken a small sip, but his eyes lit up and he couldn't stop praising the tea. The 2 people beside him, seeing his endless praise, seemed a bit skeptical. "Bai Wang isn't here. Who are you trying to impress? If you don't like it, please leave." Little Fu Sheng, give me some of this excellent tea. I want to bring some back for my grandmother. There aren't enough tea leaves today. I can't give any away. If young Master Li wants some, go to Gue Chi Lu. Ask for the owner, Feng Jun, to buy some. There are a few more cups of tea. Would anyone else like to try? At this point, everyone was eager to taste the tea, wanting to experience its exquisite flavor. Lok Chi Lang had learned tea making from her aunt since childhood. Today it finally came in handy. Making money is indeed difficult, but using Bai Wang's name to make money from wealthy people isn't hard. As long as Gue Chi Lu's reputation spreads today, then in the future, making money from these young masters won't be difficult. After completing her task, Lok Chi Lang asked her maid to wait for her, as she wanted to use the restroom. While walking down the hallway, looking through a partially open door, Lok Chi Lang saw an extremely handsome young man. He was pensively sipping red wine. Looking at his divine profile, Lok Chi Lang was deeply impressed. Can men be this ethereally beautiful? This must be the cowherd that Fu Xing mentioned. With this appearance and demeanor, he must be the top pick for tonight's event. As if sensing someone peeking at him, the man suddenly turned around. However, there was no one behind the door. He wondered if it was just his imagination. Lok Chi Lang had quickly hidden behind the door, her heart pounding. That was dangerous. His gaze is too intense. It seems this cowherd has been through many hardships. Looking at the two flowers in her hand, symbols for the cowherd and weaver girl selection, she thought they were of no use to her now. So she pinned the two flowers on the door handle of the man's room and left, not realizing that the man she just saw was Bai Wang, her husband on paper. After making a round, he returned to his old room. Seeing the two flowers pinned to the door handle, he was displeased and asked who had put them there. With his demonic temperament, he summoned all the reception staff and security guards, not sparing even the acquaintances present. Although they didn't know the reason, the people brought in voluntarily knelt down like criminals. Young Master Bai, your room is a VIP room. There are no surveillance cameras. Other camera footage is here. Which son of a bitch has the guts as big as the sky, brain like an eye to mistake young Master Bai for a gigolo and reward him? It's not about looking down on young Master Bai, but wanting to die without causing a murder case. Looking closely at the video footage, when seeing the image of Lu Jiling, Bai Wang immediately asked who this person was. Li Jing quickly replied, Brother Bai, I know that Xiao Fuxing, the maid at your house. Today she came to serve you tea. Next to her is the tea maker for the old madam. She makes very good tea. Right. I remember that too. Another person chimed in. The tea maker in my house seems a bit familiar. Let me see if there's any vixen trying to scheme against me when I go home. At the Bai residence, Lu Jiling had returned home and was playing the role of a blind wife. When she saw a group of servants carrying some paintings, Lu Jiling curiously asked Xiao Fuxing quietly, where are they taking those paintings? Why does the Bai family hang such cheap paintings? The maid informed her, they're taking these paintings for maintenance. Moreover, these are paintings done by Bai Wang. I heard the young master followed in the footsteps of old Master Chong when he was young. He started learning to paint at 3, and by 4, he had already started winning awards. All his works were displayed in exhibitions. But after the young master returned, he didn't paint a single picture anymore. The old madam is very heartbroken about it. Just then, Fuxing received a message from Li Jing. As soon as she opened the message, she couldn't help but curse softly. Holy moly, young mistress. The shocking news just now. Second young master, Li said the young master went on a rampage at the Black Island Association today. What? Didn't Bai Wang not go there? Lu Jiling was also very surprised. I must have heard wrong. Today, the young master went to the Black Island Association. He was resting in a special room. Don't know which idiot mistook the young master for a gigolo and even stuck 2 flowers on his room door. Now the young master is very angry. Lu Jiling broke out in a cold sweat when she heard this information. Sticking flowers on the door for selection, could it be the 2 flowers that she had stuck? Could it be that the person she thought was a gigolo was actually Bai Wang? This was really a disaster. The only time she faced Bai Wang, her eyesight hadn't fully recovered. She basically couldn't see his appearance clearly. Unexpectedly, this misunderstanding led to a big trouble. Is this matter very serious? Lu Jiling asked. Of course. I've only heard that when the young master was still working as a henchman in North Harbor, he was once forced to be a gigolo. At that time, the young master was forced by some big, dark, smelly guys into a rich madam's room. But afterwards, everyone who touched him was carried out. Their bodies were covered in wounds and blood. The room was cleaned for 3 days and 3 nights but still wasn't clean. This time, I don't know which brave dog did it, but this person is definitely dead. At this moment, Lu Jiling suddenly asked the maid, "What do you think? Where are our 2 voting flowers right now? Didn't you take them?" "Wait, what you just said? Could it be that you are that brave dog?" The maid said in great shock. Lu Jiling let out a bitter laugh. That's as good as confirming it. The maid Fu Xin kindly advised Lu Jiling, "It's best if you run away now. I saw him wearing a white shirt similar to the person on stage, so I misunderstood." Lu Jiling is very tense right now. And whenever she's tense, she needs to eat to calm her brain down. Watching Qilang eat cherries, then apples, peaches, and mangoes, the maid wondered how she could eat so much. After eating her fill, Lu Qilang quickly wiped her mouth and asked the maid, "Is Bak Vong really that heartless? Isn't there any exception?" Lu Qilang knew she had mistaken Bak Vong for Ngulang and had stuck the 2 voting flowers on his door. According to Fu Xin, this wasn't a small matter. It could be a matter of life and death. So to calm her fears, she had eaten the entire bowl of fruits. After eating, she gently wiped her mouth and asked Fu Xin, "Is Bak Vong really that heartless to others? Isn't there any exception? He only shows favoritism and makes exceptions for those he loves." But Fu Xin didn't dare to continue. Lu Qilang pondered thoughtfully. He only shows favoritism and makes exceptions for those he loves. What about those who love him? No favoritism or exceptions. Could there be some leniency? If not leniency, at least he wouldn't be hostile. After contemplating for a while, she came up with an idea. Then she asked Fu Xin to help her with something. When Bak Vong returned home, there was no trace of joy on his face. A servant approached and asked if he wanted the late-night snack the chef had prepared. "Would you like to eat, sir?" But Bak Vong just walked past without answering. Seeing the young master's direction, the servant became a bit panicked. The young master was heading to the bridal chamber. Reaching the door, Bak Vong smirked. "People looking for a beating are common, but those seeking death are rare. Tonight will certainly be interesting." But voices from inside the room startled him and made him stop. Fu Xin's voice rang out, "Young mistress, I'm sorry. The tea you asked me to bring to the young master, I couldn't do it. It's not your fault that he wasn't there. But I don't understand." Clearly, the young mistress wanted to give the tea to the young master. "But why did you tell me to say it was from the household? Even if the young master wasn't there, I could have asked the director of that association to convey your intentions. He might misunderstand me. My concern only makes him uncomfortable. I just wanted him to drink some tea, to sober up. Whether he knows or not doesn't matter." Young mistress. Upstairs and downstairs in the house, everyone says she's using her pregnancy to climb higher. But why do I see her being so careful, which doesn't seem like using pregnancy to climb higher? Instead, it seems like she likes the young master. Hearing these words from Fu Xin, Bak Vong frowned with displeasure. He raised his hand to rub his chin and then spoke with displeasure. "It's really funny. Just now he heard Luke Qilang's voice again. She said, actually, I've known him for a long time. When I was young and learning to paint, I saw a painting online called Newborn. At that time, I was captivated. I felt the painter must be very talented. It was so interesting that I asked my parents to let me study under him. As a result, they told me it was painted by my uncle's eldest son. He was still just a child then, so I thought it was settled." "Settled what?" Fu Xin curiously asked. "Settled to marry him." Bak Vong was a bit surprised when he heard these words from Luke Qilang. He thought to himself, is this woman crazy? Without seeing the face, without knowing the person, yet just looking at a painting. It's really meaningless. Seeing the tall man enter, little Fu Xin jumped in fright and stammered young master, young master." He coldly uttered 2 words, "Get out." Then he walked straight to Luke Qilang, caressed her cheek and said, "I'll talk to my admirer." Little Fu Xin trembled and broke out in a sweat, stammering, "Yes, yes." Left alone in the room were Luke Qilang and Bak Vong. The two looked at each other. As he loosened the tight tie around his neck, he said, "Now tell me about that painting that made you so determined to marry me." Luke Qilang was a bit flustered. "I found the painting quite interesting." Bak Vong snorted coldly and asked, "Have you never seen a duck laying eggs?" Then he glanced at the dagger on the table. While Luke Qilang was still pondering, recalling the painting, she saw in her mind that his painting was more special. The duck in that painting was in its shell. "At first glance, I saw the sun rising by the sea. It's said to be the cracking sound of a chicken egg." Bak Vong picked up the dagger. While Luke Chi-Lang was still talking, on the distant shore, there was also a crab claw peeking out from the sand. It must have been a crab. The whole painting centered on the little duck breaking its shell. But actually, everything in the painting was newborn. Baek Vong brought the dagger in front of her eyes. Then he stopped when the dagger was only about a centimeter away from Chi-Lang's eyes. She had no reaction at all. As if she were truly blind, her eyes wide open looking straight ahead, she continued talking. Even the early morning sunlight was there. That's why I found it interesting. After saying this, Luke Chi-Lang gave a calm smile. Baek Vong withdrew his hand, coughed once, and thought to himself, this girl is really blind. She's not the one from the underworld. Thinking this, he threw the dagger behind him, startling Luke Chi-Lang, who asked, what was that sound? Baek Vong said nothing. He used his large hand to squeeze her small face, causing her to cry out in pain. He traced her full lips with the tip of his finger, asking if she had fallen for him because of the painting. The scariest thing about Baek Vong is that he doesn't show emotions, making it impossible to guess his thoughts, not knowing if the next moment will pass peacefully or end in death. Not Chi-Lang decisively answered that she did like him. Then she reached out her hand towards him. I liked you because of that painting. Her hand suddenly stopped midair. Then she slowly continued, but I know I'm not worthy. I know you don't believe me, that I wasn't behind that plan. I also know you're the eldest son of the Baek family, high above others. While I'm just a disabled person, I'm well aware of myself, regardless of whether you believe it or not. What I said that time about not wanting this child was true. If it weren't for the fact that I couldn't have an abortion, I really didn't want to leave any trouble behind. I truly like you. I want to understand you and care for you even more. But I don't have any thoughts beyond that. When the time is up, I'll leave immediately. Absolutely no lingering. It sounds truly pitiful, but how can I not believe it? Tears rolled down Chi-Lang's cheeks, startling Baek Vong a bit. He didn't know what to say. Then he forcefully pulled her beautiful face and pressed his lips against her delicate ones. Luke Chi-Lang was shocked and thought, has Baek Vong gone mad? Or is he testing me again? Whatever the situation, I can't refuse. He forcefully pried open her small mouth. Luke Chi-Lang let out a small sound. Then she raised her hands and wrapped them around Baek Vong's neck. Baek Vong was a bit surprised that she dared to do so. Then he pushed the small girl away and smirked. Do you really like me that much? Luke Chi-Lang lowered her head. If you don't believe me, no matter how many times I say it. He interrupted her. What if I tell you to die? His words shook Luke Chi-Lang to her core. She trembled, unable to stand steady. Her face darkened. What did he just say? Baek Vong crossed his arms, looking at the small girl in front of him. Then he grunted and turned to leave. Luke Chi-Lang didn't understand what he meant. Could it be that he... At this moment, Fu Xin had returned and asked her how it went. It's over. I just saw the young master heading to the study. I think he won't be coming back for a while. Only then did Luke Chi-Lang breathe a sigh of relief. She extended her bloodied hand, shocking Fu Xin. He worriedly asked her, what are you doing? Luke Chi-Lang calmly wiped her hand. Now that I've regained my sight, seeing the fruit knife coming at me, I would certainly have a reflex. So I could only use the method of hurting myself. To avoid it, she handed the bloodied tissue to Fu Xin, telling him to dispose of it. Wait, just now you said the young master stabbed you with a fruit knife. Could it be that you intentionally left the fruit knife here before? Because she let the young master use it to stab her. Luo Zhiling nodded, making Fu Xin even more confused. But why did you do that? Sit down quickly. I'll bandage you. Mr. Wong suddenly rushed back. There's only one reason. It's because he recognized from the camera footage that it was me. He and I have a grudge. In his eyes, if I was the one pretending to be blind, he would think I placed those 2 flowers to deliberately insult him, and he'd take out his anger on me. He rushed here to confirm this, but I didn't want to follow his rhythm, so I let go of the fruit knife first as a hint. Mentioning the painting and liking him was also to reluctantly divert his attention. Not looking at his face, not his family background, but liking his painting. Even if Wong had figured out the truth, I would still say I like those 2 flowers, not that they were an insult. This way, it might make him less angry and not seek revenge on me. However, for now, it seems Wong believes that T-Server wasn't me. That's why he didn't interrogate you. Little Fu Sheng, with sparkling eyes, looked at Luo Zhiling admiringly. You're so clever. How could you think of so much in such a short time? Let's not talk about this. Go inform Uncle Fong to make 2 flowers as if they were mine. Use that to deal with their investigation. Hopefully, in the end, it will be resolved as a misunderstanding. I understand, but you're being too cruel to yourself. It's nothing. Hurting myself is better than letting Wang do it. Fu Sheng, with curious eyes, eagerly asked Zhiling, did you really like the young master when you were little? Luo Zhiling put her finger to her lips, making a secret sign, and said no, it was all made up. Wow, your acting was too convincing. I thought you had a secret crush on the young master, secretly loving Wang. One moment kissing, the next telling him to go die. What kind of person is he really? At this moment, Wang was in the study when the butler came to inform him. Young master, the old madam invites you to rest at home today. Tomorrow morning, please bring the young mistress to breakfast with her. Wang coldly glanced at him and asked, what if I don't comply? I'll prepare fruit and rope on behalf of the old madam to tie up your room door. Then tell the old madam, when hanging, the tongue sticks out a bit. That might scare away the woman. With her, Wang's words left the butler stunned and speechless. Wang angrily crossed his arms and said to him, why are you still standing there, waiting for me to invite you to get out? Yes, I'm leaving right away. Tonight, the young master didn't kick the door and leave. That means he agrees. That's great. At least I can report back to the old madam now. The old butler thought, his heart blooming with joy, so happy he could cry. On La Qilang's side, she was having a late-night snack. Her hand, injured earlier in the day, now trembled with pain as she held the spoon. It seems playing the role of Bak Vong's lover won't be easy. It's certainly not going to be simple. Just then, someone approached, startling her. Bak Vong looked at her injured hand and frowned. This woman clearly knows she's blind, yet she still had to pick up that thing. He came up to her and asked if there was something wrong with her brain. How could she get injured today? La Qilang didn't answer his question. With blushing cheeks, she said, I asked Fu Xin to make bird's nest soup for you. It's still hot, please drink it. Bak Vong thought, she still dares to keep tabs on my movements. How did you know I'd be here tonight? La Qilang looked confused, shook her head and said, I didn't know. Bak Vong realized this meant whether he was here or not, she would have prepared the bird's nest soup anyway. This woman really is. Thinking this, he walked past her. Then he undressed completely in front of her and went into the bathroom. La Qilang was shocked, her face turning bright red. This is too sudden. However, Bak Vong's body was truly beautiful. Broad shoulders, slim waist, perfect V-line. While admiring that perfect body, Bak Vong turned his head, startling La Qilang. Does this guy have eyes on the back of his head? How did he know I was looking at him? She closed her eyes and took a deep breath to calm down. La Qilang, the word lust written on your forehead isn't a good thing. It seems he thinks I'm blind and can't see anything. That's why he doesn't even close the door when bathing. Let it go, let it go. Don't think too much about it. Just drink some bird's nest soup to calm down first. Bak Vong, this time following the old madam's arrangement, decided to stay with La Qilang. While he was bathing, La Qilang sat outside eating bird's nest soup to ease her tension. She looked at the large bed in the room, feeling a bit uneasy. But then again, she thought, he's not really staying here tonight, is he? At this moment, Bak Vong finished his bath and came out. La Qilang, a bit scared, asked, have you finished bathing? Her hand unconsciously clutched the bowl of bird's nest soup. Seeing this, Bak Vong asked, you don't think I'll eat hot porridge, do you? La Qilang was confused. She didn't understand what he meant. Bak Vong walked past her and said, you can put away your thoughts. At my place, whatever schemes you have won't work. La Qilang lowered her head. It's over. It's over. He's really staying here tonight. She put the bird's nest soup on the table and stood up, saying to Bak Vong, you're staying in my place tonight. I'll make the bed for you. Which side do you prefer? Near the door or away from it? Bak Vong was scrolling through his phone. Hearing the question, he smirked. You want to sleep with me in the same bed? Is that possible? She couldn't help but tell herself to stay calm. Maintaining her indifferent image, she replied, it's possible. As long as you're not afraid of having diarrhea in bed tomorrow. Luke Qilang nodded, her face covered in sweat. I'll sleep on the sofa. You go to bed early. Good night. Then she quickly grabbed a pillow and went to the sofa. Looking at the small girl curled up on the sofa, Bak Vong said nothing. In the middle of the night, Luke Qilang was still tossing and turning, unable to sleep. Sharing a room with someone as dangerous as Bak Vong she basically couldn't sleep. She shook her head to clear her thoughts. She should still think of a plan to continue deceiving him. She opened her eyes and looked at Baek Vong on the bed. He was sleeping without a blanket. If he catches a cold and gets a fever, he'll have to stay home. In that case, wouldn't she have to pretend to like him all day? How would she be able to sell tea then? She went to the bedside and softly called, "Baek Vong, are you asleep?" There was no answer. Luke Chi Lang thought to herself, it seems he's really asleep. Then she took the blanket to cover him. However, at that moment, Baek Vong opened his eyes and looked at her. This startled Luke Chi Lang a bit. She immediately regained her composure, pretending as if nothing had happened. Baek Vong reached out and grabbed her pale neck, pretending to choke her. Luke Chi Lang's hands clenched, but she showed no emotion. After covering Baek Vong with the blanket, she fumbled her way back to her sofa and lay down. She hugged her beloved pillow tightly. Her face couldn't help but wrinkle. It was too scary. If Baek Vong stays at home more often, she'll either be seen through or scared to death. It's better to sleep early. No need to serve this little master. Just then, Baek Vong's voice rang out again, frightening her. "I can't sleep. Count sheep for me." Luke Chi Lang was a bit surprised, since when had her hearing become so sensitive? Yet she hadn't noticed his footsteps. She sat up and asked, "You're not asleep yet?" Baek Vong irritably snapped, "Can't sleep. Don't you understand?" Luke Chi Lang said nothing. In her heart, she couldn't help but curse. If he can't sleep, why can't he just take a sleeping pill himself? But outwardly, she still acted cute. She said, "Go back to bed. I'll count for you." Baek Vong suddenly grabbed her hand, pulled her over, and said, "Come here and count." Then he pushed her to sit on the floor. Luke Chi Lang thought to herself, making a blind person sit on the floor, Baek Vong is truly an evil beast. Then he lay on the bed and told her to start. Luke Chi Lang closed her eyes and began. 1 sheep, 2 sheep. At this point, Baek Vong suddenly spoke in a deep voice. "Did I tell you to count sheep?" She almost forgot that Baek Vong not only had an obsession with Ngulang, but also with sheep. Luke Chi Lang immediately switched to counting numbers 1, 2, 3. Baek Vong held his head and looked at her. Then he suddenly lifted her face and asked, "What do you want from me?" "Status. Money. What is this man going crazy about now? I'm telling you now, I can give you a way to survive. If I find out later, I'll make you wish you were dead." Baek Vong was truly paranoid. Just a confession of love made him think so much. "I don't want anything. I just hope you can draw like when you were little. Be happy forever. Do you know what it feels like to have acid flowing on your body? Why don't you believe me? Have you seen a gambler who can't turn back? Not yet beaten to the point of being unable to defecate. Unable to die completely. Only the brain remains clear while being beaten daily." Luke Chi Lang gently took his hand and caressed it. "Baek Vong, I've already signed a contract with you. I know when I'll have to leave. Isn't human nature inherently greedy? What's a contract? Can it prevent your inner turmoil?" Luke Chi Lang smiled bitterly. "What tricks can I pull under your watchful eye? The time until I leave is less than 2 years away. If I have any issues, you can always deal with me, can't you? It's just a blind person after all. How dare they be so bold as to deceive me," he thought. Then Baek Vong lay back on the bed and told Luke Chi Lang to remember her words today. "If not, I'll make the rest of your life worse than death." Continuing to count, Luke Chi Lang raised her hand to rub her still reddened chin and nodded once. She understood, her inner self angry to the point of clenching her fists. "Who knows my chin hurts from being grabbed." She told herself to endure, must endure, Luke Chi Lang. Baek Vong is someone you can't provoke for now. Luke Chi Lang continued counting. 49, 57, 10, 71. While Baek Vong was still awake, she had fallen asleep, her head drooping onto the bed. Not knowing how much time had passed, she suddenly woke up. Baek Vong was still staring at her intently. Luke Chi Lang felt a bit embarrassed. She didn't know how long Baek Vong had been watching. "If he stays here, I'll surely go crazy sooner or later." Luke Chi Lang stood up, fumbling for her cane. "Why did I fall asleep? What time is it? How much longer will you keep staring?" At this moment, there was a call from Fu Sin. "Young master, young mistress, the old madam invites you both down for breakfast." Luke Chi Lang, having found her cane, replied. Fu Sin understood. Then she turned and pretended to call Baek Vong. "Baek Vong, wake up, it's breakfast time." He said nothing, just grunted in response. Luke Chi Lang patted her chest and exhaled. Thankfully, Fu Sin came just in time. During the meal, the old madam said to Baek Vong, "You're busy all day long. We wanted you to have breakfast with us, but we couldn't find you anywhere." Then she served food to Luke Chi Lang, saying, Now that you have a baby, you must eat more. Luke Chi-Lang happily thanked her. In her mind, she couldn't help but think, compared to others in the Back family, the old madam treats me quite well. But it's only because of the child in my womb. The real mistress of this great family will definitely not be me. You're a good child. Oh, I heard you're collecting evidence to sue Fong Tru and Hoa Bin. Is that right? Indeed, nothing escapes the Back family's notice. She gently continued, I've already told them to destroy your evidence. This matter hasn't reached the point of litigation yet. Don't you agree? Luke Chi-Lang pressed her lips together. Deep down, she was extremely angry. Why did Bacta even cut off her chance for revenge? But now she couldn't fight back. She indifferently replied, I understand, grandmother. Back Vong unhappily asked, what do you understand? The old madam is afraid I'll make a big deal out of this. You and I will become bad news for the Back family again. The old madam frowned and said, Back Vong, I want what's best for you and your child. Right now, everyone believes you and Feng Tu got married. If they know you were drugged, what will happen to the child in your womb? How will it inherit the Back family in the future? Hearing the old madam's intention, she actually wanted her child and Back Vong to inherit the Back family. But if the old madam valued the eldest grandson Back Vong so much, why not find him a wife from a matching family? After all, she was just an orphan. At this moment, the old master beside clapped and laughed loudly. That's right, that's right. If people knew my eldest grandson was incompetent for the first time and had to rely on someone drugging him, it would be too embarrassing. Back Vong was so angry, he gripped the cup in his hand tightly. Luke Chi-Lang, on the other hand, tried to hold back her laughter. So it was because Back Vong was incompetent that the old madam couldn't find a matching wife for him. Back Vong's face was full of gloom. He gritted his teeth and said 3 words, I am competent. The old man still cheerfully continued. Oh my, Naquan said there were no women around him. However, the eldest grandson is indeed capable. On the battlefield, he can take lives. In the past, he would have certainly become a general. By now, Back Vong was fuming with anger. Seeing this, the old madam called for Aunt Truong. The old master has finished eating. Quickly help him back to his quarters. Aunt Truong immediately rushed over to drag the old master away. The old man struggled. I haven't finished eating yet. No Quan, no Quan. The old madam ignored Na Quan and turned to smile at Luke Chi-Lang. When the child is born, I will personally teach it. Back Vong's back mansion should be yours. I will definitely help you get it. Mine, Back Vong said with a sneer. What are you laughing at? If you want to help, shouldn't you help me get what I want? What do you want? Back Vong's face darkened as he said, I want to die. Help me with that. The old madam trembled, calling out, Little Vong. Looking at the old madam's expression, she seemed to show some shame. Could it be because Back Vong was lost outside when he was young? Why does it feel different from what's here? There must be a reason. It seems the Back family is more complex than I thought. At this moment, the old madam suddenly grabbed Luke Chi-Lang's hand. Her face somewhat excited. She said, You're a good child. Give birth to a precious baby. You must give birth. Luke Chi-Lang closed her eyes and thought to herself. Originally, she didn't have the right not to give birth. The second and third madams constantly fight for promotion. The old madam wants to raise the child in her womb as the heir. This child, as soon as it's born, is already prepared to fight for power and benefits. If that's really the case, how could I bear to leave it behind? Luke Chi-Lang went to her tea shop. She instructed Uncle Fong. Uncle Fong has managed well for a long time, but we must also try our best. We must have absolute service quality. Train the staff so that no issues arise. Also, find out where the upper-class people of Jongbak City usually go to play. Think of ways to collaborate with those places. Yes, miss. Suddenly, someone called out to Luke Chi-Lang. She turned around, startled. It turned out to be Miss Kung, Tu Hoa from the Kung family. She asked in surprise, Is it really you? Why are you here? Luke Chi-Lang indifferently replied, This tea house is mine. You're the owner. The 7th miss of the Luke family has to do such a small business herself. Then she pretended to be surprised and said, Oh my, I forgot the Luke family fell years ago. Most of them are dead now. Luke Chi-Lang knew she didn't come with good intentions. She calmly said, That's right, whose family won't die in the future. At this moment, Kung Tu Hoa noticed something. She waved her hand in front of Luke Chi-Lang's face and asked, Can't you see? Are you blind? Luke Chi-Lang nodded. Yes, so forgive me for not recognizing who you are. I'm Kung Tu Hoa. We were classmates for half a year. It's truly pitiful. How did you end up in this state? Back in school, if you got even a small injury, it would shock the entire school leadership to come comfort you. She looked at the two people in front of her, thinking to herself, how the mighty have fallen. Lu Chi-lang looks like a lost orphan, and she's blind too. How could she run a tea house? This old man's relationship with her seems quite intimate. Could it be that the princess of the Luke family from back then has now resigned herself to an old man? She laughed gleefully inside. Ha ha, this joke is too good to keep to myself. Then she took out an invitation and said to Luke Chi-lang, it's great to see you again. If fate allows, why don't we all meet up? This weekend, my family is hosting a fundraising party for children in foreign mountain regions. You and your husband should come. Luke Chi-lang declined. I'm not going anywhere. However, Kung Tu-hoa still tried to push the invitation into her hand. Come on, I know you're having a hard time now. Even if you can't donate money or participate in the auction, it's fine. Just consider it a reunion of old friends, please. Luke Chi-lang accepted the invitation and nodded. All right, since we met by chance, and I'm unprepared, let me give you some tea. Then she asked a server to bring a box of fine tea. Kung Tu-hoa smiled and said, you're too kind. But in her heart, she thought the great miss now knows how to flatter people. How times have changed. There's no need for such courtesy. We were classmates, so I came to give you some tea. But you know, nowadays, my situation is difficult. If I give it for free, you'll surely refuse, so I'll charge you a small fee. How much? 300,000, she exclaimed in shock. This little bit of lousy tea is so expensive. You're cheating me. Luke Chi-lang's face remained completely calm as she said, how could it be? My customers are all distinguished guests. The tea I choose is all top grade. The cost is indeed high. If you don't believe me, let's forget about the donation. Kung Tu-hoa saw her returning the card and hurriedly said, how could I not believe you? I'll buy it. Swipe the card. She thought to herself, reluctantly, I've come this far. Even if it costs 300,000, I have to see it. After she successfully paid, Luke Chi-lang, beaming like a flower, waved goodbye and told her to take care. Chu Fong asked worriedly, Miss, it's clear she's plotting something. You want to hide your identity from everyone. You can't go to that banquet. Luke Chi-lang looked at the card and said, I want to go. Chu Fong, look at this. This Buddhist bracelet looks familiar. It's like the one old master Luke always wore. It's the bracelet grandmother gave him when he was young. He wore it all his life until the Luke family went bankrupt. He couldn't bear to sell it. It was grandmother who insisted on selling it. She said as long as the family stays together, it's more precious than any old object. Those days of shared hardship hadn't even passed for a few days when a fire took everyone away. Last time I sold tea at the black market meeting, the young masters trading back and forth already made a profit of 1 million. If I know where this bracelet is, I want to try no matter what. 3 days later at the Kung family, Chu Fong brought Luke Chi-lang to attend the Kung family's auction party. Miss, you won't accept my money. Why don't we skip today's auction? Let's try. Maybe no one will compete with me. Miss, I'm not worried about not getting the bracelet. I'm worried about the upper-class people at that charity auction. Chu Fong, I've been hiding for 5 years. If I've chosen to stop hiding, then sooner or later there will be a day like today. If not today, then tomorrow. It doesn't matter much. Miss, please be careful. Hello? May I ask who you are? Luke Chi-lang of the Luke family from Jiangnan. Luke Chi-lang unexpectedly met Kung Tu-hoa again. She had agreed to attend the charity auction party organized by the Kung family. Although she knew she had no good intentions, Luke Chi-lang still decided to attend. She wanted to bid on her grandfather's bracelet. The young ladies, after learning that Luke Chi-lang would attend, bustled about telling each other, hurry, let's see if Luke Chi-lang has arrived yet. Tu-hoa said she would come. Once the young lady of the Luke family, now fallen to such a state. We must see this. I have to mock her. Seeing everyone bustling about, the blond young man curiously asked his friend beside him, who is Luke Chi-lang. I've never heard of her in this city. Is there some excitement that I, young Master Li, don't know about? She's from the Locke family. They died in a fire a few years ago. She's the only one left alive. Tu-hoa invited her here. We want to see how the former top socialite of the singing world is doing now. What will the Locke family bring out? Wait, the Locke family that led Jiangnan, is that the same family? Didn't the Locke family disappear 8 years ago? How is their daughter? I didn't expect Baek Vong to attend this auction too. A blond young man excitedly came to tell him. She's here. She really came. Vong, let's go see the excitement. Seeing Lok Chi Lang enter, Bak Vong glanced at her once then turned away. The blond young man nodded, not bad. But her eyes are blind now. What a pity. Bak Vong darkened his face and glared at the young man. Why does Vong's look seem so unfriendly? At this moment, Kung Tu Ho approached, took Lok Chi Lang's hand, and pulled her along. Chi Lang, why are you only arriving now? I've been waiting for you for a long time. She deliberately looked at Chu Fong standing next to her and said loudly, your husband came too. Come sit over here. Everyone, of course, heard these words from her. They started whispering, husband, how did Miss Locke end up marrying this old man? The age difference is too big. Couldn't she choose better? Chu Fong was so angry, he gritted his teeth. He said, I'm just a servant. Miss Kung, please don't misunderstand. Kung Tu Hoa deliberately pretended not to understand, squinting her eyes and smiling. Your husband is quite respectful of you. But when it comes to love, what does age matter, right? Lok Chi Lang couldn't be bothered to argue with her. She coldly asked, where do I sit? Over there. Kung Tu Hoa deliberately intended to seat her in the back row. Sorry, the seats were arranged early. There are no more empty spots. This place is a bit hidden, but don't worry, no one will talk to you. Your friends all remember you. They'll come find you. Kung Tu Hoa smiled mischievously. In her heart, she thought find you to mock you. At this moment, two girls stood up. One spoke up. Tu Hoa, why are you being so nice to Lok Chi Lang? Given her current status, the Kung family's banquet can invite her. She should be grateful. Yet she brings a fake husband who's actually a servant. Lok Chi Lang, after so many years, you still like to pretend. Lok Chi Lang said nothing. In her heart, she thought these people were so childish. Kung Tu Hoa pretended to be kind and said to the two girls beside her, Min not qua tu, don't be like that. She hasn't had it easy these past few years. Not easy or not, she shouldn't pretend to be rich. If she were truly poor, I'd respect her 3 times more. But what's the result? She's here pretending to be a great lady. Does she think we don't know her real situation? That's right, Tu Hoa. I've seen many people like her. Their pride is higher than the sky, but their lives are thinner than paper. Today, for a bit of money, she's with an old man. Tomorrow, she might cling to you like a blood-sucking insect. She won't let go of you. You must see that. Uncle Fong frowned angrily and was about to argue with those talkative women, but Lok Chi Lang stopped him. She said to them, you too have misunderstood. I'm blind and Uncle Fong is worried about my safety, so he's accompanying me. He's not pretending anything. On the contrary, it's you too. Instead of focusing on charity at the angel party, you're rudely and baselessly speculating about others' marital status. It's quite amusing. Others also started to speak up in her defense. Miss Locke is right. She didn't say anything earlier. It's these two girls ganging up on her, which is unfair. The two girls who were aggressive earlier now stood there with dark faces, unable to speak. One of them turned around and called a waitress to bring the charity box in front of Lok Chi Lang. You want to do charity, right? Then donate money for children in foreign mountainous areas first. For charity, it doesn't matter how much as long as you have the heart. You can donate 100,000 or 80,000. It's all fine. Lok Chi Lang smiled and took out a few 100 bills to put in the box. This is the right thing to do. The girl named Min Not, with a dark face, glared and said loudly, 500. Lok Chi Lang, are you giving to beggars? Chi Lang said, there's a QR code on the donation box. If you don't have cash, you can scan the code. Isn't charity supposed to be, it doesn't matter how much, as long as you have the heart? Lok Chi Lang, you're good. Lok Chi Lang, stop embarrassing yourself here. This is basically not a place you should be. If you have any shame, just leave. Uncle Fong was worried, but Lok Chi Lang shook her head and said, I'm fine. At this moment, the blond young man standing next to Bak Vong was still evaluating Lok Chi Lang. I didn't expect the daughter of the leading family in CA, Kwok back then, to have such virtue. Daring to sit down with just 500 NDD. Is it because she hasn't attended a banquet in a long time? Or does she want to meet rich people here? This kind of person who refuses to leave is really amusing. It's such a waste of a beautiful face. The type of rich girl who falls overnight and can't find her place. She wholeheartedly believes that if she befriends rich people, she can return to her previous life. Right, Vong Ji. Bak Vong had been looking at her all this time. Hearing the blond young man's question, he only uttered a few words. No quality. Being insulted like that, and not even having the slightest thought of fighting back. Who wouldn't agree? I originally came here to have fun, but now I'm leaving. She even has an old man with her now. If she clings to me, how would I escape? At this moment, he noticed Bak Vong's gaze. The way he looked at him was indeed a bit chilling. He broke out in a cold sweat and stammered, Vong. Vong Ji, why are you looking at me like that? Nothing, just looking casually. As he finished speaking, Back Vong reached out and grabbed his neck, saying, your neck is quite well connected. Not bad, Vong Ji. If I've done anything wrong, please don't hold it against me. In a moment, I'll bid on the most precious item as a birthday gift for you. Bid on what? Just compliment my neck, that's enough. He grimaced. He couldn't help but think to himself, who could come up with such a compliment? Where on earth did I pick up this little troublemaker? The auction for the Angel Charity Banquet officially begins. Kung Tu Hua stood on the podium and announced loudly, the auction will start now. Please welcome the first item. Interested guests, please raise your paddles. While Luo Zhiling sat below, thinking when her grandfather's jade bracelet would come up, a middle-aged man approached her. He smiled warmly and said, Zhiling, do you remember me? I'm Wang Yaozong's father. We met at a parent-teacher conference. Hello, uncle. That's right. I remember you only studied for 1 year in high school before joining the youth class at the Academy of Fine Arts. How are you now? Luo Zhiling coldly replied. He had family matters and stopped studying. At that time, I just wanted to get by. He placed his hand on her chair. Deliberately moving closer to her, he said, it's truly a pity. You're so talented. A good child like you shouldn't be wasted. Why don't you let me help you? I'll get your eyes treated and send you back to school. How about that? Thank you, uncle. But there's no need. Besides, I'm already married. As Luo Zhiling spoke, she showed him the wedding ring on her finger. However, not only did he not take the hint, but he deliberately glanced at Uncle Feng standing next to her and said sarcastically, you're barely over 20. How can this old man satisfy you? Going to banquets isn't fun either. Let me take you shopping for some bags. As he spoke, he brazenly grabbed her hand. Uncle Feng angrily pushed him away, shouting, don't go too far. But the old man looked at Uncle Feng with contempt. You only have a rundown tea shop. Do you know your own worth? If you don't wise up, I'll make sure you die without a burial place. Watch your mouth. Who do you think our young miss is? Uncle Feng, no need to get angry. She raised her voice and said to this shameless man, thank you for your kind intentions, Uncle Wang. However, if you want to be an old bull eating young grass, you should see if others agree. I have no intention of being a homewrecker. Seeing the commotion, people around started to gossip. What's going on? It's Wang's CEO being too lustful. The man surnamed Wang, angered by the whispers, said, Luo Zhiling, don't act high and mighty. Do you think you're still a young lady from a wealthy family? You're just a poor nobody now. Uncle, why are you so angry? In a transaction, you have to see if the seller agrees to sell, don't you? You dare talk about transactions with me. Your family has been poor for ages. Ask any of the older people here. Who doesn't know that your father didn't love your mother and had affairs outside, finally burning his whole family to death? He spoke ill of her parents, making her unable to hold back anymore. She grabbed a plate nearby and threw it straight at his face, causing him to fall on the floor. She stood up and looked at him like he was a fly. If you're filthy yourself, you want the whole world to be like you. Don't you, Mr. Wang? Even children know that spreading rumors about others out of narrow-mindedness is shameless. How come you don't understand? The man named Wang was taken aback by Luo Zhiling's action. He stammered, You dare hit me. You're dead meat. He scrambled to his feet. He grabbed a chair nearby, intending to smash it on her. Luo Zhiling panicked a little, unsure of what to do. Should she fight back? But if she did, others would discover that she wasn't blind. Just as the chair was about to hit her, Bai Yong appeared. He stood in front of her, shielding her. This surprised her a little. Bai Yong's eyes were cold as ice as he looked at Wang, making him break out in a cold sweat. You, who are you? Young Master Bai. Why is this Yama King here too? Never mind, just pretend not to know him. Wang quickly bowed his head to Bai. Young Master Bai, I'm truly sorry. I was blind and didn't see you. Who would dare offend this Yama King? I was really blind just now. How come I didn't see him? Bai Yong coldly asked, Are you greeting my mother? How would I dare? I was scolding her for being a blind bitch who wants to die, throwing plates around recklessly. Luckily, I blocked it for you. Otherwise, those plates would have hit you, he said while pointing at Luo Zhiling. Bai Yong turned to look at the girl behind him. Quick to falsely accuse, aren't you? Tormenting others. No one in all of North River is better at it than me. A chair can't solve the problem. Why don't I teach you how to play properly? No need. What? You underestimate me. No, I wouldn't dare. Who knows what this guy wants to do? If I can't refuse, I'd better find a scapegoat to die in my place to be safe. Thinking this, he immediately ran to Luo Zhiling, grabbed her hand and said to Bai Yong, Young Master Bai, why don't I bring this worn-out shoe to you? Do whatever you like with her. Bai Yong turned around. Before he could finish speaking, Bai kicked him straight in the knee. After he fell to the ground, Bai Yong continued to stomp on him violently. His face was bruised and battered, bloody and begging for mercy. At this moment, the blond young man brought Bai Yong a glass of wine, telling him to add some wine for fun. Bai Yong's face was like a demon's. He poured the wine directly onto old Wang. Blood and wine mixed, staining a corner of the room red. Bai Yong threw the wine glass on the ground. He stepped on the man, seeing no reaction from him. He smirked, passed out already. How unsatisfying. Bai Yong was indeed brutal. At that moment, the old man from the Kung family rushed over with a fawning smile. Young Master Back, I apologize. It's all because our Kung family's hospitality was lacking. I'll send that person away and invite you back to your seat. Back Vong turned and sat down in the chair next to him. Lok Chi-Lang closed her eyes and coldly replied, he's too lazy to move. The old Kung man didn't dare say anything more. He turned to tell the staff, all right, clean up this area. Eat if you want to eat, play if you want to play. Don't disturb young Master Back's mood. Continue with the auction. Lok Chi-Lang looked at Back Vong sitting next to her and thought to herself, is it that once you start acting, you have to go all the way? Otherwise, it's easy to show your true colors. Thinking this, she reached out towards Back Vong and asked, are you Back Vong? What makes you feel happy? You don't think I stepped in because of you, do you? You like daydreaming like that. I didn't see you being happy. He said nothing, watching her slowly lower her hand. He then leaned in close and whispered, hey, if that wrong person had hit you earlier, you'd be even happier now. Lok Chi-Lang said nothing, just made no sound. This left Back Vong a bit speechless. Are you that happy to see me? At this moment, Lok Chi-Lang turned her eyes to the stage. According to the order on the invitation, the bracelet should be coming up soon. She glanced at Uncle Fong behind her, signaling. He understood and immediately raised his paddle, shouting, for 150,000. Hope the plan goes smoothly. Lok Chi-Lang came to attend the Kung family's charity party. Here, she encountered a few troublesome situations. Luckily, Back Vong stepped in to help her resolve the issues. Now, her grandfather's bracelet was about to be auctioned. She and Uncle Fong were executing their plan to successfully bid on the bracelet. Uncle Fong bid 450,000, causing other participants to secretly laugh. Although this time it wasn't the lowest bid, saying 450,000 was still quite laughable. Come here to fix the roof. Uncle Fong, mocked by them, felt a bit embarrassed but still said nothing. The auction continued. This is a Ming Dynasty painting worth 450,000. The next item is an antique toy donated by the Kung family's elder. It's worth over $1 million. 450,000. This is the only one in the world. 450,000. Every time it's 450,000. Does this person understand? You can tell this old man came here with his mistress. I'm afraid he only has 450,000 on him. Daring to bid with this little money is really embarrassing. The next item is a Buddhist prayer bead necklace specially donated by the Kung family elder. Everyone knows agarwood is very rare. Making it into this bracelet is even more difficult. The price is hard to estimate. However, this necklace has a small flaw. Therefore, the price will be reduced. One of the beads has a child's tooth mark. Perhaps the previous collector didn't preserve it well. Why is there a tooth mark? Whose child was it? Lok Chi-Lang lowered her head, her eyes sad as she recalled her childhood. She bit her grandfather's bracelet because she was greedy. But she also cried loudly, making her grandfather worry. Good granddaughter, don't cry. Tell Grandpa what exactly happened. Grandpa, I didn't mean to. Brother Lou said this was the most delicious chocolate in the world. I just tried it, Grandpa. He didn't scold her, but hugged his little granddaughter and comforted her. All right, don't cry. Grandpa will teach little Lou a lesson and buy you other chocolate. She happily hugged Grandpa's neck tightly, thanking him. She signaled to Uncle Fong with her eyes. The old man shouted again for 100,000. People started laughing loudly, mocking this bracelet, even with a discount, is still worth about 2 million. She dares to bid 450,000. How brazen. Luke Chi-Lang, if you want to find someone, find a rich sugar daddy. Always bidding 450,000. Are you trying to make us laugh to death? Oh my, I almost forgot she's blind. Finding an old man is good enough for her. Huh? Luke Chi-Lang angrily gritted her teeth. She stood up, grabbed the bidding paddle from Uncle Fong's hand and shouted loudly, 1 million. Uncle Fong was startled and trembled, saying, "Don't. This is 1 million. Mrs. Vong didn't know if she had seen through the two people scheme. She said nothing, but looked at her with a smirk. The group of girls was a bit surprised by this action of Luke Chi-lang. They said she wouldn't think that just 1 million will make someone take her seriously, right? A failed family. Her eyes must be narrow now. The old man behind her probably doesn't have 1 million. Even if he does, it seems he doesn't want to use more than 450,000 to comfort her. No matter how loud she shouts, it's useless." At this moment, Kung Tu Hoa had an idea. Her face looked a bit cunning as she thought, wait, if she bids but doesn't have the money, wouldn't that be an interesting show to watch? Thinking this, she stood up and said to the guests, "Everyone, Luke Chi-lang is an old friend of mine. She has been living quite difficultly these years. If she likes this bracelet so much and it's something my grandfather donated, could you all please give face to the Kung family?" The people around also chimed in, "Of course we should give face to the Kung family. We're just afraid Miss Luke won't be able to pay." Others laughed gleefully, watching the show. Luke Chi-lang was a bit surprised. She lowered her face and said nothing. On the stage, the host struck the gavel and announced, "Then the bracelet belongs to Miss Luke." At this moment, Luke Chi-lang finally breathed a sigh of relief. She looked up at the stage. Success. Although a bit unexpected, it was really successful. The staff brought the bracelet to Luke Chi-lang. "Thank you for contributing to the children in the Highlands. Please sign and swipe your card here." Kung Tu Hoa and Luke Chi-lang stared without blinking, smiling mischievously, ready to watch the show. In her mind, she kept mocking Luke Chi-lang. "Luke Chi-lang, you also have a day like this. If you now perform a scene of a goldfinch being beaten by its sugar daddy, you'll lose all face in the Kung family." However, it wasn't as she thought. Below, Luke Chi-lang happily told Uncle Fong to swipe the card. "Yes, miss. This old man really spent 1 million. Kung Tu Hoa approached her and said kindly, "Chi-lang, spend only what you have. You're spending so much money at once. Don't make it difficult, because it's not easy for you to be by his side," Uncle Fong said to her irritably, having just climbed up. "This is money that the young lady earned herself. It has nothing to do with me." Luke Chi-lang didn't bother arguing with her. She closed her eyes contentedly and hugged the bracelet box tightly. "Finally got what I wanted, treating it like a treasure." Then she confidently said to Kung Tu Hoa, "I really don't have much money. I should indeed thank classmate Kung for giving me 300,000 and for stepping up to make everyone give way to me. Otherwise, how could I have gotten the bracelet?" Kung Tu Hoa angrily shouted, "Nonsense. When did I give you 300,000? Wait, 300,000. You said it was money from selling something. Just now you told this old man it was 450,000 just to make everyone misunderstand that you only had that much money." Luke Chi-lang, "You've been eyeing this bracelet from the beginning." Luke Chi-lang smiled. "How could that be? I'm offering my love." "That's right. Uncle Fong is really my elder." "Kolat ma kung." "You've misunderstood. However, I am indeed married. Moreover, my husband is very good. He's someone I really like." Baek Vong pondered. "This woman wants to bring me out," taking the opportunity to reveal her identity as Mrs. Baek outside. He thought to himself, can this identity help her get just a bracelet? Meanwhile, Luke Chi-lang kept thinking. She likes to hear pleasant words, hoping Baek Vong won't cause trouble for her because of tonight's words. "Kung tu hua ku di osili asket?" "I wonder which family's young master your husband is." "Do I know him?" "You don't know me. I'm saying these things just to let you know that I really cherish my current marriage. If you spread rumors, I will definitely pursue it to the end." Luke Chi-lang's eyes and words were a bit gloomy. Baek Vong was startled but didn't show it. Is this woman planning something bigger? Or is she blinded by love? Luke Chi-lang said to everyone, "I got what I wanted. I won't stay any longer. Goodbye, everyone." She went up to Baek Vong and said goodbye to him. "Baek Vong, I'm leaving first." Kung Tu Hoa was furious. She immediately ordered someone to stop her. "For me, cheating money and taking the bracelet. Luke Chi-lang still wants to leave." "That's impossible." At this moment, Baek Vong also stood up, intending to leave. "Vong, you're leaving." The bodyguards, seeing Baek Vong, didn't dare to act rashly. Luke Chi-lang walked right behind him, thinking to herself that they don't dare to touch Baek Vong. Then she had the idea of relying on the big boss. She quickly called out to Baek Vong, "Wait a moment, I'll go with you." The people at the party were a bit surprised by her action. Has Lo Chi-lang gone crazy, chasing after Bak Vong? She wouldn't think that Bak Vong would protect her, would she? Oh my, what kind of thoughts are these? I don't even dare to casually talk to Bak Vong, yet she dares to chase after him. How about we all follow along? Let's see what abilities my old classmate really has. Uncle Fong helped Lo Chi-lang walk out to the gate. She looked around bewildered. Not seeing Bak Vong anywhere was also good. At least thanks to him, she smoothly got out of the palace. Miss, I've called a car. Lo Chi-lang nodded. She happily hugged the box to her chest. Great! Another item of Lok Raz has been retrieved. At this moment, Lo Chi-lang's phone rang. She happily answered, "Hello, Fu Sin." "Yes, I got it. 1 million. Fu Sin's voice came through the phone. 1 million, and you got the bracelet. Lo Chi-lang, you're amazing. Are you jumping for joy? How can I not jump? I thought that Kung Tu Hoa would try to hurt me by raising the price, so I couldn't buy it. So I prepared in advance. It's great that I could buy it. Tang Zu, Fu Sing, you even prepared for my birthday. I'll always remember." While the two were chatting happily, a sports car sped past her, startling her a bit. Bak Vong coldly looked at her and said, "You let people walk all over you all night for this." Lo Chi-lang was a bit dazed and thought to herself, didn't he hear everything already? Why is he still asking? She lowered her head and answered him, "I opened a tea shop. The profits are not bad. I spent all my money to buy it, and being able to buy it for 1 million is already lucky." Bak Vong coldly turned his face away and told her to get in the car. The driver got out to help her. "Young madam, let me assist you." If she refused Bak Vong, she feared she would die a miserable death. "Where are we going?" "Home to sleep, of course." Did you all see that? Go! Lo Chi-lang actually got into Bak Vong's car. What kind of relationship do they have? This classmate of ours is probably not simple. So what? She's just someone else's plaything. In a few days, she'll be discarded like other celebrities. The car sped through the night. Lo Chi-lang looked outside. She knew this direction wasn't towards Bak Ra. Where exactly did Bak Vong want to take her? Bak Vong knew she was looking at him. He closed his eyes and said coldly, "What can your blind eyes see?" "I'm not looking anymore. The scenery is too familiar." Could this be? Unable to hold back, she asked again, "The wind here is very special. Where are we going?" The driver cheerfully answered her, "That's the Tan Thieu River over there. Madam smells the river breeze. That's why it feels special. The Tan River, not far from there, is Lok Jia." So after all these years, she was just a river away from Lok Ra. The car stopped in front of a villa. "Young master, we've arrived." Lo Chi-lang followed Bak Vong into the house. She thought to herself, this is the Zhongdin, the most expensive neighborhood in Zhongbak. It seems this is Bak Vong's private residence, but why did he bring her here? She stood at the door and asked Bak Vong, "Aren't we going back to then, son? Come in, let's talk." Lo Chi-lang stared at him motionlessly. What could he and I possibly have to talk about? Bak Vong saw this and wasn't pleased. He turned around, grabbed her hand, and pulled her along. "Bak Vong, where are you taking me?" Bak Vong said nothing and pushed her against a wall. He directly kissed her lips. Then he turned and pushed her onto the bed. Like a wild beast, he pressed down on her and kissed her. His hands slid under her legs, slowly moving upwards. Lo Chi-lang's eyes widened in shock. He wouldn't want to, would he? She wrapped her arms around Bak Vong's neck, pulling him down to kiss him on the cheek. Her sparkling eyes looked at him with a hint of pleading. "Don't, Bak Vong." Bak Vong looked at her with some confusion, but didn't say anything. He frowned and asked her, "Lo Chi-lang, I'm not asking if you want her or not. I'm less than 2 months pregnant with your child. Doing this would be dangerous. But today I want to do it. Didn't you always say you liked me? Why are you afraid now?" Bak Vong's voice was full of provocation. Lo Chi-lang reached out to stroke his hair and smiled bitterly. "If this could make you happy, of course I'd agree, but I know that's not the case. A blind person like you can tell if I'm happy or not. Although I can't see, I can sense that you always hate me. You don't trust me. How could kissing me make you happy?" Bak Vong suddenly grabbed her chin. He ran his finger across her lips. "You're overthinking it. I'm just too lazy to find another woman. Hating you and getting pleasure from your body are not in conflict at all." Lo Chi-lang was truly speechless with him. In her mind, she couldn't stop screaming, Don't be lazy. Go find someone else. It's such a hassle to keep pretending. If I were smart enough, should I now agree with you like this? Would our relationship become closer? But I can't, Back Vong. I hope you can find someone you truly like. Live happily for a lifetime instead of seeking momentary pleasure and facing a woman you don't like this. It will only make you feel even more lonely and quiet. You might even hate me more. I don't want that. She hugged the bracelet box and sat up. I'll go first, you rest. However, Back Vong immediately hugged her from behind. He smirked and said, "Did I tell you to leave? I'm just a blind person. You deserve someone better." Back Vong kissed her delicate shoulder. He said, "It's fine. With the lights off, it's all the same." Lok Chi-Lang closed her eyes tightly. This time, could she not escape? In her mind, she kept screaming no. But Back Vong didn't care about her feelings at all. He continued kissing her back. While Lok Chi-Lang didn't know what to do, the ringtone of Back Vong's phone startled them both. Back Vong, angry, gripped the phone tightly, as if wanting to crush it. The voice on the other end came through the phone. Nam Duong Lo said last time you should go take care of it. After successfully bidding for Lok Jia's bracelet, she followed Back Vong back to his house. There, Back Vong suddenly became aroused. He wanted to do something to her. While they were getting intimate, Back Vong received a phone call from someone telling him to go handle some business. Back Vong irritably snapped that he was sleeping with a woman. Lok Chi-Lang heard how he talked and couldn't help but think to herself, I really want to bite this guy to death. The voice on the other end of the phone spoke again. You don't have to go. Just don't spend your mother's assets. These words were actually from Back Vong's father, Back Chen Vin, the most powerful person in the back group. After hanging up, Back Vong's face turned gloomy. He turned around and got up, preparing to leave. Lok Chi-Lang sighed in relief. Great, I've escaped this time. He turned on the light and looked back at the blushing girl sitting on the bed. Her collar was torn like that, and she didn't even know to cover up. Suddenly, he didn't want to go out. Back Vong looked at the box that Lok Chi-Lang was clutching tightly, making her a bit startled. What did you want to do now? Back Vong took the box from her hands and opened it. That's right, it's a string of beads. I specially invited the master from Fo Jiak Temple to consecrate it. And bless it, you said like that. I thought it was some great master's relic. Turns out it's just been consecrated. Lok Chi-Lang wanted to say something, but held back. In her mind, she thought, right, it's not some treasure anyway. When you're bored with it, just give it back to me. Actually, this bracelet is a love token that my grandmother gave to my grandfather years ago. My grandfather wore it his whole life, so it's very important to me. It wasn't easy for me to buy back this love token. Back Vong looked at her. Your guts are not small either. Lok Chi-Lang was confused, not understanding what he meant. What did this have to do with how big her guts were? Back Vong put the beads on his wrist. In his mind, he imagined and pretended. Every sentence she said was about not daring to desire it. But she went to great lengths to get the love token that the elder gave me. This intention is quite clear. If I can survive tonight, it proves your Buddha beads have some effect. I'll accept this bracelet. As he spoke, Back Vong immediately turned and left. Lok Chi-Lang was left sitting there confused, her mind still repeating Back Vong's word accept. The Buddha beads that she spent so much money to bid for. How could Back Vong say she gave them to him? When did she say that? Lok Chi-Lang went out to the living room and saw that Back Vong had already left. She didn't know what to do. She just resented that Back Vong guy. At this moment, a sudden doorbell startled her. Looking through the door camera, it turned out to be the blonde young man who was with Back Vong at the charity auction earlier. He smiled like an idiot and called out, Vong, big bro. Look at this, today I saw a sword full of dark energy. Not only that, it's also been stained with human blood. I think it suits you very well, so I bought it for you. Hurry up and let me in. This gift should be given on the exact birthday to be meaningful. Are you kidding, Bai Yong? Never mind, he's already asleep. What a waste of my running around. He turned and walked away. Lu Zhiling pondered. So today is his birthday. Then earlier when I called Fuxing to talk about the birthday, could he have overheard? So he misunderstood that I endured humiliation all day just to buy a necklace to give him tonight. Is this some kind of joke? What kind of misunderstanding is this? It's good he didn't misunderstand this time. I need to find a way to get that necklace back quickly. Lu Zhiling pressed the door lock, and the system announced face recognition failed. Please swipe your card. Lu Zhiling irritatedly held her head. Damn it, without Bai Yong to guide me, I can't even go downstairs by myself. Bai Yong is really my nemesis. Lu Zhiling stood on the balcony, gazing at the night sky. When will Bai Yong finally come back? Over there is the Lu family mansion. Since that fire, Uncle Feng has never taken me back there again. The Liu family mansion, after that fire, was considered unlucky, so it hasn't been sold since then. I wonder what it's like now. She recalled the image of her with her parents looking after the tree they planted when she was little. It must have grown big by now. The weeds around it must have grown tall too. She remembered her two brothers. They always ran around while she happily called out, "Little Seven, come play. Little Seven, get up quickly. Why are you just standing there?" The flowers, with no one to care for them, must have grown wild by now. And the swing that fourth brother and sixth brother loved to play on must be broken now. Just don't know how much it's broken. I really want to go back there. That place was truly full of warmth and love. At this moment, the sound of the door opening startled Liu Jiling, making her turn around. Bai Zong, why is he so badly injured? Bai Yong seemed to be in pain, his hand clutching his other arm, his whole body trembling as he staggered step by step. He grabbed the glass of water on the table and drank it in one gulp. Bai Yong, you're back. Suddenly hearing a voice, Bai Yong startled and became alert. Turning around, he saw Liu Jiling looking at him with concern. Only then did he relax and ask, "You haven't left yet?" He turned and reached out to her, telling her to come over. Seeing her hesitate with her hand in midair, Bai Yong suddenly laughed. "Nothing's stopping you. Come quickly." She nodded and slowly moved step by step. Bai Yong grew impatient. He grabbed her hand and pulled her forcefully towards him. He embraced her, leaning close against her body. Liu Jiling asked anxiously, "Are you hurt? Then what are you waiting for? Waiting for me to die, or coming over to support me?" "Of course, to support you. Your nerves aren't well, so how can I go out? Why is this young man so badly injured? He got a call asking him to handle something. Was it to handle these fights? Can you stand still? I'll call an ambulance." "Don't call. Just bandage me up. I'm blind." "How can I bandage you?" "Then forget it." He lets go of her and staggers towards the bathroom. "I want to take a shower." Luke Chi Lang anxiously watches his steps. Blood from his body is still dripping onto the floor. So much blood. If he really dies with these external wounds, if the police come to visit, it would be really hard to explain away the crime. Might as well check on him a bit, she thought, then hurriedly followed him into the bathroom. "Let me bandage you up. Is there a first aid kit here?" Back Vong weakly replied from behind her. "Where are your wounds? I'll clean the blood for you first. I'll do it myself." As he spoke, Back Vong poured water over his head. Luke Chi Lang was a bit surprised. Then she had to admit, it must be said, his near-death appearance was still very sexy. Back Vong took off his shirt and said, "That's enough." Then he turned his back full of wounds towards Luke Chi Lang. Then he submerged his whole body in the water. He grabbed the disinfectant bottle from Luke Chi Lang's hand and poured it directly on his wounds. He gritted his teeth in pain, his whole body shaking uncontrollably. Then he threw away the bottle and collapsed in the bathtub, saying no more bandaging. "It's troublesome. Does he really want to go to sleep like this? Where are you hurt? Let me help you bandage it." Luke Chi Lang started feeling around his body. She touched a wound, causing Back Vong to grit his teeth in pain. He snapped at Luke Chi Lang. "I'm sorry. I can't see where you're injured. That's why I don't know." Luke Chi Lang smiled sweetly, while her hands kept poking at his wounds. "This is for your rudeness." Back Vong's face darkened with anger, but he couldn't do anything. After a while, it continued. Luke Chi Lang pretended to be blind while bandaging Back Vong, causing him to sweat in pain. Fortunately, Luke Chi Lang stopped just in time before Back Vong lost more blood than his brain. "Are you hurt anywhere else?" "That's all, but I really want to chop you up so you understand what pain feels like." "I'm really sorry. It's because I can't see where your wounds are, so I could only poke to determine the location of the wounds." Back Vong brought scissors close to her neck and told her to speak less. "Didn't you say you'd die with me? Why don't you do it now?" Luke Chi Lang lowered her head and cursed him silently. "Are you crazy? After all that bandaging, now you're talking about life and death." Luke Chi Lang pretended not to see the scissors in Back Vong's hand. "Don't get up," she said, backing away. "Your wounds are treated now, so I'm relieved." Back Vong looked at the scissors in his hand. His expression was a bit regretful. However, Luke Chi Lang took a towel and draped it over him, making him a bit dazed. "Quickly stand up, don't catch a cold." Back Vong looked at her in confusion, thinking to himself, "Husband comes home injured like this. This woman isn't curious if I killed someone or set a fire. Don't you have anything to say?" Before she could answer, Back Vong shamelessly took off his pants right in front of her, startling Luke Chi Lang. "Has he forgotten I'm blind? He's too disrespectful in front of a blind person." She tied his robe and wrapped the towel around him while saying, "Don't get hurt again in the future. Even though I can share your pain, isn't your pain on your own body? Whatever Bak Vong does has nothing to do with her." Bak Vong lay on the bed as she adjusted the blanket for him. Seeing the beads on Bak Vong's wrist, Lo Chi Lang sighed in relief. "The prayer beads are safe. I still need to find a chance to get the prayer beads back. Bak Vong, can you give me permission to leave? I'm afraid I'll disturb your rest if I stay here. But if you don't mind me bothering you." Lo Chi Lang wanted to say something, but stopped. Suddenly, Bak Vong pulled her hand, causing her to fall on him. "What are you doing? Continue staying here to finish what we didn't finish before. Do your father." She thought in her head, but her mouth still pretended to be gentle. "We can't. You're too badly injured." Bak Vong gently kissed her forehead. "I'm badly injured. You're pregnant. Perfect timing to celebrate together. If you want to celebrate, go celebrate by yourself." But she still had to pretend. Thinking this, she gently kissed his forehead, her hands softly caressing his cheeks, saying, "Even if I die, you must live well, okay? I want you to live well." Bak Vong coldly lay down and said, "You can get out." Afraid Bak Vong would change his mind, Lo Chi Lang quickly stood up and walked to the door. "All right, then you rest well." Before leaving, she looked at him lying there with some concern. Treating the wounds so carelessly, she wondered if Bak Vong could hold on. It seems he really doesn't care about his own life and death. Thinking this, she said, "Bak Vong, happy birthday." Not long after, Uncle Fong informed her, "Miss, just now, all the customers who bought our tea have canceled their orders. Don't worry, Kung Tu Hoa couldn't see the good play that I wanted her to see. Of course she'll take revenge. Can we just sit and wait for an early death knowing that night, when we leave, we can't avoid it? Can't avoid it. Sometimes human malice is just that miraculous." Uncle Fong, don't worry. In this Zhongbak city, the Kung family isn't the biggest. Not all rich people are as ruthless as the Kung family. My idea is, I have an appointment with Lady Li to drink tea today. She should be arriving soon. I've heard that old Lady Li is an upright person and has been constantly dealing with the palace old lady since she was young. If you want to find someone to help, then this person is the most suitable. Speak of the devil, and he shall appear. The Li family's carriage has arrived, Uncle Fong. Come with me to greet the guests." Old Lady Li with her arm around Old Lady Bak, laughing and chatting happily. "I heard that she invited you to her door 3 times, but you didn't attend that angel charity party or whatever. Wasn't that because of you? If I went, she would have bothered me to death." Lo Chi Lang was startled by this familiar voice. "I don't like her. In today's terms, she's a green tea bitch when young, a small green tea bitch. When old, an old green tea bitch." All right. Lo Chi Lang was a bit surprised what's going on. These two are actually close friends. Things have come to this point, can't back down now. She approached the two ladies. "Greetings, Old Lady Li and Old Lady Bak." Old Lady Li was surprised, "Huh? How do you know she's Old Lady Bak?" "Look at my memory. My grandson recommended this tea house to me. He said the Bak family uses tea from this shop. The owner must have recognized your voice." Old Lady Bak smirked meaningfully. "Right? The tea we use at home is from here. But this is my first time visiting. I'm looking forward to seeing the owner's skills." Lo Chi Lang invited the two to sit down. Then she directly brewed tea for them. Old Lady Li was pleased. This young owner is very capable. Don't be fooled by her blindness. The tea she brews is delicious. I had the intention of inviting her to work at my home, but she wants to be independent, so I can only come here as a guest. It's not that my skills are insufficient. I still have much to learn. Uncle Fong brought a cup of tea to Old Lady Li, then said with some sadness, "Things are different now. In a few days, the tea house will close. My owner has nowhere to go. I wonder if Old Lady Li would consider keeping her." Old Lady Li was startled to hear this and asked, what happened after the auction? Kung Tu Hoa was angry and deliberately caused trouble for Lo Chi Lang's tea house business. The girl thought of a way to get Old Lady Li, who always opposes Old Lady Kung, to help out. While having tea, Uncle Fong intentionally mentioned the impending closure to make Old Lady Li take notice and ask. It was running smoothly, why close? It's like this. A few days ago, the owner received an invitation to the Kung family's charity banquet. Who knew she'd be envied by others? Old Lady Kung tasted the tea and thought to herself, this tea is indeed good. Without years of learning, one couldn't brew this flavor. Old Lady Li slammed her teacup on the table, startling everyone. She asked loudly, "Who? You're old now, calm down a bit. I'm angry, and you're not listening to what they're saying. How the owner was schemed against by that green tea bitch's grandson. Forced to close. That green tea really likes to play tricks. What's with that high and mighty attitude? Madam, don't worry, this business will be fine. Last time didn't you say you wanted to collaborate with the auction with us? So for this matter I agree. Luo Zhiling stood there with her head bowed. Thank you, Madam Li. I will definitely do well and not let you lose face. Good. Young people should have ambition. The old Madam Bai seemed a bit displeased seeing this. You're being too casual. The items in your auctions are not ordinary things. What if something goes wrong? Don't worry, she understands. Last time, I invited an antique dealer here to see the goods. I was almost deceived. Fortunately, she tactfully reminded me, so I didn't fall for the trick. Actually, I've wanted to collaborate with her for a long time. Besides, this matter now involves the palace. If it can make that old woman angry, I'm willing to do it. Madame Bai was a bit surprised to hear this. This dear friend of hers always had high standards. She rarely praised others easily. Not only praising, Madame Li was even thinking of matchmaking for her friend. She whispered into Madame Bai's ear. This young lady is both smart and capable. It's just her eyes that aren't good. Otherwise, I want to match her with my grandson. This child is so good. You're old now. Your eyesight is failing. She's wearing a ring, can't you see? Young people wearing rings is just a fashion. Well, you have to see if she agrees or not. Why wouldn't she agree? In all of Zhongbei, besides the Bai family, which family is better than my Li family? Madame Bai forced a smile, speechless. But she's the daughter-in-law of our Bai family. Oh my, I've had too much tea. I need to use the restroom. After Madame Li left, Madame Bai spoke coldly to Luo Zhiling. I know you opened this tea house. I thought you just wanted some income. I didn't expect you to personally serve tea to guests. You're carrying Bai Da's child, and you can't see. Have you thought about the consequences if something goes wrong? I just want to be self-reliant. If you think Bai Da doesn't give you enough money, I can increase it for you. The young madam of the Bai family can do business, but smiling to welcome customers and asking people to collaborate like you do only brings shame to Bai Da. If you don't say anything, and I don't say anything, no one will know. Can you hide it forever? If she has already seen it, then you can tell her. Luo Zhiling said firmly. Why not? Can't I be the Bai family's young madam for my whole life? What do you mean? Do you have other intentions? Luo Zhiling shook her head. It's not that I have other intentions. It's that I understand the Bai family's intentions. I heard the Bai family values traditions. A new wife must pay respects to the ancestors and announce the marriage. But I didn't have a wedding day. Besides you, Bai Da, and your close friends, and my father, there was no one else. The groom wasn't present, but the wedding still proceeded. I think for you, I'm just a tool for the child. My background and who I am don't matter. The old Madam Bai pondered. How does she know what I'm thinking? This child is not simple. When the time comes, I'll leave. I won't stay at the Bai family for another second. The tea house belongs to Lu Zhiling. It has nothing to do with the young Madam Bai. I hope you can understand. The child has already said this. If I still maintain the elder's attitude, the Bai family would indeed be bullying others. I originally thought her family had fallen on hard times, so she would scheme for the Bai family's money. But she lives so thoroughly. Such an independent young girl. Could it really be, as manager once said, marrying into the Bai family for money? Lu Zhiling picked up the teapot, saying the tea had gone cold, and offered to pour another cup. Old Madam Bai suddenly grabbed her hand with a pained expression and asked her if initially she didn't want to marry into the Bai family. Lu Zhiling lowered her head sadly. I had no choice. If I didn't marry, what awaited me was by Rua's cruel methods. Forced abortion would be no different than death for me. Poor child, marrying into our family has wronged you. There's no wrongdoing. Outsiders think Bai Rua buys my tea, so that's why I can do business. If I truly had no talent, others wouldn't appreciate it. My tea is very good. If I want to be Lu Zhiling, I'll do it well. The old lady didn't speak. Lu Zhiling was moved and thanked her. She didn't expect old Madam Bai to be so easy to talk to. Old Madam Bai also looked at her lovingly. This child is so understanding. She smiled and said to her, actually, I don't mind your family background. I know that rotten Bai Wang is not virtuous. Your marriage was forced by me using my life. I can force him for now, but not for a lifetime. At this moment, Lu Zhiling's phone suddenly rang. Go answer your phone. Excuse me, hello, who is this? From the phone came Bai Wang's cold voice telling her to come over quickly. This surprised even the old lady. She was a bit shocked. Lu Zhiling was also a bit confused, not understanding what was happening. She turned back to old Madam Bai and said, I have something to do. I'll go first. Bai Wang is looking for you. Go quickly. Old Madam Bai happily watched Lu Jiling leave. As soon as she got outside, Uncle Feng chased after the young miss with a lunchbox. Miss, are you leaving? Yes. Uncle Feng, you don't need to see me off. I'll call a car. You're leaving now. You haven't had lunch yet. No time. I'll eat when I get back. Miss, take this nutritious meal to eat on the way. You're pregnant. You can't go hungry. Arriving at Bai Wang's house, Lu Jiling called out loudly, Bai Wang, I'm here. Where are you? He called and told me to come here. Is this the place? Why don't I hear anything? It's not that he couldn't resist anymore. He's already dead. While lost in thought, Bak Vong's voice rang out. Over here. Lok Chi Lang followed the direction of the voice. She saw Bak Vong lying shirtless on the bed. Lok Chi Lang couldn't help but blush. How alluring. Lok Chi Lang blushed as she approached Bak Vong and asked, Is your wound better? Did you go see the doctor again afterward? Why did you rush over here to change my bandages? So he called me back urgently for a blind person like me to change his bandages. Is this the brain of a normal person? Wait, the bandages on his body seem to be the ones I put on him that night. It's been 3 days and he hasn't changed them. Even though you already knew, you still pretended to ask if he had changed his bandages. Bak Vong coldly replied to her curtly, too lazy to change. Lok Chi Lang was at a loss for words with him. She thought to herself, this person is too lazy to even live. Then she went to get the medicine box and put it on the table next to Bak Vong. She looked at the wounds on his body. The wounds seemed to be healing well. She began to remove the bandages from Bak Vong's body. Bak Vong winced, trying to endure the pain, but his body couldn't help but tremble. Lok Chi Lang felt a bit of pity and decided to be gentler. This time, she wouldn't be rough with him. After a while, she had cleanly changed Bak Vong's bandages. He looked at her attentively. She asked with concern if he hadn't eaten these past few days. With his injuries, he wouldn't be able to hold out. She noticed his waist had become quite thin. Bak Vong still coldly said, I won't die. He noticed that when she arrived, she brought a box with her. Curiously, he opened it to look. Inside was some food. There was also a box full of medicine. The two looked at each other without saying anything. Lok Chi Lang's mind was in a panic. It's not what you think. Why so much medicine? This isn't Uncle Fong's medicine, is it? Misunderstanding after seeing the pile of medicine in the box. Clearly, Bak Vong became even colder as he asked Lok Chi Lang, Do I look like someone with high blood pressure? It's nothing. These are just common medicines. It doesn't hurt to be prepared. At this point, not accepting would cause more trouble. I don't use internal medicine. You've touched me so many times. Afraid your efforts will be wasted. Who can tell if someone has high blood pressure by touching? This person's way of speaking is really strange. Lok Chi Lang felt very uncomfortable inside. She angrily thought, keep being arrogant. When you're older, won't you get high blood pressure too? But her outward expression remained very gentle. She just nodded slightly and said, I understand. Seeing Bak Vong holding chopsticks with no intention of leaving the bed, Lok Chi Lang was a bit surprised. He wants to eat on the bed. She couldn't stand it. She turned around and stood up to leave. Leaving has nothing to do with me. I just won't look, that's all. Bak Vong glanced at her and said, I'll let you go now. Lok Chi Lang frowned. Fine. He's the young master. Everyone listens to him. She turned around and saw him picking up a piece of vegetable to his mouth. She immediately reached out to stop him. Indeed, she still couldn't stand it. She instantly flashed an adorable smile, telling him not to eat in bed. You're bossing me around. Eating in bed will affect digestion. Go outside to eat. There's no table outside. Luo Jiling was at a loss for words. So this person usually doesn't eat meals right. Go up to the rooftop. You've been lying in the room for 3 days. It's time to get some fresh air, isn't it? She was kindly concerned for him. However, Bai Wang wasn't moved at all. Instead, he was annoyed with her. Luo Jiling, you really think highly of yourself. I called you here only because I found you useful. If you don't want to, then get out. Luo Jiling smiled slightly, thinking to herself, just useful. I'm really lucky that I don't like Bai Wang for real. She smiled gently. I'm sorry. I was just concerned about your health. You're still injured. Don't get angry. It'll affect your recovery. If you don't like me being here, I'll leave first. You must rest well. Anyway, I don't want to be here either. Watching Luo Jiling turn to leave, Bai Wang felt a bit uncomfortable. He couldn't continue eating and cursed under his breath. Then he took the meal box and went out to the balcony. He looked up at the sky. The sunlight penetrated through the tree leaves and shone on him. Bai Wang gazed into the distance. What rubbish sunshine. Madame Li really liked Luo Jiling. Not long after, she had prepared an auction at Gui Chi Lu. After the news spread, the tea house's business improved, and Luo Jiling also became busier. And through the conversation last time, Ding Yuchuan also started coming frequently. Not just for tea, but he liked to chat with Luo Zhiling. Day after day, until close to the auction day. Uncle Feng, the background documents of the security company's staff need to be reviewed again. Their anti-theft measures from a few days ago, I'm not quite satisfied. Tell them I need a better plan. Miss, any further upgrade will exceed the budget. You're being serious. This time I don't intend to make much money. I want everything to go perfectly, not just barely completed. No one needs a partner who can only barely complete tasks. Yes, go check on other areas. Yes, let me assist you. Luo Zhiling turned around. Just as she walked out of the tea house, Madame Bai came looking for her. She was a bit surprised why the lady had come. Uncle Feng said beside her, Miss, Madam has arrived. Luo Zhiling immediately brightened up. Why didn't you call me when you arrived? I didn't want to bother you. Seeing you busy all day, not even sitting down. It's rare to have Madame Li's appreciation. I don't want to mess things up. Have a cup of tea. That's right, just now Dr. Tan sent me your prenatal checkup report. He said you've been anemic recently. Do you feel dizzy? It's fine. It doesn't affect my daily life. Work is work, but you must pay attention to your health. I understand. Thank you, grandmother. One more thing, make some time tomorrow. Bai Yong's father is back. Tomorrow evening, you and Bai Yong come home for dinner. Lu Zhiling was surprised, wondering what this meant. She looked at the old madam and asked, Do you want me to inform Bai Yong? Your husband and wife. Of course you should inform him. She lowered her head sadly. Bai Yong and I aren't actually close. I can't talk to him. She thought to herself, is the old lady's memory not good? I clearly said last time I won't rely on the Bai family and will leave when it's time. Why does she keep saying we're husband and wife? The old madam smiled, ignoring her confused expression. Don't you have his phone number? Try calling him. Could she be testing me? Afraid that I'm saying one thing to her face, but secretly colluding with Bai Yong to rely on the Bai family. That's right, let's try it. It's a good time to put her mind at ease. Let's try. Anyway, Bai Yong can't possibly answer my call, she thought as she took out her phone to call Bai Yong. After one more ring, I'll hang up. However, things didn't go as she expected. As soon as the phone rang, on the other end, Bai Yong's cold voice came through. What is it? Lu Zhiling was startled and looked at the phone in her hand. Strange, why did Bai Yong answer my call? It's not because he didn't save my number, right? At this moment, Lu Zhiling felt a bit awkward but still said to Bai Yong, This is Lu Zhiling. Your father is coming back tomorrow. Grandmother asked me to call you to come home for dinner. Bai Yong on the other end was still playing with a lighter coldly. He said about tomorrow's matter bring me dinner today. Lu Zhiling was surprised. Looking at the smiling old madam in front of her, she couldn't help but feel angry. Since when did I become your food delivery person? You must have misunderstood. She stammered, not knowing what to say to the old lady now. The old madam understood and stood up, waving her hand. All right, you go find him for dinner. I'll go back first. Tomorrow evening, remember to come back together for dinner. I'll be waiting for you too. Lu Zhiling lowered her head and sighed. She didn't say anything more. She sat waiting for Fu Sheng to cook. She couldn't help but think to herself. Before, pretending to be blind was to avoid trouble and to easily see through people's thoughts. But now the old lady comes every few days. Sooner or later she'll see through my act. It'll be difficult then. Perhaps I should find an appropriate time to regain my sight. The old madam and Bai Yong's dinner tomorrow is a bit troublesome. I just want to run the tea house and restore the Lu family's glory. I don't want to care about these things at all. Lok Chi Lang sighed. She looked up at Fu Sin cooking. Her face was as happy as if she had just found money. She couldn't help but ask Fu Sin curiously, Why are you so happy? Fu Sin's eyes lit up. She said, Today I met my high school crush again. Lok Chi Lang frowned and asked again, Today, weren't you in the restaurant all day? Where did you meet your crush? It's the captain of the security company. You met him today too, Lai Min Chuan. I can't believe after all these years, he's still so handsome. Lok Chi Lang pondered, remembering it was him. She didn't have much impression of this person at the time. After all, it was just temporary cooperation. As long as their background was clean, Fu Sin continued on the topic of handsome guys, making Lok Chi Lang hold her head. He was so cold in school. I didn't expect him to be so friendly and talkative with me now. He said he's still single, but I think he might like you. But I barely exchanged 2 sentences with him. He even asked me if you're married, because you wear a ring, why your husband doesn't come to help, and if there are usually other men around us. He also asked what you do at the restaurant. Lok Chi Lang was a bit surprised. Is this what liking someone looks like? It seems more like he's probing. How did you answer? You absolutely won't believe how smart I was. I directly cut off his thoughts. I said you're married. Moreover, You've liked your husband since childhood. Liked him so much you don't need anything else. Because of him, usually you don't want to talk to other men. When not working, you think about your husband, talking to your husband. Oh, that's fine. Lokshai Long was speechless. She didn't know what to say now. Fusen looked a bit embarrassed. That was just me being emotional and saying things. So Chi-Lang, you don't like Lai Min-chuan, right? Lok Chi-Lang laughed and tapped Fu Sin's head. You know my mind well. It's not on these matters. All right, hurry and cook. I need to deliver food to Baek Vong. She wondered what Baek Vong was up to now. On Baek Vong's side, he was standing watching his men handle the stalker, a blond young man who earlier had subdued a man on the ground. I dare not run. I dare not. I didn't mean to follow young Master back. I'll tell everything. I'll confess everything. Trash like you, what can you do for young Master back? We can only use you as a punching bag for Brother back to stretch his muscles. Among the stalkers around, this kid was the closest. Vong is at home recovering, bored like that. If we don't beat this kid, who else? Baek Vong coldly looked at his men and said, "It's still a life. Don't go too far." This Baek Vong clearly has a Buddha's mouth, but a demon's heart. I'd be surprised to believe otherwise. Sure enough, his next sentence to his men was, "You guys continue beating him." The blond young man holding a piece of paper walked towards Baek Vong. This guy turned out to be Lai Min-chuan. The handsome man is Fu Sin, who secretly loves and misses him. He is actually Baek Vong, who was sent as the team leader of the security company to investigate Lok Chi-Lang. Mr. Baek, just now when you answered the phone, you hadn't finished listening. Do you want to hear the rest? The man who was beaten by them now crawled to cling to Baek Vong's leg and said, "Young Master Baek, let me go. I won't dare do it again, please." Baek Vong raised his foot and kicked him far away. Get lost. Baek Vong took the piece of paper that Lai Min-chuan handed over. He looked at it carefully as Lai Min-chuan thought to himself, I don't know why Mr. Baek cares so much about that woman. I have thoroughly investigated the sister-in-law. Before the fake eldest young mistress entered the Baek family, she had been in Fong RA for 5 years. She never had the chance to go outside. She also had no relationships. It's unlikely that she was bribed by anyone. The day after the eldest young mistress married into the Baek family, she immediately had a conflict with Ha Mai Tin. You see, Van Phi didn't even have time to use her. Then Ha Mai Tin ran to Diane Tran to compete for her husband's favor. She hasn't returned yet. So up until now, the eldest young mistress is completely clean. She has no backing forces behind her. You don't need to worry that she's someone's spy. That's only for now. A person's true nature will soon be revealed. I also want to find that old classmate Kwang Fu Sin. She's a simple person. Moreover, she didn't know I was specifically sent to inquire, so she wasn't guarded against me. Her words are very reliable. Baek Vong held the paper in his hand and read. Lyman asked Fu Sin if she was already married. Why didn't she let her husband support her instead of working hard outside? Kwang Fu Sin answered her. You don't know, she likes her husband too much. So she goes out to earn money just to use her own money to buy gifts for her husband. She wants to make her husband happy. She's just a lovesick fool in my eyes. She can't see anyone except her husband. After reading these lines, Baek Vong thought to himself, the daily expenses of the tea house. Apart from maintaining basic operations, the biggest and only major expense was buying the top-grade Agarwood bracelet for 1 million. Besides this, she hasn't even bought clothes for herself. Baek Vong glanced at Lai Min-chuan. This information, if there's even one mistake, don't come see me again. I guarantee it's not wrong. Continue monitoring. Lai Min-chuan was dumbfounded, not believing his ears. What? Continue monitoring. Of course we have to monitor. Monitor her until she betrays me, then stop. Baek Vong turned and left. Lai Min-chuan looked at his back and couldn't help but feel confused. Vong always works arbitrarily. As long as he's suspicious, he'll deal with it directly. This time, why is he wasting time observing? Does he want her to betray him or not want her to betray him? Baek Vong turned around and told Lai Min-chuan, you were too harsh. It's easy to create bad karma. Quickly take him to the hospital. Yes, I'll immediately throw him in the river for the fish to eat. Are your ears not working anymore? I'll cut them off for you. Lai Min-chuan broke out in a sweat. Oh, you mean take him to the hospital for Real? Lok Chi-Lang had brought food to Baek Vong's door, but he wasn't home. She couldn't help feeling a bit annoyed. This Baek Vong called me to bring food, but he's not even home. He's not answering his phone either. Is he deliberately playing with me? Does he hate me that much? Just then, Baek Vong arrived home. Seeing the girl fumbling in front of him, he reached out and embraced Lok Chi-Lang, who startled and called out Baek Vong. He coldly asked, "How did you know?" Lok Chi-Lang closed her eyes, sniffed, and said, "You smell of blood again. Are you hurt again? This woman actually remembers my scent. It's someone else's blood. I can't wait anymore. I want to go. It's not that I'm afraid you don't like me being at home. I just left the bento outside your door." Hearing such obedient words, I don't want you to be unhappy. Is that so? Then come in. Bak Vong wrapped his arm around her waist and led her inside. Why is Bak Vong bringing me in? I really don't understand his thoughts. The two sat on the balcony. The phone played a news jingle welcoming everyone to watch the financial news. Lok Chi-Lang watched Bak Vong eat and couldn't help but think, Bak Vong's expression is like that. Eating like a hungry tiger isn't that unpleasant to see. But he's eating. So he's eating. Why did he make me come back? It's not right. I should find an excuse to leave. The Bat Group has just announced that they have officially acquired the golden land of Nam Duong Road in the Dong Lam area, a land that even members of parliament had argued over before. It has finally reached a conclusion. The Bat Group will establish a new economic zone here, changing the layout of the Dong Lam area. Bak Vong let out a cold snort. Lok Chi-Lang couldn't help but recall, Nam Duong Road, isn't that the place where Bak Tranvan told him to go handle business that was mentioned before? The economy of the Dong Lam area was controlled by other corporations. The Bak family's influence didn't have an advantage in that area, so they always refrained from getting involved. On his birthday, Bak Vong returned with a body covered in wounds. Right after that, the Bak Group changed the existing model of the Dong Lam area. Behind these big families, there are always things that cannot be revealed. The dirty work behind Bak DeLeo is all done by Bak Vong. If that's the case, then everything is clear. Why is Bak Vong, the eldest grandson of the Bak family, doing such outrageous things? Why doesn't he submit to Bak Ra's constraints? People in Baktan are also afraid of him, like a ghost or god. Unless Bak Vong is the one acting in the shadows. The Bak family needs his wolf-like nature, but they can also blame him. At any time, the Bak family is that dirty. The Lok family is harmonious. They basically would never push their son to do such things. How could your grandson do such dirty things for the Bak family? He willingly volunteered to do these things for the Bak family. Only by doing so can he continue to enjoy the wealth. Although this is probably something they agreed to, but it still makes people feel uncomfortable all over. Thinking this, Lok Chi-Lang bravely said, "If you don't want to go to tomorrow night's banquet, then don't. I'll tell grandmother." Bak Vong suddenly stiffened. Somewhat sensitively, he asked, "What do you know?" Lok Chi-Lang lowered her head, a bit scared. This reaction seems to confirm her guess. She looked up and said to Bak Vong, "Know what? You're still injured. There will surely be many guests at the banquet. Entertaining them will be tiring." Suspicious again, he really doesn't want to trust anyone at all. Now is absolutely not the time to show any weakness. Bak Vong suddenly reached out towards her and asked, "You care about me so much. Why don't you die with me?" 3 sentences not leaving the word death. Is it necessary to be so tragic? Lok Chi-Lang opened her eyes wide and looked at him in surprise. Bak Vong moved closer, his hand grasping her neck. "Why don't you agree?" "I don't agree. I want to live. You say you like me, but isn't living good? What's so good about living? There's dawn and dusk, rivers and streams, all things growing." "That's right, and there's your blind eyes. Your dead family, the arrogant classmates who trampled on you, and the fetus you wanted to abort but didn't in the end." Lok Chi-Lang, it's been 5 years. Can you tell if you're in the human world or hell or not? The image of that fire flashed in Lok Chi-Lang's mind. She thought to herself that his words were too gloomy. Bak Vong caressed her delicate white neck. "Actually, dying isn't that difficult. It's much easier than living half dead, hanging, jumping into a river, or slashing here. Before you feel much pain, it's all over. How about it? Think about it for a moment. I'm afraid of being lonely going alone. Come with me, will you?" Bak Vong seemed to have lost control at this moment, his face cold and emotionless. Lok Chi-Lang struggled to answer. "Whether it's the human world or hell, I must stay here." "Why?" "Because I've left my family. Because of the deep memories of living together with everyone. Only I still remember them. Leaving this world is easy. But if after leaving, I can't reunite with my family and all the memories of them are lost, what should I do then? So I still need to live. I must live." Seeing Bak Vong's hand tightening around her neck, Lok Chi-Lang grasped his hand and continued, "Because I didn't die these 5 years, I met you. Just for that alone, I feel that living is still good. Meeting me makes you feel that living is still good." Bak Vong then released her neck. Lok Chi-Lang held his hand, comforting Bak Vong. "I don't know what you've been through while painting that newborn to make your mood become like this now. But that's all in the past now. If you find the past too painful, then what you need to cut off should be the past, not your future. Luo Zhiling brought food to Bai Wang. Unexpectedly, during the meal, Bai Wang went crazy and choked her, telling her to die with him. She tried to persuade him, hoping he would change those gloomy thoughts. Bai Wang sneered and looked at her, asking if she was imagining a future with him. How could she have such qualifications? Luo Zhiling felt angry inside. Does this person even grasp the main point? In his heart, she had already loved him so much. I don't know if I'm worthy to go with you to the future. I just hope you can wait. Wait for someone to appear who can make you feel that living is good and also happily walk beside you. Be patient a little more. Bai Wang, such a person will appear. Bai Wang pondered, thinking there's no one in the future. Talking about the future is really ridiculous. Moreover, there won't be such a person at all. Bai Wang stood up and turned to go into the room. I'm tired. I'm going to sleep. Then you rest. I'll leave first. Luo Zhiling quickly went to the elevator. After the elevator doors closed, she was so scared she could barely stand. She leaned against the elevator wall, terrified. This Bai Wang is really too unpredictable. If what I said earlier didn't match his mood, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to get out alive. Not to mention the post-weaning period. Whether I can safely make it to childbirth is still uncertain. Life is so difficult these days. The next day at the Bai family, the welcome party for Bai Chengwang had begun. Luo Zhiling was hiding in her room. As Mr. Fu Shengxian returned, Zhiling, are you really not going to greet him? After all, you are the eldest daughter-in-law of the Bai family. Meeting your father-in-law for the first time without greeting will easily be criticized. I'll just make him lose face if I go. In the Bai family, no one considers me a real daughter-in-law anyway. If I go down now and act all warm and affectionate, I might even be humiliated. She happily lay on the bed. Let's just rest for a while. We'll just go directly to eat when it's time for the meal. At this moment, someone suddenly called her from outside. Eldest young madam, the old madam invites you to come down. Luo Zhiling sighed, wanting to lie down, but not being able to. Luo Zhiling went downstairs. The noisy conversation below caught her attention. Those people in Fengling district think that after occupying it for a few years, they can rule with an iron fist. Do they really think our Bai family is a paper tiger? That's because Big Brother Bai wasn't serious from the start. Now that Big Brother wants Fengling district's economy, do those old men dare not hand it over? Hao said, Big Brother, let's have a drink later. Your second son, Bak Duong, is 20 years old now, right? In my opinion, why don't you let him come back here to learn? Only those with experience can inherit the group in the future. Just a good degree is not enough. What do you know? No matter where he studies abroad, it's all about building social connections. I even saw news before saying that Princess Lisa had confessed her feelings to him. Haha, so that's how it is? Our young Master Duong is about to become a son-in-law. It's just a small country. Our Big Brother won't look at such a daughter-in-law. Hearing their conversation, Chi Lang couldn't help but feel sympathy. For this glamorous family, what does Bak Vong amount to? Bak Vong might be a bad person, but these people aren't clean either. Chi Lang, you're here. Chi Lang, come pour tea for your father. As soon as she saw her, the old Mrs. Bak called out loudly, surprising everyone. What does she mean by this? Bak Tran Van looked at her pensively, without saying a word. Chi Lang was standing on the right side. Her father was sitting in front. Go pour the tea. Though not understanding what the old lady meant, since she said so, she couldn't disobey. She carried the teacup to Bak Tran Van and bowed her head. Father, please have some tea. Bak Tran Van ignored her and turned to tell everyone, the food is all served. Let's eat first. That's right. Let's eat first. The old Mrs. Bak saw this and was a bit displeased. She scolded Tran Van loudly. This is the wife Bak Vong married. She's the eldest daughter-in-law that Tan Lam and I have chosen. You, being the father, weren't present at your eldest son's wedding, which was already very disrespectful. That's right. Chi Lang is very good and also very pretty. Mrs. Tran Van frowned, thinking to herself, has she been bewitched or something? This girl's appearance is indeed not bad. I've just returned. There's no need to argue with mother. Might as well go along with her wishes. Thinking this, he took the teacup from locked Chi Lang's hand and asked her, Chi Lang, right? How's your health? Now that you're pregnant, you need to rest more. I'm very well, thank you, father. As Lok Chi Lang was about to leave, the old lady called her back. "Wait, Chi Lang." She smiled and said to her, "Your wedding with Bak Vong was too rushed. That day you didn't get to serve tea to the elders of the house, but today you can make up for it. Come, serve tea to your third uncle first." The two women were bewildered, not understanding what was happening. What's going on? This woman married into the Bak family not just yesterday or today. No one could stand this daughter-in-law. How come the old lady is so fond of her now? The old lady happily watched Lok Chi Lang go to serve tea to the elders. Then she turned to her with concern and said, "Chi Lang, you've worked hard. Come here, sit next to me. This is chicken bone soup with goji berries that I asked the kitchen to prepare for you. Drink a bowl to nourish your blood and energy." "Thank you, grandmother. Now it seems I've attracted everyone's attention in the house. The Bak family, but this isn't a good thing." At this moment, a woman spoke up to Chi Lang. "So you're the one grandmother favors. No wonder you're acting so arrogantly in the house." Madam Bak angrily scolded her. "What nonsense are you talking about?" She didn't back down, hugging her son beside her and saying, "Last time, little Trin's foot was stepped on by her. It was swollen for days. He couldn't even participate in the football match. Even if she's the old madam's favorite, she can't be so overbearing. I'm sorry. And Han Bak Trin. My eyes can't see anything, so such mistakes happened. From now on, I'll try not to leave my room. Madam, you see, beside added fuel to the fire, my tin, there's no need to be so calculating. Chi Lang is still pregnant. You can't confine her to her room like that. That's no different from being in prison, isn't it? I never said I'd confine her. She said it herself." Lok Chi Lang, with a pitiful expression, bowed her head and said, Right. The three madams are correct. It's all my fault. You don't need to do that, Chi Lang. Sit down. Let me see who dares to bully you." The old madam lowered her voice. "I know about that day with Bak Trin, who was right and who was wrong. If your mother can't distinguish, surely you can, right?" Bak Trin immediately stood up and admitted fault. "I know I was wrong." "If you know you're wrong, then let's consider this matter settled here." Ha Mai Tin gritted her teeth in anger. Just a short time away, and the old madam is protecting this lowly person again. It's truly unacceptable. At this moment, Bak Trin went to Lok Chi Lang and asked, "Where's my older brother? Why hasn't he come back yet?" Bak Vong is feeling a bit unwell, so he's resting at the Dejong house. So he's not coming back tonight. And here I thought you had great abilities stepping into our Bak family. Yet even your husband doesn't bother to come home with you. Big brother surely doesn't want to see you. Lok Chi Lang didn't argue with the boy. She thought to herself, although Bak Trin is young, his words are very clever. This is a party to celebrate Bak Chen Vena's return home. If Bak Vong doesn't come back, it means he doesn't want to see me, or he doesn't want to see that father. At this moment, an elder spoke up. "Chen Vin, it's not that second uncle wants to say anything to you, but that you really can't let Bak Vong be so free anymore." "What do you mean, second uncle?" "Perhaps this time Bak Vong is really unwell. I'll send Dr. Tai to check on him." "That's right, this child doesn't live at home much. As elders, if we don't care about this matter, that was our fault. Chen Vin is his father, even if he's not well. His father has been working abroad for so long. Now that he's back home, he should crawl back to show filial piety. Moreover, is he really unwell? Is there any virtue of his that we don't know about? Speaking of which, I just remembered. I heard that a few days ago, he humiliated Boss Wong in public at Kongjia. His temper is extremely violent. Not only that, the owner of the Black Peach Club was kicked until he vomited blood. He was so smart and quick-witted as a child, but now look at him. He's no different from an evil bastard, disrespectful and rude to his elders. Chen Vin, if you still feel heartbroken for him throughout all those years, if you don't discipline him properly, Bak RA will not just be simply smeared by the news every day anymore. Second uncle is absolutely right. Ever since Bak Vong returned, outsiders have been using Bak RA and us as a laughingstock. It's still fortunate that Bak Duong is well behaved. This child was raised by your older brother himself. He's capable and responsible, compared to that arrogant Bak Vong. Lok Chi Lang listened to everyone's words. She secretly thought that the rights and wrongs of the Bak family had nothing to do with her. The people of the Bak family were even less relevant. However, she couldn't hold back. She put down her spoon and loudly said, "Second uncle, Bak Vong is indeed unwell. That's why he couldn't return. He was injured on the way to Nam Duong, which is the land that the Bak family recently acquired." Lok Chi Lang's words made the entire Bak family fall silent, unable to say anything. Mrs. Chan Van looked at her with a gloomy face and asked what she was talking about. Lok Lang, without fear, firmly said, "I am just explaining to second uncle that Bak Vong had no intention of being unfilial. Don't misunderstand him." At this moment, everyone was startled when they heard the butler announce that the eldest young master had returned. Bak Vong himself thought he wouldn't come back. Mrs. Trin couldn't hide her joy either. She called out loudly, "Big brother, you're back." Ha Minton quickly pushed the little boy to sit down. Bak Vong walked to Lok Lang's side and pulled out a chair to sit. She concernedly asked if his wound had gotten any better. "Not dead yet." Then he looked over at second uncle and said loudly, "Basically, it can be ignored now." Ha Minton also spoke up at this time. "Everyone please eat. Bak Vong has returned at the perfect time. Butler, is the soup ready? Hurry and serve it. Bak Vong is injured and needs a lot of nourishment." Lok Lang sighed in relief. No matter what, Bak Vong had returned. They probably wouldn't dare to make wild guesses anymore. When the servant brought the soup and placed it in front of Bak Vong, Lok Lang was startled. She recognized this scent. At this moment, you see Van Phi personally brought up a bowl of soup. Smiling, she said, "Bak Vong, this is lamb soup that your father specially ordered the kitchen to make for you. It's very nutritious. You should try it, Luo Zhiling. It's mutton soup." Bai Chunwing didn't know his son was obsessed with sheep. Why? In front of Bai Wang, he couldn't even count sheep as a father. He's letting his son eat mutton. Bai Wang stared gloomily at the bowl of soup on the table without saying a word. The old madam looked worriedly at Bai Chunwing, but he coldly said, "If you can't even face the past, what else can you do?" Yu Yunfei picked up a bowl of soup. Smiling, she told Bai Wang to try it, saying it was his father's goodwill after all. She deliberately stirred the soup in the bowl. Luo Zhiling noticed they even put sheep's eyes in the soup. She felt uncomfortable, holding her stomach and retching continuously. Bai Wang said nothing and didn't touch the bowl of soup. He stood up, angering Bai Chingwing, who shouted loudly, "Bai Wang, what are you doing? Do you still see me as your father and these elders in your eyes?" Bai Wang snorted coldly and turned to leave. "You're truly a rebellious brat, Wendat. Quickly grab him and make him sit down. Follow the family rules. Chungwang dear, if you keep opposing our son, the Bai family won't be his to lead in the future." Two bodyguards blocked Bai Wang. Luo Zhiling worriedly called out to him. Bai Wang turned his head back. He saw her looking very uncomfortable, holding her stomach and coughing incessantly. He smirked. Then he went to the dining table and swept everything onto the floor. "If you don't want to eat this meal in peace, then don't eat at all." "What are you doing, Bai Wang? You're truly an insolent and disrespectful person. Someone who has never bothered to study wouldn't understand respect for elders. Just a bastard who came out of a casino. The young master is truly unreasonable." Yu Yunfei used a napkin to clean Bai Chunwing's clothes, worriedly asking, "Chunwing, are you all right?" Bai Chunwing was now gritting his teeth in anger. Bai Wang didn't say a word. At the Bai family's banquet, Yu Yunfei had deliberately served mutton soup, something that always haunted Bai Wang. This made him extremely angry, causing him to flip the entire dining table. This infuriated Bai Chunwing and everyone else. The old madam went to Luo Zhiling's side and asked worriedly, "Zhiling, what's wrong?" Luo Zhiling, holding her chest, said, "Grandma, please don't blame Bai Wang. The mutton soup smelled too strong and made me very uncomfortable. He just wanted to take the mutton soup away to help me. He was just careless, that's all." Luo Zhiling's words and fragile appearance left the others speechless. She must be blind. How was Bai Wang's action taking it away? He flipped the table. The old madam stared blankly at Luo Zhiling. This child was helping Bai Wang out of the situation. She happily held Luo Zhiling's hand. There. I know Bai Wang didn't mean it. It's all the butler's fault. I'm pregnant. How can you put such strong-smelling lamb soup in front of me? All right, go back to your room and rest first. Leave the matters here to me." Luo Zhiling nodded obediently. Then she turned and pulled Bai Wang aside. She took his hand and said gently, "Let's go." As she spoke, she wrapped her arm around his, making Bai Wang a bit flustered. Bai Chunwing shouted loudly, "Bai Wang, just you try." The bodyguards continued to block his way. Bai Wang's face darkened. Luo Zhiling thought to herself, "It's not over yet, is it? Looks like I have no choice." With that, she suddenly turned and hugged him. Bai Wang looked at her in surprise. Her face flushed as she said, "Come with me, please." Bai Wang looked at her and couldn't help but swallow as she hugged him even tighter, her face buried in his chest. "I don't want to be alone. I'll be so lonely." Bai Wang smiled and asked, "Is that so?" Then he picked her up and said to the people in front, "I'm sorry, my wife is clingy. We'll head to our room first." Bai Chunwang trembled with anger. "You ungrateful brat. Stop right there." Old Madam Bai couldn't hold back anymore. She interrupted him. "That's enough, Chunwang. This house belongs to my son. Even the group is under his control. So let me ask you, does the child in Jiling's womb have any say in this? Does it have any involvement?" Bai Chunwang didn't dare to object. Old Madam stood up and said excitedly, "Jiling is carrying my first great-grandchild. We can't allow any mistakes to happen. Now that Jiling isn't feeling well, let the couple go and rest. If anyone has any objections, speak up. I'll personally compensate you." "Old Madam, you're taking this too seriously. It's just a small matter. We can just prepare a new dish. What do you need to compensate for? This is just making us juniors lose face, isn't it?" "That's right, that's right." Yu Yanfei's face was full of danger as she thought to herself, "This is the first time Bai Wang hasn't been punished by family law after angering Bai Chunwang. All my efforts have been wasted. Humph. Anyway, there will be more opportunities in the future." That evening, in Xia Mingqing's room, the servant beside her said, "Madam Xia, the master didn't go to Madam Yu's room. He went to the study to work. That woman Yu Yanfei likes to cause trouble. She pretends to be weak in front of Chunwang. I bet she's furious about her failure today. Of course she is. But today's family dinner was strange. The old madam's attitude towards Luo Jiling was very special. She both pulled her close and supported her. It's clear she's accepted this granddaughter-in-law. Do you think the old madam won't care about Bai Wang anymore, but focus on this great-grandchild instead? It's not certain that the Bai family will pass to the eldest son. If the eldest daughter-in-law gives birth to a direct grandson for the Bai family, it wouldn't be good. Madam, should we do something about it?" While Xia Meiqing was still thinking, her son, the silver-haired boy, was playing video games while saying, "You guys are so boring." Hamai Tin angrily stood up and scolded her son. "You've been playing for so long, and you're still at it. Go practice sword fighting and then show your father." With no ambition like this, if the old lady wants to choose an heir, you'll have no future in the Back family anymore. This house originally belonged to the eldest brother. I don't know what you two concubines are fighting over. Concubine, I think you become stupid from playing games. Do your mother and Aunt UC have marriage certificates? If not, in ancient times, they'd be concubines. Hamai Tin fumed angrily. UC Van Phi is already old. As long as you have the will, your father will eventually marry me. Your name will eventually be in the Back family genealogy. I'm 8 years old now. If Dad wanted to marry you, would he have waited until now? Maybe in a few years, there'll be someone new. You'll end up like Aunt UC. Hamai Tin was so angry she was steaming, unable to retort to her godforsaken son. In my opinion, it's better if the eldest brother inherits. Not like us, the second branch. We might as well cling to the eldest brother's legs from today to avoid a poor life later. All day, it's eldest brother this and that. What kind of love potion did Back Vong feed you? Does he even care about you? You should cling to your mother's legs, not anyone else's. I'll sit and watch them fight each other. I'll be the fisherman who benefits from their quarrel." The old lady stood up, sighed, and left. A person over 30 still so naive. It's hopeless. Hamai Tin gritted her teeth. What kind of talk is this? Did I give birth to a son, or did I give birth to a father for myself? In La Chi Lang's room, she was bathing. She couldn't help but ponder. Why did I intervene at dinner just now? Even if Back Vong was punished, I could have just brought him a bowl of soup afterward. But somehow I just got hot-headed. Now I've offended even the true master of Bakda, Back Chenvan. What a mess. I meddled in things I shouldn't have. I won't think about it anymore. I've been bathing for so long. Back Vong must have left by now. He and his father caused such a commotion. There's no reason for him to stay at this house. But when Lok Shilang opened the door to leave, she discovered that Back Vong was still sitting there. He was even holding her wooden dog in his hand. Lok Shilang couldn't help but frown. Great, tonight she'd have to sleep on the sofa again. There was Back Vong wearing her prayer beads, playing with her little dog. How did he know to choose these things? He only took what she treasured most. As Lok Shilang was fuming with anger, Back Vong suddenly looked up at her, causing her to immediately return to a docile state. He said to her in a deep voice, wearing such short sleepwear, "Are you doing this on purpose?" Back Vong smiled inwardly, thinking, her mouth keeps saying she's not worthy, that she has no delusions about me. Is this her way of seducing me? Going to bathe right after returning to the room? The hint is very clear. However, contrary to his imagination, Lok Shilang turned around and said, "Next time I'll buy more sleepwear." Back Vong was a bit surprised and asked, "Where are you going?" "Come here." Lok Shilang approached him, thinking, what does he want now? Back Vong patted his thigh, telling her to sit. Lo Chi Lang was confused, wondering where to sit. If I tell you to sit, just sit. Lo Chi Lang was fuming inside. There wasn't even a chair here. Did Back Vong want her to sit on his lap? Was he trying to blackmail her? She was furious inside, but had to continue being gentle. She smiled and asked Back Vong, I don't see anything, but I heard you move. Back Vong, are you bullying me? Back Vong loosened his tie and said, I just told you to sit on my lap. How is that bullying? I haven't even touched you yet. I didn't mean it like that. What kind of tiger wolf talk is this? So you mean? Back Vong grabbed her shirt and pulled her onto him. Bats Von, I'm pregnant. Lo Chi Lang, don't try to make things difficult for me. While I still want to sleep with you, you'd better behave. She pushed him away, stood up, and said shyly, no, Back Vong. Back Vong, a bit displeased, asked, are you sure? I'm not a patient person. I won't give you chances over and over again. I've thought it through. Back Vong angrily grabbed her shirt. He thought to himself, playing seduction games everywhere, but not daring to follow through. Lo Chi Lang was worried. She didn't know what Back Vong's current mood was like. What if he hated her because of this? She feared her situation might get even worse. She should still try to appease him. She lowered her head and said, Back Vong, you're truly important in my heart. So important that I don't dare to bring you down, even for a short period of time. I just hope the person by your side can be more suitable for you. Also, the mutton soup is really too strong. I don't like things I don't like. Even if I never try them in my life, there's nothing wrong with that. Back Vong looked at her grimly, without saying a word. He sat up straight. Seriously, Lo Chi Lang, don't be too self-righteous as a person. You don't understand me. But I hope you live well. Yes, hope. How long can your hope last? A month? A year? Back Vong stood up abruptly and walked past her to leave. He threw the wooden stick back on the bed for her. Lo Chi Lang breathed a sigh of relief. She had survived another crisis. The bed was hers tonight, which was good. The next day, Fu Xin, yawning sleepily, followed Lo Chi Lang and asked, why are we leaving so early today? The auction will be here soon. Today we'll have a meeting to discuss more details. Last night, the old madam reminded me. Baek Jia will surely send someone to probe me. Leaving early avoids trouble. Oh, I see. That made sense. But before they could step out the door, a servant came to tell Lo Chi Lang, young madam, Madam Yu invites you for a talk. Lo Chi Lang sighed. It's too late. Then she followed the servant to Yu Van Phi's place. She discovered that Kung Tu Hoa was also there. She looked a bit nervous standing next to Yu Van Phi. At this moment, Yu Van Phi saw Lo Chi Lang approaching and called out loudly, Chi Lang, you're here. Come quickly. She politely bowed to Aunt Yu. In her mind, she couldn't help but think that Mrs. Yu wanting to talk to her probably wasn't a good sign. Kung Tu Hoa, seeing the two so close, was surprised. Aunt Yu, since when did Lo Chi Lang climb up the silver ladder? Mrs. Yu suddenly called me over. I thought I was lucky. Now it seems I'm clearly unlucky. This time, Lo Chi Lang will surely give me a hard time. Yu Van Phi took Lo Chi Lang's hand and said, L's new products have arrived, featuring Jiangnan style. I thought they'd suit you well, so I called you over to choose together. If you choose this, L won't produce it anymore. We won't let you wear the same outfit as others. At this moment, the servants pulled out 2 racks full of clothes. Even Kung Tu Hoa was amazed at such generosity. Thank you, Aunt Yu. It's just that I don't see much difference in what I wear. As long as I have clothes to wear, it's fine. No need to waste. Yu Van Phi smiled. How can a woman have too many clothes? Besides, this is Aunt Yu's goodwill. You can't refuse. If you don't know which one to choose, then how about this? Let Aunt Yu decide for you. Instead, Lo Chi Lang said nothing. In her mind, she thought Yu Van Phi's actions seemed to indicate an intention to draw her to her side. Chi Lang, this outfit really suits you well. Keep it. The quality of this outfit is very good. You like it. You like elegant styles and colors, right? This one will definitely suit you. And there's this one too. I saw it before when I was at a jewelry exhibition. A bracelet set with 37 multicolored diamonds. I'm giving it to you as a gift for our meeting. Lo Chi Lang waved her hand. How can I accept such favor from Aunt Yu? You should keep it. I don't feel any regret about it. Take it. Actually, the first time I saw you, I already liked you very much. I know that just entering the silver house, you must not have adapted yet. The old madam has to take care of the old master, so she can't pay full attention to you. Baek Vong also has that personality. But if you have any grievances, you can tell Aunt Yu. I heard that Kung Tu Hoa used to bully you before. Tell me, how do you want to deal with her? Aunt Yu will stand up for you. Kung Tu Hoa's mind was in chaos. The music was too loud. What were Mrs. Yu and Lo Chi Lang saying? Why were they looking over here? Lok Lang was also surprised by UC Van Phi's words and actions. UC Van Phi was truly putting in a lot of effort, not only giving gifts, but also offering to help handle matters. Such clear display of goodwill. These cannibals with short brains and short hands. If I agree to go along with her now, next time it will be UC Van Phi's turn to make demands of me. I will leave sooner or later anyway. There's no need to get involved in the white people's disputes. Thinking this, she returned the bracelet to UC Van Phi and stood up, saying, "Thank you for your kindness, Aunt UC. It's just that this bracelet is too expensive. I can't accept it." UC Van Phi was a bit angry. This little brat is rejecting me. Does she want to climb above the back family? How naive. Chi Lang, just accept the aunt's goodwill. Anyway, other people in the back family are not as easy to talk to as I am. Understanding yourself is important. Sometimes you think you can handle someone, but in reality, you don't have that ability at all. Baek Vong Ha is a wolf that came out of the mud. A wolf that has everything but lacks humanity. Following him, don't even talk about the future. Your life might not even be guaranteed for long. Lok Lang bowed her head, thanking Aunt UC for the reminder. After seeing that Lok Lang was loved by the back old madam, UC Van Phi had called her over and wanted to bribe her to work for her. However, Lok Lang had politely declined. Lok Lang sat across from Baek Tai Tai. She realized that before she arrived, there was no one in the old lady's tea room. It seemed that she knew about UC Van Phi coming to find her, so she had prepared for her arrival. Chi Lang, about your matter. I've known early on and understood your intention. When coming here to the back family, I can protect you to keep you away from troubles. But I have one condition. What condition? I hope you can help Baek Vong. Help him regain everything that belongs to him. Lok Lang pondered without saying anything. She lowered her head and thought. From the beginning, the old lady had always cared for her and looked after her. She had imagined countless possibilities, but never thought of this. Baek Vong is the eldest son and grandson of the Baek family. The future of the Baek family was originally placed on him, but in the past few years, he has been living too carelessly. You are the eldest daughter of the Lok family. You know how the heir of a family should be. Please help me change him. I'm afraid that Baek Vong's earlier phone call to me had caused her to misunderstand. She thought that Baek Vong had feelings for me and might listen to what I say. Unfortunately, she said in a low voice, "I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't do it." The old madam held her hand, her voice pleading, "You can do it. I've lived to this age. I won't misjudge people. Chi Lang, consider it as me begging you to help me with this. As long as you can do it, you will be Baek Vong's wife. You'll be the future Lok Lang of the Baek family. Your grandfather, and I will personally open the ancestral hall for you to pay respects to the ancestors." Lok Lang withdrew her hand from the old lady's. "I really don't have this ability. I'm sorry." "Why? Clearly, you're just like me. You also love Baek Vong very much. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stood up for him last night. Could it be that you love him, but your heart is not with the Baek family?" Seeing that Lok Lang did not object, the old lady sighed. "I understand. I want to be alone. You can go now." Lok Lang left. She saw the old lady shedding tears in pain. She also felt sad, right in front of her own grandmother, who had been shielding and protecting her like this. But she couldn't interfere in the internal struggles of the Baek family. Absolutely no incidents could be allowed to occur. Soon after, Kui Kai Lao held its first auction. Lok Lang and Chu Fong stood on the upper floor, looking down at the auction below. Chu Fong stood behind her and said, "Previous auctions were mostly held in auction rooms or hotels. This time it's held in a tea house. Everyone finds it very novel and satisfying. Miss is determined to participate in the Lai family's auction. Besides using the tea house to make money, you also want to enter the auction world to find some old items of the Lok family, right?" Lok Lang nodded. "We can't always sit and wait for opportunities like Kung Tu Hoa coming to our door. Having some connections in the auction world will make it easier to inquire about information. As long as today goes well, the widest path will surely lead to what the young miss wants. Let's hope so." At this moment, she noticed Fu Xin happily chatting with her crush. Lok Lang was also happy. That girl Fu Xin, when the auction ends, let her handle the follow-up procedures with the security company. "Miss, you're spoiling her too much. You're even giving her a chance to use work for personal gain. Seeing Fu Xin is like seeing my former self. The carefree joy on her face, I'm afraid I'll never have again." At this time, two people entered from outside. Lok Lang recognized that the man was someone close to Baek Vong. Why were he and Kung Tu Hoa here? Unexpectedly, Baek Vong also came in behind them. The outfit he was wearing was indeed a bit sexy. Lucky lang blushed. She coughed a few times and dismissed the thought from her mind. What's so sexy about it? Hasn't she seen his body many times already? Was she having hallucinations now? Thinking about these things was so absurd. Miss, let me go greet them. Lok Chi Lang waved her hand dismissively. I'd better go myself. Daus tisti, li keng en kung tu hua wi chatting happy li. Ayo, tu hua, am so embazat. Our family's auction is even more stylish than your family's angel fundraiser. Such a small place. Small is just small. What style is there? How can you say such unpleasant things? So you dragged me here to see my family's auction a bit, and now you find it petty. Baek K, what do you say? Baek Vong's eyes were now fixed on Lok Chi Lang, coming down from upstairs. She approached them and greeted Mr. Baek. Mr. Lai, Miss Kung is very honored to welcome you all. Miss Lok, so you are the young mistress of Kui Kai Lao. I was deeply impressed by you at Kung's banquet. However, as soon as he finished speaking, Lycan suddenly felt a chill down his spine. Baek Xie Dao's eyes suddenly became as sharp as a knife. Lok Chi Lang smiled and asked if they wanted to sit in a private box or stand to view the exhibits. Anywhere is fine, as long as it's not too visible. All right then, I'll go make arrangements. Baek Vong coming here on his own. Is it really just a casual visit? Lok Chi Lang invited them to sit at the table and personally made tea for everyone. Lycan looked at her thoughtfully. Why do I feel like the young mistress looks somewhat familiar? This tea-making gesture seems like I've seen it somewhere before, or am I mistaken? But my features are quite common. Mr. Lai, please try our tea. It's probably just a familiar feeling. Lok Chi Lang brought the tea in front of Baek Vong, bowing to offer it to Mr. Baek. Lycan smiled and said you're not common at all. Kung Tu Hoa also added praise. This tea in Long Tin has a very special flavor. Even if one were blind, they'd know who to flatter first. Lok Chi Lang, you know how to handle people better than when you were still in school. All right, Tu Hoa, didn't you just win a bracelet from your family's auction at a low price? Why do you need to hold on to it so tightly? Young mistress, don't mind her. She's just a stingy young lady. It's nothing. You did very well with this auction. On the contrary, those worthless collections aren't enough for you to arrange so diligently. I'll go back home and tell my family that next time we'll find you more quality items for you to organize a grander event. It's good that Mr. Lai is satisfied. Satisfied, satisfied. The tea is satisfying, and the person is very satisfying too. They chatted animatedly while Baek Vong remained silent. He didn't say anything. He reached for the teacup on the table, revealing the jade Buddha bracelet he was wearing, which shocked the other two. Lycan, who was drinking tea, choked. This bracelet, isn't it the one Chi Lang bought from Kung Ra? That night, those people said Chi Lang had left in Baek Vong's car. I thought they had seen wrong, but it turns out to be true. No wonder Madam Yusi values Lok Chi Lang so much. It turns out she not only got into Baek Vong's bed, but also seduced him to wear the bracelet she bought. I was wondering why Vong Ca suddenly wanted to go drink tea together like this. It turns out he's not fascinated by the tea, but by the person. Lycan leaned in and whispered to Baek Vong. Vong Ca, did you really sleep with her? Whether it's true or false, why be so curious? Young Master Lai, people's hearts are what's most important. It's me talking nonsense. Vong Ca, I'm just talking nonsense. I've only met her twice. Both times I saw her by your side. I haven't done anything with her. Okay. Do you want to meet her a few more times? I don't want to meet her even once more. Mrs. K, if you're coming, you might as well come now. Do you want me and Tu Hoa to go downstairs for tea? You and Mrs. Lok can stay upstairs. Lok Chi Lang was at a loss for words with them. Sometimes good hearing can be troublesome. Lycan said, sit down. Our thoughts must not be the same, right? She hurriedly stood up and said to them, I'll go prepare some food. But Lycan quickly stopped her. Don't, Mrs. Lok. Baek Ca likes peace and quiet. Take our Baek Ca to the VIP room to eat. Why are you acting like a matchmaker? The term matchmaker sounds unpleasant. It's just going up there to eat some food, right, Ba Ca? Ba Vong pondered without objection. Ba Vong tossed the empty glass onto the table. Lok Chi Lang statan, understang Ba Vong siya intenti na di patay. He was telling her if she refused, he would be displeased. Thinking this, she turned and said to him, Mr. Back really likes stargazing. Back Vong smiled, stood up, and walked past her. Lok Chi Lang angrily thought she really wanted to beat Lai Kin to death. She led Back Vong upstairs, opened the door, and said, "This is my resting room. Why did you call me up here?" Lok Chi Lang was at a loss for words. This tone made it sound like she wanted to bring him up here. She basically didn't want to call him, couldn't she? She smiled and said to him, "Didn't you want to see me? If there's nothing, I wouldn't come." Back Vong wouldn't really come for tea, would he? Back Vong approached and caressed her cheek. "I want to see you. You think highly of yourself." "I didn't mean that. I just felt you must have something to discuss with me." Quite smart, Back Vong walked over and sat on the sofa. "How much money does your tea house make in a day?" "It doesn't need 37 diamonds." Lok Chi Lang was a bit startled. "So he knows everything." It seems Bacta has eyes and ears everywhere. There's no such thing as a free lunch in this world. If I take it, I'll have to obey her in the future. UC Van Phi holds a high position in the Back Corporation. She has shares and is a generous person. She has never mistreated those who work for her. More generous. "I don't want to get involved in the Back family struggles." She thought this but didn't dare to say it out loud. She just gently said, "Even if she gives me more, I don't need it. The reason for my value to UC Van Phi isn't it because I'm temporarily your wife. Whether she's using me to connect with you or to deal with you, being cautious isn't wrong. I don't want you to get hurt." Back Vong smiled meaningfully. "I won't give you 37 diamonds. I don't need them either. I've said that being able to meet you is already lucky. So even if there were 3,700 diamonds laid out in front of me, I wouldn't betray you." Ba Vong suddenly stood up. His hand reached for her fair neck. He smirked. "Then I'll wait and see whether this pie in the sky is in vain or not." Lok Chi Lang was startled and thought, "When did I turn into a cake?" While the two were talking, there was a noisy argument downstairs. "Call your boss out here. Call the manager of the Lai family out here. I knew we couldn't trust this small tea house. In this broad daylight auction, they sold us fake goods. Did you think we wouldn't notice? Call the police. I'm going to report to the police right now." Lok Chi Lang anxiously asked Fu Sin what's wrong. "Chi Lang, it's not good. Many people are saying our goods are fake." "How many people are causing trouble?" "About half. The other half is panicking. Everyone needs an explanation. What should we do about this?" "Let me go see." She turned back and said to Back Vong, "You just stay here and rest. The tea is on the table. If you want anything to eat, just ask Fu Sin to bring it. I'll be downstairs for a bit." "Are you treating me like a child? Don't you like being pampered like a child?" Back Vong felt a bit embarrassed. Who wants to be a child? The Lai family's auction, held at Lok Chi Lang's Kui Kai Lao, was going well when an unexpected incident occurred. Many customers said the items in her auction were fake, so they were making a fuss, wanting to return the items and demanding an explanation and compensation. If not, they would report to the police. Downstairs, several customers were still making a commotion. "Call the owner out here quickly. Dare to sell fake goods, but not dare to admit it. Compensate us." Kung Tu Hoa smiled and said to Lai Kin, "Looks like it's a stain now. You should consider this as a misjudgment." Lai Kin tensed up. "Mother, the Lai family has organized auctions for many years. We've never encountered a fake goods scandal before. This Lok Chi Lang really has limited vision. She's already clung to Vong Ca, and now she's letting things like this happen." Lok Chi Lang went downstairs. She gently said to the angry crowd, "Please calm down a bit. For this matter, I will give everyone an explanation." "Explain. Who are you? What gives you the right to explain to us?" Before Lok Chi Lang could speak, Kung Tu Hoa quickly grabbed her hand and said loudly, "If you have something to say it slowly. Madam Lok is the owner of Kui Kai Lao. Although she can't see anything, don't you dare bully her. The owner of Kui Kai Lao is a blind person. How can she sell fake goods? With her eyes like that, can she even tell real from fake? Letting her buy antiques is certainly not normal at all." "That's right, Lok Chi Lang. Let's see how you turn this situation around." Kung Tu Hoa secretly laughed inside. At this moment, Lok Chi Lang also understood. No wonder Kung Tu Hoa rushed here. It was because of this. "You're blind and you dare to sell fake goods. You think we're fools what? This white jade plate from the Xuanda era is like this. You're selling us fakes again." Kung Tu Hoa took the antique plate from the customer. She said loudly, "Let me take a look. Everyone, all the pieces here have been authenticated by appraisal organizations. They can't possibly be fakes. Chi Lang, you've already made 6 of these. Isn't that a bit excessive? Xuana era plates all have marks engraved on the bottom. Chi Lang, if you want to imitate, at least do it more convincingly. Don't be so stupid. You're being too vague. This pile of junk isn't worth more than a few tens of millions altogether." but the compensation will be 10 times that. The handover between the tea house and the auction house was done beforehand. You can't rely on reason, so you'll have to compensate yourself. Even sleeping with several men won't be enough. Lok Chi Lang snatched the plate from Kung Tu Ho's hand and said pensively, "It's indeed a very obvious fake. This move isn't clever at all, so you know that too. Let me tell you, even if you bring the real ones now, I won't accept them anymore. Pay up." That's right, we're a legitimate auction house, even higher than the black market. Why would the Lee family cooperate with this small tea house for auctions, if not to make money illegally? Call the police. Lok Chi Lang immediately spoke up. Don't call the police. Kung Tu Hoa beside her deliberately added fuel to the fire. Ao Chi Lang, if you've done nothing wrong, why are you afraid of calling the police? Lok Chi Lang walked up to Lee Kan and said, "Mr. Lee, can you come out and say something?" Kung Tu Hoa beside her smugly said, "You're probably not afraid anymore, so now you're planning to secretly bring out the real items and act like nothing ever happened, right?" "No, you can't leave. You must explain to us." "Madam Lok, if you have anything to say, just say it here." "All right then, Chu Fong." Chu Fong understood. He took out a computer and turned it on in front of everyone, saying, "Ladies, I'd like you to watch a piece of surveillance footage. As you've seen, after each auction of an item, we temporarily leave it here. But every problematic item is taken away by these two people working together. The image in the camera shows two men secretly taking items away. Everyone was shocked to see it with their own eyes. Heavens, it's true. How can this be happening? The thief is very smart and knows how to use high-tech means to replace the original surveillance cameras. But fortunately, I still kept a backup camera that doesn't belong to the public cameras. I didn't use the tea house's network, which has been heavily encrypted. It's very difficult to infiltrate. For such a small auction, you're this cautious. Lok Chi Lang smiled brightly. Because I'm poor and can't afford to compensate. Lok Chi Lang, we have underestimated her. At this moment, the head of the security team, Li Ming Juan, approached Li Jing and said, "Mr. Li, after Madam Lok discovered it, she came to find me. I investigated for a while. I found that these two people are former employees of the company. They have participated in larger auctions before, and there have never been any problems. So I suspect they did this because they had received a huge reward. So I decided to keep quiet and observe, to find out who was behind it first. Is the artifact still there? I have sent people and tea house staff to monitor the transfer of artifacts by those two people. Evidence has been recorded. The mastermind is named Wang Xing, 45 years old, works in the real estate sector of the Gong family. This car also belongs to the Gong family. The Gong family's real estate. Isn't that Miss Gong's house? Could it be this was planned by someone from the Gong family on their own?" Gong Si Hua's face darkened, unable to say a word. Li Jing asked her, "My dear friend, did you sabotage our auction?" This has nothing to do with me. I didn't know Wang Xing was doing this. You made enemies with people. Why drag me into it? Now I'm going back to clean up this mess." Gong Sihua stormed off in anger. Lok Chi Lang said to Li Jing, "The truth of this matter must be clear as day now. I didn't agree to call the police because once we reported these items as evidence would have to be kept at the police station. You wouldn't be able to take them back immediately. So that's why. Madam Locke, you've thought it through. Artifact collectors would be somewhat averse to their items being at the police station. Lok Shilang's handling of this is indeed smart. Uncle Feng, on behalf of Lok Shilang, said to the guests, "Today's events have surprised you all. Guichi Lu has prepared a gift in return to ease everyone's stress. Our madam also said, if you come to the shop in the future, you'll have free tea for life." That's great. Madam Locke is too kind, so young, yet so thoughtful, truly wise, and knows how to win people's hearts. Excellent. Mr. Lee, please help me convey an apology to Mrs. Lee when you return. Today's outcome is all because Gong Si Hua wanted to provoke me. Please don't let it affect the relationship between the Lee and Gong families. Li Jing scratched his face embarrassedly. Young madam, don't say that. That girl brought it upon herself. Young madam, you don't need to worry about this anymore. This auction was done very well and was also very careful with every detail. There will be many opportunities for cooperation in the future. Lok Chi Lang nodded happily. She thought to herself that Gong Si Hua probably wouldn't bother her for some time. It can be considered an unexpected good thing. She happily went to her resting room like a little bird. Unexpectedly, she found Back Vong still sitting there. It startled her a bit. It was so noisy downstairs earlier, yet he fell asleep. She didn't expect that when Back Vong sleeps, he matches her ideal type exactly. But only when he's asleep. Only then can she not have to think hard about how to get along with him. Never mind, let him have a sweet dream. Lok Lang gently sat down to avoid waking Bak Vong up. She took out a pair of earphones and put them on. The melodious music made her lose track of time. She sat pensively looking out the window. When Bak Vong woke up and saw her like this, he couldn't help but blush. The noise startled Lok Lang. She turned to look at him and asked if he was awake. She stood up and brought him a glass of water. Drink some warm water. Fu Xin said you were asleep. I remember you're very easygoing, so I didn't dare cover you with a blanket in case you caught a cold. Bak Vong drank water while pondering. She remembers his habits very clearly. He looked at the clock, surprised he had slept for so long. I can't even remember the last time I slept for 4 hours. Lok Lang stood there looking at him without saying anything. Bak Vong didn't mention what to do next. He couldn't just stay at the tea house like this, right? But she didn't dare to ask him to leave either. Otherwise, her little life might be in danger. Instead, Lok Lang asked Bak Vong if he was free. Grandma misses you. Do you want to go home together for dinner with her tonight? Seeing Bak Vong glare at her, she quickly explained, it's just a suggestion. If you don't like it, forget it. Are you hungry? What do you want to eat? I can ask Fu Xin to make it. Bak Vong grunted and turned away, leaving Lok Lang at a loss. What does that grunt mean? At the Bak family home, the old madam was happily entering the kitchen, causing the servants to whisper among themselves. Is the old madam personally cooking tonight? Don't you know? Usually, the young master has to be caught by the old madam when she goes out to see him. Today, he's voluntarily coming home to have dinner with her. The old madam is so happy she can't even speak. Mrs. Vong was sitting on the sofa, holding the remote and turning on the TV. Besides, there's no good channel at all. I must have been possessed to come back. At this moment, Mr. Bak was playing Journey to the West with Lok Lang. He pointed at Bak Vong and said loudly, then he can never obtain the scriptures. He's not lustful at all. He made you pregnant. He's too lustful already. Lok Lang felt a bit embarrassed. She thought to herself, old master, you can't drive crazily just because you have a streamer disease. Mrs. Vong looked up at her grandfather and smiled coldly. Old master, you have many children and grandchildren. At what age should one abstain from lust? The old man turned his face away, waving his hand and hissing, Chi Lang is a girl. How can you talk about being lewd or not lewd in front of her? It's really not polite at all. Madame Vong was so angry her face turned dark. Lok Lang ran over to defuse the situation. Grandpa, let's continue playing. All right, Chi Lang, what precept do you follow? The precept of gambling. Chi Lang didn't understand the old man's meaning. She thought to herself, Vong Vong Go means deceitful and baseless words. She smiled and said to the old man, I'm not a nun. I don't need to follow so many precepts. Oh my, how can one be honest and clean like that? You don't want to follow the gambling precept, right? Let me tell you something. This eldest grandchild of mine has nothing good about him. Everyone says he's very wicked and evil. You should leave him. Come play with me and knock Quan more often in the future. We will love and care for you. Lok Lang forced a smile and thought to herself, they're all the same anyway. Meanwhile, Bak Vong heard his grandfather criticize him without any mercy, his face growing darker by the minute. Grandpa, Vong is the Vong in Vong Ge. Old Master Bak laughed like a child, I know, but in your heart, you think it's definitely the Vong in my grandson's name. No way I don't. Don't talk nonsense. At this moment, old Madame Bak cheerfully called everyone to dinner. Stop playing now. Grandma, we're coming. She held Lok Lang's hand, visibly moved. Chi Lang, you're a good child. Thank you. It's just a meal, Grandma. You're too excited. She spoke while serving food to Chi Lang. About the tea house, I've already heard from Lai Van Noyet. She always praises you, saying if it weren't for you keeping things in check, the Lai family's reputation in the auction industry would have been tarnished by Kung De. You're really smart and thoughtful. You're too kind, Grandma. It was just what I should have done. Indeed, such an understanding child. Eat more. Madame Bak was about to serve food to Bak Vong. Bak Vong, you eat too. This beef is very tender. I cooked it myself. However, he coldly refused. No need to serve me. His action made his grandmother feel a bit lost. Seeing his wife upset, old Master Kung angrily stood up. Why don't you listen to Na Quan, you brat? He spoke while swinging his chopsticks towards Bak Vong. However, Lok Lang quickly reached out her hand to block it. The chopsticks ended up hitting the back of her hand directly. This action of Lok Lang surprised all three of them, leaving them astonished. Bak Vong instinctively reached out to check her wound. However, she pulled her hand back, holding her reddening hand close to herself. Bak Vong was left speechless. Bak Vong followed Lok Chi Lang back to the Bak family dinner. This made the old madam extremely happy. Old Madam Bak, worried, held Lok Chi Lang's hand. "Oh my. Quick, apply some medicine. How could you hit so hard?" Old Master Bak sat quietly in one place, feeling guilty and not daring to speak. "It's all right, Grandma. It doesn't hurt anymore. When I first went blind, I was always getting hurt. There were times much worse than this. That was indeed performed for too long. It has already become a conditioned response. Yet I unconsciously blocked it. It's already read, you need to apply medicine, Bak Vong. Apply medicine for Chi Lang. I'm old, and my eyes can't see clearly." No need. I could do it myself." Bak Vong glanced at her silently, without saying anything. Old Master Bak worriedly hid under the table and asked Chi Lang, "Are you really okay?" "I'm really fine. Please eat your meal. After eating, we'll continue playing." Old Master Bak immediately happily raised his hand and said, Okay. On Hamai Tin's side, the servant came to report to her. Lok Chi Lang invited grandmother and grandfather to come happily. The young master also listens to her. Sitting in the old madam's courtyard, they haven't left until now. This is unprecedented. It's also said that the old madam secretly sought out several uncles to probe their thoughts on the captain, wanting to use the old rules to find an heir. Hamai Tin was so angry she gritted her teeth. The old madam already has this attitude. How can you see Van Phi not be in a hurry? Can she really stand by and watch Lok Chi Lang give birth to a legitimate grandson? If we let the old madam do this, then you and Bak Trin will lose all chances. If you see Van Phi doesn't act, then we will. She spoke while placing her hand on her neck, implying murder. Then blame it on you, see Van Phi. Killing two birds with one stone. Wait a little longer. I bet you see Van Phi's side is the most vicious. They certainly won't be able to hold back. At the same time, on you see Van Phi's side. After hearing the servant's report on the situation, she was also furious. This Kung Tu Hoa is really useless. I told her to go deal with Lok Chi Lang. Instead, she turned against me. What should we do, madam? If we wait for the old madam to announce choosing an heir according to the old rules, then if we make a move, it will be too obvious. But no matter what happens, the blame for the mastermind absolutely cannot fall on us. Think of a way to divide Lok Chi Lang and Hamai Tin. If Hamai Tin can't sit still, she will make a move. I understand, madam. Outside Din Na Quan's garden, Bak Vong and Lok Chi Lang were walking one behind the other. Suddenly, Bak Vong stopped, causing Lok Chi Lang to unintentionally bump into his back. Bak Vong turned around and snapped. Can't you watch where you're going? Lok Chi Lang held her head and thought to herself, why don't you listen to what you just said yourself? I originally wasn't watching where I was going. I forgot you're blind. But why do I always feel that sometimes you're even more normal than normal people? My eyesight has recovered for some time now. Recently, I've been seeing this world more clearly, and I'm becoming less and less like a blind person. Thinking this, Lok Chi Lang immediately pretended to be distressed and said, is that so? But I've forgotten what normal people look like. I've been blind for 5 years already. Today is the 15th. The moon must be very full. Lok Chi Lang looked up at the sky and thought. He just kept staring like that. Sooner or later, flaws will be discovered. We must divert his attention. Bak Vong followed her gaze. He saw the crescent moon in the sky. He casually remarked, it's quite bright. My grandmother always treated the 15th of each month like Mid-Autumn Festival. She said when the moon is full, everyone will sit together for a family reunion dinner. But for the past 5 years, we haven't even had a meal together. Eating alone can't be called a meal, you old nag. That must be it. Lok Chi Lang smiled happily. Her long hair fluttered in the wind. Bak Vong unconsciously stroked her hair and called out, Lok Chi Lang. Then he looked at her and swallowed. Embarrassed, he turned and left, saying something incoherent. If you're not giving, don't flirt. Lok Chi Lang stared blankly at his back. When did I flirt with him? After that night, Lok Chi Lang's life went on quite normally. Bak Vong didn't return. He must be busy with something. Lok Chi Lang was happy to have free time. And coincidentally, the tea shop's business was becoming prosperous. So she was busy at the tea shop every day. With money and free time, Lok Chi Lang began searching for old Lok family items again. A few days later, she actually found some clues. It was a picture of a familiar motorcycle in a newspaper. Lok Chi Lang smiled. The word second brother immediately appeared in her mind, and memories flooded back. She remembered when she was little, her father once asked her, Our little seven, tell me, who do you want to be the successor of the Lok family? Father will follow your wish. The successor should be second brother. Of course. Just then, her brother came over and cheerfully said to her, "Oh, little Seven trusts me so much, not blaming me for punishing you for eating too many candies." She happily threw herself into her brother's arms. Besides second brother, who else could manage this house? The head of the family must be you, of course. But if you could manage my candy eating a bit less in the future, that would be even better. All right. As long as little Seven brushes her teeth after eating candy, second brother won't punish you anymore. Okay. Another day, when second brother had just finished modifying his beloved motorcycle, still covered in grease and oil, he excitedly showed it off to her. Little Seven looked quickly. This motorcycle has been modified by second brother, so now it's absolutely divine. Tons of people have begged me to modify theirs too. If I wasn't inheriting the family business, second brother would definitely become a top motorcycle modifier. At the high-performance motorcycle exhibition, she looked at the motorcycle through the glass and thought this motorcycle was second brother's favorite. His eyes would light up like stars whenever he saw this bike. Second brother cherished this motorcycle so much. I must buy it back no matter what. At this moment, the back family's driver called her. "Madam," he said sheepishly, "thank you for letting me in to get some water. I don't know what's wrong with me today. My throat feels so dry." "It's all right, Mr. Zhang. Thank you for bringing us here today. It's nothing really." As the three entered the exhibition, a female staff member greeted them. She said, "I'm sorry, but the motorcycle on the second floor is usually only for display, not for sale. We sincerely want to buy it. Could you please contact the owner for a moment? I'll go negotiate with the owner." "Is that so? All right then, but you'll have to wait for quite a while. Our owner is currently in the VIP room entertaining guests." "That's fine, we'll wait. Thank you." After the staff member left, the three sat waiting in the waiting room. Fu Sheng quickly took some cakes from the table and gave them to the driver, saying, "Mr. Zhang, please have some too. The cakes here are delicious." All right. The man shyly accepted the cake. Then he hesitated, his face showing fear and unease. He glanced at the trophy on display nearby. A loud crash startled Lu Jiling. The man had knocked Fu Sheng unconscious with the trophy. Then he turned his murderous eyes towards Lu Jiling. Lu Jiling was slightly startled and frightened. In the VIP room of the car exhibition, the owner was tied up and kneeling before Bai Wang. He trembled and said, Mr. Bai, I really don't know anything about what you're asking." Bai Wang sat in the chair, coldly looking at him. "Wantaka, handle this carefully. Make it look like he committed suicide. Mr. Bai, please spare me. I just run a motorcycle exhibition hall. I know nothing about your great family or any of your affairs." Li Mingjuan sat down, grabbed his hair, and asked Bai K, "Should we have him write a suicide note? That would make it more convincing." The man's face was covered in sweat. He stammered, No, please, I'm begging you." Bai Wang coldly ordered, "Write the blood letter." Li Mingjuan, following orders, twisted the man's arm, making him tremble. You're writing a letter. Why use my palm?" "Oh, sorry. Get a knife too." No. Mr. Bai, you've done so much for the Bai family. That position in the Bai family wasn't prepared for you. Why make wedding clothes for your younger brother?" Li Mingjuan looked at him helplessly. "You fool. Do you want to die early?" Bai Wang stood up and stepped on the man's hand. With a murderous face, he said, "Owner, if you want to play with Bai Wang, I can play with you slowly. I can even play with your family too." "My family. I'll tell you everything." 3 minutes later, Li Mingjuan had obtained a stack of documents. Indeed, those families still won't give up on Fenglin District. Bida can handle this problem. The establishment of the economic circle must be handled with extreme caution. "Brother Baiyu," Lai Minchuan was about to speak his mind, but then stopped. He looked at Back Vong sitting there, thinking to himself that he had done great things for the Back family. Over the years, Back CA had resolved so many obstacles for the Back family, but in the Back Financial Group, Back CA didn't have a single share. He felt it was unfair for Back CA. But why didn't Back CA seem to care at all? In the restroom, Lao Chi Lang saw everything that had just happened. She trembled, realizing her bag and phone were next to Fu Sin. There was nothing else around. What to do now? If she wanted to, she could only take advantage when he was off guard. Thinking this, she raised her hand and asked Fu Sin what's wrong. "What spilled?" The old man looked at her, gritting his teeth. A blind person. Even if she ran, she couldn't run fast. Lao Chi Lang glanced at him. This was the moment. Then she immediately ran towards the door. The man shouted, "Stop." He immediately grabbed Lao Chi Lang's arm and pulled her back. She panicked. The man pulled out a knife and held it to Lao Chi Lang's throat, gritting his teeth and saying, "If you dare make a sound, I'll kill you immediately." "What have you done to Fu Sin?" "She's fine, just sleeping. I've been partners with her parents for many years. I've watched her grow up. I don't want to harm her." "You don't want to harm her. So you want to harm me. But why, uncle? We have no grudge against each other. We've barely even met face to face. You and I indeed have no grudge. I don't want this either. At this moment, he heard a noise outside and tightened his grip on her neck, saying, "Don't make a sound." Lok Chi Lang noticed the person walking outside was actually Baek Vong. The old man held her even tighter. He said, "Don't move, or I'll take your life." Baek Vong seemed to sense something and stopped. The person wearing a hat beside him asked, "What's wrong, Baek K?" Lok Chi Lang suddenly recognized this voice. Lai Min Chuan, Captain Lai Min Chuan of the security company. He was Baek Vong's man. Why was he by her side? Baek Vong bent down to pick up something that looked like Lok Chi Lang's hair on the ground. His face looked thoughtful, saying nothing. Lok Chi Lang's heart was screaming, "Baek Vong, save me, please." He looked through the glass, but couldn't see inside. Then he turned and left. Lok Chi Lang lowered her head in despair. The man exhaled. He told her not to make a sound and to come here. He looked out the door and saw Baek Vong's car leaving. Only then did he fully relax. He took out a rope and tied Lok Chi Lang's hands. Then, holding the knife, he said, "Follow me. Don't shout, don't run. If you move even a bit, I'll end you immediately." In the car, Baek Vong stared at the object in his hand. He asked Lai Min Chuan, "That rest room in the exhibition hall, you can only see from the inside out, right?" "That's right. Basically, you can't see inside from the outside. Our previous VIP room was the same." "Why are you suddenly asking this question, Mrs. K? Are you afraid that others might have seen what we did?" "What's wrong, Mrs. K?" Mrs. Vong suddenly became a bit angry. He thought of the smiling image of that little girl. In his mind, he silently blamed her for saying she liked him with every word, every sentence saying she was happy to see him. But what's the result? Don't even mention coming here. She didn't even say hello, even if she's blind. Guang Fu Sin was standing there. Couldn't she have told her that he was outside? Why? I knew she was the type to say one thing to your face, but do another behind your back. But in front of Baek Vong, since when did it become she can do whatever she wants? He coldly said, "Lai Min Chuan has returned." At this moment, Lok Chi Lang was in the car of that Mr. Truong. Her hands were tied, and she couldn't untie them. She couldn't just wait to die. Anyway, she had to clarify his purpose first. Thinking this, she immediately pretended to be weak and asked, "Uncle Truong, are you kidnapping me like this for money? How much do you want?" Lok Chi Lang went to the motorcycle exhibition, wanting to buy back her brother's motorcycle. But here she was subdued by the man named Truong and taken into his car. Her hands were tied. It wasn't easy to escape, so she probed the purpose of why he kidnapped her like this. But the man lowered his face and didn't answer her question. "Uncle Truong, you know the situation in my family. If something happens to me, my family will have no one left." He closed his eyes with some pain. "Young madam, you'll be reunited with your family. When you face the king of hell, just mention my name. Whatever the crime, I will willingly accept it." "What? You want to kill me?" "It's not kidnapping, not teaching me a lesson, but directly wanting to kill me. Uncle Truong and I have no grudges, yet he wants to kill me. So it can only be following someone else's orders." The Lok family's opponents basically didn't need to wait until today, so it can only be the Baek family. It's the old madam who changed her attitude towards me, so it made people in the Baek family uneasy. It's because I'm pregnant. Who's it after all? Is it Yusi Van Phi or Ha Mai Tin? "Uncle Truong, I know you're not a cruel-hearted person. At least let me know clearly before I die." The man suddenly stepped on the gas to accelerate. He said, I don't know anything. This way, my family can live peacefully. So, young madam, please don't ask anymore. Admit it, we're just fish on the chopping board. We can't compete with those big shots. I can only use my death to create the final value for my family. Lok Chi Lang was shocked to hear him say that. Uncle Truong not only wanted to kill her, but also wanted to perish together with her. She couldn't sit still any longer. Lok Chi Lang pressed the car window button. Then she pulled hard, trying to open the door, as the car suddenly changed direction and plunged straight into the river. Lok Chi Lang helplessly screamed no. The car was gradually sinking. Lok Chi Lang desperately thought, I can't die. I still have so many things I haven't done. I've tried so hard to live for my family. How can I die here? I can't accept this. She shed tears, looking up at the vast blue sky. I can't accept this. At that moment, another car also plunged into the water. The two cars collided, injuring Lok Chi Lang's neck. Blood was flowing out. She looked at the other car. She recognized the driver as Baek Vong. Baek Vong jumped onto the car roof and asked her, Lok Chi Lang, it's really you, isn't it? Bak Vong, it's really him. She was startled at that moment. Bak Vong jumped into the water and swam towards her. The car was gradually sinking. Lok Chi Lang's hands were tied, so she couldn't escape on her own. It's bad. The water is rising more and more. My hands and feet are still tied. I want to run, but I can't. Bak Vong, no. It's too dangerous to come here to help me. I can't cause trouble for him. Thinking this, she tried her best to tilt her head up and called out, Bak Vong, don't worry about me. Quickly go away. Then her body also sank. Bak Vong quickly grabbed her hand and pulled her up. He thought to himself, all humans have a desire to survive, but she would rather give up her life than drag me down with her. He asked her, Lok Chi Lang, do you really want me to survive that much? Do you love me to this extent? At a time like this, he's still asking such questions. She cried angrily and said to him, go away. Don't you find me unpleasant to look at? If you don't leave now, do you want to die with me? Bak Vong smiled, that's right. It's rare for heaven to accept me, so I should seize this opportunity. Don't you think so? This Bak Vong is indeed crazy. She hugged him. Is dying with me fun? She regained her composure, looked at him, and asked Bak Vong, will our bodies flow down the river to the Yangtze? In the end, I'm still dying with Bak Vong. If that's possible, I guess I can consider it as dying with him. Just then, a device attached to the car door exerted a strong pulling force, yanking the door open. Bak Vong, holding Lok Chi Lang in his arms, immediately used the momentum to jump onto the shore. Lok Chi Lang excitedly got up from Bak Vong. We're alive. We're alive. At this moment, Lai Min Chuan also ran over, calling out, Vong Ca. Lok Chi Lang glanced at him, thinking to herself, my eyes can't hide it anymore. If not, sooner or later it will be exposed. Thinking this, she closed her eyes tightly and cried out, my eyes hurt so much. Bak Vong asked worriedly, what's wrong? It feels like being stabbed by needles, and there's also like a light. I wonder if she can see now. Bak Vong picked her up and told her to close her eyes and not look at anything. She opened her eyes slightly to look at him. If it wasn't for Bak Vong, I would have sunk to the bottom of the sea already. Thank you, Bak Vong. Lai Min Chuan was driving. Looking at the two people leaning on each other in the back, he couldn't help but think to himself, I think I know why Vong Ca wanted to monitor Lok Chi Lang now. It's not about fearing problems. It's about fearing the person has problems. No wonder before at the exhibition, as soon as he saw Kwang Fu Sin unconscious and blood all over the ground, his face immediately turned pale. He instantly wanted to chase after the person. Such a steep cliff. He said he'd go down, and he went down. Isn't this an important tool for having children? Clearly, it's a treasure held in the palm of his hand. This time, I'm afraid Vong Ca has fallen. Lok Chi Lang saw herself sitting and drinking tea with her family when she heard a call. Miss Lok, open your eyes. Are you feeling uncomfortable? Someone's voice asked, Vong Ca, is there any reaction? Are her pupils reacting? Lok Chi Lang was surprised. Why is Lai Kan here? No matter what, from today on, I don't need to pretend to be blind anymore. She sat up, looked at the 4 drip on her hand, and asked, my hand, can you see it clearly? Lok Chi Lang looked at Lai Kan and stammered you. Are you Bak Vong? From behind, a man quickly covered her eyes and said, are you blind? Then he forced her face to look directly at him. Lok Chi Lang looked at him in confusion. Previously, because of pretending to be blind, she had never looked closely at Bak Vong's face. Today she discovered that his facial features were so beautiful. Not only emotional, but also somewhat eye-catching. She smiled brightly and said, Bak Vong, you're so handsome. Bak Vong was stunned, patted her head, then left. Lok Chi Lang stared blankly after him. I've been struck by him. Lai Kan quickly followed. Before leaving, he hurriedly explained to Lok Chi Lang, Madam Lok, I didn't come to visit you. I came with my grandmother to get medicine. We happened to meet you. Hearing you were injured, my grandmother wanted me to stay until you woke up. I have no thoughts about you. Absolutely no thoughts at all. Lai Kan sneaked out of the hospital room. He saw Bak Vong standing there smoking. He thought to himself, puzzled by Vong Ca's panicked appearance, damn, could it be that as soon as he saw Madam Lok, he lost his soul? So he specifically came out here to smoke to calm down. Impossible. Impossible. It must be that Vong Ca wanted to smoke, but it's even more impossible based on Vong Ca's style. If he wanted to smoke, he would have to come outside to do it. Vong Xie, Lai Can, you know how to stand well. The blind person saw you first. Lai Can was startled. My grandmother told me to go home to embroider flowers, not to make tea, not to wash feet. That's right, she told me to go home and wash my feet. Vong Xie, I'm leaving first. With that, he ran away as fast as he could. Mom, I have to run. Vong Xie is jealous. He really wants to kill me. In Luo Zhiling's hospital room, the doctor asked her, do you feel any discomfort anywhere right now? Doctor, how is my friend Kwang Fuxing doing? I remember she was beaten into a coma. Her brain is slightly concussed, so she's still in a coma. But it's not a big issue. It's good that Fuxing is okay. My head is a bit dizzy, but I'm mostly fine. I just fell into the water. The baby in my womb. Miss Lu, don't worry. The fetus is normal. The dizziness is due to trauma to your neck. Just rest and recuperate, and you'll recover. But why can I suddenly see again? Luo Zhiling thought to herself. Before, it was a sudden recovery of eyesight. But to keep up the pretense, she never asked about the specific reason. I must take this chance to ask for clarity. You weren't born blind. You suffered a severe accident unexpectedly 5 years ago. That's why you lost your vision. I think you might have suffered too great a shock, causing compression or damage to the nerves, leading to blindness. This time, it might be another big shock. Could be negative or positive. Of course, for the specific situation, it's best to do relevant examinations to know more clearly. I understand. If there's nothing else, you should rest well. If anything comes up, feel free to find me. As the doctor left, Bai Wang came in. He pulled up a chair and sat by her bedside. She looked at him a bit uncomfortably. She couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Although it wasn't their first meeting, before she was pretending to be blind. Basically, she couldn't directly look at Bai Wang closely. Now, facing each other, she realized Bai Wang's gaze was really intense. As if he could see through everything at any moment. It really made people feel uncomfortable. Bai Wang, are you hurt? Bai Wang smiled and asked her what she was nervous about. Luo Zhiling felt a bit embarrassed. If the doctor couldn't see through her, how could Bai Wang possibly see through? Bai Wang suddenly leaned in close to her face, saying she's much more nervous than before. Luo Zhiling, feeling a bit unnatural, said maybe it's because I just recovered, so I feel a bit unfamiliar. Bai Wang laughed inwardly. I know, paintings are nothing. This face of mine is much more beautiful than any painting. In a good mood, he smiled and said to her, then try to get used to it as soon as possible. Don't look so lost anymore. Luo Zhiling was stunned, a bit confused. She thought to herself, what is Bai Wang thinking? It seems he has no intention of investigating why she can suddenly see again. This should be a good thing, right? What about Uncle Zhang? He drowned and died early on. Luo Zhiling felt a bit scared. Her hands unconsciously wrapped around her belly. Although he suddenly decided to make a move against me, he couldn't possibly be the mastermind behind it. The opponent came because of his own interests, so he must have also come because of Baek Vong. How could he want me to avenge you? Judging by Baek Vong's demeanor, he must have someone in mind that he suspects. But based on his attitude towards the child in my womb, he probably won't bother investigating further. You won't help me? Thinking this, she said to Baek Vong, your relationship with the Baek family is already bad enough. Don't let unfounded rumors destroy the close relationship that wasn't easy to build. But tell me, do you think the police have found out who hired the assassin? She hoped the police would investigate for her. Would the Baek family's influence allow this opportunity? Lok Chi Lang couldn't say anything. With the Baek family's influence, they could indeed quietly resolve this matter. Afterward, those targeting her would become even more aggressive, and all she could do was try to protect herself. Baek Vong suddenly stood up and grabbed her chin. He leaned close to her ear and whispered, Lok Chi Lang, sleep with me once, and I'll help you get your revenge. In Fu Sin's hospital room, Miss Van was still unconscious. Her parents sat beside her, looking extremely worried. Lok Chi Lang stood outside the door, not entering. Uncle Fong was very concerned for her. Miss, you can't stay with the Baek family any longer. It's a place that eats people alive. The internal relationships of the Baek family are very complex. You see Van Phi and Ha Mai Tin both have certain shares in the Baek group. They are all influential with networks behind them. If you touch them, you'll surely face retaliation. I know this time I was lucky because Baek Vong came to save me quickly. But what about next time? Miss, let's leave. Let's go abroad to hide our identities. Wait a few more years until the Back family has a new legitimate grandson. Then we can return to Jiangnan. Can we really come back? When I was young, my father told me that if I was bullied, I must retaliate. Even if I never thought about it before, whenever I hesitated for a second, it was myself suffering the injustice. That was because the Locke family still existed. But now there's no place to rely on anymore. Locke Qilang looked at Fu Xin once more before turning to leave. She unconsciously recalled Baek Vong's proposal from earlier. Her face suddenly turned red. It was truly contradictory. Baek Vong wasn't just the husband who didn't show up at her wedding, but also the savior who rescued her when she nearly drowned. Before that, he had sent people to follow her, choked her, wanting her to die with him. Now he wants to sleep with her. If he hadn't said that and then left, she would have wondered if he was suffering from schizophrenia. Seeing that she was acting a bit strange, lost in thought, and not saying anything, Uncle Fong worriedly called out, "Miss." Mississippi Locke Qilang suddenly woke up. She coughed a few times, then turned to Uncle Fong and said, "I may be weak right now, but I won't let others face this kind of petty person for me. Counterattack is the strongest deterrent." Madame Vong had saved Locke Qilang and taken her to the hospital. Taking this opportunity, she also told what she had seen with her own eyes. In Din Nok Kwan's garden, the madam was very busy asking if the nourishing soup was ready. "Go check it. Why are there only a few sets of clothes packed? Does Qilang only have these few outfits? Bring a few more books here. Those joke compilations, it's boring in the hospital. We need to keep that child from getting bored." Grandmother. Just then, Locke Qilang returned, surprising the old lady who hurried to help her and asked worriedly, "Good child, why did you come back? Weren't you supposed to be in the hospital? I've packed some good things to visit you. How are you? Where does it hurt? Tell me." "Grandma, I'm fine. My eyes I can see now." "That's great. That's great. Eyes with soul indeed. Look beautiful. Come sit over here. Don't stay outside. The wind might make you catch a cold." The two of them went inside the house. Locke Qilang wanted to say something to her grandmother. "I just saw your expression and knew you had something to tell me." "What is it?" "Grandma, about what you told me before. I agree to help Baek Vong bring back everything that was originally his." The old lady was moved. "You agree? This child must have been driven to a corner because of this kidnapping." She felt a bit guilty and said, "I'm not good. If I hadn't suddenly treated you so well, those people wouldn't have made a move. If I had sent a few more people to protect you, this wouldn't have happened to you. What's done is done. No matter how many times we say, if it won't change anything now. Grandma, I will try my best to help Baek Vong become a suitable heir. But I don't want to open an ancestral hall for worship." "Then what do you want?" "I want an old house in Jiangnan." The old lady immediately understood and asked her, "Whose hands is the Locke family house in now?" "It's still listed online, unsold. Currently, the price is 1.8 billion. The old lady held her hand and praised, "Good. You're a good child for remembering old ties. As long as you can do it, I will buy the house back for you. The position of the eldest daughter-in-law of the Baek family will always be yours. Good things always have two sides. I don't want it all. I just want the old Locke family house." "You mean you don't need Baek Vong anymore?" "Qilang, you and Baek Vong are actually." The old lady hadn't finished her sentence when a servant's voice announced from outside, "Madam, something has happened. Madam Yu Si and Madam Ha have been kidnapped." Both of them were a bit shocked. Locke Qilang thought to herself, could it be Baek Vong? She took the old lady to the living room. At this moment, Baek Tran Van was extremely angry, slammed his hand on the table. This time it's really a big deal. He angrily pointed at the bodyguard and shouted, "Where are they?" The bodyguard, somewhat nervous, recounted the incident. At 2:30 p.m., Madam Ha went for a scheduled ring fitting until 2:40. Madam Ha went to the restroom. "We checked, and there was no problem. But Madam Ha didn't come out after 10 minutes. We rushed in, and she was gone." Madam Yu Si is one of the hosts of tonight's charity event and came for a rehearsal this afternoon. At 2:40, Madam Yu Si said she was tired and wanted a rest. Unexpectedly, after 20 minutes, Madam Yu Si disappeared. Locke Qilang thought they were kidnapped at the same time. It's clearly a provocation. If this news gets out, it will likely become a scandal for Baek Dahu. "Why are you standing there? Call Baek Vong back for me." The old madam glanced at him and said, "You want to call Baek Vong back to find people for you." She pointed directly at his face. Locke Qilang. "She just had an incident, and Van Phi and my tin are nowhere to be found. If it's not Baek Vong. Then who is it, mother? Do you know the skill level of the bodyguards you hired? In this entire Jongbak, those capable of taking someone away without a sound are only the Hot Tu Nan. Lok Chi Lang was a bit startled upon hearing this. Hot Tu Nan, this organization has extraordinary skills, ruthless in their actions. More importantly, their identities are mysterious. No one has ever seen their real faces. Previously, a photo appeared online, but it was just a side view. The photo showed someone wearing a hat and a white mask. Even their gender was unknown. At this moment, she suddenly remembered the person in a hooded outfit, white mask, feeling similar to Lai Min Chuan. Lai Min Chuan is Baek Vong's man. Could this organization belong to Baek Vong? At this time, the butler returned the phone to Baek Chan Van, who said tremblingly, "Young master, the young master is not answering the phone. He doesn't dare to come back, right? Guilty of wrongdoing." The old madam sat down and took out her phone. She calmly said, "Guilty of wrongdoing. Everything is just your guess." She dialed Baek Vong's number, but the phone rang with the operator's voice. "Hello, the number you have dialed is currently unavailable." "See, he's not answering my call. His phone must be out of battery." Madam Chen Vin shouted angrily, "Out of battery at this time? What a coincidence. What era are we in? Charging is very simple." The old madam sipped her tea and replied casually, "Out of battery. Your phone runs out of battery frequently too. What if Baek Vong can't find the charger? Young people can throw away anything, but not their charger. My grandson is not an ordinary young person." At this moment, Lok Chi Lang's phone rang, startling everyone. She took out her phone, and on it Baek Vong's name was displayed. She felt a bit regretful for not turning off the sound. If she had known, she would have pretended not to hear and let it ring out. Seeing her reaction, Baek Chan Van was so angry she couldn't speak. The old madam acted as if nothing had happened. "Say, it seems Baek Vong has found the charger." Baek Tran Van frowned and pointed at Lok Chi Lang, telling her to answer the phone on speaker. As soon as Lok Chi Lang answered the phone, she heard Baek Vong asking, "Where did you run off to?" She was surprised, asking if he had gone to the hospital again. "Why can't I go there?" Lok Chi Lang, "Don't forget what I told you before. I'm here to negotiate." Baek Vong spoke so bluntly. "Don't let them slip through the net again. Baek Vong, come back quickly. Something's happened at home. Aunt Yusi and Aunt Ha have been kidnapped. Father is very angry." "Are you at the old house?" Grandmother and father are both here. They're investigating to see what exactly happened." Mrs. Tran Van sternly asked her, "What did Baek Vong say before he left? What negotiation? I'm asking you. Did he tell you he had to deal with Yusi Van Phi and Ha Mai Tin?" Lok Chi Lang was pressed by Baek Tran Van, making her panic. Her face full of tension, thinking what to do. Given Baek Tran Van's sharp intuition, any lie would be exposed. But if she didn't clearly state that she had evil intentions and wanted to escape from it, then only. She hesitantly stammered a reply. "No, he just told me to rest and recuperate well. Wait until my body recovers, then come back to negotiate. If it were before, even if I died, I couldn't say such things in front of the elders. It's all because of Baek Vong." Baek Tran Van was startled, understanding her meaning, so she didn't ask anything more. Half an hour later, Baek Vong finally returned. Seeing her sitting happily on the chair, he smiled. "Little blind girl, seems you weren't bullied." Lok Chi Lang gestured to Baek Vong. "Baek Vong, don't admit to anything, okay?" Baek Vong raised his hand to his mouth, trying to hide the joy in his heart. "Is she really this worried about me?" Baek Tran Van also glanced at him. "Baek Vong, you've actually come back." Baek Vong sat down and looked at Baek Tran Van, asking, "Those two women have been with you for too long. I guess you're tired of them. Why don't I find you two new ones?" Mrs. Tran Van angrily slammed the table. "Insolent brat. Release those two immediately. Why are you telling me to release them? This has nothing to do with me." Baek Vong, the kidnapping case has been investigated thoroughly. The police found a suicide note in the driver's car. Mr. Truong had long been tired of the world. Before that, Lok Chi Lang had sat in his car and scolded him a bit. He held a grudge and wanted to drag Lok Chi Lang to death with him. So this matter has nothing to do with Yusi Van Phi and Ha Mai Tin. Release them immediately. Van Phi has asthma and can't handle stress. Lok Chi Lang felt uneasy, looking at him and thinking such a big mouth. "I have never made it difficult for Uncle Truong in any way. Baek Tran has been navigating the business world for so many years. How could he not see through the tricks in it saying such things as simply because he doesn't want to investigate thoroughly and doesn't want to care either?" Mrs. Vong took a tangerine from the table. While peeling it, she said, "Whether it's true or not doesn't matter. Even if today my woman really drowned in the river, one body, two lives, I still wouldn't blame those two stepmothers. If you really think that way, then why rush home like this? To come home and eat tangerines. Baek Vong, something happened to them. If it gets out, it will dishonor the Baek family. And if the Baek family loses face, you lose face too. Baek Vong put a tangerine slice in his mouth and said to him, "Then I'll send 2 people to help you search." Okay. He frowned, squeezing the tangerine in his hand. It's really sour. Mrs. Tran Van was extremely angry. She stood up, pointing at Baek Vong, and shouted, "Baek Vong, I don't have the patience to stand here and watch you. Let me tell you, today before the sun sets, I must see you see Van Phi and Ha Mai Tin return. If not, for the rest of your life, you'll never get the remaining inheritance from your mother." Baek Vong's face darkened as he looked at him without saying a word. Lok Chi Lang looked at him with some unease. Mrs. Vong suddenly stood up and threw the tangerines on the table. While wiping her hands, she said to him, "You're using my birth mother's inheritance to exchange for the lives of those 2 women. They're worth it." Mrs. Tran Van gritted her teeth, feeling somewhat complex inside. "They can't die. Then you can rest assured. If I did it, I certainly wouldn't let them die. Touching my woman, how could I just let them die so simply? What do you want to do? I've raised a pack of Tibetan Mastiffs, grown up eating raw meat. You dare. I grew up in a dog kennel. What's there to not dare? But don't worry, investigate. I'm just saying if they fell into my hands, that's all, you know. You quickly tie up this rebellious son for me." The bodyguards approached. Baek Vong was about to draw his gun when Lok Chi Lang rushed to hug him. "My stomach suddenly hurts so much. Everything's spinning. Baek Vong, take me to the hospital for another checkup. This woman is pretending again. Today, no one should leave. Quickly take the old madam out for me." The old Mrs. Baek stood up and held Baek Chin Vanna's hand. "What do you want to do? Chi Lang's pregnancy is very unstable. If she doesn't go for a checkup, what will happen to my direct grandson?" Lok Chi Lang stood in front of Baek Vong and loudly said to Baek Tran Van, "Father, Baek Vong is already an adult. You can't arbitrarily imprison his freedom. I'm his father. Don't I have this right? Even if the police come here, they also couldn't have taken Baek Vong away without reason. Baek Vong basically had no reason to kidnap Aunt UC and Aunt Ha. Aren't you the reason? How could I be the reason? You mean the incident where I almost drowned in the river? As if Uncle Truong did it. He hates me, so he wants to kill me. If this has nothing to do with Aunt UC and Aunt Ha, then how could I and Baek Vong think too much about it?" Baek Vong glanced at her with a doting look. "Smooth talker, aren't you? I feel the most important thing now is to work together to find Aunt UC and Aunt Ha. We can't get tangled up in other matters. When it comes to finding people, this isn't helpful at all." Old Madam Baek also spoke up to mediate. That's right. After Baek Vong took Chi Lang to the hospital, he also sent people to search. "Baek Vong, I'm telling you, if those 2 can return safely, I won't hold you accountable. If not, then you just wait and see." As Baek Vong escorted Chi Lang out to the main hall, the old madam chased after them. "Chi Lang, wait. I've packed your things for the hospital stay. Chi Lang, come with me to see if anything is missing." Having his beloved wife taken away, Baek Vong was a bit displeased. "Grandmother, if you want to separate her from me directly, just say so. Do you take me for a fool? Anyway, you have to wait." The old madam led Lok Chi Lang back into the house, while Baek Vong waited in the car outside. As the 2 were about to leave, the old madam held Lok Chi Lang back to talk. "I want to continue discussing what we haven't finished talking about. If you agree to help me with this matter, you need to know more about Baek Vong to handle this better." "Yes, please go on." "Have you always felt that Baek Vong's relationship with his father is very bad? If it weren't for me, Baek Vong would have a hard time becoming the heir, right? Actually, at first, Tran Van loved this eldest son very much." Lok Chi Lang was a bit surprised. She thought that no matter how you look at it, these 2 don't seem to love each other at all. The old madam handed her a box. Inside were old photographs. There was also a wedding photo of Baek Tran Van with a woman who was extremely beautiful. The old madam said, "This is Baek Vong's mother, Tik Tuet." Lok Chi Lang looked at the woman in the picture and couldn't help but be amazed. She had thought that a celebrity like UC Van Phi was already beautiful enough, but unexpectedly, she wasn't even half as beautiful as Baek Vong's mother. No wonder Baek Vong is such a stunning man. Baek Duong and Baek Trin both have Mok in their names, but being the eldest son, Baek Vong's name doesn't have Mok. This is Tran Vanna's obsession. It's also Tran Vanna's delusion. Back then, Tran Van fell in love at first sight with Tik Tuet. He decided not to marry anyone unless it was Tik Tuet. The Tich family had agreed to this marriage. But Tik Tuet didn't agree, because she had a boyfriend who was abroad. To win Tik Tuet, the young Tran Van back then did many foolish things. Hearing the old lady's story, Loch Chi Lang couldn't help but be surprised. She didn't expect back Tran Van to have this side of lurking or snatching. At that time, Tran Van was causing chaos at home, hunger striking, cutting himself, doing everything to marry Tik Tuet at all costs. Your grandfather was a hot-tempered man. You wouldn't let him act out like that. That year, he almost beat him to death. But even so, he still refused to give up. After that, I really had no choice. So I went to find Tik Tuet and beg her to marry Tran Van. Tik Tuet thought for a night and agreed, matching with Tran Van, or was it a case of a mistress forcefully taking the position? After marriage, the couple was very harmonious and happy. When Bac Vong was born, Tran Van was so happy that he specially named him Bac, which sounds like Tik. It was also to imply that Tik Tuet would finally perch on his tree. But later, Tran Van discovered that Tik Tuet and her ex-boyfriend were secretly meeting. Their relationship then changed. Tik Tuet wanted to leave, but Tran Van didn't agree. Not only did he change his son's name to Bac Vong, but he also confined Tik Tuet at home. The couple's love turned into hatred from that day. Tik Tuet took Bac Vong, who was only 5 years old, and ran away with that man. But an accident occurred. Tik Tuet died on the spot. Bac Vong has been missing since then. People in the family all thought Tran Van hated Tik Tuet, and because of that, he also hated this eldest son. He basically couldn't let Bac to fall into Bac Vong's hands. But I don't think Tran Van's feelings for Tik Tuet were too complex, you see. He has searched for one person after another for years, but his wife in the family tree only has the name Tik Tuet. So I believe that, as long as Bac Vong can complete the task well, Tran Van will give the boy a chance. If that's really the case, why did father let Bac Vong replace Bac Ra to do those unrighteous things? Is that what Bac Vong told you, or your guess? You're very smart. That year when Tik Tuet had an unexpected accident, most of her assets were in the hands of the boy's father. Bac Vong wanted them, but the boy's father wouldn't give them. He actively proposed an exchange condition. Why did father agree? To let Bac Vong do those improper things in order to keep Tik Tuet's assets. Bac Tran Van wasn't afraid something might happen to Bac Vong. I don't know. Perhaps at that time no one could handle these matters better than Bac Vong. Chi Lang Bac Vong now seems to be walking on a path without any light. He keeps moving forward without looking back. Please help me pull him out, son. In the group, Bac Vong has no position or shares, so it will be very difficult for him to rise up. If you want Bac Vong to take control, he must have opportunities to practice first. Old Madame Bac lowered her head in sadness. Do you think I haven't considered why Bac Vong, the boy, lacks this ability? Bac Vong has been missing for 15 long years. He has lived a completely different life. Such a life has allowed him to skillfully navigate and dance in the darkness with ease. Conversely, when he comes to a place with light, his feet completely freeze. He can barely take a step. Chinong, my child, who knows how much suffering the boy has endured. Dao Loch Chi Lang walked out, accompanied by several bodyguards. She looked at Bac Vong waiting for her in the car and couldn't help but recall the words of old Madame Bac about Bac Vong. All the rumors about Bac Vong were true. After losing his memory in an accident at the age of 5, he indirectly ended up in a slaughterhouse. It wasn't easy for him to escape. Then he drifted on the streets, begging to survive. To get food, from a young age, he went to gambling dens. And relying on his ruthlessness, he became a notorious thug in Bac Song that everyone knew about. At 20, he was betrayed by a close friend. He was nearly beaten to death with a stick. He was on his last breath and was recognized by Bac Da when he was dying. When he first returned, Bac Vong was still close to me. But then I was busy taking care of Ton Lam, who had lost his memory, so I paid less attention to the boy. When I realized it, Bac Vong had already distanced himself from me. The boy had endured too much betrayal. He was no longer willing to be close to others. As soon as he detects something off about someone, he pushes them beyond the boundaries he has set. He trusts you, Chi Lang. Only you can pull him out. Loch Chi Lang stood outside the car, looking at him, pondering. Does Bac Vong really trust me? Then why did he ask Lai Min Chuan to follow me? Bac Vong looked at her and asked, why are you standing there like a fool? Is he afraid that I'll betray him like those people did? That I'll hurt him? I thought you had already left. Bac Vong looked at the bodyguards behind her and asked what's going on. These bodyguards were assigned to me by grandmother. She's afraid I'll get hurt again. If I really wanted to deal with you, even an entire army wouldn't be of any use. Bak Vong wasn't wrong. Uncle Truong was also from the Bak family. He said he wanted to kill me and appeared immediately, catching me completely off guard. You should still keep them. Grandmother said these people are trustworthy. I can't always be lucky enough to wait for you to save me time and time again. Have them stand in a line. Lok Chi Lang looked a bit confused but still turned back to speak to the bodyguards. Please line up in a single file. Bak Vong tapped on the door and said, starting from the left, 1 for 5-9, these people can stay. The rest are no longer needed. Lok Chi Lang asked in surprise, you can even judge people now. You know who is loyal and who isn't. In this world, there's no such thing as absolute loyalty. To put it simply, it's a bit foolish. Those who stay have more ties to their families. If anything happens to you, I'll make sure all their relatives are buried with you, so you won't die with any regrets. The bodyguard's faces darkened upon hearing this. Lok Chi Lang's face twisted as she said, oh, thank you. You really do think of me, Bak Vong. I couldn't be by your side while you grew up, but during this limited time, I absolutely won't harm you or betray you. Lok Chi Lang looked out the car window, lost in thought. It's just like now he's all thorns and defenses, suspicious and watchful everywhere. Bak Vong tires himself out and tires me too. If he could just let it go, that would be great. At this moment, Bak Vong suddenly stepped on the gas and sped off. As soon as they got home, he quickly pulled Lok Chi Lang to the room. She had to run to keep up. Hey, slow down a bit. Once in the room, Bak Vong immediately embraced and kissed her. Lok Chi Lang was a bit flustered, her face turning red. Her hand inadvertently slid down to Bak Vong's lower abdomen. Looking at her own hand, she couldn't help but be shocked. Bak Vong smirked and said, oh, so impatient are we. He immediately pushed her onto the bed. Lok Chi Lang tensed up. No, don't. Bak Vong, really, we can't. I say we can. I do what I say. You said we could. Now you're backing out. Lok Chi Lang remembered the condition Bak Vong had told her at the hospital before. Sleep with him once, and he would help her get revenge. Lok Chi Lang sir, I never said a word about this from beginning to end. Not a single word. However, the disappearance of UC Van Phi and Hamai Tin indeed has something to do with you. Bak Vong hugged her and flipped her over, making her sit on top of him. But I'm pregnant. Pregnant, right? Okay, I'll let you be on top. I won't press down on you. Do normal people have rules to avoid danger during pregnancy like this? Wait, Bak Vong, I have something I want to tell you. He impatiently pulled her down and embraced her. We'll talk after we're done. Lok Chi Lang suddenly felt very dizzy. She felt nauseous. She covered her mouth, got up, and ran to the bathroom to vomit. Bak Vong's face darkened as he coldly followed behind her. With a murderous look on his face, he watched her vomiting nonstop. You vomit at the sight of me. No. He angrily snorted and turned to leave. Lok Chi Lang quickly grabbed his hand. Morning sickness is very normal. Sometimes I feel nauseous even when I'm just walking on the street. It has nothing to do with you. He angrily turned around, grabbed her neck, and pushed her against the wall. It wasn't the first time Luo Zhilong played this game. Having fun. Then he turned and walked away. I'm done playing with you, understand? Luo Zhilong ran after him and hugged him from behind. I really didn't mean to disappoint you. I just hope you can find someone good enough for you. What about me? I also don't want you to see the worst side of me. The two calmly sat on the chair. She showed him some special situations during pregnancy. Among them were many special circumstances. However, what caught Bo Wong's attention most was that morning sickness could cause urinary incontinence. He looked suspiciously at the worried girl in front of him. What to do? How to say it to make Bo Wong stop pursuing the matter. He's so perverted. Opening her mouth to speak, she basically couldn't do anything. But he told her to go change her pants. This surprised her, making her face turn red. Change pants? Could it be that he thinks I'm thinking what? This perverted man. What are you thinking? Nothing, I'll go change. To prevent Bo Wong from doing anything, she endured. Luo Zhilong changed into a neat outfit and sat in front of Bo Wong. She thought to herself, after what just happened, Bo Wong probably won't have any desire for me anymore, right? So what did you want to tell me? Luo Zhilong looked at him resolutely and said, I don't want to just be the one getting hit. I want to hit back. What do you want from those two women? Should I help you with their limbs or their hearts and guts? Hearing his suggestions, Luo Zhilong could only laugh awkwardly. She was about to have another nauseous reaction and vomit. Bo Wong compared to physically hurting them for pleasure in the short term, I'd rather kill their hearts. She put her hand on her belly and said, no matter who wants to kill me, they will aim for my belly first. They want Bo Da's inheritance position, but I won't let them succeed. Bo Wong, you should seize this position. If you don't get this position and trample those who want under your feet, our child will always be in danger. Even if safely born, Bo Wong carelessly said, why bother with all this trouble? If this child is born and doesn't want to live, that's fine too. If it wants to live, I will, on its behalf, sweep away anyone who stands in its way. What do you mean if the child is born and doesn't want to live, that's fine? What do you mean sweep away anyone who stands in its way? You see, replacing your father in doing dishonorable things, do you want to continue doing such things? On behalf of the child in the future, why not? As a father, you can't just be a gun that's useless once it runs out of bullets. You must be an indestructible skyscraper, protecting the child from rain and wind until they grow up. What do you mean by when you run out of bullets? There's no more. What are you suspecting? Then tonight, you'll have to constantly beg for mercy for me to spare you. Luo Zhiling blushed, unable to speak. What do you mean the car broke down? How is it suddenly driving at high speed? Heavens, I didn't mean it that way. What did you mean then? The time I can stay with Bo Ran is less than 2 years. After that, you'll be the only one by the child's side. If you can't calmly protect the boy as he grows up, what will happen to him? What makes you think I can't calmly protect the boy as he grows up? Then I'll speak directly. Please don't get angry. After hearing Bo Lao Furin recount Bo Wong's past, Luo Zhiling decided to advise you to consider taking Bo Ran's position to avenge her and protect your child in the future. She took a deep breath and decided to speak her mind. First, about yourself. You've never thought this world was beautiful. If you keep this mindset, I'm very worried about how long you can last. Secondly, in this world, no one can always stay in the darkness easily. Their stumbling is just a matter of time. Bovank left coldly. It seems before we left, Lao Foreign found you not to help you pack, but to remind you, right? Her eyes are dim. What she can't do herself, she seeks you to do. Why don't you be a bit smarter on your own? If I really waited for you to come and care for me, I, Bo Wong, would have reincarnated 800 times already. Bo Wong, why don't you try once? A person who has never even encountered light, how can you say that heat will definitely burn and hurt you? Are you saying I don't dare? That's right, you are afraid. That's why you hide in your safe zone and don't dare to come out. But actually, you've long been tired of living like this. You don't want to continue wandering in darkness. You don't want to die either. So you live in this quagmire. Bo Wong's gaze turned cruel as he looked at her, making Luo Zhiling shudder. Oh no! In a moment of excitement, she had said everything on her mind. What if she really angered Bo Wong? Who knows what he might do? Luo Zhiling turned to use her charm, hugging him. Bo Wong, let me try with you, okay? Do you always feel bored? Consider me as someone by your side to kill time. The anger on Bo Wong's face dissipated. He held her hands. Luo Zhiling thought being gentle doesn't work either. He embraced her, his hands starting to wander downwards. He smirked mischievously. Kill time, huh? Doing it until we die would be even more interesting. Want to try? Luo Zhiling broke out in a cold sweat, unable to speak to this guy anymore. Is there really no escape today? Luo Zhiling, you've become quite bold. Baek Vong let go of her and turned to leave. Lok Chi Lang slumped down in her chair and exhaled. Her hands were still trembling. She was all talk in front of the madam. Unexpectedly, her first attempt to persuade Baek Vong had failed. At this moment, she received a message from Madam Chi Lang. If you see Van Phi and Ha Mai Tin don't return, Tran Van will donate Tik Tuet's inheritance. Then there will be a fierce battle between father and son. They're making things difficult for you. You must persuade Baek Vong, donating the inheritance. If I can't persuade Baek Vong, I won't be able to get back the old house in Jiangnam. Not to mention my status in the Baek family will be in danger. When the baby is born, it will also face many challenges. I must find an opportunity to persuade Baek Vong to change his mind. That afternoon, she spent the whole afternoon searching Baek Vong's private residence, but couldn't find him. In the end, she had to ask the madam for help to be able to find his whereabouts. Sorry to trouble you. I'm just helping you. If you need anything, just say so. Wait until I find the location of that wicked Baek Vong's child. I'll send it to you immediately. But why has Baek Vong gone to the sea? Seeing her down below, Lycan asked Lok Chi Lang in surprise. Why are you here? She looked up at the yacht and answered him. I'm looking for Baek Vong. Baek is still sleeping. Maybe you should come back later. Sleeping at this hour. It seems Baek Vong doesn't want to see me. If I want to meet him, there's only one special method. Thinking this, she reached out to climb onto the large boat. Lycan panicked. What are you doing? Aren't you afraid of falling? Let me up. I'm pregnant. You probably don't want anything to happen on your boat. Two bodies floating up, do you? What are you all looking at? Hurry up and help pull her up. Lycan gently helped Lok Chi-Lang up while constantly reminding her, slowly, slowly. Please don't do that again, Madam Lok. As soon as she got on board, Lok Chi-Lang immediately went in to find Baek Vong. Lycan followed her, curiously asking whose child she was carrying. My husband's. How long has it been? 2 months. Lycan was a bit surprised. 2 months. Wasn't that when the Kung family's banquet happened? Has Bak's taste become that perverted? Lok Chi-Lang went straight into the boat. Inside, there was loud music. There were also people dancing. Baek Vong was sleeping in a large armchair. Next to him was a sexy blonde girl in a two-piece swimsuit, gently covering him with a blanket. Seeing Lok Chi-Lang approaching, she angrily asked who she was. Lok Chi-Lang, not to be outdone, glared at her. And who are you? Didn't the madam say Baek Vong had no one else outside? So who is this girl? Lycan hurriedly ran in to pull the other girl away. Go. You go over there first. Then she turned to Lok Chi-Lang and said, Madam Lok, I really appreciate you. So let me say something from the bottom of my heart. This vicious cycle can continue as it is. But don't be so hasty. When the time comes, you'll be the one who suffers. All right, I won't bother him anymore. I'll wait for you to finish. No matter what, today we must convince Baek Vong. It's useless for you to wait here anyway. Vong Xie rarely gets to sleep. He won't wake up anytime soon. Lok Chi-Lang calmly sat down on the chair. She took out her earphones and put them in. Wearing earphones was somewhat better, but much better than before. She looked over at Baek Vong. The girl from earlier was still writhing beside him. Baek Vong was even trying to provoke her. She took out her lipstick, smeared it on her hand, then on her collar. Baek Vong caressed his face while thinking. A character like Baek Thew, yet so unguarded like this. If I can hook him, I'll be rich. At this moment, Baek Vong suddenly opened his eyes, scaring her. She broke into a sweat, stuttering, "Be Baek Thew." Baek Vong pushed her, and she fell face first onto the ground. What the hell are you doing? Everyone around stopped what they were doing. No one dared to make a sound. Baek Vong then noticed Lok Chi-Lang sitting opposite him. She stood up and walked towards him, causing Lycan to panic and watch. This woman is so stubborn, yet she's not afraid. Lok Chi-Lang poured some wine on a handkerchief and went to wipe the lipstick off Baek Vong's collar. Vong Xie, aren't you angry? Who is this girl anyway? She asked him if she could talk to him again. Lok Chi-Lang, you're getting bolder and bolder, aren't you? When asked to share a bed, you persistently refused. Now you dare to pressure me incessantly in front of my face. Can't you reconsider what I said that day? I really feel like you don't like your current life. If you don't like it, why not try to change it? You dare to mention it again. Seems like the lesson wasn't enough. Baek Vong pushed her aside. He stood up and kicked over the ice bucket onto the floor. Then he said to everyone, come here. Make way for Miss Lok to leave. Then he looked at Lok Chi-Lang with an evil gaze and said, if you play with me, I'll consider it. Looking at the ice cubes scattered on the floor, Baek Vong sat comfortably in his chair. He said, walk across once, and I'll consider your request. If I walk across that, my feet will be ruined. I can't. I'm pregnant. Now it's your turn to say you can't, Lok Chi-Lang. Have I been too indulgent with you? Or do you feel that because I saved you once, you've become someone important? I don't think so. The crowd outside, seeing the show, started to pull at Lok Chi-Lang. Come on, beautiful lady. Vong Xie has given you a chance to make a request. It's just a few pieces of ice, isn't it? Just walk across once, and it's done. What are you all doing? Let her go take off her shoes. You can't walk on rocks with shoes on. Let's go. Walk across once. Who knows, maybe Vong Xie will take her to a hotel. Haha. The crowd laughed loudly and cheered. Walk across the path of pebbles. Lok Chi-Lang struggled to break free from the group of men. Let me go. She turned her face and looked at Baek Vong with pleading eyes. However, he remained indifferent, letting them bully her without saying anything. Lok Chi-Lang was disappointed that she had misjudged. She actually didn't understand Baek Vong at all. If interested, he could save her. If not interested, he could also play with her until she dies. It seems both she and her grandmother had misjudged. She didn't have the ability to pull Baek Vong out of the mud. Instead, she was being dragged down to hell by him. At this moment, someone pushed her forward. Lok Chi-Lang stood alone in the middle of the crowd. They said to her, beautiful lady, you're no fun like this. You came here on your own. Why can't you play along? That's right, you think you're some precious gem or something, pretending to be virtuous here. Vong Ca is playing with you out of respect. If you know what's good for you, quickly strip and lie on the rocks to entertain Vong Ca. The crowd started chanting for her to strip again. At this point, Luke Chi Lang had completely given up. She turned around, ready to leave and give up like this. However, as she was about to leave, a man held her back. Beautiful lady, don't go. Let's play a bit. The rocks aren't cold. If you don't believe it, try it yourself. He pulled at her clothes and dropped a rock in her chest. Luke Chi Lang turned around and slapped him hard. The man, enraged, raised his hand to hit her back. You bitch, you dare hit me. I'll show you how I deal with you. But before his hand could come down, a knife from somewhere flew and stabbed straight into his hand, making him scream in pain. What happened? That knife seemed to be in front of Vong Ca earlier. Luke Chi Lang was so angry she gritted her teeth, her whole body trembling. She coldly pulled the knife out of the man's hand, still not satisfied. She went to the table and grabbed a beer bottle. Then she kicked him straight in the head, causing blood to splatter on her face. The surrounding crowd was shocked. This woman is ruthless. She turned to look at Baek Vong, who was sitting calmly. Then she turned around and left the room. She went to the bathroom to wash her face. Looking at her face in the mirror, she told herself to endure it. Luke Chi Lang, don't be humiliated. You can't cry over this. She took a deep breath. When in front of Baek Vong, unable to hold back, she raised her hand to slap him. If it wasn't for Baek Vong, she definitely wouldn't have suffered this humiliation. Baek Vong looked at her with no intention of dodging. However, Luke Chi Lang's slap didn't come down. She withdrew her hand. No, I came here on my own. I was too arrogant. I brought this shame upon myself. Why aren't you hitting anymore? She couldn't bear to leave, so she said one last thing before turning to leave. Baek Vong watched her back as she walked away and mumbled, calling out Luke Chi Lang. Baek Vong was sitting watching boxing when he remembered the image of Luke Chi Lang hugging him and saying, "Let me try being with you, can I?" He suddenly blanked out and then stood up to leave. At 3 a.m., when he returned home, he found a bag in front of the door. Inside was a letter from Luke Chi Lang. Baek Vong, I'm sorry. These past 2 days I've been too arrogant. I have no right to criticize any of your actions. I'm truly sorry, and I won't bother you anymore in the future. In the card, there's some money. It's compensation for your Tramjong car. I know it's not enough, but I'll pay back the rest gradually. Also, I've prepared a sleep-inducing tea for you. I hope it will help you somewhat. Luke Chi Lang. Baek Vong picked up the tea box. On top, there were usage instructions that Luke Chi Lang had carefully pasted. He couldn't help but curse under his breath. At the hospital, Luke Chi Lang was sleeping. She was dreaming of the happy times at the Locke family. Brother 2 pulled her along, saying, "Little 7, come on. Big brother will take you fishing." She smiled happily, but just then, at that moment, a big fish jumped out of the water, wrapping tightly around her, making her extremely uncomfortable. Her face was covered in sweat, as if she couldn't breathe. She woke up with a start, opened her eyes wide, and saw Baek Vong sitting there. Still groggy from sleep, she didn't recognize him and screamed, "Help." Baek Vong quickly covered her mouth, saying, "It's me." "What are you screaming for?" Luke Chi Lang sat up and asked, "Why did you come here? Why can't I come? I thought you were still angry. I caused such a mess before. How could Baek Vong still come to find me? I'm afraid he wants revenge. You're afraid of me. I'm afraid you're angry with me. I know I was wrong. I won't assume I'm right anymore. I won't interfere in your life again." And then what? There's no. And then, he asked as if he wanted to hear more. Luke Chi Lang went to find Baek Vong, but unexpectedly, he insulted her. She angrily left. After returning home, Baek Vong couldn't find her. He hurriedly went to the hospital to look for her. Hearing her say she wouldn't interfere in his life anymore, Baek Vong became furious. He forcefully grabbed her chin. "Luke Chi Lang, you're really something. You're just having fun as you please. Who gave you that courage? Who's really the clever one here? I can't avoid it. I can't escape. Why did you follow me to the hospital? Do you want to torment me to death before you're satisfied?" Luke Chi Lang gritted her teeth and said nothing. Baek Vong angrily said, "I've made you speechless." Luke Chi Lang pushed him away. "That's enough." She hugged her legs and said tearfully, "Baek Vong, I like you. I like you so much that I've lost my boundaries a bit. But on the yacht, I understood your intentions. I truly understood. I thought that I would never appear in front of you again." Baek Vong suddenly rushed in to kiss her. Luke Chi Lang was a bit panicked. What kind of madness is he having now? Baek Vong bit her lip until it bled. Then he licked the blood on his mouth. "Your blood is really sweet." Luke Chi Lang, you're such a pervert." He held her tightly as if afraid she would run away and asked if she still wanted to try. Lok Chi Lang was surprised. Try what? Could it be trying to compete? Has he changed his mind? It's too sudden, but no matter what, Baek Vong competing for the heir position of the Baek family would be beneficial for the baby in her womb with no harm. She happily hugged him. That's great. That's great. Baek Vong supported her head, gently kissed her forehead, and asked if she was that happy. He smiled, not knowing that he thought she wanted to sit in the heir position of the Baek family. Oh yes. I'm very happy. When I'm discharged, can I go to the Daejeon Peninsula to play? Being closer to Baek Vong, I can help him more. Now if you get in bed, it would be faster. This bed isn't big, but it's enough. Lok Chi Lang blushed. Baek Vong, why can you twist everything I say from morning to night? Could it be that what I said was too vague? Or is his mind full of only that? That's not what I meant. If I move there, I'll definitely know my place and won't share a room with you. I just want to be closer to you to take care of you. I kiss you once, and you already want to move to my place. If I really let you move there, don't you have any worse thoughts? I know you're just momentarily interested. I won't think too much. In my eyes, you're single and don't belong to me. Trust me, I'm very clear-headed. Baek Vong, helpless with his little wife, turned and said, as you wish. If she's so determined, then let her try. Just play with her as he pleases and see what happens. Lok Chi Lang, emboldened, asked again, your house there is a bit empty. Can I buy some furniture? As you wish. Well, it's getting late. Don't go home anymore. Rest early, and we'll talk more tomorrow. She obediently took the blanket to the sofa and waved at him. Baek Vong was speechless with frustration. After all that tossing and turning, he only managed to get this hospital bed. Early the next morning, as soon as he opened his eyes, Baek Vong saw a rose in front of him. Lok Chi Lang came in and asked, "Are you awake?" Baek Vong held the flower and asked her what she meant. "I fainted in the hospital's flower garden. I hope you have a good mood today." One flower makes for a good mood. It's what my third aunt said. She likes to grow flowers. The flower is like a promise to my third aunt. She said if you wake up every day and see a flower, your mood for the whole day will be very good. My second brother was suddenly enchanted. Every day, she went to pick flowers in the garden of the three aunts. A week later, the flower garden was completely cleared out. The three aunts were so angry they cried. Baek Vong looked at the flower and imagined in his head. The flower was a promise. So giving flowers to himself meant the same thing. This Lok Chi Lang still said she was clear-headed. "Put away your feelings, I'll leave. Then you can continue talking." While daydreaming, Ti Fu Sin ran in. In her hand, she was holding an identical flower. "Chi Lang, you gave this to me, didn't you? I just saw it as soon as I arrived. It smells so good and looks so beautiful. Thank you. I'm glad you like it." Baek Vong's face suddenly darkened, frightening Fu Sin to hide behind Lok Chi Lang, young master. "Why are you?" Before she could finish her sentence, he interrupted, telling her to throw the flower away. Then he glared at her, making little Fu Sin cry. "Without tears, I will go," Lok Chi Lang asked him in confusion. "Do you dislike flowers or just dislike roses? We still have to live together in the future. At least we should understand Baek Vong's preferences a little." Baek Vong frankly threw the flower on the ground. He even stomped on it with his foot. "Lok Chi Lang, remember what you gave me. If it's the same as others, I won't want it anymore." Not only not wanting it, he even wants to destroy it. How extreme. "All right, I understand. I won't do it again in the future." About to leave, she suddenly remembered something. She turned and said to Baek Vong, "All right, there's something. Grandmother called me this morning. Said father wants to donate mother's inheritance. I think Aunt UC and Aunt Ha should come back." Seeing Baek Vong's mood quickly change, she hurriedly said, "Wait, don't get angry yet. I have an idea that can give you the upper hand." As she spoke, she brought a medical kit in front of him. On Baek Chen Vena's side, he said to the butler, "There's still no news about Van Phi and my tin. Find a lawyer to discuss the specific procedures for donating the inheritance. I'll go right away." The butler left. Left alone, Baek Chan Vang, he couldn't help but hold his head in exhaustion. In his heart, he still hated that woman. He thought to himself, "You betrayed me. The child you gave birth to also betrayed me. Between the two of us, who is it that can't forgive whom?" At this moment, the butler rushed in panicking and announced, "Sir, Madam UC and Madam Ha have returned." Mr. Tran Van asked with a gloomy face an incomplete question. Did their hands return or their feet feet return. The butler bowed his head and stammered. They've all returned. In the main hall, back RA, you see Van Phi and Ha Mai Tin looked like lost souls. They were still terrified by what had happened. A maid walked by and accidentally touched UC Van Phi. She panicked, jumped up and screamed, "Don't touch me." Ha Mai Tin was holding her head, slumped on the chair, mumbling incessantly, "My boyfriend is back Tran Van. My boyfriend is back Tran Van. He won't let you get away with this." Mrs. Tran Van hurriedly approached and said to the two of them, "Van Phi Mai Tin, you two have returned. Don't be afraid." The two women quickly hugged him and cried loudly, "Chen Van, I thought I'd never see you again. I'm here. Are you two all right? You really don't have any strange knife wounds." Given Baek Vong's usual behavior, how could he release the two of them and let them return unharmed? At least they should have lost a kidney. No, those gang members were actually terrorists. They threw us into a snake forest. It was full of snakes inside, and outside, there were dogs barking everywhere. If it weren't for thinking of you and little Trin, I wouldn't have survived until now. The kidnappers were all wearing hooded robes and white masks. We don't know where they came from. You must avenge us, Chen Ven. Mrs. Chen Ven frowned. Hooded robes and white masks. Isn't that the Living Dead organization? At this moment, there was a commotion. Not good. Not good. The young master is injured. Lo Chi Lang saw that Baek Vong was injured. He was covered in blood as he entered. The three Baek family members were stunned on the spot. What's going on now? Are the kidnappers' wounds worse than the hostages? Baek Vong calmly sat down in a chair. Lo Chi Lang glanced at him with some anxiety. Why hasn't the assistant arrived yet? Just then, the sound of Baek's grandmother crying rang out. Baek Vong. Lo Chi Lang smirked. Finally, they've arrived. Mr. and Mrs. Baek hurriedly ran out. How did you get injured like this? Even if you want to rescue someone, it shouldn't be this bad. If something happens to you, how are your grandfather and I supposed to live? She hugged his face, crying as she spoke. But Baek Vong coldly looked at her without emotion. His eyes showed some disgust as he said, "Not dead yet. Let go. Everyone's acting so well." The grandmother stroked Baek Vong's head while exclaiming, "Oh, my poor grandson. Madam, you mentioned rescuing people. Don't you know anything?" Van Phi and Mai Tin were able to return thanks to Baek Vong. He went into the snake forest alone. He almost lost his life. You see, Van Phi and Ha Mai Tin's group couldn't help but be speechless at this situation. How is this possible? We were suddenly tied up in a snake forest, then suddenly our blindfolds were removed, and we were brought back. When did Baek Vong rescue us? Mrs. Chan Van asked suspiciously. But Van Phi said their kidnappers were the Living Dead organization or something. Just because they wear hooded robes and white masks, they're the Living Dead. Moreover, even if it was the Living Dead kidnapping, what does it have to do with our Baek family? Are you saying the Living Dead organization is Baek Vong? Has Baek Vong gone to the relevant department to get permission? Has he applied for copyright yet? Hearing the old lady speak, he didn't stumble at all. Lo Chi Lang had to admit, she had the ability to forcefully twist logic. Mrs. Tran Van didn't dare argue with the old lady. She turned to ask Baek Vong with a skeptical tone, "You risked your life like this just to save those two people?" Lo Chi Lang stood in front of Baek Vong, speaking up indignantly on his behalf. "Father, to be honest, Baek Vong didn't risk his life just to save them. He risked his life to prove his innocence. That's why he did it. When Aunt UC and Aunt Ha disappeared, everyone felt it was Baek Vong's doing. I don't understand what kind of logic this is anymore. The logic is that last time Miss T nearly drowned. The next time, the two of us were kidnapped. You tell me yourself, how should we think about this? Then in your logic, the fact that I almost drowned is related to Aunt UC and Aunt Ha." Hearing Lo Chi Lang speak, the two women immediately felt uneasy and hurriedly explained, "Don't talk nonsense. Why would I drag you into the river? There's no benefit in it for me. Chi Lang, in your heart, is that the kind of person you think Aunt UC is? How could I dare to do such things? Baek Vong and I, of course, wouldn't believe Aunt UC and Aunt Ha are such people. But it seems everyone in our family doesn't believe Father. Many people in the family are prejudiced against him because of Baek Vong's past. He can stand up, but with people's prejudice, no matter how many wounds he endures, it's still very difficult for him to stand up." Lo Chi Lang spoke Weiger Lan Sing at Fu Sing. Little Fu Sin immediately understood and nodded, then brought her a cushion for her to kneel on. Seeing Lo Chi Lang kneel, everyone was a bit surprised and asked what she was doing. Baek Vong has suffered too much injustice. Today, with everyone in the family present, I want to ask Father to remove his and Mother's names from the family register. Only keeping the legal relationship will also help reduce everyone's prejudice against Baek Vong. Mrs. Tran Van heard this, and her face darkened. What nonsense are you talking about? In his mind, he thought, I absolutely cannot erase these two names. Even if Tik Tuet's soul is in the underworld, don't dream of escaping my grasp. Baek Vong is the eldest son, yet everyone feels Baek Vong is unworthy of this position. At the slightest disturbance, everyone suspects him. It seems all the bad things in the Baek family are his doing. But what's the truth? How many of those are actually caused by Baek Vong? Only when Baek Vong is no longer the eldest son in name of the family will everyone be at ease. Lok Shilang's move immediately caught Baek Tran Van off guard. He said loudly, "Who said Baek Vong doesn't look like the eldest son? I've never said I wanted to remove his name from the family register. If he's suffered many grievances, that is the responsibility to shoulder that the eldest son must have." You see, Van Phi couldn't help but feel a bit suspicious. Why did this statement suddenly change like this? An expert is no match for an opportunist. Hearing her son speak like that, Baek old madam immediately gave her opinion. Right, I think so too. If that's the case, let Baek Vong join the group for training. Ha Mai Tin was uncomfortable acting out a hero. Saving the beauty drama like this is to let Baek Vong into the group. That won't do. We can't let them achieve their intention. Thinking this, she immediately spoke up. Before, when Baek Vong just returned back XA, it's not like he's never been in the group before. But what was the result? Wasn't it extremely miserable? No matter how large the family fortune is, it can't shoulder a loss of over 1 billion. Baek Vong's eyes were cold as steel. His glance made her tremble with fear. Lok Chi Lang was a bit bewildered, not understanding the loss. What loss was Ha Mai Tin talking about? At this moment, you see Van Phi smiled awkwardly and said to the old madam, "It's good that Baek Vong wants to come to the group, Mother. The hotels and entertainment companies under your control are doing well. They can be easily managed from there. Mother, see if you can choose one for Baek Vong." Baek old madam looked displeased. She thought to herself that those companies were all side businesses, yet she dared to mention them. Thinking this, she turned to Baek Tran Van and said, "Today Baek Vong nearly lost his life, saving Van Phi and Mai Tin." Under the pressure from his mother, Baek Tran Van couldn't remain stubborn. He turned to Baek Vong and said, "Son, you can manage the entertainment company. If you can do well for 2 months, then all the company's shares will belong to you." You see, Van Phi was startled when hearing Baek Tran Van's decision. She thought to herself, the company's shares all belong to me. What if Baek Vong really does well? Do I have to give them up? Lok Kilang pondered. Although this company isn't important, it's Baek Vong's first step. Starting from a lower point is also a good thing. Thinking this, she let Fu Sin help her stand up and said, "Then let's listen to Father." You see, Van Phi forced a smile. Great, with Baek Vong helping to shoulder the burden, I'll have time to visit Baek Thuong and Baek Non. I don't know if these 2 kids are doing well abroad. Ha Mai Tin glanced at her. This is a smart escape from the family. No matter how chaotic it gets, she won't be involved. Lok Chi Lang thought to herself, it's not that easy to leave. So she pretended to be understanding and said to Ha Mai Tin, "Aunt Ha, don't talk about Aunt UC like that. She's not that kind of person." This Lok Chi Lang is actually siding with UC Van Phi. Could it be that she's been bought off by her? Lok Chi Lang, you're even speaking up for her. You don't even think about who really wants to harm you. Whose child is aiming for Chen Vena's position? Lok Chi Lang pretended to be surprised and asked Ha Mai Tin, "Aunt Ha, why are you saying this? Does she already know something?" You see, Van Phi's face darkened. What do you mean by already know something? This Ha Mai Tin wants to smear me in front of everyone. You see, Van Phi immediately turned to Ha Mai Tin and snapped, "Ha Mai Tin, you're always fighting with me. I don't hold grudges, but you can't smear me like this. Perhaps Chi Lang was bribed by you. Don't cry thief while stealing yourself. You think people don't know about your schemes." The 2 women arguing made Baek Tran Van angry and shout loudly, "Enough!" You see, Van Phi and Ha Mai Tin were startled and frightened. Tran Van always favored us. He's never been this fierce before. Why today? Wait, normally we can fight all we want, but we wouldn't argue in front of everyone like this. This time, it's because of her. She even knows how to bite. This Lok family girl looks gentle, but unexpectedly plays the game of sowing discord. The 2 women looked at Lok Chi Lang standing there calmly. They were furious but couldn't do anything. Baek Vong sat leisurely watching the show, even applauding and praising its excellence. Lok Chi Lang glanced at him. Baek Vong actually gave her time time to play around instead of focusing on the power struggle. Now he even dares to mock back Tran Van. Back old madam cheerfully said to Lok Chi Lang, "You're still carrying a baby. Don't stand anymore. Go rest in the room with Back Vong. Dr. Tan will be here soon." Lok Chi Lang helped Back Vong stand up. As the two were about to return to the room, Back Vong turned back to speak to his two stepmothers. "I almost forgot, you two suffered quite a bit in the snake forest and then argued for so long. You must be tired. I specially asked the kitchen to prepare some tonic. Please try it." At this moment, the kitchen brought up a pot of snake soup. As soon as they saw it, Yu Si Van Phi and Ha Mai Tin immediately panicked, hugging themselves and screaming loudly. Mrs. Tran Vei looked at them trembling and darkened her face, glaring at Back Vong. "You unfilial son, what are you all standing there for? Take it away quickly." Back Vong smiled provocatively. "Enjoy you too. This soup is quite nutritious." Lok Chi Lang supported him up to the room. Witnessing the scene just now, she couldn't help but sigh. This Back Vong is truly mischievous enough. Now in Lok Chi Lang and Back Vong's bedroom. As soon as they arrived, Back Vong immediately took off his shirt, threw it in the washing machine, and went straight to the bathroom. Lok Chi Lang grabbed a bottle of makeup remover and called out, "Wait, when you shower, remember to use makeup remover. Otherwise, the remaining cosmetics will harm your body." Back Vong took the bottle, grumbling, "How troublesome." Lok Chi Lang thought silently, what's so troublesome about it? It's better than leaving a bunch of residue on his skin, this face, this body, this waist. Shouldn't they be managed properly? Back Vong grabbed her hand, telling her to wipe it for him. Lok Chi Lang was stunned and hadn't yet replied when Back Vong pulled her into the bathroom. He said nothing, sitting on the bathtub waiting for Lok Chi Lang to wipe him. Lok Chi Lang felt a bit embarrassed. Holding the makeup remover bottle in her hand, she said, "How about you go to the bathroom, take a quick shower first, then I'll wipe you down." Back Vong stood up and immediately started undressing. Chi Lang panicked. Stop, don't take off anymore. Just stay like this." Then she gently used a towel to wipe his face. They faced each other. Back Vong coldly said, "Your acting skills are quite good." But in his mind, he couldn't help thinking, just a few words and she can make me look like a fool suffering from injustice. And she bravely saves people so that the Back family can't object to her joining the group. Lok Chi Lang honestly said to him, "When my older brother first joined the group to work, he was still young. He was always deceived by others. Later on, he figured it out. He would use any means to befriend anyone. More ethical than those who pretend to be virtuous. More despicable than the despicable ones. This is called using one's own tactics against them." Back Vong suddenly grabbed her face and squeezed it, asking, "Have you ever acted with me before? No wonder you suddenly became so friendly and gentle. Turns out you've been waiting here all along." She felt a bit upset and asked him, "Do I look very scheming today? Very terrible, right?" Back Vong released her and crossed his arms, saying, "It's fine. If you want to play, then play. Just don't try to walk all over me, that's all. Otherwise, you're waiting for death." Lok Chi Lang pretended to be cheerful and handed him the towel. "Your face is done. Now you can wipe the rest yourself." Back Vong waved his hand. "I hate troublesome things." Lok Chi Lang was also at a loss for words with him. "You hate everything that's troublesome." Thinking, she bent down again. She continued to wipe off the makeup on his body. Her soft hand glided across his chest, making Back Vong feel a bit uncomfortable. He suddenly picked her up. Lok Chi Lang was bewildered. Could it be that he wants to? No way. She had to make him give up. That's it. As soon as she thought this, she covered her mouth and pretended to vomit continuously. Back Vong frowned angrily and put her down. He said irritably, "Are you allergic to men? Just a touch, and you're vomiting." Then he immediately pushed her out. Left alone in the bathroom, Back Vong was still uncomfortable. He leaned against the wall and poured cold water over himself. He couldn't help thinking, "I knew it. I can't give her a chance to seduce me. Look but can't touch. It's really frustrating." At Back Tran Vanna's office, he was deep in thought when Lok Chi Lang arrived. She politely greeted father. She wondered why he suddenly called her here. She didn't know what his intentions were. Back Tran Van didn't beat around the bush and said directly to her, "Lok Chi Lang, don't think you're so clever. Do you think your little tricks can really fool me? I never intended to deceive you from the beginning." "Father, you're absolutely right. Back Vong's wound is indeed fake. I drew it based on the shape of the wound he got on the Southern Road last time." Back Tran Van said nothing. "Is this girl blaming me? Back Vong was wounded because of Back Da. That's an undeniable fact. No matter how much she blames, the kid shouldn't blame me. I don't care if my uncle's child is a boy or a girl. Any child with potential who can shoulder the back family. My position will be theirs in the future. Thank you, Father, for giving me a chance. Don't thank me yet, my son. I know the rope in the old madam's eyes well. You won't be able to pull it for long. Lao Chi-lang was confused. The rope in the old madam's eyes. How can it be compared like that? But she was still confident, saying we have to try to know. Mrs. Tran Vei, seeing her attitude, couldn't help but silently acknowledge. Confident and calm. She's worthy of being a child raised by the Locke family. If the Locke family still existed, she's qualified for my son. Go out now. Yes. Lao Chi-lang left Bok Tran Vanna's room. She couldn't help but think about what he had just said. His words seemed to be suppressing, but also to stimulate her fighting spirit. It seems Bok Tran Van doesn't blindly hate Bak Vong. As long as he does well this time, Bak Vong still has a chance. So this time my goal is Bak Vong. At the Zhang Palace, Lao Chi-lang sat leisurely watching the scenery from the balcony, finally getting closer to Bak Vong. At this moment, she received a message from Din Na Quan. Chi-lang, your first step shouldn't be to rush Bak Vong to achieve great results, but to help him improve his professional knowledge, and to let him understand what kind of company he'll manage next. Here are the teachers I've prepared for him, ready to start classes anytime. A good guy, an entertainment mogul. All aspects are covered. Arranging so many courses at once? Will Bak Vong really have the patience to study? Or should I call Bak Vong to ask for his opinion? At the nightclub, Bak Vong was a bit uncomfortable with the noise. It's unbearably uncomfortable. At this moment, he received a message from Lao Chi-lang, saying the house is clean now. Come back and take a look. The house. All right. This woman wants to sit with me in the position of heir to the Bak family. She's been living in my house and bought quite a few things. Like a thief, forcefully barging into my life, excitedly jumping up calling me to see what she has done. All right, I'll go back and meet that little thief. Seeing Bak Vong stand up, Lycan surprisingly asked Vong Xie, where are you going? It's too noisy here. I'm going home. Lycan's face was puzzled. Huh, Vong Xie always feels places aren't noisy enough. But today he feels it's too noisy. Strange. What's going on? Has he been seduced by someone else? As soon as the Jiang Ting opened the door and entered, Bak Vong saw a large fish tank on the pet table. How dare they keep pets in my house? You're home. Lao Chi-lang was happily carrying a large bowl of rice, walking and eating when she noticed his attitude. She was a bit worried and asked if he would dislike the things she had arranged. He gently wiped the rice grains off her face. He said she was so thoughtful that he didn't know whose house this was anymore. Now in Lao Chi-lang and Bak Vong's bedroom. As soon as they arrived, Bak Vong immediately took off his shirt, threw it in the washing machine, and went straight to the bathroom. Lao Chi-lang grabbed a makeup remover and called out, wait, when you shower, remember to use makeup remover. Otherwise, the leftover cosmetics will harm your body. Bak Vong took the bottle, grumbling, so troublesome. Lao Chi-lang thought, what's so troublesome about it? It's better than leaving a bunch of residue on your skin. This face of his, this body, this waist, shouldn't they be managed properly? Bak Vong grabbed her hand, telling her to wipe it for him. Lao Chi-lang was stunned. She hadn't even had time to answer before Bak Vong dragged her into the bathroom. He said nothing, sitting on the bathtub waiting for Lao Chi-lang to wipe him. Lao Chi-lang felt a bit embarrassed. Holding the makeup remover in her hands, she said, why don't you get in the shower and rinse off first, then I'll wipe you down. Bak Vong stood up and immediately started to take off his pants, making Lao Chi-lang panic. Stop, don't take them off, just stay like this. Then she gently used a towel to wipe his face. They faced each other. Bak Vong coldly said, your acting skills are quite good. But in his mind, he couldn't help thinking, just a few words and you can make me look like a fool, full of resentment, and play the hero. So that Bak Jia can't object to me joining the group. Lao Chi-lang honestly told him, when Big Brother first joined the group to work, he was still young. He was always deceived by others. Later on, he figured things out. He would use any means to befriend anyone. More moral than those who act righteous. More despicable than the despicable ones. This is called using one's own tactics against them. Bak Vong suddenly grabbed her face, squeezing it, asking if she had ever acted with him before. No wonder you suddenly became so friendly and agreeable. Turns out you've been waiting here all along. She felt a bit upset and asked him, does my behavior today seem very calculating and terrible to you? Bak Vong let go of her. He crossed his arms and said, it's fine. If you want to play, then play. Just don't try to walk all over me. That's all. Otherwise, you're asking for trouble. Lao Chi-lang pretended to be cheerful again and handed him the towel. You're done with your face. Now wipe the rest yourself. Bak Vong waved his hand. I hate troublesome things. Lok Chi Lang was at a loss for words with him. You hate everything that's troublesome. Thinking this, she bent down again. She continued to wipe off the makeup on his body. Her soft hand glided across his chest, making Bak Vong feel a bit uncomfortable. He suddenly picked her up. Lok Chi Lang was confused. Could it be that he wants to do it again? I must make him give up on the idea. As she thought this, she covered her mouth and pretended to retch continuously. Bak Vong frowned angrily and put her down. He irritably said, Are you allergic to men or something? You vomit as soon as I touch you. Then he immediately pushed her out. Left alone in the bathroom, Bak Vong was still uncomfortable. He leaned against the wall and poured cold water over himself. He couldn't help but think, I knew I shouldn't give her a chance to seduce me. Look but can't touch. It's really frustrating. At Bak Tran Vanna's office, he was deep in thought when Lok Chi Lang came in. She politely greeted father. She wondered why he suddenly called her here. She didn't know what his intentions were. Bak Tran Van didn't beat around the bush and said directly to her, Lok Chi Lang, don't think you're so clever. Do you think your little tricks can really fool me? I never intended to deceive you from the start. You're right, father. Bak Vong's wound was indeed fake. I drew it on based on the wound he got on the South Yong Road last time. Bak Chen Vin said nothing. Is this girl blaming me? Bak Vong was injured because of Bakda. That's an undeniable fact. No matter how much she blames me, the boy shouldn't blame me. I don't care if it's a son or daughter of our Bak family. Any child with potential who can shoulder the Bak family. My position will be theirs in the future. Thank you, father, for giving me a chance. Don't thank me yet, my son. I know well the rope in the old madam's eyes. You won't be able to pull it for long. Lok Chi Lang was confused. The rope in the old madam's eyes. How could he make such a comparison? However, she was still confident and said, We have to try to know. Bak Tran Van, seeing her attitude, couldn't help but silently acknowledge. Confident and calm. She deserves to be a child raised by the Lok family. If the Lok family still existed, she would be qualified for my son. You may go now. Yes. Lok Chi Lang left Bak Tran Vanna's room. She couldn't help but think about what he had just said. His words seemed to be suppressing, but also to stimulate her fighting spirit. It seems Bak Tran Van doesn't blindly hate Bak Vong after all. As long as he does well this time, Bak Vong still has a chance. So this time, my goal is Bak Vong. At the Zhongdin, Lok Chi Lang was leisurely sitting on the balcony, enjoying the view. Finally, she's getting closer to Bak Vong. At this moment, she received a message from Din Nak Quan. Chi Lang, your first step shouldn't be to rush Bak Vong to achieve great results, but to help him improve his professional knowledge, and for him to understand next what kind of company I will manage. This is the teacher we have prepared for him, ready to start the class anytime. A good guy, an entertainment mogul, covers all aspects, arranging so many courses at once. Is Bak Vong really patient enough to study? Or should we call Bak Vong and ask for his opinion? At the nightclub, Bak Vong was a bit irritated by the noise. It was unbearably uncomfortable. At this moment, he received a message from Lok Chi Lang, saying the house is clean now. Come back and take a look. The house, all right. This woman wants to sit with me in the position of heir to the Bak family. She's been living in my house and bought quite a lot of things. Like a thief, forcibly barging into my life, excitedly jumping up and calling me to see what she has done. All right, I'll go back and meet that little thief. Seeing Bak Vong stand up, Lycan surprisingly asked, Vong Xie, where are you going? It's too noisy here. I'm leaving. Lycan's face was bewildered. Vong Xie always felt places weren't noisy enough. But today he feels it's too noisy. What's going on? Has he been seduced by someone? Din. As soon as he opened the door, Bak Vong saw a large fish tank on the table. Pets. Dare to keep pets in my house. You're back. Lok Chi Lang was happily carrying a large bowl of rice, walking and eating when she saw his attitude. She was a bit worried and asked, You won't hate the things I've arranged, right? He gently wiped the rice grains stuck on her face, saying, You're really thoughtful. I don't even know whose house this is anymore. After Bak Vong agreed to Lok Chi Lang's plan, she had moved to Zhongdin to live with him and also turned his house into her own without him noticing. When Bak Vong asked, I don't even know whose house this is anymore, Lok Chi Lang was a bit flustered. Who's stealing what? Seeing Bak Vong grab her hand that was holding the food fork, Lok Chi Lang startled and asked, Do you want to eat too? I'll get you a new one. I'll just use this one. However, before she could finish speaking, Bak Vong had already brought her hand to his mouth and fed himself the piece of food she was holding on the fork. Not only that, he even licked his lips seductively and complimented so sweet. His action made Lok Chi Lang blush, thinking to herself, he's such a flirt. She quickly turned around to hide her embarrassment, asking, have you had dinner yet? I can serve you some rice. In Bak Vong's mind appeared two words, serve rice, with a bit of warmth. In the small dining room, Lok Chi Lang set out the meal, then took a bowl of rice and handed it to Bak Vong, telling him to eat quickly. Then she sat down beside him and cautiously said, can I talk to you a bit about Saigon Entertainment Company? Bak Vong picked up a piece of food and coldly told her to go on. This surprised Lok Chi Lang a bit beyond her expectations. She thought to herself, what's going on? Today Bak Vong is easier to talk to. But this was an opportunity to communicate with him. Thinking so, she immediately spoke in one breath. O.C. Van Phi has boarded a plane abroad. I think she intends to sever all ties. Therefore, she will have some henchmen in the company. We should be careful too. Who knows if Bak Vong was listening to what she was saying or not. He spoke up saying, I want some soup. Lok Chi Lang, while getting soup for him, continued, blocking the henchman is just one aspect. There's another side. I feel we should make an impressive achievement. That way, when you enter the group, in a short time you can receive important roles. What do you think we should do? How can we, within 2 months, manage time and income better than O.C. Van Phi? Bak Vong took the bowl of soup from Lok Chi Lang's hand and calmly replied, help people launder money. You're truly a genius who knows how to take detours. Saigon is the springboard for me to enter the financial group. This battle, we must fight fair and square, leaving no loopholes for others to exploit. Actually, grandmother has reached out to some seniors in the entertainment industry. I want to invite them over tomorrow to talk. Can you stay? As soon as he heard this, Bak Vong's face suddenly turned gloomy. Preaching again. Didn't she tell you I don't like that? Lok Chi Lang was a bit startled. This really hasn't been mentioned. Bak Vong squeezed her face forcefully. If you really want to invite them here, fine. But I can't guarantee they'll leave in one piece. Lok Chi Lang immediately waved her hands. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Can we pretend I never said anything? Don't be angry. Have some more fruit. They're all very fresh and delicious. Bak Vong, soothed by Lok Chi Lang, had all his anger dissipate, his face like a child's as he opened his mouth to accept the spoon she was offering. Lok Chi Lang smiled brightly and asked, is it good? After pacifying Bak Vong, Lok Chi Lang thought to herself, it seems I need to thoroughly investigate the work documents from Bak Vong's previous job at the financial group. I need to know exactly how many hidden corners there are. Bak Vong returned to the Bak family at 20. A few months later, he was sent by Din Nak Quan to manage real estate, such a stable profit industry. Yet he was tricked by competitors into signing wrong contracts, causing the financial group Bak Corporation to lose over 10 billion. It's really unbelievable. Moreover, looking at the documents, when Bak Vong was managing, grandmother had invited many industry bigwigs to teach him, from management to market and even architecture, to the point where instant noodles are everywhere. Grandma is so concerned about that. Bak Vong, why are you resisting? Is it because you don't like studying? It could be due to his normal personality. He doesn't want to study or work. As long as he doesn't have to join the financial group, it's fine. He always feels something is wrong somewhere. Here are some contracts. You can see the problem very clearly. How could Bak Vong fall into a trap? Could it be that while you were studying the documents and concentrating, Bak Vong came out? He asked what you were doing. Lok Chi Lang looked at him startled. Bak Vong had just finished showering. He was drying his hair while talking to her. He was only wearing pants. Seeing his abs, Lok Chi Lang couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. Bak Vong, why are you dressed like that? She turned around, using the documents in her hand to hide the embarrassment clearly showing on her face. She thought to herself, before, when I thought I was blind, it was fine. Now I clearly know I can see. How can he be so shameless? Bak Vong didn't notice her attitude. He directly came to sit beside her, pointing at the stack of documents in her hand, and asked what she was doing with them. You said you don't like being lectured by others, so I wanted to see why. Look how you've fallen into their trap. Lok Chi Lang said, while firmly pointing at the stack of documents in her hand. In the documents you studied, there are some misspelled words. They can mostly be read without affecting the whole sentence. But once you mention them in the contract, the homonyms that are written differently are very different. Continuing, Lo Chi Lang cautiously asked, Bak Vong, do you not know many characters? The misspelled words in the contract. Normal people would notice at a glance. They wouldn't be fooled at all. Unless it's someone with a low education level, they would confuse many similar-looking characters. When he sees too many spelling errors, he would instead take these words as the meaning in this context, and wouldn't think that there's any problem with the contract at all. This is a perfect trap aimed at you. Bak Vong, I'm afraid when the contract is signed, your lawyer is either part of this scheme or will be temporarily absent. Everything will rely on you alone to distinguish it. Bak Vong glanced at her attitude. He coldly asked a person who never went to school, how many characters do you think they would know? He said while pushing her down on the couch. Do you regret being with me? Lo Chi Lang looked at him. In her mind, she thought regret. Not at all. It's just that this Bak Vong always reminds people of the alpha wolf in animal documentaries. Even when fighting on the brink of death until its body is covered in blood, falling into a state of pushing scars, it still bares its teeth and claws to create the most ferocious posture. Clearly about to lose balance, she just took the towel beside her, gently wiped his head, then it. Maybe you'll think my words are a bit hypocritical, but I really feel you're very capable. Clearly you don't have a good foundation, but you still have to put in all your effort to review those documents. If you're not careful, when signing contracts, you'll easily fall into traps. You've been too hasty in seeking success. A high-rise building built in a hurry and without a good foundation will easily collapse. She grabbed the hand that was wiping his hair, said in a deep voice, Lo Chi Lang, do you really take me for a child? Saying that, but in his mind, he couldn't help but think badly of her. How clever, thinking that I would really believe these deceptive words. Bak Vong, in the time before I leave, just let me pamper you like a child. Bak Vong looked at her with gloomy eyes, then lifted her up. While the two were in an intimate situation, Fu Sin's voice rang out. Chi Lang, are you still awake? It's very late. Go to sleep quickly. Fu Sin seemed to be sleep-talking. She closed her eyes while in the living room, startling both Bak Vong and Lo Chi Lang shocked until they realized the situation. Fu Sin was then shocked, scratching herself. Did I break something? Bak Vong looked at Lo Chi Lang gloomily and asked, why is she here? Lo Chi Lang was a bit flustered. Fu Sin has always been here, and dinner was actually made by her. Grandmother called Fu Sin here to take care of me. From now on, she'll share the master bedroom with me. She won't bother you at all. Bak Vong sat up, crossed his arms, and said irritably, you and her living together, huh? Anyway, there's only one master bedroom here. Bak Vong darkened his face and enunciated each word. Tell her to get out. Fu Sin was scared to sweat. I'll leave immediately. But Lo Chi Lang quickly stopped her. No, it's already midnight. It's not safe for her to return alone. Whether she lives or dies has nothing to do with me. Tomorrow we'll let her go, okay? Just one night, please. Lo Chi Lang said while hugging Bak Vong's neck and acting coy, making him helpless against her. He gritted his teeth and agreed, fine. You think so much for her. Do you think I, Bak Vong, would beg you to change your mind? Bak Vong angrily went to his room and slammed the door, making both girls afraid to breathe heavily. Lo Chi Lang smiled, looking towards the room door. She thought to herself, why is he acting like a child? It's also a bit cute. After discovering that Fu Sin was also in his house, Bak Vong angrily stormed into the bedroom. Early the next morning, while he was still sleeping in bed, he heard faint music waking him up. Bak Vong went outside. He was stunned when he discovered Lo Chi Lang playing the zither. Seeing him, she stopped and turned to say good morning. Bak Vong's eyes were somewhat pensive, saying nothing. Lo Chi Lang stood up and walked closer to Bak Vong, saying that today's temperature wasn't very high. She told him to be careful not to catch a cold. In her heart, she thought, is it illegal to wear an extra layer inside the house? Bak Vong coldly asked her what she was doing playing that. Grandma gave me the zither, so I'm just playing casually. Did I disturb you? That's not the case. Go freshen up and get dressed. I'll reheat breakfast and we'll eat together later. Bak Vong nodded and didn't say anything more. At the dining table, Lo Chi Lang peeled an egg and put it in his bowl. Bak Vong looked at her and asked what was wrong with her. Fu Sin has finished his work and returned already. Bak Vong looked at the table setting, his mood somewhat complex. Fresh flowers again. This place seemed to have a bit of life in it now. After finishing the meal, Lo Chi Lang suggested Bak Vong play a game. Bak Vong reached out for the phone she was handing him. He asked what it was. At that moment, the phone's voice immediately rang out. Little friend, please click on the word you hear. Bak Vong's face immediately darkened. Somewhat angrily, he told Lo Chi Lang, if you really want to die, you don't need to do this. I'll fulfill your wish. I'm very kind. Lok Chi Lang was a bit startled by Bak Vong's attitude. This is a literacy assessment software. It can clearly grasp your current stage. Can we just play a little bit? Just a little? While coaxing Bak Vong, she thought, if his education level doesn't pass, Bak Vong really won't be able to compete for anything. Bak Vong looked at her and smirked. If you want me to guess, that's fine. You learned to meow from me. Where did his nauseating pleasure come from? If you don't want to learn, that's fine. I won't force you. Wait a minute. It's just meowing, right? I can handle it. So she immediately imitated a cat's meow. Bak Vong, seeing her adorable face, was dumbfounded, his face turning red. Lok Chi Lang turned away in embarrassment. Oh God, save me. Meanwhile, Bak Vong pondered, thinking he wanted to find a rope to tie this girl up, then lock her in the room. No, lock her on the bed. That would surely be interesting. In the study, Bak Vong sat at the desk. He began to study the learning software that Lok Chi Lang had given him. The voice in the phone rang out. Little friend, please click on the word you hear. Little friend, please choose. Little friend, congratulations on answering all the questions. The number of words you know is around 1,400 words. Not bad. Keep up the good work. Bak Vong was so angry his face turned red. Keep up the good work, my ass. Lok Chi Lang stood beside him, happily saying, so the number of words you know is 1,400 words. Wow, that's a lot. Haven't you never been to school? What? Did you learn so many words all by yourself? Bak Vong looked at her pensively, without saying anything. Lok Chi Lang continued chattering. You're so impressive. It shows that laying the foundation for you won't be difficult at all. Bak Vong, slightly annoyed, leaned forward towards Lok Chi Lang and asked, Lok Chi Lang, you really like to flatter, don't you? He couldn't help but think to himself, what's my actual level? Don't I even know that every servant in the Bak family is more educated than me? Is this girl saying this to mock me? Lok Chi Lang looked puzzled. I'm not flattering you, really. Knowing how to read isn't that impressive. With a teacher, ordinary people can learn it, but you've never been taught by any teacher. You learned everything on your own. I really admire you for that. Bak Vong stood up, listening to her seriously. With your abilities, you just need to study casually. Your writing skills will improve. In the future, you won't suffer those potential losses anymore. You want to tutor me. The data says your education only went up to age 15. How could someone who went blind after 15 continue studying? A semi-literate person teaching a completely illiterate person like me. Lok Chi Lang nodded, acknowledging that's right. My education level isn't high. I didn't even finish the youth class, so I can only teach you the basic foundations. I hope you don't mind. Bak Vong pondered, thinking to himself, youth class means not finishing middle school. What does that have to do with not going to university? What the hell is a youth class? Bak Vong took out his phone to search, and the results made him curse inwardly. Damn, youth class is a special education model for early developing teenagers. It's a type of special education. Lok Chi Lang brought a stack of materials to the table. Then she said to Bak Vong, the fastest way to memorize words isn't by reading, but by writing. I prepared some copybooks. Copybooks. Are you treating me like a child? Of course not. These aren't ordinary copybooks. They are copybooks containing the business content of Saigon Company over the years. This way, you can practice writing while familiarizing yourself with Saigon, approaching from two angles. You're so capable. You can easily skip levels in both management and architecture. These things shouldn't be difficult for you, but we can't force it either. Write as much as you can. The rest can be used as reference material. I've prepared snacks and drinks. If you get tired, you can have some and watch a movie for entertainment. There's also a massage chair nearby. Bak Vong was speechless, not knowing what to say at this moment. Meeting Kui, he always felt something wasn't right. As if being comfortably deceived again, forget it. Just play along with her and see what happens. Anyway, he was already bored of that precious side of her. Bak Vong immediately focused intently. He copied all the materials. His hand, gripping the pen, too tightly caught Lok Chi Lang's attention. She seriously showed him that he shouldn't use such force. Otherwise, he'd get tired quickly. He should relax a bit more. Lok Chi Lang held Bak Vong's hand, teaching him how to hold the pen. Bak Vong blushed a little, thinking her fingers are as gentle as her personality. Actually, studying doesn't seem so hateful after all. A morning passed by. Bak Vong had copied quite a lot without realizing. He had already written over 10 pages. Lok Chi Lang was very pleased. She had said it before, people can be seduced by praise and lose themselves. Even Bak Vong couldn't escape it. Seeing that Bak Vong had written quite a lot, Lok Lang thought to herself, taking this opportunity, I'll talk to Bak Vong a bit about Saigon business. Bak Vong, you're newly appointed. Theoretically speaking, you should make a resounding first shot. Perhaps we should use these 2 months to plan an independent project with a hot effect. Movies don't have enough preparation time. Between TV series and game shows, which do you think is better? Bak Vong looked at her with determined eyes and asked, you want to make a TV series, don't you? I can tell. In Lok Lang's mind, she thought, game shows for talent selection of domestic girl groups are very hot recently. We could follow the trend, but I've never liked that kind of bandwagon approach. In this notebook, the materials about TV series are much more than those about game shows. Lok Lang was a bit surprised to hear Bak Vong say that. When designing this notebook, she hadn't paid attention to that, but he could recognize it at a glance. This was indeed a keen observation. Currently, most domestic TV series are using the method of shooting while broadcasting. 2 months is enough to make one series. Even if everything goes smoothly, at most in 2 months, only 1 episode would be broadcast. Using 2 crucial months to create a big hit for the first episode, Lok Lang, I didn't realize you were such a gambler. Hearing Bak Vong's words, Lok Lang was a bit surprised. Not only did he guess her plan, but he even calculated how many episodes could be broadcast within the production cycle. She recalled what Mrs. Bak had once said. Bak Vong was very intelligent from a young age, easily reading and writing. He also showed great aptitude for economics and politics. It was that car accident that destroyed everything. The boy couldn't remember who he was, nor could he remember everything he had learned. Originally, I felt her words were a bit exaggerated, but now it seems to be true. If he had grown up in the Bai family, with Bai Wong's superior intelligence, he would certainly have achieved something instead of just being a wanderer on the fringes of a great family. He has been in the shadows for too long. Thinking this, she spoke frankly to him. I want to try with Bai Wong. I believe we won't lose. She said we. In Bai Wong's mind at this moment, the voices of those evil people echoed. You dare to sleep. I brought you to work, you damn brat. Want to be beaten, don't you? A dong, brother, uncle's replacement, punish this brat. Kid with a face like that, if you're not kept by a rich lady, it'd be a shame. I'm pushing you not for money. I just want to help you. Dong Ge, if only you die, I'd be the boss's strongest subordinate. Don't blame me for being heartless. Ji Shui is dead. A person of the Bai family, like you, has nothing to do with the Ji family anymore. You're not a member of the Ji family. Our Bai family has produced such an heir and grandson. It's really embarrassing. Why doesn't he just die on the street? This we is not the first time I've heard it, but only when she says it, it's truly we. Lu Jiling took out a long piece of paper. Then she took a brush and wrote a few characters on it. Fu Gong Zaidan, Qi Bing Lai Ri Fong Su. Meaning to work hard and suffer now for a better future. The future is still long. Bai Wong now saw the character Qi on the paper. He pondered and said to her, I used to have another name, Adong. Then he asked her to call him that. Lu Jiling obeyed and called out Adong. You like your old name? No, but Bai Qi is evidence that Bai Zhangwan secretly loved Ji Shui. Bai Wong is evidence that Ji Shui betrayed Bai Zhangwan. Only this name Adong belongs to me alone. Which Dong? Lu Jiling curiously asked. If she hadn't mentioned it, I seem to have forgotten that miserable past. Lu Jiling taught Bai Wong to write and the upcoming plans. At her company, also inadvertently made Bai Wong recall his unpleasant memories from before he said he had a name that belonged only to him, which was Adong. Bai Wong recalled his childhood. A boy gave him a candy. He put it in his mouth and chewed like a hungry tiger. After eating the candy, his eyes lit up. So delicious. Is there such a delicious thing in this world? He asked the boy next to him in amazement. What is this? The boy looked at him with contempt. You've never had candy before. You really are a little village bumpkin. It's candy. Today the teacher taught me how to write this character. Look, it's written like this, isn't it nice? I think it's written like that. You know, the friend just picked up a tree branch and wrote a character on the ground for Bak Vong to see. However, because he was talking to you, the kid was grabbed by his mother. Damn kid, come here right now, son. Don't play with those bad kids, do you understand? Yes, Mom, I understand. Left alone, Bak Vong sat there, right? Staring without blinking at the character written on the ground that the other boy had just written. In his mind, he thought, candy is very sweet. Very sweet. In the future, I want to experience such sweet days. Eating candy every day. You can call me whatever you like, Bak Vong said while pulling Lok Lang's hand. He lifted her onto his lap, which surprised her a bit. Bak Vong looked at her affectionately and asked, Am I really that good in your eyes? Am I really worth you putting so much effort into? giving me birthday gifts, willing to sink into the river for me, standing up against Bacta for me, decorating the house for me, holding my hand and teaching me each stroke of writing, managing the company with me. How could anyone not fall for this? Lo Qilang saw him like that and felt a bit panicked. She smiled and quickly replied, "Of course, Bac Vong, let me go first." But not only did he not let her go, he also used more force to bite her hand, scaring her. Everything was fine. Why suddenly bite me? I've been so careful all this time. What exactly have I done wrong to offend him? After biting, Bac Vong then lightly licked Lok Chi Lang's ear, making her embarrassed. Her face turned red. Bac Vong hugged her stiff body, smiling. He said, "I want to try this trap a bit." Lok Chi Lang tried to push him away. Could it be that Bac Vong wants to do something now? But it wasn't what she thought. He suddenly pushed her away, telling her to quickly go cook for him. "I'm hungry." Lok Chi Lang was stunned for a moment. Oh, just that? Bac Vong wasn't planning to do anything else. As soon as she thought of that, she quickly shook her head. It's good that he's not doing anything. I must have been bullied by Bac Vong for too long, so my mind has become foolish. Just cook, but Fu Sin isn't here. Lok Chi Lang turned and asked him, "You're hungry. Should I order some takeout for you? What do you want to eat? You cook." "Oh, then you write a bit more. When you're tired, just rest, okay?" Lok Chi Lang was a bit pensive. Although I've never cooked before, but usually watching Fu Sin cook seems very easy. Look up recipes online and follow them. It shouldn't be too difficult. At the desk, Bac Vong was still excitedly twirling his pen when he heard a clattering sound from the kitchen, startling him. He quickly stood up and ran into the kitchen. "Lok Chi Lang, what's wrong?" In the kitchen, Lok Chi Lang is holding a spoon, watching a fish flapping on the table. On the floor lies a frying pan. Seeing Bac Vong enter, she feels a bit embarrassed. "The dead fish suddenly jumped up and attacked me. That's all that happened. It didn't take your life, did it?" Bac Vong stands with folded arms, teasing her. "You can play the zither, practice calligraphy, but you can't cook." Lok Chi Lang is at a loss for words, not knowing how to respond. The aunts and uncles in the house all know how to cook. That's why I never learned to cook. Bac Vong picks up the frying pan, then takes the fish and says to her, "First, the fish needs to be scaled." Lok Chi Lang looks at the fish in his hand, puzzled. The cookbook doesn't say that. The first step is to put the fish directly into the pan. Then why do you think the fish's belly in the picture is opened up? Step aside, please. Lok Chi Lang watches Bac Vong skillfully handle the fish. She's a bit surprised. Bac Vong knows how to cook. Seeing him scaling the fish, afraid of dirtying his clothes, Lok Chi Lang stands beside him and gently rolls up his sleeves. While Bac Vong is cooking, Lok Chi Lang stands next to him, wiping his sweat. They don't say a word to each other, but the atmosphere is filled with warm affection. Bac Vong sets the food on the table. Lok Chi Lang looks at the table full of dishes and can't help but exclaim, "It looks so delicious." She tastes a bite and is even more surprised. There's a slight spiciness. The meat is tender and juicy, melting in her mouth. It's incredibly delicious. Seeing her not saying anything, Bac Vong can't help but ask, "Why aren't you praising it? This woman usually talks a lot, doesn't she? Even when I write poorly, she can praise it as beautiful as flowers. Does this dish not suit her taste?" Zither, calligraphy, tea ceremony, I learned those things out of interest. But Bac Vong is different. His childhood was too miserable. Cooking is his survival skill. I really can't pretend not to praise him. Lok Chi Lang feels a bit sad. She tells him that cooking is too tiring. Actually, ordering food now is very convenient and nutritious. Or we can have Fu Sin come back to cook. Otherwise, during my time here, I'll learn to cook a bit. Do you feel sorry for me? I don't want you to force yourself to do things you don't want to do. That sounds nice, but what will you learn? How to fry fish scales for me to eat. Lok Chi Lang can't argue back and tells Bac Vong to just eat, saying such heartbreaking things, and you haven't even said them yet. Has this person become addicted to praise? Thinking, Lok Chi Lang smiles brightly and says, "Crispy outside, tender inside. The aroma is delightful, extremely delicious." So how does it compare to Zhang Fu Sin's cooking? Each person has their own strengths. Seeing his face starting to darken, Lok Chi Lang quickly corrects herself. Each person has their own strengths, but personally, I prefer your cooking. The taste is just right, and the presentation is attractive too. Lok Chi Lang decided to sell her conscience and said with a smile, "You look extremely handsome when you're cooking. Fu Sin can't compare to you at all." Saw the Fu Sin. His cooking is delicious, and he's good-looking too. Bac Vong immediately folded his arms and said, "Later, write me for characters so I can hang them up." "What 4 characters?" "Sack me Tam Q." It means you've been captivated by my beauty. Lok Chi Lang forced a smile. She shouldn't have added that last compliment. At Saigon Entertainment Company, in the secretary's office, everyone was discussing Madame Yusi's arrival. The leaders rushed off on business trips overnight. The young master suddenly parachuted in. These people are all Madame Yusi's confidants. Get out of the way quickly. If we're good to the young master, will we be considered his confidants in the future? Don't have such a beautiful dream. This young master's reputation is terrible. A small-time celebrity who hangs out in nightclubs. He doesn't even have an elementary school diploma. How can we hope he'll be able to manage the company? It'd be lucky if he doesn't run it into the ground. What about the crown prince? The Back family's crown prince is Madame Yusi's son, not him. At this moment, Lok Chi Lang arrived, surprising everyone. They wondered who she was. Lok Chi Lang introduced herself as Mr. Back's secretary. Lok Chi Lang here. Sorry to bother you all. Please inform all departments of a meeting in 20 minutes. Also, please hand over all plans, projects, and this year's financial reports to me. Also within 20 minutes, please. Lam Dat loudly said to Lok Chi Lang. Why didn't you mention this earlier? Suddenly saying this now. We still need to go to different departments to get the data. How can we make it in time? Mr. Back specifically waited a few days before coming to the company. I thought with your professionalism, you'd know what data to prepare at this time. Yes, we understand. Thank you for your hard work, Secretary Back. Lam Dat stood with folded arms and said arrogantly, I can't do it. We have so much work to do. We don't have time to guess these things. Lok Chi Lang looked at the name tag on her chest and asked, Lam Dat, right? If you don't have this capability, then please go to finance later to calculate your severance pay. You want to fire me? I'm Madame Yusi's secretary. What right do you have to fire me? Based on your insufficient ability. Don't be so arrogant. Saigon's major shareholders are all in Madame Yusi's hands. Mr. Back is just a temporary managing representative. Unless Madame Yusi says so, no one can touch me. Lok Chi Lang put on a face like she could kill without consequences and said to her, oh, then call the police. Then she turned and called security to drag Lam Dat out. What are you doing? Let go of me. I'm warning you, Madame Yusi will be back soon. You'll regret treating me like this today. In the chairman's office, Back Vong arrives with 2 bodyguards. Lok Chi Lang professionally gestures to him. Sir, your office is ready. Back Vong smiles at her. He sits down in the chair. The chairman tells Lok Chi Lang to clean up thoroughly. He reaches for the card on the desk. Lok Chi Lang wonders why the chairman made his own card. Lok Chi Lang nods. I need a name if I want to be by your side. Can't go around calling myself the chairman's wife, right? Back Vong pulls the card hard, causing Lok Chi Lang to lose balance and fall into his arms. She asks confusedly, what's wrong? Back Vong answers bluntly, without any shame. Admire my secretary. It's not the first time we've met. Lok Chi Lang stands up and adjusts her clothes. Do you really think there's nothing in this office? How can we call security in to continue dismantling? After some technical work, nearly 10 mini cameras in the room were removed and brought before Back Vong Young Master. All the cameras in this room are here. All right, thank you for your hard work. You can go out now. Looking at the pile of equipment in front of him, Back Vong couldn't help but laugh coldly. 360-degree cameras with no blind spots. Hearing Yusi Van Phi's voice, treating this office like a studio. We don't have much time left. Let's go to the meeting room. Where's your tie? You forgot it. Seeing his attitude, Lok Chi Lang was at a loss for words. Before coming to the company, I specially prepared 3 sets of clothes for Back Vong. Watches, ties, clips, all included, and he forgot everything. Luckily, I brought an extra one. She takes out the tie prepared earlier to put on Back Vong. Today is your first day in Saigon. You need to be extremely presentable. Lok Chi Lang and Back Vong have arrived at Saigon Entertainment. Here, Lok Chi Lang, as the chairman's secretary, has exchanged with Yusi Van Phi's secretary. At the same time, she also called people to remove all the devices, cameras, and wiretaps that Yusi Van Phi had installed in Back Vong's chairman's office. The two are preparing to attend a meeting. Therefore, Lok Chi Lang takes out a tie to put on Back Vong, telling him to be presentable. Back Vong grabs her hand and asks honestly, do you also tie ties for other men? How many people have you tied ties for? Lok Chi Lang answers truthfully, I've tied one for my brother. On his first day at the company, I didn't know what gift to give, so I gave him a tie. I learned how to tie a tie online by myself. Just him. After learning, I also tied them for my grandfather and father, and for my second brother's graduation, third brother's birthday, fourth brother's competition, fifth brother's early love, sixth brother's fight with someone. That's all after that. Bak Vong was speechless. In his mind, he thought, I'm ranked ninth. What kind of family is this? How can it be so big? Bak Vong stood up angrily and said it's irrelevant. Although Lok Chi-Lang didn't understand why he was angry, she didn't want to think too much about it and let it go. If it's irrelevant, then it's irrelevant. Anyway, this young master is following the same path as his older brother. In the company's meeting room, in a dead silence, Bak Vong said nothing and sat watching the video call his subordinates were handling. The sounds of fighting coming from his phone sent chills down the spines of everyone in the room. They whispered to each other. The other executives showed no reaction. The young master also had no reaction. He had been sitting here for an hour without saying anything, just showing a cold expression. At this moment, someone stood up, scratching his bald head. He said, Mr. Bak, I need to use the restroom for a moment. Bak Vong's people immediately brought out a large chamber pot. Bak Vong even kindly covered his eyes, but Lok Chi-Lang coldly told him to go ahead. At this moment, a bodyguard appeared out of nowhere and stood right behind him, intending to escort him to the restroom. It scared him so much that his legs went weak, and he quickly sat down. Thank you for Mr. Bak's kindness. Suddenly, I'm not in such a hurry anymore. Seeing this scene, Lok Chi-Lang could only cover her mouth and laugh. The others continued to whisper, What's the meaning of this? Are you planning to deal with us here? If I had known this would happen, I would have gone on a business trip with someone else. Why are we just sitting here watching this spectacle? Bak Vong won't deal with us because we're the first geese, right? This bastard is capable of doing anything. At this moment, Bak Vong's voice rang out, speaking to someone on the phone, making these directors jump and tremble. If you want, of course you can deal with his entire family without anyone knowing. After saying this, he hung up the phone and turned to Lok Chi-Lang. Let me see the information on the executives. It's in here, Mr. Bak. Lok Chi-Lang handed him a stack of documents. Bak Vong looked at each person's file. First, Mr. Hong. Twins, both a boy and a girl. Mr. Hong, you're very lucky. Mr. Tran, I heard your girlfriend is an artist who has a secret love contract with the company. You really know how to play. Mr. Thieu lives on Ha Daiyin Street. I've been there before. The scenery is very beautiful, very suitable for killing people and burying bodies. Every time Bak Vong mentioned someone's name, it terrified them to the point of turning pale. Sweat broke out all over their bodies as they trembled. Bak Vong looked up, eyeing them with the gaze of a wolf. He kindly asked, What's wrong? Why do you all look like that? No one in the group dared to open their mouths. They only screamed silently in their hearts. Why is he saying these crazy things? This murderer, what does he want to do? Lok Chi-Lang stood up to break the tension. She told him not to worry. Mr. Bak is just briefly reviewing everyone's family situations. Then she took out another stack of documents and placed them on the table. Below are the projects that the company will implement in the next 2 months. There are all kinds of movies, TV series, variety shows, and online TV series. From your professional point of view, which one is the most promising? Lok Chi-Lang silently looked at each person. Everyone in the Saigon group could be considered UC Van Phi's faction. If they weren't given a warning, they wouldn't say a word. But now they didn't even utter a single sentence thanks to Bak Vong's intervention, so it wasn't necessary to do that. Bak Vong sat with his legs crossed like a real CEO. Looking at his senior staff who were as quiet as mice, he smirked, Can't speak. It's okay, take your time. I'm not in a hurry. If they argued with this young man, they might not even know how they die. Thinking this, one person stood up to express his opinion. Mr. Bak, to be honest, these projects mostly have only average potential. The plans are vague and not fully developed. So you submit this pile of mediocrity expecting me to sort it out for you. No. The staff began to clamor about their own projects. This one is still fine. I guarantee it can bring money to the company. These 2 projects of mine are also definitely problem-free. My project is the same. Very good. I believe with your capabilities, you can definitely earn double the amount you've estimated. This casual remark from Bak Vong was like an arrow piercing through the others. They were startled, thinking that to deceive this young master, they had written exaggerated profit estimates that were just made up. Originally, they couldn't even reach those numbers. Now they're expected to double it. This is like asking for their lives. One person stammered, Mr. Bak, doubling it seems a bit. Before he could finish, Bak Vong immediately interrupted. Can't do it. Secretary Locke, Later find a restaurant and order a combo meal for these managers here. Invite their families for dinner too. For those who dedicate themselves to the company, we can't treat them poorly. Yes, Mr. Back. The staff immediately seemed to have all their energy drained as they slumped down. This is blatant intimidation. If we had known, we wouldn't have arbitrarily written fake numbers from the start. Lok Chi-tang was very pleased seeing their reactions. It must be said, sometimes Back Vong can be very useful. If it wasn't done this way, perhaps the meeting would continue until tomorrow morning with these people still arguing endlessly, just talking nonsense without solving any problems. She immediately threw all those projects into the trash. She said loudly, if these business strategies haven't been approved by you, then let's discard them. Next, President Back will personally establish an S-Class television program. Category 90% of the company's working capital will be allocated to serve this project. The employees were startled when they heard this decision. What? Doing this means President Back wants to force the entire 2 months into one TV show. The types of TV shows this year haven't been very good. The industry is considering implementing reforms for TV programs. You want to make a TV show now, and our top-tier actors are currently busy with other schedules. If we recall them to help you, the compensation for contract breaches will be substantial. Luke Chi Lang collected the stack of documents in her hand. You don't need to worry about this matter. This project is still being kept confidential for now. President Back is only informing you today. The meeting ended, and all employees left. Back Vong asked Luke Chi Lang, so what's the next step? Stir up public opinion to create a position for you. Luke Chi Lang confidently replied. Immediately on the company's announcement about the S-Class project plus 5 stars was officially launched. Unlimited investment capital for the program name, director, screenwriter, and actors are all kept confidential. The employees who just read the news couldn't help but exclaim, oh my God, such a heavy investment and so secretive. Hey, you all saw the news too, right? What exactly does the company want to do? It's a battle of the leaders. Small employees like us can't understand. Just take a screenshot and post it on Weibo. As soon as the news was posted, it immediately hit the hot search. Hamai Tin read this information and was pleased. The young master of the Back family is putting on a show in the company with unlimited entertainment and capital and dares to start filming a TV show. A newbie in the game of fighting for the group's assets, Back Vong and Luke Chi Lang are still very inexperienced. Creating such a big stir like this, aren't they afraid of slapping their own faces later? Tran Van hates people who talk but can't deliver. Mrs. Trin saw the news, and her eyes lit up. Wow, Big Brother has finally started building his career. You little parasite, what are you doing here being so excited? I like Big Brother's cool look, he's so handsome. Mom, is your brain twisted or something? Whether it's Back Vong or Back Duong, they're all your rivals. Do you understand? Mom keeps saying these things all the time. That time when Luke Chi Lang fell into the river, was it your doing? These things, children shouldn't meddle in. I don't care. You're my mother now. Everything you do will have consequences for me in the future. When that time comes, I'll be the one people come after to settle scores. So you know I'm your mother. How could I let people come after you to settle scores? You're really worrying unnecessarily. Mrs. Trin angrily turned around. Go ahead and do it, but don't come crying over your child's body later. This guy, Hamai Tin, was so angry she gritted her teeth and couldn't say a word. Meanwhile, abroad, UC Van Phi was also meeting with several senior employees who were all tattling on each other. This Back Vong is causing too much trouble. He dared to stop all the projects under my control. I called over there, but it was his secretary who answered the phone, saying that since I was already on a business trip, I should focus on my work. No need to return urgently. That Secretary Locke is a wolf in sheep's clothing. She speaks gently, but when working, she's as ruthless as they come. Without many words, she fired Lam Dat right away. UC Van Phi muttered, Secretary Locke. That's the girl named Lok Chi Lang, right? I didn't expect this Lok Chi Lang to have such skill. The greatest skill isn't confronting others, but being able to make someone like Back Vong obediently follow orders. That's truly difficult. Madam UC, you must take control. If this company continues to let Mr. Back play around like this, we won't have any way to survive. Tran Van told me to hand Saigon over to Back Vong. So Saigon is his now. You all need to focus on helping him. Help how? The employees were shocked. eyes wide and mouths agape. You see, Van Fi cunningly said, "Doesn't he want to make a TV show? You should contact directors and actors in advance. Don't let Bak Vong waste too much energy." Understand? You mean? Oh, we understand. We'll get on it right away. Here, Lok Chi Lang and Bak Vong in the meeting had scared the senior leaders. At the same time, they also announced externally that they would devote all their time and capital to an S-plus level project. However, you see, Van Fi had hinted to the leaders to find ways to make things difficult for the two. After everything was temporarily arranged, Lok Chi Lang continued to teach Bak Vong how to write. She held his hand, teaching him to write each character. While explaining, Kai's script should be written as if standing up like this. It pays attention to detail, accuracy, and balance. I feel you're more suited to Xing Kai. The brush strokes are free yet orderly and rule-abiding. It adds more generosity. Bak Vong nodded. Then let's try Xing's script. Alright, but my Xing script isn't very beautiful. While the two were talking, Lok Chi Lang's phone vibrated. After checking the content, she said to Bak Vong, "The project doesn't seem to be going smoothly. Since we announced that we wanted to shoot an S-plus TV series, some famous directors have become very busy with work. Some have even flown abroad. The rest are either directors who make bad films, or are all newcomers who can't be relied upon." Bak Vong, playing with his bracelet, said indifferently, 80% of those old bosses got eliminated from the category. They have too much free time. It's better to give them some family photos instead. Luo Zhiling hugged her head. "Now I know you like family dishes the most. We only have 2 months. No time to fight with others. Let's skip all domestic connections directly. Finding foreign assistance will be more reliable. Take a look at this." As she spoke, she handed him a folder of documents. The photo showed a young female director. Luo Zhiling introduced her as Gu Na, 30 years old, director and screenwriter from Country K, but developed and very famous in Country T. Has many popular high-quality TV series. Won many awards. The first film she directed already won an international award. I want to invite her and her team to come shoot that film. She seemed a bit hesitant. Bai Wang told her to continue. "It's just that I've contacted Country T." But they replied that director Gu has no intention of returning to develop her career in her home country. However, director Gu and the 2 Lee sisters Lee Man are classmates. The 2 sisters are getting married this weekend. She'll return home to attend the wedding. I want to go to the wedding to talk to her directly. We need an invitation. Bai Wang didn't think much, immediately took out his phone and called Li Jing. "Hello, Brother Wang. What can I do for you?" "Give me an invitation to your sister's wedding." "Damn, Brother Wang, you want to attend my sister's wedding? This wedding isn't a big deal. My second sister has princess syndrome. It's all just cheesy scenes. Just give it if I ask for it." The invitations were sent to Bai Mansion early. Besides, you don't need an invitation to come. I'll pick you up when the time comes. Or maybe I'll ask my second sister to organize a rock-style wedding or a nightclub-style one. Bai Wang said nothing, immediately hung up and tossed the phone aside. Luo Zhiling-san do this and wondered. "You didn't even look at director Gu's profile. Aren't you afraid I might choose poorly? I told you, you can play around as you like. Now continue teaching me how to write." Luo Zhiling said nothing and continued to go teach Bai Wang how to write. Compared to whether in 2 months the situation could be turned around or not, Bai Wang seemed to care more about practicing calligraphy. It's unclear where he suddenly got this motivation to study from. However, when faced with an eager student as a teacher, there's no reason to refuse teaching. At the Li family's wedding, Gu Na took out a necklace and asked Li Mansi how it looked. Li Mansi happily praised, "It's awesome, Nana. Only you understand me." Li Jing came in, a bit annoyed, and said to his sister, "A 30-year-old woman still likes the princess style. It's embarrassing to say." Second sister, "Change to something else. Let's turn the wedding into a party. A lineup full of celebrities. I'll help you invite some models who don't wear clothes to do duty dancing. Do you believe I'll beat you into a big party?" Lai Man T angrily says to her brother, "Heaven strike our family. Vong Ca wants to come." Lai Can's words startle Lai Man T. "He wants to come. Why didn't he say so earlier? Quickly tell the butler to bring many professional people to serve the young master Bak." CUC Na curiously asks about the Bak family. "Is it the currently powerful and influential Bak family?" That's right, it's the currently powerful and influential Bak family. The Lok family has been in the past for a long time. Right? Kung Tu Hoa is also coming today. Remember to control your temper. What is she coming for? She ruined our family's auction. What kind of joke is this? Just forget it. Anyway, she's not targeting our live family. What she's aiming for is Mrs. Lok Chi Lang from that tea shop. As soon as she heard the name Lok Chi Lang, CUC Na was startled and dropped the perfume bottle. The noise made the two Lai sisters a bit confused. Siyusina apologizes embarrassedly, saying her hand was too slippery, but her face becomes pensive, thinking to herself, is Lok Chi Lang the person I want? So Lok Chi Lang has decided to invite a famous foreign director. She asked Bak Vong to get her the Lai family's wedding invitation to meet this director outside Lai Man T's wedding party. Lok Chi Lang has also arrived. Lycan goes out to greet her, seeing her. He calls out loudly, Mrs. Locke. I guess we shouldn't call you Mrs. Locke anymore. Should we call you Secretary Locke? Not bad. Mr. Lai, where's Vong CA? I actually came here to meet him. He has already hung up on my calls. Seeing two bodyguards behind Lok Chi Lang, Lycan curiously asks who they are. Mr. Bak told me to come talk to Director CUC for a bit. These are the bodyguards he sent for me. He's not coming here. Is that so? It seems Vong CA has been mentioning you a lot lately. The news about Vong CA wanting to start a business and join the group has been trending. Everyone knows about it now. You came here to find Miss CUC Na for filming, right? Go to the makeup room on the 3rd floor. You'll find her. Thank you. Lok Chi Lang follows Lai Can's instructions and goes up to the 3rd floor alone. At this time, CUC Na is standing outside smoking. Lok Chi Lang calls out, Director CUC. Seeing Lok Chi Lang, she looks a bit surprised. Lok Chi Lang politely extends her hand to introduce herself. Hello, I'm the secretary of Mr. Bak from Saigon Entertainment Company. Lok Chi Lang. CUC Na looks at her without saying anything. Then she looks down at Lok Chi Lang's hand. She asks, why are your hands so rough? Lok Chi Lang is a bit startled and thinks to herself, she's asking about my hands as soon as we meet. However, she still cheerfully says to CUC Na, I used to be blind, so it was hard to avoid bumps and knocks. CUC Na, a bit surprised, asks again, you were once blind. Lok Chi Lang saw her ask that way and curiously asked the director, have we met somewhere before? This tone of voice seemed not quite right. Kok Na coldly turned her face away. At the same time, she also denied ever meeting. Seeing Kok Na's attitude, Lok Chi Lang was a bit confused, but she didn't feel comfortable asking. She went straight to the main issue. I came here this time on Mr. Bak's orders. I hope to have a deep collaboration with the talented director Kok. I'm sorry, my work focus is in country tea. I've never thought about returning home. Now I have to attend Man T's wedding. I don't want to talk about work. As she spoke, Kok Na turned her back and left. Lok Chi Lang was about to follow her. Then after the wedding is over, I'll invite Director Kok for a meal. However, Kok Na suddenly got angry. She turned her head and said loudly, stop following me. I still have to change into the bridesmaid dress. Excuse me. Lok Chi Lang was a bit startled by her attitude. She watched Kok Na's back as she left with some suspicion. It seemed like Kok Na knew her and didn't want to meet her anymore. Why? In her memory, there clearly wasn't this person. At this moment, behind Lok Chi Lang, Kung Tu Hoa was also approaching. Seeing Lok Chi Lang, her eyes were full of hatred. It's that unpleasant person again. Lok Chi Lang previously caused me to be scolded by my family until I bled. She's doing well now. After one night, she became Bak Vong's secretary. I think she just wants to climb up on Bak Vong. Wait, speaking of which, the recent hot searches have been buzzing a lot. They say Bak Vong is currently making a TV series, but can't find a director. Lok Chi Lang seems to always try to help him. Lai Man T, didn't she invite the famous director Kok Na here? That's great. Lok Chi Lang came to Lai family's wedding. Turns out it was for another purpose. She wants to appear in front of Bak Vong to gain his favor, right? Lok Chi Lang, I won't let you succeed. Kung Tu Hoa thought while smiling very viciously. At the wedding, Lok Chi Lang looked around confused but couldn't see Kok Na anywhere. She asked the security guards, have you seen Director Kok? Has Director Kok already left? Impossible. Kok Na specifically flew back from Country Tea to attend the wedding. How could she leave without watching the ceremony? Lok Chi Lang felt a bit uneasy. Moreover, earlier she clearly said she had to go change into the bridesmaid dress. Changing one outfit shouldn't take this long, right? Lok Chi Lang, you mean? The security guard seemed to understand what she was thinking. Lok Chi Lang nodded, telling them to go search. I hope it's just me overthinking. After meeting Kok Na, Lok Chi Lang couldn't find her anymore. She felt uneasy in her heart, suspecting something had happened to Kok Na, so she sent people to search. When dusk fell in the forest, the two bodyguards Luke Chi Lang sent to find Kok Na returned. She anxiously asked if they had found her. One of the two spoke up to report, we've searched everywhere. We couldn't find any traces. Director Kok hasn't arrived at Luke Chi's wedding ceremony either. Lang's side, it seems we'll have to go back and ask Miss Lee's family. Just as she turned around, she noticed a small piece of fabric caught on a tree branch. This is from Director Cock's dress. It seems to have gotten caught here. As the bodyguard was about to take the fabric down, Luke Chi-Lang quickly stopped him. Don't touch it, there might still be fingerprints on it. Something might have happened to Cock Na. Luke Chi-Lang stood there silently observing the surroundings. Suddenly, she heard what sounded like someone calling. Is anyone there? Is there someone there? Help! Help me! She quickly turned towards the direction of the sound. It seemed Cock Na was inside. The bodyguard asked with some surprise, inside. How do you know? Didn't you all hear anything at all? While the two bodyguards were still confused, not understanding what was happening, Luke Chi-Lang heard the cry for help again. Snake! There's a snake! Help me! Save me! There's no time. She immediately told the two bodyguards, follow me inside to save her. The three of them quickly ran inside. In a deep part of the dense forest, Cock Na was now tied to a tree trunk. Above her head, a green snake was flicking its tongue, making her tremble in fear. Be careful. Are you all right? Luke Chi-Lang asked worriedly. Meanwhile, one bodyguard threw two knives. One knife flew and cut the snake in half, killing it on the spot. The other knife cut the rope that was binding Cock Na, then stuck straight into the tree trunk. Cock Na fell down helplessly. Luke Chi-Lang quickly ran over to support her, then asked with concern if she was all right. Cock Na, seeing Luke Chi-Lang had come to find her, was surprised and asked why it was her. I was afraid you'd run away and wouldn't cooperate anymore, so I've been keeping a close eye on you. When I found out you weren't in the hotel, it seemed strange, so I came out here to search. Are you all right? No, I'm fine. Thank you so much. How did you end up being kidnapped and brought here? At that time, I was preparing to change clothes for the wedding. I had just entered the changing room when someone knocked me out. When I woke up, I was already here. Luke Chi-Lang thought to herself, preparing to change clothes? Wasn't that after saying goodbye to me? That time was indeed very sensitive. Thinking this, she quickly raised her hand to explain to Cock Na. Director Cock, please be assured, although I want to cooperate with you, I'm not so blind as to stage this myself, having you kidnapped just so I could rescue you. Seeing Luke Chi-Lang's concern, Cock Na smiled and said, I know, don't worry. I don't suspect you at all. That's good. At this moment, a bodyguard approached and asked Director Cock with concern, are you tired? Let me carry you on my back. Cock Na turned around and bluntly refused. No need, I can walk by myself. Seeing Cock Na walking with difficulty, Luke Chi-Lang guessed that her leg might be injured. Luke Chi-Lang broke a branch and gave it to Cock Na as a walking stick. She said to her with concern, let's go together then. CEO Senna was a bit surprised and stood looking at Luke Chi-Lang without saying anything. What's wrong? That strange look again? She seemed to see through who I was looking at. Seeing Luke Chi-Lang looking at her, Cock Na quickly avoided her gaze and said sadly with her head down, it's nothing. I'm tired, I just need to rest for a bit. In Back Vong's bedroom, he had just woken up, holding his head and thinking to himself, I've slept in so late again. The quality of my sleep is getting better and better. Then he opened his phone and immediately saw a message from Luke Chi-Lang. I've gone to the live family's wedding. Seeing you haven't left your room yet, I guess you didn't sleep well last night and are catching up on sleep. I don't know when you'll wake up. If it's before 2 p.m., there's food on the table, just reheat it a bit. If it's after 2 p.m., don't eat the food on the table anymore. Order some food instead. If you find it troublesome, text me back. I'll order for you. Don't skip meals. She's been worried about me all day. Why doesn't she just feed me herself? But why hasn't she come back yet at this late hour? Then, Back Vong happily took out his phone to call Luke Chi-Lang. At the wedding venue, Kung Tu Hoa was now being held by Back Vong's men. A bodyguard grabbed her head and pushed it down. He said, where did you take Miss Luck? Kung Tu Hoa cried and said, I didn't kidnap her. I don't know where she is now. You won't talk, huh? That's your choice. At this moment, several members of the Kung family were tied up and hung high. Kung Tu Hoa trembled, tears streaming down her face uncontrollably. In her mind, she thought, I didn't think Luke Chi-Lang would go looking for Cock Na. I saw someone had beaten Cock Na and then kidnapped her. That's all I know. Who knows where she and Luke Chi-Lang are now? Why is Back Vong suddenly killing people? Does he know I was targeting Luke Chi-Lang? Will he let me go? Back Vong, with one hand smoking and the other in his pocket, coldly looked at Kung Tu Hoa. Miss Kung, you'd better think carefully. It's very cold outside. Don't let your family members freeze to death. Boo-hoo, I really don't know, I swear. At this moment, Lycan was also scared of Back Vong's anger. He chose his words carefully and said, Brother Vong, why don't you let me handle this matter? After all, today is my second sister's wedding. What if there's a murder case? Besides, she's just an ordinary woman. Why are you being so cruel, Brother Vong? Back Vong glanced at him and slowly said, I don't want this to end peacefully. What did you just say? Back Vong pulled out a gun and pointed it straight at Kung Tu Hoa's head, making her scream in fear and cover her head. Back Vong at this moment looked no different from a wolf with a cigarette in its mouth. His eyes were ice cold, and his mouth twisted into a smile. He slowly lowered the gun. Just then, he heard Lok Chi Lang's voice calling out. He immediately looked up in her direction. Back Vong, what's going on here? What's happening? Lok Chi Lang asked worriedly as she hurried to his side. Back Vong observed her from head to toe. No broken arms or legs. No injuries anywhere, still intact. Though worried inside, he still spoke to her coldly. It's nothing. I thought you were dead, so I wanted to avenge you. Where have you been? I kept calling, but no one answered. Director Cock was tied up in the forest. I just want to help. There must have been no signal in the forest, so I couldn't hear the phone. Lok Chi Lang felt a bit awkward. Back Vong had already caused such a commotion because of her. Things had come to this. How would the Back, Lai, and Kung families face this situation? Not wanting him to cause more trouble, she immediately took his hand and asked with concern, as you can see, I'm still healthy and unharmed. Oh, have you eaten anything since you woke up? You haven't. Then let's go home and eat, shall we? She didn't pay attention to the scene around her. It seemed she only cared about him, only concerned if he had eaten or not, this silly girl. Let's go. If you don't eat, it won't be good for your health. Back Vong obediently let Lok Chi Lang lead him away. Seeing this scene, Lycan couldn't help but be shocked, his jaw dropping. He couldn't believe that as soon as Lok Chi Lang appeared, Back Vong immediately calmed down. It's best not to get involved with this woman. Back Vong turned his head and signaled for his men to retreat. Then he took Lok Chi Lang's hand and left. But just then, someone stood up to stop them. You can't leave. No one is allowed to leave here today. Back Vong, Lok Chi Lang, you're just gonna leave like this. You owe our Kung family an explanation. We only came to congratulate Miss Lai, but in the end, we ended up in this situation. This is really damn annoying. The person stopping them was old Madam Kung. She pointed at Back Vong and said loudly, has the Back family's power become so great that it can cover the sky with one hand? But you should still leave us a way to survive. May I ask, young Master Back, what offense has our Kung family committed that you treat us like this? Back Vong held Lok Chi Lang's hand tightly. He coldly told her to get out of the way. However, old Madam Kung refused to budge. She started holding her head, her face wrinkled in pain. Ayo, my head hurts so much. My head hurts so badly. I'm already old and weak, and now I'm being bullied by the younger generation. Lok Chi Lang was also at a loss for words with her. She thought to herself, already so old and still using such verbal tactics. Really doesn't know how to respect old age. She looked at him without a hint of mercy. His eyes grew colder as he looked at her and said, if you fall, I won't hesitate to step on you. Old Madam Kung was shocked. She couldn't believe that this person could do such an immoral thing. Unable to reach Lok Chi Lang, Back Vong had gone to the Li family's wedding and captured all the Kung people for interrogation. When he saw that Lok Chi Lang was fine, he obediently prepared to return with her, but was stopped by old Madam Kung. If you're so capable, go ahead and step on people. I'll let the whole world know that you're an immoral person. Bullying the elderly. Let everyone know that you weren't raised properly. You urgently need a tutor. Back Vong's eyes darkened. He was furious and swung the whip in his hand, wrapping it around old Madam Kung's neck. Then he used both hands to tighten the rope. He coldly said to her, now let me send you on a pilgrimage to the west to fetch the scriptures. Old Madam Kung's face turned pale. She screamed loudly. Lok Chi Lang grabbed Back Vong's hand, telling him not to do anything rash. She can't do anything to us, because sooner or later, public opinion will crush her. Moreover, the support I called for is about to arrive. Just leave this matter to me. She whispered in Back Vong's ear to reassure him, then slowly took the whip from his hand and pushed old Madam Kung aside. Lok Chi Lang coldly said to her, old Madam Kung, the incident today, your beloved granddaughter is not free from involvement. Instead of blaming others for not having proper teachers, you should look at yourself. In her mind, she thought, although Back Vong is a cruel person, he wouldn't attack Kung Ra without reason. As for Kok Na's kidnapping, Kung Tu Hoa must be the mastermind. She pressed the whip to the ground, then pulled Back Vong's hand. Let's go. At that moment, a gust of wind blew. The bride's veil flew up and coincidentally landed on Luke Chi Lang's head. Bak Vong stared at her, frozen for a few seconds before falling into deep thought. Luke Chi Lang removed the veil. The two of them left the Leaf family together. Old Madame Kung, still terrified, touched her neck. That damn Bak Vong really attacked me. Such arrogance. Before tomorrow, I must let the whole city know his true face. As the Kung RA people were preparing to leave, Old Madame Bak and Old Madame Lee came down from upstairs. The old madam coldly told them to wait. What happened today must be clarified. We can't let my good grandson be slandered by others. The Kung RA people below were very surprised when they saw her. I've been watching everything from upstairs. Hearing her say that, the Kung family people became even more agitated and loudly questioned. So why didn't anyone stop Bak Vong? Madame Bak indifferently said, tell them to stop what? My good grandson was saving someone, why stop him? What nonsense about saving people. Indeed, Lok Chi Lang is my grandson's secretary. The girl came on Bak Vong's behalf to congratulate. But at that time, she saw someone dragging Director Kok Na away. In the most desperate moment, she asked my grandson for help. But when Bak Vong arrived, he couldn't find the two of them anywhere. In a state of panic, the boy tried to force their family to reveal Kok Na's whereabouts. Although the method was a bit extreme, it was only because he wanted to save someone. In Madame Bak's phone was the message from Lok Chi Lang. Grandma, just wait a little longer, and everything will be fine. The Kung family members were not convinced by her words. Madame Bak, you're defending your grandson. Anyone can say such things. Do you have any evidence? Of course I do. I am the witness. I'm also here to thank Secretary Locke. She's the one who saved me. Kok Na stepped forward to speak for Madame Bak. She glanced at one of the Kung family's young masters and continued, I just had someone fix the surveillance cameras and saw that the people who beat and kidnapped me were your bodyguards. This man was caught off guard by her words and couldn't say anything more. Madame Bak coldly glanced at the Kung family members and continued, I have a question for the Kung family. Do you still want to cooperate or not? Director Kok was kidnapped at the Lai family's wedding. Yet the Kung family showed no concern and still wants to interfere in our Bak family's affairs. Madame Lai also chimed in, I want to remind the Kung family that in the past, you came to disrupt our auction. Now you come under the guise of congratulations. Yet you attack the Lai family's guests, ruining my granddaughter's wedding. Is the Kung family trying to make enemies with us? The Kung family members, faced with two major families turning against them, panicked and tried to explain, no, it's all just a misunderstanding. Please let me explain. Lycan stood behind with his sister, sighing as he watched the commotion in front of them. After today, the Kung family will become the laughingstock of all Jiangbei. It's a shame about your wedding, sis. Don't be sad. I'll organize a new wedding for you. He looked at his sister consolingly. It doesn't matter whether the Kung family becomes a laughingstock or not. But after today, all of Jiangbei will know that this woman named Lok Chi Lang is not someone to be trifled with. At the Jiangting, Bak Vong's private residence, Madame Bak called to inform Lok Chi Lang. The matter has been resolved. Chi Lang, my dear, you didn't see how pale the faces of the Kung family members turned. I maintained an extremely firm moral high ground. Even if they argue with Tran Van, the boy wouldn't dare to burst out in anger. Lok Chi Lang sighed in relief when she heard that. It's good that it's not being blown out of proportion. As long as it's not made into a big deal, Bak Vong's entry into the Saigon group will still be guaranteed. However, she always felt that Bak Vong's gaze today seemed a bit strange. Since Bak Vong returned, he had been staring at Lok Chi Lang without looking away. He smiled, seeming to be in a very good mood. He called her over. Lok Chi Lang was speechless. Why is it the same old line? Couldn't Bak Vong come up with something a bit more original? Thinking this, she still obediently went over to him. As soon as she approached, Bak Vong immediately grabbed her hand and kissed her plump lips. The two were lost in a sea of passion. After a while, seeing that Lok Chi Lang couldn't breathe, he let her go so she could breathe comfortably. Seeing Lok Chi Lang panting like that, Bak Vong couldn't help but tease her. You can't handle even this much. Why is Lok Chi Lang blushing? Haven't you kissed like this before? She wondered silently in her head. Why suddenly kiss in the French style? We didn't kiss like this before. Bak Vong caressed her lips and smiled, saying this was nothing. As he spoke, his hands slowly moved down her neck. Lok Chi Lang didn't dare breathe. Bak Vong, don't tell me you want to do something more. She gently grabbed his shoulder and said, "Thank you for today. Thank you for coming to find me so quickly. Thank you for doing everything for me. Also, I'm sorry I didn't realize my phone had no signal, making you worry." Baek Vong kissed her neck while asking, "What did your wedding dress look like that day?" "Wedding dress? You mean on the wedding day?" "I heard it was a wedding dress from a high-end brand, taken directly from a fashion show. Very expensive, but it didn't fit me quite right when I wore it. After the wedding, I gave it to the maid to handle." Hearing her say this, Baek Vong looked a bit pensive. He said sadly, "I wasn't there that day." Lok Chi Lang didn't blame him. She said gently, I know you didn't want to marry me." At this moment, her phone rang. Lok Chi Lang quickly stood up, took her phone, and went outside. "I'll go take this call. You eat first." Lok Chi Lang was a bit surprised to see the caller was Kok Na. "Kok Director, I'm so sorry. Today I left in such a hurry I didn't get to say anything to you." Baek Vong followed her and silently hugged her from behind without saying anything. Lok Chi Lang was a bit surprised. Why didn't he eat and instead followed me here? Kok Na's voice came through the phone. "Secretary Lok, early tomorrow morning I'll fly back home. I'm calling to let you know. Please invite someone else." Kok Na called to reject me. I thought that after going through the forest incident, Kok Na would have at least some good feelings towards me. "Director Kok, can you not be in such a hurry? I know today's events have made you a bit worried, but I assure you the Back Group will definitely ensure your safety. It's not because of today's kidnapping. I just don't want to stay in the country anymore. Not even for a moment." Luke Chi Lang's eyes showed a hint of disappointment. She stammered, asking if it was because of her brother. Kok Na remained silent, not saying anything more. Luke Chi Lang thought to herself, if it were for another reason, she would definitely insist on inviting Kok Na to stay. But since it's because of her family member, how could she ask her to stay? She sighed disappointedly and said to Kok Na, "I understand, Director Kok. I wish you a smooth journey then. Secretary Luke, I also wish you receive thousands of favors." After Kok Na hung up the phone, Luke Chi Lang was still a bit puzzled by that strange wish. She didn't know what had happened between Kok Na and her older brother in the past. Kok Na called Luke Chi Lang, saying she would leave the country tomorrow and never return. So she called to inform her and also to decline cooperation with Saigon. Since Kok Na was related to her family member, Luke Chi Lang didn't know how to persuade her. After hanging up, Luke Chi Lang felt a bit sad. Baek Vong, standing behind her, hugged her and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Did she not agree? Luke Chi Lang nodded. Then she turned around and told Baek Vong, "It's okay. Good things often face obstacles. I'll find a good director, a good script we won't lose." Baek Vong remained silent, thinking to himself, "We again, this phrase." He gently said beside her ear, "If you want it, then it's yours. People or things, it's all the same." The next day, as soon as she woke up, Luke Chi Lang received a message from Kok Na. "Secretary Luke, it's Kok Na. I'll change my mind. I'm at Kui Lao now." Luke Chi Lang arrived at Kui Lao and saw Kok Na sitting blindfolded on a chair. She looked angry. Fu Sin, standing nearby, told her, "Earlier, 2 cars stopped in front of the door and pushed Director Kok out." Luke Chi Lang thought to herself, no matter how you look at it, the message doesn't seem like it was sent by Kok Na. She went over and removed Kok Na's blindfold. The two looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Luke Chi Lang forced a smile. "If I say I didn't intend to kidnap you to film a TV series, would you believe me? Can you guarantee on behalf of Mr. Baek standing behind you? Are you hurt? Did they scare you?" This Baek Vong said, "What you want is yours." It turns out he was talking about Kok Na. Kok Na shook her head and said, "No, they just didn't let me enter the airport. I was afraid of offending them, so I voluntarily asked to be blindfolded to show that I can still call the police now. Perhaps someone deliberately framed Mr. Baek." Kok Na interrupted Luke Chi Lang. "In all of Jiangbei, only you believe that Baek Vong is a good person, pure and kind, right? She also doesn't believe in things without evidence. We shouldn't speak carelessly in the first place." Kok Na turned around to leave. "I'll let you go because you saved me yesterday. Let's consider this kidnapping incident settled. I'm really sorry. There's not enough time anymore. Why don't you stay and have a cup of tea with me? I'll buy you a new ticket." "That's not necessary." As Kok Na was about to leave, she heard Uncle Fong's voice calling, "Fu Sin, open the door wider. The young master's car is being towed back. After arguing with the boss for days, we finally managed to buy it." Lok Chi Lang said happily, "Uncle Fong, you've worked hard. Push it to the back room first." Kok Na's face darkened as soon as she saw the motorcycle. Her eyes widened with anger as she said to Lok Chi Lang, Secretary Locke, didn't you want to represent Saigon to find me for filming? I can agree to that. Do you have any requests? As long as you destroy it, I'll film. She gritted her teeth while speaking and pointing at the motorcycle. Lok Shi-Lang spoke with slight displeasure. Director Kok, I don't know what happened between you and my brother. If he owes you anything, I'll repay it on his behalf. Hearing Lok Shi-Lang say this, CEO Senna seemed to become even more enraged. She said through gritted teeth, you'll repay for him. How will you repay? What will you use to repay? If it's money, we'll repay with money. If it's a life debt, we'll repay with a life. It's the Locke family's debt. I absolutely won't default on it. Then what about a love debt? How do you plan to repay that for your brother? Your brother abandoned me. He left me when I needed him the most. I hate him. Lok Shi-Lang didn't know what to say. She thought to herself, second brother was in love, but didn't inform the family beforehand. That's very disrespectful. Seeing Lok Shi-Lang's silence, Kok Na continued to negotiate. Anyway, the person is already dead. It's useless for you to keep this motorcycle. Use it to exchange for the film. I'll shoot for you. It's worth it. Lok Shi-Lang regained her composure and said to Kok Na, Director Kok, let's go inside for a cup of tea first. I'll buy you a plane ticket back to South Korea. The opportunity is right in front of you. If you don't cherish it, how will you explain it to President Baek? I really hope Director Kok can stay. Things belonging to my family, no one can destroy them. It's just a motorcycle. It's more important than my life. All right. CEO Senna, knowing she couldn't persuade Lok Shi-Lang, became extremely angry. She resolutely turned to leave. Lok Shi-Lang called after her, Director Kok, my second brother has never allowed me to ride this motorcycle before. He said this motorcycle can't have a second woman ride it. Kok Na angrily turned around and questioned, has he ever said that to you? He told me he would marry me. He just turned around and already found a new in-law. I've ridden this motorcycle before. This motorcycle is one I've ridden before. But so what? It didn't affect anything at all until he broke up with me. It didn't affect him calling me too weak, unworthy of him. It didn't affect him telling me if I had any dignity, I should stop clinging to him. Lok Shi-Lang was stunned hearing these words. She couldn't believe her brother could be so cruel. Her second brother couldn't possibly be that kind of person. He loved this car so much. Only when the Locke family couldn't hold on anymore did he sell this car. How could he be so heartless to Kok Na and say such cruel things when breaking up? At this moment, Lok Shi-Lang looked at the motorcycle parked nearby. She touched the storage compartment and discovered a rolled-up piece of paper inside carefully placed there. Lok Shi-Lang took it out. Inside was a picture of a little girl smiling happily. Below the photo was a line of text. Using my lifetime of loneliness to exchange for countless affections for you. Lok Shi-Lang quickly rolled it back up and was about to put it back in the compartment. But Kok Na had already seen it. She quickly snatched the photo from Lok Shi-Lang's hand. As soon as she saw the image and content inside, tears streamed down her face. Kok Na couldn't believe her eyes. She kept saying it's impossible. It's impossible. Kok Na's tears fell all over the photo. Seeing her like this, Lok Shi-Lang became a bit worried. Kok Na said nothing. She bit her lip hard, then suddenly coughed up blood and fainted. Lok Shi-Lang quickly caught her and called out for help to Uncle Fong Fu Sin. Help me quickly. The two people inside also rushed out in panic. In the hospital room, Kok Na's face was extremely pale and sad. She asked Lok Shi-Lang about earlier in the tea house. Why did you want to hide the paper? Lok Shi-Lang answered frankly, this is my second brother's secret. I wanted to respect his decision. She couldn't help but think, if second brother left that paper, he must have had some reason to give up Kok. Na didn't want her to go back to him, intentionally making her hate him. Kok Na cried and told Lok Shi-Lang she's just like him, smart, warm, and kind, always using her heart to treat everyone around her well. Lok Shi-Lang sighed and shook her head. I'm not that good. Besides, what's the use of being warm to others? In the end, no one stays anyway. Kok Na told Lok Shi-Lang about her difficult times in the past. I told him I admired you very much. You could be liked by so many people, be loved by so many people. He said he would help me achieve that. When he abandoned me, I had just graduated, had no job, was very lost and in pain. But soon after I got to know some senior friends. They stayed with me, guide me on how to escape the gloomy pain of heartbreak. I have a good opportunity to go abroad. I won't be as weak and feeble as before. I feel that a beautiful person like me should give that terrible ex-boyfriend a slap in the face. As she was saying this, Siusi Na suddenly realized something. She became a bit panicked. She hurriedly took out her phone and bit her lip as she dialed. After a few rings, someone picked up. Hello, Nana. Before the person on the other end could ask, CUC Na quickly spoke. Man T, we studied together for 4 years. Why did we only become friends in the final year? The other person was silent for a moment, then answered somewhat evasively. It's been so long. Why are you suddenly asking about this? Did someone tell you to do this? And it was the same with others, right? Hearing CUC Na ask about this issue, Lai Man T didn't hide it anymore. You know everything already, Nana. At first, it was indeed uncomfortable for others. But later, I truly considered you my best friend, a lifelong friend. CUC Na's whole body trembled. She hugged herself, trying not to cry out loud. Lokeng tui es lokeng tu. Why did he do that? I don't know. I only know that for a period of time, he came to beg many people, very, very many people. CUC Na couldn't utter another word. Lokin Thua, like that, went to beg others for her sake. CUC Na was in pain. The phone in her hand also fell. Lok Shi Lang asked with some concern, Director CUC, are you all right? CUC Na suddenly grabbed Lok Shi Lang's wrist and asked why. Why did he arrange all these things and then abandon me? Lok Shi Lang shook her head. I don't know either. Perhaps at that time, my brother's family was about to go bankrupt. He didn't want to involve you. CUC Na clutched her chest and cried out in pain. Lok and Thua, you fool. In the evening, Lok Shi Lang returned home in a tired mood. As soon as she entered, she sighed. Then she was surprised to see Bak Vong sitting there. Uncle Fong and Fu Sin were cowering in fear, standing beside him. Lok Shi Lang smiled, waved, and asked, Bak Vong, why are you here? Have you had dinner? Bak Vong was very displeased. He coldly said, I felt you wanted to die, so I came to check. I have to worry about your safety all the time. I'm sorry, that's right. She should have let you personally see me off, to save you from worrying. Lok Shi Lang was at a loss for words with this guy. She silently wondered, can't you think like a normal person for once? But she gently explained to him, I just ran to the hospital to visit Director CUC for a while. Her condition isn't very good, so I stayed a bit late. So what? Bak Vong glanced at the motorcycle parked there and asked, that's the motorcycle of my second brother when he was alive. And it's also a symbol of love between him and Kok. Director Lok Chi Lang, are you going to give me the love token of your family as a gift? Lok Chi was confused about giving away a worn-out motorcycle. When did I say I'd give it to him? Oh right, I told Li Minghui before that the money I earned would be used to buy gifts for my husband. Could it be that Bak Vong still remembers this why? Can I not buy things for myself in the future? Lok Shi Lang smiled, pretending to ask if he liked it, but in her heart, she was hoping Bak Vong would quickly say he didn't like it. Please, Bak Vong, she thought as he crossed his arms, not even looking at the worn-out motorcycle that was difficult to ride. Do you think I would like it? That's great. Why is that? All right then. Lok Shi Lang pretended to be disappointed. But before she could finish her sentence, Bak Vong coldly uttered one word. Throw it away. Lok Shi Lang jumped and protested, no way. Seeing Bak Vong's dark face, she quickly explained that it's a misunderstanding. Kok Director and your brother have already resolved their issues. I thought she might want this motorcycle as a memento. If she asks, I can just give it to her, that's all. Bak Vong said with an indifferent expression, you mean, you can use your savings to buy gifts for others too? Yes, isn't that normal? Do you mean that all the money I save in my life can only be used to buy gifts for one person? Lok Kilang wondered, as if reading Bak Vong's thoughts. Knowing he was unhappy, she quickly consoled him. No, I've already bought everything I wanted. This is like returning it. I'll choose another gift for you. Is that okay? Lok Shi Lang had bought back the motorcycle from his brother, then accidentally helped Kok Na discover the secret that her brother had always kept hidden. Because Kok Na was in a bad mood, she had stayed by her side to talk all day. This made Bak Vong unhappy. Add to that the motorcycle issue, and Lok Shi Lang had to struggle to appease her husband again. Hearing her say she would give the motorcycle to Kok Na, Bak Vong smirked, as if not smiling at all. Go ahead and give it to her. Let's see if she'll still be alive to enjoy it. Lok Shi Lang was so angry she couldn't speak. It's just a motorcycle. Is it really necessary to go this far? She stubbornly said, fine, I won't give it away then. I'll keep it for myself. Seeing her like this, Bak Vong had to shake his head inwardly. She's so determined. Then he suddenly remembered to ask, the time you went to the exhibition and got kidnapped, was it because you were buying this motorcycle? Lok Kilang nodded honestly. As expected, Bak Vong, feigning reluctance, lowered his voice and said, fine, since you almost lost your life, I'll accept it. Bak Vong's words made Lok Shi Lang deflate. What does that mean? She couldn't say anything. Just an hour later, the motorcycle was neatly displayed at Bak Vong's private residence. Lok Shi Lang looked at the motorcycle and held her head. How did it end up in Bak Vong's hands after all her efforts to collect it? Will he return it to her when they divorce. Between me and Baek Vong, it's becoming increasingly entangled and unclear. Then I see she's unhappy. Baek Vong is irritated and has come to me. I've already noticed. What are you sighing about? Or is it that you can't bear it? Seeing his dark face, Lok Chi Lang shakes her head, saying it's not that. If I dare to say I can't bear it, I'm afraid this scene would be covered in blood. She quickly changes the subject. I bought some delicious snacks. There are camellia flower cookies and lotus seed pastries. Be good and open your mouth. Lok Chi Lang smiles brightly like a flower, holding a cookie and bringing it straight to Baek Vong's mouth. He opens his mouth to bite the cookie, but his eyes never leave her. That feeling comes again. Baek Vong can't control himself and pulls her hand, then kisses her beautiful lips. Lok Chi Lang is stunned and confused, not understanding what this situation is. The two fall to the floor, kissing passionately. Baek Vong's lips are not content and slide down to her neck. Lok Chi Lang panics and calls his name. She can't help but feel a bit confused. How could Baek Vong, who just returned from the Lee family's wedding, become so intimate like this? They were just chatting normally and suddenly became intimate. Baek Vong sits up. Indeed, his face shows he's still not satisfied. He tells her, "Tonight, move to my room." Lok Chi Lang immediately says no without thinking. An unmarried man and woman sharing a room is very likely to lead to unexpected things. As soon as he hears her blunt refusal, Baek Vong immediately becomes gloomy. Lok Chi Lang quickly realizes it's not good. He's angry again. She doesn't dare to look at him directly and says softly, being too close to you. I'm afraid I'll become too attached to you in the future. When you abandon me, I'll completely lose myself." With Baek Vong's status, perhaps what he fears most is getting entangled with women. You're still thinking about selling people and not getting into bed. How could you become attached? That's because I'm still clear-headed now. But if you give me time to imagine, I certainly can't guarantee anything. Tell me, what do you imagine? Of course, I imagine a family life where you're willing to be with me for a lifetime until we're old and gray. Hearing her words, Baek Vong suddenly pauses. Indeed, he had never thought about a lifetime. He had never thought about what an entire life would be like before. People don't even know when they'll die, so why make plans? Lok Chi Lang smiles at him. You've never thought about it, right? Therefore, please leave me some dignity when I leave. Again with these words. Time is running out, so she's leaving. Baek Vong holds his head, unhappy, and asks Lok Chi Lang, "Do you think about leaving every day?" In her heart, Lok Chi Lang silently admits, "Yes, I want to leave. I want to take all of Lok's belongings back to the old house. I want to live in Jiangnan for the rest of my life." But these words absolutely cannot be said to Baek Vong. She sat up and hugged him, looking straight into those eyes and saying, "Sometimes, many times when I see you, I only think about you. Absolutely not thinking about anything else." Finally, she succeeded in pleasing her picky husband. She took the initiative to kiss him sincerely and willingly. The second day at Saigon Entertainment Company, in the secretary's office, Lok Chi Lang sat alone sighing. Fortunately, Baek Vong only kissed me and did nothing else. But his lips, the desire was so strong that I couldn't resist. I've been kissed many times. At night, I even dreamt of Baek Vong and I entangling with each other. While Lok Chi Lang was still imagining that intimate scene, Director Kok knocked on her door. Lok Chi Lang was very surprised. "Director Kok, why are you here?" Kok Na cheerfully greeted her, saying the receptionist told her, "You once said I could come anytime I wanted." Lok Chi Lang nodded, admitting it was her instruction. "You seem to be in much better spirits now." Director Kok observed Kok Na's cheerful mood. Lok Chi Lang also felt a bit emotional. The mood is very good, a bit too fast, suddenly discovering that the cheating man actually loved me deeply. But that person is no longer here. It's normal to feel pain, but it's only been one day, and Kok Na's already gotten over it so quickly. Kok Na happily announced some news to Lok Chi Lang. "I've informed the team members. Bought plane tickets. Can we discuss the script first when we get here?" "You've agreed to stay in the country then?" "Yes. May I ask the reason?" "Because you're that, the little sister that Lok Kinthua loved the most." Kok Na answered sincerely. Lok Chi Lang was very surprised. That is a nickname only family members call me. I haven't heard this nickname in a long time. Kok Na also had some thoughts. "I went abroad before because I hated Lok Kinthua. Hated him even after he died. I even felt suffocated in the country where he lived. Now I don't hate him anymore. You've forgiven him. Adults can let go easily. How can I not welcome you?" "Of course, Very welcome, happy cooperation. Choreographer Kok. The two girls happily shook hands, happy cooperation. Kok Na had come to Saigon to find Lok Chi Lang and informed her that she agreed to stay and cooperate with Saigon. This made Lok Chi Lang extremely happy. Lok Chi Lang took Kok Na to Bak Vong's office. This is CEO Bak's office. Let's talk here. Kok Na was a bit surprised. Bak Vong's office, and you can freely enter. No wonder. That's right. Do you know what everyone outside is saying? They're saying you're Bak Vong's mistress. Bak Vong almost destroyed Kung Ra because of you. And you're already married. Your husband is still willingly wearing a green hat. CEO Senna concernedly held Lok Chi Lang's hand, looking at the diamond ring on her finger, then gently advised. Little 7, if you're only wearing this ring for fun, you should take it off. These rumors aren't good for your reputation. Luo Zhiling cheerfully looked at Gu Na. This is my wedding ring. Gu Na was shocked and thought to herself, she's really married then to Bai Wang. Gu Na became angry, turning around, intending to go find Bai Wang to settle the score. I believe you're not the type to have an affair. So it must be Bai Wang who forced you, right? How could he do this to someone who's already married? This is too much. I'll demand justice for you. Luo Zhiling quickly held Gu Na back and explained, No, Director Gu, you've misunderstood. Actually, the person I married is Bai Wang. This ring is from me and Bai Wang. After learning the truth, Gu Na felt a bit embarrassed. She said, how could you fall for such a killer, with no reputation outside? If your brother were still alive, he'd surely be angered to death by you. Hearing Gu Na say this, Luo Zhiling felt a bit warmed by her concern. If others heard this, they'd think a poor orphan without virtue or ability like me couldn't possibly marry into the Bai family. But Director Gu, on the contrary, dislikes Bai Wang. Actually, Bai Wang isn't that bad. He once saved me, and at the Li family's wedding, if it wasn't for his concern for me, he wouldn't have caused such a big commotion. Hearing Luo Zhiling say this, Gu Na seemed to understand the issue a bit. She nodded. You're right, I've been looking at this too one-sidedly. At the wedding, he was able to protect you like that, proving that he truly cares for you. But I still don't understand why you like him and even stay with him. Luo Zhiling smiled shyly. After getting pregnant, of course we had to get married. You're pregnant, and Bai Wang still lets you come here to work. It's not exactly official work. I'm just here to be with Bai Wang. Then Luo Zhiling told her about how she almost drowned, and Gu Na also explained the importance of this TV series to her. After hearing Luo Zhiling's whole story, Gu Na thought for a moment and then spoke. I see. You want this series to be a hit as soon as it airs. Not just to help Bai Wang regain his position in the group, but also to use this opportunity to expose the mastermind behind it all. That's right. If we don't find that mastermind, there will always be a knife hanging over my neck. I don't want to live in fear all the time, but we only have less than 2 months. I'm sure I can help you make a hit series. I'm betting on your abilities and also on the material I want to film this time. As Luo Zhiling spoke, she handed Gu Na a stack of documents. I don't know how to write scripts. I'll just prepare these materials for you. Take a look. How can we make the story more lively? Kok Na looked through the stack of documents Lok Chi Lang handed over and was a bit surprised. She asked Lok Chi Lang again, are you sure you want to shoot this kind of content? Seeing Lok Chi Lang nod firmly, CEO Senna was also full of confidence. Lok Chi Lang, you're giving it your all. Kok Na, will certainly accompany you to the end. This film will be the best work of my life. 2 days later at Bak Vong's house, Lok Chi Lang cheerfully went to find him. Is Bak Vong already asleep? His insomnia has improved a lot lately. Bak Vong glanced at her and said suggestively, if there's a woman sleeping with me, it would be even better. Lok Chi Lang forced a smile and handed him a stack of documents. Look at this first. Director Kok has sent the first part of the script. I've already looked it over a bit. Director Kok's ability to control character personalities and the tension of the plot is extremely impressive. There's absolutely nothing to criticize. Bak Vong looked over the script and asked Lok Chi Lang, when can we start shooting? At least 2 weeks from now. I want to organize an audition for Director Kok to select the most suitable actors. It's up to you. This script is our trump card to turn the situation around. It's very important. We must keep it safe. Lok Chi Lang said while putting the script in the safe. She opened the safe and placed the script inside, but her eyes suddenly changed, as if she discovered something unusual. That night, UC Van Phi and Ha Mai Tin somehow managed to get hold of Lok Chi Lang's script. UC Van Phi was full of confidence. Speaking in a contemptuous tone, This lock girl tried to hide it so well. But didn't this script end up in our hands anyway? Now that we have the script, the next step is to add our people to the film crew. On the casting day, Lok Chi-lang and Kok Na stood aside observing. Many handsome men and beautiful women. Wow. You still have the mood to check out the hotties. I'm afraid half of the people here were sent by the two madams of the Back family. From preparation to filming and broadcasting, they can cause a lot of trouble. Lok Chi-lang patted Kok Na's shoulder encouragingly. Then we'll have to rely on Director Kok to screen carefully. You're treating me like family now. With my ordinary eyes, how can I tell who's a demon and who's a saint? Others might not be able to, but Director Kok definitely can. You really do speak just like him. You truly know how to captivate people. No wonder even someone like Baek Vong is under your thumb. That's not true. How could Baek Vong possibly be under my thumb? Shortly after, the official casting began. After looking at several people who came to audition, CEO Senna whispered to Lok Chi-lang, "They're already so skilled. It seems my estimate of 1/3 was too low. These people have clearly performed many times before. They're just waiting to be chosen." The battle of the big family is about being meticulous down to every detail. Next person. At this moment, a girl in traditional costume entered, catching Kok Na's attention. "Hello, Director Kok. Hello, everyone. My name is Tran Tuet Nien. I'm 22 years old. Go ahead and perform a scene." Kok Na paid some attention to this girl. She leaned over and said to Lok Chi-lang, "Chi-lang, it's a bit strange. Her outfit style is too similar to yours. These days, many girls like to wear traditional costumes, but our film is about a modern family." She came to the casting in traditional costume. Lok Chi-lang smiled meaningfully, but she's the one who controls the character's emotions the best in the entire film. In terms of acting skills, she's flawless. "You mean she's the one?" Director Kok has full decision-making power. The two spoke while looking at each other meaningfully. 2 hours later in the tea room, Lok Chi-lang walked in, sighing excitedly. Finally, it's over. Just as she entered the tea room, a young man also approached from behind. Secretary Lok Chi-lang turned around. She immediately recognized this person. It was the one who just played the male lead earlier, Kyo Duong. "Why is he here too?" This person walked towards Lok Chi-lang while introducing himself. "Secretary Lok, you probably don't remember me from the casting earlier. We've met before. My name is Kyo Duong." "Hello." Lok Chi-lang smiled and greeted him. However, in her mind, she wondered, am I mistaken? Why does this person's voice sound a bit off? This young man was talking to Lok Chi-lang while deliberately closing the tea room door. "Secretary Lok, what do you think about working for others? Your appearance would certainly be very valuable in the showbiz world." Lok Chi-lang quickly noticed that he was closing the door. However, she didn't say anything. This person didn't wait at all. He suddenly rushed forward and grabbed her hand, pretending to ask, "Want some water?" "Let me help you." Lok Chi-lang pushed him away and coldly said, "No need. Please have some self-respect." Seeing her reaction, the guy was a bit startled. "I just thought I wanted to help you." How did it become about self-respect? Lok Chi-lang looked at him and thought to herself, "You have ulterior motives, and you don't even know it." At this moment, outside the door, came the voice of the girl who had auditioned earlier. "Hello, President Baek. I'm Tran Tuet Nien, the female lead of this Hamon film. Please give me more guidance." Lok Chi-lang was a bit startled. "Baek Vong is here." While she wasn't paying attention, the young man suddenly rushed forward and grabbed her hand in an ambiguous posture. He even spoke loudly, as if intentionally letting Baek Vong hear. "Secretary Lok, don't be like that. Don't pull me. We've only just met." Lok Chi-lang was startled. She gritted her teeth and thought to herself, if I just step back and lean against the wall, the situation will become passive. This person came here with this intention, using this disgusting method to drive a wedge between me and Baek Vong. Kyo Duong deliberately pushed Lok Chi-lang towards the wall to create an intimate situation. However, Lok Chi-lang quickly ducked down, successfully avoiding him. She quickly grabbed the water bottle on the table. At that moment, Baek Vong opened the door and walked in from outside. The image that caught his eye was Lok Chi-lang throwing the water bottle in Kyo Duong's face. Lok Chi-lang turned and walked away, not forgetting to tell Kyo Duong, "Don't follow me anymore." As soon as she reached the door, she came face to face with Baek Vong. Lok Chi-lang resentfully said to him, "You wanted to grope me. Teach him a lesson." Baek Vong coldly looked at her and asked, "Did he touch you?" "I avoided it, but he really had intentions." Baek Vong angrily looked at Kyo Duong, making him sweat in fear. He kept explaining, "Mr. Baek, it's not like that. I was unsteady on my feet. It wasn't Secretary Lok. Secretary Lok actively fell into my arms and even pulled my collar." I thought she had feelings for me. As he spoke, he thought to himself, go ahead and doubt Secretary Locke, doubt your woman. Lok Chi-lang held back Vong's hand and explained, I didn't back Vong. You won't believe these false accusations, will you? At this moment, Kyo Duong continued to falsely accuse her. It's true, Mr. Back. She said she liked my movies. She's my fan. She even asked me to sign her chest. Lok Chi-lang was shocked when Back Vong pulled his hand away from hers. She was frightened, shaking her head and trying to explain to him. It's not true. I really didn't. In my eyes, there can be no other man besides you. Stand here for a moment. Back Vong said, it's okay. Be good and wait here. If it's too noisy, cover your ears. Back Vong said as he pushed Lok Chi-lang to stand outside the door. Then he walked into the room and slammed the door shut. Lok Chi-lang stood outside the door. She could only hear Kyo Duong's screams constantly coming from inside the room. Mr. Back, I won't dare do it again. Please forgive me. Lok Chi-lang didn't know what to say. Mr. Back was so harsh this time, she didn't know if Kyo Duong would regret it now or... A moment later, Back Vong came out of the room. He used his handkerchief to wipe the blood off his hands. The smell of blood from the room was very strong. Back Vong said nothing. He immediately grabbed Lok Chi-lang's hand and quickly walked to the room. All the employees who witnessed this scene were trembling nonstop. Back Vong pulled Lok Chi-lang straight to his private office. All right, Back Vong had reached the office. Back Vong suddenly stopped, causing Lok Chi-lang to bump into his back. She hastily spoke up. That Kyo Duong guy. Could it be that someone deliberately lured him in? The purpose was to drive a wedge between our relationship. Fortunately, you arrived just in time earlier. Otherwise, I really don't dare to think what he would have done to me. Back Vong was still angry. She should explain a little. However, Back Vong didn't listen to her question. He didn't answer but coldly looked at her and asked, is there a camera in the tea room? Lok Chi-lang was a bit surprised. You don't believe me. Turn on the camera. Seeing her not saying anything, Back Vong gently bit her fingertip. Be good and open that camera footage. Then he pulled her to the computer desk and pressed her to sit down. Seeing Lok Chi-lang still motionless without reaction, Back Vong became a bit impatient. Not turning it on? Is Lok Chi-lang guilty? Lok Chi-lang had no other choice. She typed on the keyboard's edge, and the camera in the tea room immediately turned on. All right. Lok Chi-lang stood up, giving the seat to Back Vong. The sound from the video played. It was when Kyo Duong entered after her. He asked her, you want water? Let me help you. No need. Please have some self-respect. I just wanted to help you. That's all. Hearing that conversation again, Lok Chi-lang's hand clenched tightly. Back Vong's inner anger also gradually disappeared. He stood up and hugged her. It's okay now. Lok Chi-lang stood still, letting him hug her without saying anything. She couldn't help but think in her heart, that's right, it's okay now. Luckily, I was sober enough when greeting him and didn't do anything wrong. But what if something had happened? What if it created a situation that made others misunderstand? What would Back Vong do? Would he choose to believe me or trust his own eyes? This is just afraid that in the future. Lok Chi-lang looked up at Back Vong and asked, Back Vong, you don't trust me. Why did you agree to let me try working with you? Isn't it contradictory to not trust me, but let me play along? Back Vong caressed her cheek while saying, in this world, I don't trust anyone at all. So Lok Chi-lang, you'd better never let me find evidence of you betraying me. Otherwise, I won't forgive you. I'll make you wish you were dead, but unable to die. Lok Chi-lang was suddenly afraid. It clearly wasn't her fault. Why was he using such strong words? Was it because two good friends had betrayed him before? So he was taking it out on her. If possible, she really wanted to give him a slap. But she couldn't. Not now, she couldn't. Lok Chi-lang shook her head to dispel the anger in her heart and wrapped her arms around him. Back Vong saw her like that and smiled. What? Are you scared now? No, I'm just thinking, when a person's instinct is to doubt others, it must not be easy, right? I wonder when the person who can make you worthy of your wholehearted trust will appear. Back Vong was a bit surprised to hear her say that. He replied softly, there's no such person. I won't let that person appear, and I won't trust anyone either. I've endured enough. It will stop. I will definitely become better and happier. Although the two were hugging, each had different thoughts in their minds. Back Vong believed her words, thinking she was truly a naive fool. As for Lok Chi-lang, she couldn't smile anymore. She felt sad and really wanted to go home. At UC Van Phi's residence abroad, her servant was reporting the situation. The lady Kyo Duong that Ha Mai Tin brought to the villa that move of hers has failed. Lok Chi Lang is extremely careful, but the handsome guy we sent there, no one could say a word to her at all. You see, Van Phi smiled. It was not beyond her expectations. The person the old madam likes couldn't possibly be a simple person. If she wants to cling to Baek Vong, then she can't allow herself to have any flaws at all. So what should we do now? This TV series is about to start filming. What's the rush? If Lok Chi Lang doesn't fall for men's traps, won't she fall for women's traps? Wait until we deal with Baek Vong Thuong. My son will be the rightful heir. Tran Van will surely marry me. By then, at that time, on my ring finger will be a wedding ring in a proper and legitimate way. At this moment, ambition was surging intensely in UC Van Phi's eyes. Meanwhile, in Saigon, the film Haman officially started production. It seemed that Lok Chi Lang closely followed every scene in the film crew, monitoring every detail. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. While she was standing and observing, Lai Hoi Min behind her used himself to shield her from the sun. "Miss Lok, don't stand here in the sun." She politely thanked him. After Keo Duong's incident, Saigon Security Company suddenly changed. The head of the security team was changed to Lai Hoi Min. Baek Vong is monitoring my every move. CUC Na happily ran to Lok Chi Lang. Chi Lang, I didn't expect this film to be shot so smoothly. The first episode's editing is almost done. If you're free, let's go watch it. All right. As Lok Chi Lang was about to leave, CUC Na suddenly pulled her hand. "Oh wait, look over there." "What is it?" CUC Na pointed at the lead actress named Tran Tuet Nien, who was hurriedly running past. CUC Na wondered. Usually, when the lead actor waits for their scene, they take a quick nap in the car. At most, they rest a bit at the hotel. But look at her. Whenever she's free, she runs to Saigon. She's not even an artist contracted with you guys. Does she need to go there every day to clock in? To Chew, that's company. Don't say I'm gossiping, but her intentions are really obvious. She wears clothes similar to yours every day and comes to Saigon. You should be a little cautious. Lok Chi Lang didn't pay much attention to what Kok Na said. Baek Vong doesn't come to the company often. The two chatted for a while longer. Then Lok Chi Lang and Lai Min Hoi returned to the company. Just as they passed by the secretary's office, she overheard some female employees gossiping. Tran Tuet Nien's tactics are really cunning. Every time she takes advantage when Secretary Lok goes to the film set to make her move. She really knows how to seize the opportunity. I thought Director Baek had real feelings for Secretary Lok. He didn't mind that she was married. He almost destroyed her whole family for her sake, men. I tell you. Just like that, he's already captivated by the actress. One girl took out her phone and pointed to a photo. Yesterday, my sister caught Tran Tuet Nien entering a hotel with a man. She even took a picture. Look, it's Director Baek. Oh my, is it true? It's true, why would I make up such things? Besides, Boss Baek doesn't look like the type to be a safe employer. That's right, he's not the type to preserve himself for the sake of a married woman. Lok Chi Lang approached. She coldly snatched the phone from the employee's hand. Everyone fell silent in fear when they saw her. Secretary Lok Chi Lang, looked at the photo on the phone. This bracelet, this person, it really is Baek Vong. She deleted the photo from the phone and said to everyone, gossiping about Boss Baek outside the workplace. Do you all think you've lived long enough? We're sorry, Secretary Lok. We were wrong. I hope this gossip stops here. If I hear about this elsewhere in the future, I'll assume you spread it. At that time, the one coming for you won't be me, but Boss Baek. Understand? Yes, we understand. Li Minghui, witnessing Lok Chi Lang's ICC handling, whisper in Acme that he know. As expected of my sister-in-law, that's the right way to handle it. I thought she was going to find Mr. Baek to make a scene. At that moment, Lok Chi Lang saw Tran Tuet Nien coming out of Baek Vong's office. Her face flushed and clothes disheveled. Lai Min Hoi immediately looked at Lok Chi Lang excitedly. His gossipy eyes couldn't hide his eagerness. It's about to go down. There's going to be a fight, hair pulling, beating the vixen. Lok Chi Lang had heard many rumors about Tran Tuet Nien having an ambiguous relationship with Baek Vong, but she didn't believe them and ignored everything. Today, when returning from the film set, Lok Chi Lang caught Tran Tuet Nien with disheveled clothes and many suspicious marks coming out of Baek Vong's room. Seeing Miss Tran Tuet Nien shamelessly trying to get Lok Chi Lang's attention. Secretary Lok is back. I have a scene to shoot soon. Tran Tuet Nien walked past Lok Chi Lang, deliberately adjusting her clothes, afraid Lok Chi Lang wouldn't notice. However, Chi Lang remained indifferent. She didn't show any emotion, which surprised even Lai Min-hoi. How can she restrain herself without pulling her hair? Chi Lang grabbed the doorknob of Bak Vong's room. She hesitated and thought to herself, should I remind Bak Vong a little? Tran Tuet Nin could tell at a glance she had other intentions. Keeping such a woman by his side is of no benefit. Chi Lang entered the room. She was a bit surprised to see Bak Vong still sitting and practicing calligraphy. He's actually practicing calligraphy instead of resting in his room. Chi Lang went to the desk, picked up a few sheets of paper to look through, and couldn't help but feel impressed. This Hanko calligraphy is getting better and better. He improves rapidly when he's serious. Bak Vong had just finished writing a sheet and brought it to her, seeking praise. Chi Lang understood and smiled happily, praising his good practice. Bak Vong has tried very hard. What's wrong with having some personal life? As long as he can compete for the top position in the group, it's fine. Bak Vong, being praised, casually said he was just writing in his free time. So he wrote casually. He stood up, wrapped his arms around Chi Lang, pulling her close, and gently kissed her nape. Chi Lang was a bit startled by Bak Vong's action. Didn't Tran Tuet Nin just leave? How is he so quick to seek satisfaction again? Time to act again. You've worked hard on your calligraphy. I'll go prepare some snacks for you. Seeing her about to escape again, Bak Vong pulled her back and kissed her plump lips. In Chi Lang's mind, the image of Tran Tuet Nin from earlier appeared, making her unable to continue. She immediately pushed Bak Vong away. Don't. It's only been 2 or 3 months since it's stabilized. One Tran Tuet Nin is not enough. Where does he get so much energy from? Or maybe he hasn't touched Tran Tuet Nin yet. Is Tran Tuet Nin just acting? Chi Lang, afraid he might get angry, pretended to smile. The doctor said I have anemia. In this special condition, it's best not to. I want you to abstain for 10 months. Chi Lang was at a loss for words when her phone rang in her pocket, saving her from the situation. It was director Kok from the film set who had some business. I need to go there for a bit. Going there again? You're so busy. I missed you. That's why I came back to visit. I'll make you some tea before I go. Chi Lang said while looking longingly at Bak Vong. He didn't make it difficult for her. He nodded and told her to go. Leaving the room, Chi Lang immediately instructed Lai Min-hoi. Team leader Lai, assign more people to secretly protect Mr. Bak. Recently, there might be people secretly investigating Mr. Bak's life. Pay attention to that. Understood, Secretary Locke. Lai Min-hoi is Bak Vong's man. It's just right to have him pass on the message to let Bak Vong know that Tran Tuet Nin approached him with a purpose. I'm going to the bathroom for a bit, she said, and immediately left. Lai Min-hoi entered the room to report the situation to Bak Vong. Mrs. Bak said, listening to him recount what Chi Lang had just said, Bak Vong asked again. She thinks I have something going on with that actress. She even wants you to help deal with those who dare to follow her. This woman is too gentle. Besides asking for your help, she didn't say anything else. She didn't say anything, but her eyes were a bit red. She said 2 sentences and then went to the bathroom. She seems tired, after all. She's been on set these past few days. Lai Min-hoi only dared to think these last sentences in his heart. However, Bak Vong seemed to have misunderstood his meaning, so he felt a bit happy inside and said, she cried and still said she didn't care, that dog-licking Chi Lang. Bak Vong sat at the bar with a few friends. He glanced at his watch and thought, it's 11 o'clock already. In less than an hour, that woman will urge me to go home. At this moment, there was loud talking nearby that caught Bak Vong's attention. Aren't you stupid? A woman who goes along with you doesn't love you. A man who was drinking and holding his face in pain said to the person next to him, you don't know how gentle and sweet she was with me. I thought she was so obedient because she loved me too much. I never thought she was that kind of person. Forget it, brother. Consider it money spent on a lesson. Bak Vong heard them talking and curiously asked Lai Kin, what are they talking about? It's that fool Din Chao. Some time ago, he kept a very obedient woman. She didn't cry, didn't make a fuss, didn't get jealous, and was very caring towards him. It moved Din Chao so much that he almost fell in love with her. And then what? Then that woman took a bunch of money and ran off abroad. What's more interesting is that she left a letter. She said from the beginning she was after his money. She even laughed at his lack of stamina in bed. This has become a joke in the circle. Din Chao was too stupid. The less angry a woman gets, the more problematic and calculating she is. Jealousy and arguments are signs of love for him. The more fierce the fuss, the more it proves she can't leave him. him. A person who doesn't argue or make a fuss and is obedient is either plotting something or wants to leave. Baek Vong listened to Lai Kan's words and became more pensive. Without saying a word, he stood up and left. Lai Kan, seeing this, was surprised and called after him, "Brother Vong, why are you leaving so soon after just sitting down?" In the evening, as soon as Lok Chi Lang returned home, she saw Baek Vong standing in the house. He seemed to be waiting for her. Lok Chi Lang was a bit surprised, but she still pretended to be relaxed as she approached and asked him, "Baek Vong, are you specially waiting here for me?" Seeing Baek Vong gloomy and silent, Lok Chi Lang also felt a bit uneasy. Baek Vong is so strange today. Could something have happened? With this expression on his face, it's better not to ask. "Do you want to eat anything? Can I go buy some sea-flower cakes to eat? I am hungry. You're very tired from cooking for me. I don't want you to be tired. You should go buy it. I don't dare to eat." Looking at Baek Vong's appearance, it doesn't seem like cooking, but more like murder. Baek Vong looked at Lok Chi Lang, smiling in front of him, and remembered Lai Kan's words about women not being okay, not causing trouble, obedient and understanding. Is this the principle of not being in love? Thinking this, his mood became even worse. He said loudly, "I said I'll do it." Baek Vong took out a piece of meat and threw it on the table. Then he turned and told Lok Chi Lang to sit over here. Lok Chi Lang didn't dare to object. She obediently sat behind him. Baek Vong held a knife in his hand. He looked at the piece of meat as if looking at an enemy and chopped down. This knife skill indeed shows he grew up in a slaughterhouse. A small piece of bone flew out, accidentally cutting Lok Chi Lang's face, making her bleed. She bit her lip without making a sound. After all, what did I do to offend this killer god Baek Vong? Then she stood up and carefully said to Baek Vong, "I'll go get a water bottle." But Baek Vong didn't even turn to look at her. He coldly said, "Continue sitting there." Looking at Baek Vong, Lok Chi Lang was so scared she didn't dare to breathe heavily. If anyone came in and saw this scene, they would probably say Baek Vong wasn't handling a murder case, and no one would believe otherwise. It can't continue like this. Thinking this, she spoke to him. "Baek Vong, no matter what happens, we can always discuss it. Let's solve it together. Don't be like this. When you're like this, I'm very worried. What's really going on? Can you tell me? Who made him angry? That's not right. Those people wouldn't dare to offend him now." Baek Vong stuck the knife into the cutting board, turned and said to Lok Chi Lang, "Last night, Lai Tran organized for a group of female stars to go to a bar. They were making a fuss in my heart. Why is he saying this? I think Tran Tuet Nin is not bad. I'm planning to keep her as a mistress. It won't affect your filming, right?" Lok Chi Lang was shocked by Baek Vong's question. She thought to herself, if I say it doesn't affect anything, then I'll probably end up like that piece of bone. What exactly is wrong? Does he think I'm too controlling? Or does he think I'm not jealous? So there's a problem. If it's the former, Baek Vong wouldn't need to waste effort probing. It seems to be the latter. He's doubting again whether my feelings for him are real or fake. Seeing her silent and not answering for a long time, Baek Vong angrily shouted, "Look at me. I'm asking you." At this moment, Lok Chi Lang remembered what Kok Na said to the actors in the film crew. If you can't cry, it means you really can't cry. So think about the most painful thing for you. Love that can't be fulfilled, arguing with friends, conflicts with family members in the middle of the night. You can find a point to rely on yourself. Tears will naturally fall. Indeed, Lu Zhiling's tears fell. This inevitably shocked Bai Wang a little. Lu Zhiling wiped her tears and avoided looking directly at him as she spoke. It doesn't matter. It's just that Chun Shiueren's intentions aren't simple. Be careful when you're with her. Check her clothes. See if there are any listening devices in her pockets. Of course, even if you get caught, it's fine. Whatever is exposed, I'll tell the media to say you two are dating. In the direction of marriage, that way it won't affect much. Mrs. Bai, you're so generous. Bai Wang smirked as he said to her, "What right do I have not to be generous? Anyway, no matter what, as long as you're happy, that's enough. Other things don't matter. I don't matter either. If you think it doesn't matter, why are your eyes red? I'm not made of stone. How can I not feel sad? If you didn't say these things in front of me, I wouldn't be like this. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said those things. I want to go back to the bedroom. Don't cook anymore. It will hurt your hands. Good night." With that, Lu Zhiling immediately ran back to her room. Bai Wang watched her back and thought, go to the room to cry. Why is she not like herself, not like others? Li Chung is an idiot who basically doesn't understand anything. Entering the room and closing the door, Lu Zhiling finally regained some composure. She sighed. Bai Wang is indeed too difficult to serve. 2 a.m. Lu Zhiling was still standing alone on the balcony. After being disturbed by Bai Wang, she basically couldn't sleep. Father always taught me to live freely and openly. But now I'm becoming more and more careful. Every step feels like walking on a cliff edge. Can I really wait until the day of peace and five-star glory? Still crying. Bai Wang's voice from behind startled Lu Jiling. Bai Wang stood behind her, thinking, why are you so aggrieved that you come out to the balcony to cry in the middle of the night? No, I'm just a bit hungry and want to eat some crispy seaweed. Hungry to the point of crying. Which shop's crispy seaweed do you want? He wants to go buy it for me. The shop I usually eat at closed at 12 o'clock. Which shop? Bai Wang insisted on asking, leaving Lu Jiling at a loss for what to do. The one on Zhongshan Road, but they've already closed. Going to buy now wouldn't work. Stop talking and follow me, Bai Wang said as he pulled Lu Jiling's hand to follow him. The two arrived in front of the closed shop. See, it's really closed. Bai Wang said nothing. He took out his phone and coldly said to the person on the other end, Yinda, you're not here yet. What if I come to pick you up? Coming. Young master, we're arriving right away. A helicopter appeared in the sky above. The butler on board was holding a phone while loudly calling out young master. Lu Jiling was so shocked her mouth fell open. Such a display. Even when I was in the Lu family before, we weren't this extravagant. Half an hour later, the frightened and anxious chef brought up a plate of crispy sea flowers. Lu Jiling cheerfully thanked the chef, but she couldn't help feeling embarrassed inside. She really wanted to find a place to hide. But Bai Meng had put in so much effort. If she didn't appease him, he would surely get angry again. Thinking this, she picked up a piece of cake and ate it. It's delicious. Thank you, Bai Meng. You're so kind. You should have one too. Lu Jiling took a piece of cake and brought it up to Bai Meng's mouth. He held her hand, took a bite of the cake, and nodded. It's indeed not bad. In the end, Lu Jiling, under Bai Meng's coercive gaze, ate 3 pieces of cake. Are you happy now that you've eaten? Hearing Bai Meng's question, Lu Jiling could only force a smile. I'm full. Not just full, but stuffed. Let's go home. The two held hands, preparing to go home. Before leaving, Bai Meng didn't forget to instruct the butler to take this chef back to the Bai family. Have him make some breakfast and bring it to me every day. Yes, young master. The butler respectfully accepted the order, while the chef was so shocked that he couldn't utter a word. Lu Jiling sighed. Indeed, it was still the familiar domineering CEO style. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, it was the day of the TV series premiere. Juna anxiously asked Lu Jiling, Xiaoqi, is everything okay between Bai Zong and Chen Xueren? Recently, the film crew has been gossiping more and more. It's getting out of control. They don't have any relationship. I trust Bai Meng. If he bullies you, just tell me. We'll think of a way together to let him know the consequences of cheating. There's nothing like that. Don't worry. Besides, I don't have time to worry about these things right now. I just hope the premiere goes smoothly as we expect. While the two were talking, a staff member rushed in panicking. It's bad, Secretary Lu. Director Zhu, Bai Zong's bedroom photos have been leaked. What? Lu Jiling and Zhu Na were shocked and opened their phones to check the news. Breaking news. Bai family's eldest son and actress Chen Xueren stay in the same hotel. Chaotic private life. Bai family's eldest son just flirted with an innocent secretary, now in bed with the female lead of the rich family drama, Chen Xueren, in a woman-on-top position. Below the post were photos of a man and Chen Xueren renting a hotel room. After seeing the news, Zhu Na angrily turned around, intending to find Bai Meng. This Bai Meng, I must go settle this with him. Lu Jiling quickly grabbed her hand to stop Zhu Na. Director Zhu, what are you doing? Xiaoqi, are you going to tolerate this? Why? Just for the position of young madam in the Bai family. Don't forget you're the youngest daughter raised with the pampering of the Locke family. Any disadvantage you suffer is also a disgrace to the elders of the Locke family and your older brother. Do you understand? Director Koch, I don't intend to endure this. It's just that the high society debut is tonight. At this time, with this kind of news, who do you think is being attacked? This is clearly a scheme. I believe this is just the beginning. There are still many other bombs waiting for us. If I argue with Baek Vong now, it would be playing right into the mastermind's hands. You mean the bedroom scene is fake? It's staged. Definitely fake. If it's not fake, it must be made to look fake. We can't let anyone ruin Baek Vong's success this time. That's right, there's no photo clearly showing Mr. Baek's face. So we must trust Baek Vong. I'll handle this matter. You keep an eye on the film crew. Everything should proceed as planned. After talking with Kok Na, Lok Shi Lang called Baek Vong several times, but couldn't reach him. Calls not answered. What on earth is Baek Vong doing? As Lock Chi Lang had anticipated, Tran Tuet Nin's bedroom photos quickly spread across social media. Public opinion turned to negatively attack Saigon. 6 hours before the film premiere, the assistant beside her informed her, "Secretary Locke, it's not good. We've sent legal notices to those accounts, but the news keeps spreading. Everywhere online is discussing Mr. Baek's bad news. Rival companies are taking advantage of this. What should we do?" Secretary Locke, "Everyone is mocking us." For hours before the film premiere, Lock Chi Lang received a call from Madam Baek. "Madam, why are you calling?" Chi Lang, Tran Van was in a board meeting when he learned about the online incident. He was so angry, he knocked all the documents to the floor. "He asked me to pass on a message to you too. Baek Vong's reputation affects the face of the entire group. This matter has become too big. If you two can't resolve it, he won't give Baek Vong any more chances in the future. I'll find a way, madam. Then I can rest assured." "Oh, that's right. Don't believe those online rumors. Baek Vong couldn't possibly have another woman. Really, for the past 5 years since he returned home, I've been keeping an eye on Baek Vong. He's been very clean. I even suspected whether his male physiology might have been damaged due to the daily struggles in Baksong back then." Hearing this, Lock Chi Lang couldn't help but laugh. Madam is really trying hard to comfort herself, speaking about her own grandson like that. "Anyway, you must trust Baek Vong. Baek Vong only has you. Don't worry, madam. I haven't given up. I will definitely help Baek Vong enter the group. This is the most important thing right now. If we can't get through tonight, everything will fall apart." Lock Chi Lang hung up the phone. She smiled confidently. It's almost time. After setting the trap for so long, it's time to reap the rewards. At some bar, several directors from Saigon are drinking and celebrating. They discuss. Baek Vong works in a casino. What does he know about showbiz? Does he really think a movie can help him enter the group? Really? The deputy CEO is right. It's just a pity for the company's stock. It keeps falling. No worries. Wait until Baek Tong loses his position. When the madam returns from Australia, our good days will come back. Come on, let's raise our glasses. Tutuet Nin, why are you sitting alone? This time, you're our biggest contributor. Tonight, when you're interviewed, remember to act pitiful. Make people feel like you were forced by Baek Tong. Later, make a few scratches on your arm. Show that Baek Vong likes violence. All right, I understand. While they were still enjoying themselves, the door of the room burst open. A voice rang out, making everyone startled and shocked. "What are you old CEOs celebrating?" "Secretary Locke, why are you here?" "Of course, I'm here to find someone. Miss Tran, I want to talk to you." Hearing Lock Chi Lang mention her name, Tran Tuet Nin felt a bit uneasy. Lock Chi Lang's bodyguards entered. They restrained the other directors, leaving only Tran Tuet Nin sitting there. "Secretary Locke, what do you want to do?" "What are you doing, Secretary Locke? Are you a gangster? So rude and disrespectful. Aren't you just Baek Vong's little mistress? What are you so arrogant about?" Seeing Lock Chi Lang walking towards her, Tran Tuet Nin became frightened. "Secretary Locke, what do you want? If you need anything, just ask those managers. I'm just a small-time actress. I just want to ask for Miss Tran's help." "Help with what?" "The premiere of How Mon will start in 3 hours. I want you to publicly clarify at the premiere. Say that you and Baek Tong have no relationship. You were just helping others create false rumors. In other words, tell the truth to the public." "I don't know what you're talking about. Those intimate photos weren't leaked by me. I'm also a victim. Decent people don't lie. You and I both know the truth. I really don't know what you're talking about. Are you going to play dumb till the end? How did they force you to do this? Did they threaten your family? If so, Baek Tong can help resolve it for you. He can also guarantee your safety in the future. If it's about money." As soon as money was mentioned, Lock Chi Lang noticed Tran Tuet Nin looking a bit uneasy. "Looks like it's about money. I won't pay you any more either. Your acting is very good. You can definitely advance based on your skills. But now using your lifelong reputation to harm others. How can you be willing to do that? In the future, how many people will truly see you as an actress with real talent anymore? How many more people like those perverts will grope you?" Tran Tuet Nin gritted her teeth and thought, "So what if I'm not willing? The money those people gave me, even if I acted my whole life, I couldn't earn that much. Lock Chi Lang is just a secretary. Now that she knows, what can she do? She's just exaggerating to scare me, right? No way." Thinking this, she confidently said to Lock Chi Lang, "Secretary Locke, your attitude makes me feel no sincerity from you at all. Is sincerity about wanting money? Miss Tran, I'll say it again. I won't use money to satisfy your conscience, your safety, and your ambition. There's no such good deal in this world. If you're not willing to give money, then what's the point of talking? You'd better let me go quickly. If not, I'll report to the police that you detained and harmed me. Seeing her attitude, Lok Chi-lang thought to herself, we're both women. I originally wanted to give her a way out. If there's nothing left to say, then please leave. Lok Chi-lang took out her phone again and called Bak Vong a few more times. She was a bit worried as Bak Vong's phone was still off. What on earth was he doing? She sent Bak Vong a message. Bak Vong, Tran Tuet Nien refuses to take your side. I'm sorry I couldn't protect her. She hoped that after everything was over, he wouldn't get angry because of this. Just then, an employee rushed in to inform Lok Chi-lang of another bad news. Secretary Lok, there's trouble again. The first episode of Haomon has been leaked online from beginning to end without missing a second. The company is in chaos. The PR department is asking if we need to cancel the premiere. No need. The premiere will proceed as usual. This time, no one can stop Bak Vong. 15 minutes before the premiere, guests and reporters had all arrived. Everyone was discussing, Saigon is really bold. The whole episode has been leaked, yet they're still holding the premiere. Although it's attractive, after just 2 minutes of screening, if people see it's exactly the same as online, the subsequent viewership will surely drop sharply. Saigon stock is falling nonstop. It's about to crash. I'll look quickly, the female lead is coming in. Seeing Tran Tuet Nien enter, reporters started to gather around for interviews. Tran Tuet Nien, may I ask, are the intimate photos of you and Bak Vong real? What's your relationship? What about the wounds on your body? Who hit you? Ms. Tran Tuet Nien, since you're with Bak Vong, did he hit you? Tran Tuet Nien hugged her wounded body, looking pitiful as she said, No, it has nothing to do with Bak Vong. I was just careless. Director Kok and Secretary Lok are here. At this moment, Lok Chi-lang and Kok Na strode in confidently. Both of their faces showed happiness. There wasn't a hint of worry. Kok Na smiled and asked, Lok Chi-lang, you're really going all out. Are you ready? Of course. It's time to raise the curtain on this great play. Welcome, distinguished guests and media, to the premiere party of Haomon. The entire film crew has been very mysterious until now. Tonight, that mystery will be unveiled. First, let's give a warm welcome to the main cast of Haomon on stage. As Tran Tuet Nien and others stood up intending to go on stage, they were immediately pushed down roughly by Lok Chi-lang's bodyguards. Guests, please remain seated. You'll disrupt the order of the premiere. Tran Tuet Nien was shocked to hear the staff say this. What do you mean, guests? I'm the main actress. From now on, you're not anymore. What do you mean I'm not anymore? What's going on? At this moment, several beautiful actresses appeared on stage that no one had expected. Ha Lo, who won the White Lion Award, and Sa Mai, who won the International Golden Lamp Award. Didn't they leave the entertainment industry? What's going on? Why aren't these the actors from the film? Something's not right. Something big is happening. Lok Chi-lang looked up at the stage with a confident expression. After such long preparation, it's finally time for the explosion. Those rich people schemes, the two actresses delivered some key lines from the film. There can only be one female lead in this family. You think you can compete with me? If you just die, no one can compete with me anymore. I'm married into this family to take revenge for my grudges. First, have someone fabricate bedroom photos, then release them at a crucial moment. That's quite a clever plan. I wonder who's behind this. The more powerful a wealthy family becomes, the more people need to share the benefits. Too many people want to play me. The one behind this could be my uncle, it could be my stepmother conspiring, or it could even be my beautiful fiancé. It's fine if they become my stepping stone for success. Just deal with them one by one as we encounter them. Naive. In wealthy families, no one is truly naive. I'm just quietly watching your performance. I'm just silently watching you all perform. After seeing the film's content, the audience started discussing. Damn, they're all such terrifying villains. Bedroom photos and wild rumors. Was everything within President Bak's calculations? But it's different from the leaked film online. Isn't Tran Tuet Nien the female lead in the film? Could the Haomon online be a smokescreen? And this is the real Haomon. To avoid the eyes and ears of schemers, this was the only way to do it. Next, if the reporters have any questions, you can ask director and screenwriter Kok Na. Director Kok, wasn't the female lead of Haomon supposed to be Tran Tuet Nien? Why was there a sudden change in cast? The film crew of Haomon has never released any information. If someone claims to be the female lead, then I invite her to bring evidence here. For example, a signed contract. At this moment, Tran Tuet Nien gritted her teeth and thought. Previously, the film crew said it was confidential and everyone signed contracts with unspecified roles. Besides a brief introduction, There was nothing else in the main content. As such, I don't have any evidence to show that I'm the female lead in Haomon. No, that's not right. The remaining money hasn't been received yet. I must ruin Baek Vong and Lok Chi Lang's reputation. Thinking this, Tran Tuet Nien grabbed the microphone from a reporter sitting nearby. Secretary Lok sees me as an enemy, so she humiliates me to this extent. Clearly, I am the female lead of Haomon, yet you dare to exclude me and shoot another film. Ms. Tran, we don't understand what you're saying. Our film crew won't use unethical artists. How am I unethical? Are you sure you want to discuss this at the Haomon film premiere? Then let's talk about it. The TV screen suddenly lit up. A scene of Tran Tuet Nien talking to her assistant was being broadcast live. The female assistant advised Tran Tuet Nien, Ms. Tran, did you really go to find Mr. Baek? It's not good to have bad rumors during the filming phase. How annoying. An assistant like you dares to manage me. It's one thing that you found out about Mr. Baek, but these past few nights, I've seen other old executives leaving your room. Sooner or later, something will happen. Shut up. My seducing men is none of your business. If you tell anyone about this, watch out. I'll have someone rape you. See if you'll have any face left to live. As Tran Tuet Nien spoke, she slapped her assistant hard. Tran Tuet Nien sank into her chair, dazed. It's over. Everything's ruined. I haven't gotten the money yet, but my reputation has already been destroyed. Her advice was my last way out before, but I ignored that only way to survive. It was my own greed that led to my downfall and disgrace. Lok Chi Lang coldly watched as Tran Tuet Nien was escorted out by security. Inside, the film premiere was still ongoing. The viewership numbers kept rising, astonishing everyone. Oh my God, the viewership has increased to 40%. Amazing. The most popular film last year only had 25%. It's rising. It's rising. It's reached 50%. The reporters were also stunned, competing to announce the numbers on the screen. The top 10 search terms are all about Haomon. This film is incredibly popular. It's not just popular, it's godlike. After the premiere ended, director Kok and Lok Chi Lang went on stage to accept interviews. Congratulations on Haomon's highest viewership. Now it's time for the interview session. The reporters immediately gathered in front of Lok Chi Lang to ask questions. First, congratulations on the domestic box office record of Haomon. Secretary Lok, may I ask, did you know in advance about Tran Tuet Nien intentionally seducing President Baek? Did President Baek really enjoy the temptation of a beautiful woman as part of the plan? What is your relationship with him? President Baek didn't show up tonight. Is it because he's tired of the rumors and didn't come after? Lok Chi Lang was surprised to become the subject of discussion. They should have interviewed the director and main actors, but everyone was asking her what was going on. Moreover, Baek Vong's attitude towards Tran Tuet Nien was very ambiguous. She couldn't handle the other party for him either. Right, when she didn't know how to answer the reporters, her phone suddenly vibrated in her hand. It was a message from Baek Vong. He told her that he had arrived at the company and was currently in the office. Lok Chi Lang immediately went to the office to find him. She opened the door, walked in, and called out loudly, Baek Vong, I'm here. The smell of blood suddenly hit her nose. Chi Lang saw Baek Vong covered in wounds, sitting on the sofa drinking alcohol. She rushed over and told him to take off his shirt quickly. Baek Vong put down his glass. Without saying anything, he obeyed her and took off his shirt. The wounds on his body were revealed. Lok Chi Lang sighed in relief. Thankfully, this time the injuries weren't too severe. Bear with it a bit while I check the condition of the wounds for you, she said, sitting at a distance from him. Baek Vong leaned over and whispered in her ear, come closer. You'll see the wounds more clearly. Can you check the wound on my waist, you pervert? Lok Chi Lang took a cotton swab. Emotionlessly, she said to him, my eyesight is very good right now. Why don't you ask why I'm injured like this? Haomon was successful, so you don't need to do those things for Baek John anymore. Is it worth risking your life every time like this? Although she opened her mouth to advise him, she didn't have much hope in her heart. Abandoning Baek Vong's thoughts, how could they change because of her? Baek Vong looked up at the ceiling, his voice distant, and said to her, my first memory is on a strange mountain with a wrecked car. On some mountain, a car was smashed to pieces in a collision. There was a woman with a bloody face pushing me out of the car, bit by bit. She kept waving her hand, wanting me to run away. Run away quickly, hide. I was like being chased by a ghost, constantly moving forward. The woman's voice still echoed in my ears. Run away. Keep running. I owe her my life. Reclaiming the inheritance from the man she didn't like is considered repaying that debt. Hearing him recount this story, Lok Chi Lang understood a little. No wonder Bak Vong insisted on working for Bak Ra. We must definitely reclaim mother's inheritance from Bak Tran Van, but is that really a good idea? She opened her mouth, wanted to comfort him a little. There's no need to calculate like that between mother and child. Compared to the inheritance, I believe your mother wants you to live happily and healthfully even more. Moreover, when you have absolute power in the group, won't it be too easy to reclaim your mother's inheritance? There's no need to rush now. On the way back, I watched the live broadcast of the launch. Bak Vong looked closely at Lok Chi Lang, thinking to himself, my woman is indeed not gentle. The online developments today have been completely chaotic. The Bak family must be furious. Speaking of which, what do you think about Tran Tuet Nien? For the sake of your reputation right now, it's best to cut ties with her. Hearing Lok Chi Lang mention Tran Tuet Nien, Bak Vong's eyes changed slightly. For the sake of his reputation, or because of her own jealousy. Thinking this, he wanted to tease her a bit. What if I don't? I feel that Tran Tuet Nien isn't the type to care about reputation. After this blows over, you can find her again. If she truly likes you, then she should reveal all her own schemes and those behind her. Stop hurting you. Bak Vong didn't want to let go of her hand, saying that he would also be more cautious of Tran Tuet Nien. Right, Lok Chi Lang thought one way, but Bak Vong interpreted it differently. These words really smell of jealousy. Lok Chi Lang exhaled and stood up. Now that the wound is treated, I'll clean up. Seeing her about to leave, Bak Vong pulled her hand. Come here and kiss me. There are reporters waiting downstairs. Bak Vong is injured like this and still wants to. Is he addicted to kissing? Seeing Bak Vong's determined attitude, Lok Chi Lang had to give in, even though she didn't want to. She had no say with him. She leaned down to kiss him on the lips. However, the intimate images of Tran Tuet Nien in the news suddenly appeared in her mind, making Lok Chi Lang a bit uncomfortable. She leaned down and kissed his neck instead, but Bak Vong felt it wasn't enough. He grabbed her hand and directly kissed Lok Chi Lang on the lips. Lok Chi Lang and Bak Vong went to the press conference. On the way, she didn't forget to remind Bak Vong, the wound under your chin, if we use gauze, it will look very serious. So I just used a band-aid for now. Later, just say you accidentally cut yourself while shaving. Avoid people guessing about the other wounds. Does it still hurt? Is it too forced to go out there now? It's fine. Hearing Bak Vong's casual reply, Lok Chi Lang was still not at ease. She worried that with so many reporters later, would he say anything wrong? Like suddenly wanting to protect his little lover Chen Shuaren or something. You met reporters, did you really want to clarify the rumors? Bai Wang once again misunderstood her intention. He thought she was acting like this out of jealousy. Seeing his suddenly cheerful attitude, Lu Jiling was left speechless and walked away. No matter what problems he faces, I can only try my best to solve them. Bai Wang hugged her from behind and asked, Lu Jiling, are you that afraid of me having a relationship with Chen Shuaren? Of course I'm afraid. This affects Bai Wang's reputation and the effectiveness of today's launch, but the way Bai Wang said it, it seems to have a different meaning. She didn't dare to voice the thoughts in her head. Instead, she asked, shouldn't we go out there? You haven't answered me yet. Of course I don't want you to have any relationship for the launch event. Lu Jiling, you're so jealous. Bai Wang said while leaning closer to her, making Lu Jiling uncomfortable. Not again. Wasn't the kiss in the restroom just now enough? Bai Wang, there are reporters outside. We could be caught here at any time, and besides, there are cameras in the hallway too. You think I care? Bai Wang not only didn't stop, but intentionally kissed her more deeply. He glanced at the camera behind them, as if deliberately planning something. Inside the press conference, Lu Jiling didn't return, so Gu Na had to take the lead. Director Gu, what's going on with Mr. Bai and his secretary? We heard that Mr. Bai's secretary is married. Is Mr. Bai having an illicit affair with her? You all really know how to joke. If you're all so interested in melodramatic romance, why don't we watch the preview for episode 2 of Noble Family first? Please look at the projector screen. On the screen wasn't the preview for episode 2 of Noble Family. Instead, it was a scene of Bai Wang and Lu Jiling passionately kissing in the hallway outside. Everyone was shocked. Oh my god, isn't that Mr. Bai and his secretary? After they finished kissing, Bai Wang gently placed a kiss on Lu Jiling's hand and softly said, I've never touched any other woman my wife. The The word wife coming from Bai Wang's mouth shocked all the reporters. Even the main character, Lu Jiling, was bewildered. He called me his wife. Is he drunk? Let's go. The two walked arm in arm into the press room. Seeing the expectant faces of the reporters eager for gossip made Lu Jiling feel uneasy. Why are they looking at me and Bai Wang like that? Guna came over to explain the situation to Lu Jiling. Jiling, did you two kiss in the hallway just now? How did you? I don't know why earlier the camera in the hallway was directly connected to the projector screen. Lok Shilang now felt a bit embarrassed, turning to look at the mastermind standing there smiling. Bak Vong did it on purpose earlier. When the reporters saw the two return, they began to seize the opportunity to gather hot news. So the two of you are married. Why have you always kept your marriage a secret? Secretary Locke, is the matter between you and Tran Tuet Nien true? The wife dealing with the mistress. Mr. Bak, can you talk about your relationship with Tran Tuet Nien? Seeing the reporters' questions, Bak Vong felt a bit annoyed and said to them, her name is Lok Chi Lang. Do I need to teach you how to interview? Lok Chi Lang, seeing him about to lose his temper, immediately spoke up to ease the atmosphere. It's getting late. Please ask relevant questions. Mr. Bak, are you injured under your chin? A reporter cautiously asked. Bak Vong rubbed his chin and smiled, glancing at the little girl beside him, answering, kissed too hard but didn't dare let others see. Didn't you say earlier it was from shaving? Why is it now from kissing too hard? Bak Vong not only wanted to make their marriage public, but also wanted everyone to know they were very intimate. How could that be? From a certain perspective, this kind of publicity isn't bad. I'll bear this false accusation. Mrs. Bak, can you share your feelings about marrying into a wealthy family? When did you two get married? My surname is Lok from the Lok family in Truong Lam, Jiangnam District, Lok Shilang. The Lok family from Truong Lam, Jiangnam District. Isn't it the Lok family where everyone died? Didn't the Lok family go bankrupt? How could a young lady from a bankrupt family like her marry into the Bak group? Mrs. Bak, don't you intend to change your surname? No, I love my husband very much. I'm willing to do anything for him. But I believe surnames should be inherited from parents for life. Because my life, all the education I received was thanks to them. They raised me, so I was able to meet my husband in the best state. Lok Chi Lang's answer made everyone unable to refute. Even she was very satisfied. This is what's called the art of language. This is indeed the art of language. Bak Vong pulled Lok Chi Lang close to him, whispering in her ear, considering how obedient you've been, I'll give you a gift later. It wasn't until 10 p.m. that the reporters dispersed. Bak Vong took Lok Chi Lang to the company to see the gift he had painstakingly prepared. Before them were the traitorous senior employees who had been captured by Bak Vong. Having been tortured, they were all trembling, faces drained of blood, kneeling down to beg Bak. Mr. Bak, we didn't want to oppose you. It was Mrs. UC who forced us to do it. Yes, I was forced too. I was also forced. Those rumors were all spread by the mastermind, right? Only one day, and so much has happened already. You guys are really good at making things up. If you like swallowing your tongues so much, then take their tongues and pierce them. What? Please spare us. Don't. Luo Jiling stood behind, watching Bai Wang handle everything. She thought that the rumors spreading outside were more or less related to her. Bai Wang said it was a gift for her. Did he want to help her get revenge? Bai Wang heard Luo Jiling's call. He immediately turned to look at her. Luo Jiling told him to let them go and not to dirty everyone's hands. Bai Wang glanced at his subordinates behind him and asked gently, do you think it's dirty? The subordinates immediately shook their heads, denying it. Luo Jiling quickly explained, they're already in this state. Mentioning you Wan Fei means offending her. Don't say it again. It'll be hard to live peacefully. No need to apply punishment ourselves. Isn't it more interesting to watch enemies tear each other apart? Besides, if they die miserably today, Yu Wanfei will definitely use this incident to attack you. I don't want you to get in trouble. Hearing her long explanation, Bai Wang finally went along with it. He nodded. All right, since you say so. They can keep their lives, but living peacefully. That's not so easy. As he spoke, Bai Wang took out a stack of papers and a lighter to burn them. Then he threw the burning papers at those people. He smirked and told them not to extinguish the fire, or they would really die. The people caught on fire started to panic and cry for help. Luo Jiling sighed in relief that he didn't kill anyone. She changed the subject and asked Bai Wang, you deliberately had someone film this, didn't you? Didn't you want to clear your name? I didn't think you'd use this method to clear my name. Luo Zhiling thought to herself. He just needed to publicly clarify his relationship with Qin Shui. That would have been enough. Why did he need to let everyone know about our relationship? This is the most effective way. Aren't you happy? Bai Wang glanced at her coldly and asked. Luo Zhiling was startled and quickly explained. I'm just worried about you. Making our marriage public like this, it'll be troublesome for you when we divorce. It'll also affect your second marriage. Luo Zhiling, should I thank you for thinking of me? Whether my next marriage goes smoothly or not, you've thought about that too. I just don't want after the contract expires and I leave, for you to have to deal with unnecessary troubles. What are you afraid of? Solving troubles isn't easy. Is it hard to deal with troublemakers? You've seen it yourself. No one knows how to torment people better than I do. Back Vong said while reaching his hand towards Lok Chi Lang's fair neck, making her a bit scared. Back Vong, you didn't let her finish speaking. Back Vong coldly interrupted. From now on, don't ever mention divorce in front of me again. I don't like hearing it much. Do you understand? Lok Chi Lang didn't know what to say. Does this mean he doesn't want a divorce? Or is he just temporarily interested in her? It seems something is getting out of control. Anything else you want to say? Have you really never touched Tran Tuet Nin? Hearing Lok Chi Lang ask that, Back Vong smiled, thinking she still cared. He gently raised her hand. Never divorced. Now I just want to go to bed with you. We'll think about other things after that. Lok Chi Lang lowered her head, unsure if she was happy or sad. Back Vong doesn't need to lie. If I say I've never touched, then I've never touched. Grandmother sent a message to me. She told us to return to Then Sun tomorrow. It's a good chance to find my wedding ring. At Then Sun Villa, young master and young mistress are back. As soon as she saw Lok Chi Lang, Back Old Madam rushed out with a warm smile. My good granddaughter, you've really made me proud. Not at all. It's all thanks to Back Vong and Director Cox's cooperation. No need to be modest. You're the best. You've done well for Saigon. I didn't expect by the end of the year to still see the company like this. She glanced at Back Vong with a look of disgust. In his hand was a newspaper with the headline Saigon takes a step to become the leader among 3 major entertainment companies. Back Vong also turned away, not bothering to pay attention to his old father. Only Back Old Madam was happy. She pulled Chi Lang to the table, loudly reminding everyone. You don't know how hard Back Vong and Chi Lang worked this time. You also don't know who was shamelessly plotting behind the scenes. Hamai Tin quickly glanced at UC Van Phi and said loudly, of course it was UC Van Phi. She's afraid Back Vong will take Saigon away. UC Van Phi, being dragged into this, looked pitiful. If I cared about this, why would I initially propose to hand over the company to Back Vong to manage? Hamai Tin laughed mockingly, saying it's because you wanted Back Vong to lose face. But it backfired. Why would I want Back Vong to lose face when things are fine? What are you thinking? Aunt UC has been abroad recently. Some people must have acted on their own. However, those people have already been expelled by Back Vong. Internally, Saigon will undergo another major purge. Hearing Lok Chi Lang's announcement, UC Van Phi couldn't help but be surprised. A major purge. I remember they had shares. Those people seemed to know Saigon was in trouble, so they sold all their shares beforehand. Now, the largest shareholders of Saigon are Back Vong and Aunt UC. Those people are already eliminated, it's fine. UC Van Phi forced a smile and said, that's right. A group of people holding her back would be useless anyway. Van Phi had said from the beginning that as long as Back Vong produced results, her shares would be his. An elder can't go back on their word in front of juniors. Grandmother Back seized the opportunity to immediately remind UC Van Phi, leaving her no chance to refuse. Have someone handle it and send it over. Consider it a congratulatory gift for Back Vong. Clearly, Back Tran Van agreed, but said nothing. Old Lady Back also glanced at Back Tran Van, probing. Tran Van, we can't let the Back family's eldest grandson stay forever in just one entertainment company, can we? Back Tran Van avoided his mother's gaze and answered vaguely, let me think about it. It's still early for dinner. Let's go to the courtyard to watch some opera. At the family's theater, Lok Chi Lang came and sat next to Back Vong. She smiled at him, thinking to herself, what's next for Back Vong is very important. Congratulations. Back Vong held her hand and asked softly, what's playing? The classic opera Fu Si Duk. Have you seen it? As Lok Chi Lang was explaining, Back Vong kissed her. His hand wandered restlessly, moving down to her waist. Lok Chi Lang quickly pushed him away. Don't. Everyone's right in front of us. Every time I kiss you a bit harder, you're not okay with it. Each time you only allow a little kiss, It's not satisfying. I'm pregnant. We really can't. Then let me kiss somewhere else. Saying this, Bak Vong tilted his head and gently bit her earlobe. Lok Shilang blushed, thinking from my collarbone up, is there anywhere he hasn't kissed? Where does he want to kiss? We'll stay here tonight. Hearing Bak Vong's announcement, Lok Shilang couldn't help but be startled. Here. But then, aren't we supposed to be in a newlywed room? After Lok Shilang bathed, changed into nightwear, and entered their newlywed room, she saw Bak Vong lying asleep on the bed and wondered, do I really hate Bak Vong? She asked herself, and also found her own answer. Lok Shilang recalled what old lady Bak had just told her. I've sent people to Jiangnan to wait. Once the paperwork is done, the Lok family house can be put under your name. Lok Shilang tucked the blanket around Bak Vong. From the beginning until now, I've gained so much from him. Apart from his cold exterior, I like his face, his waist, I like his body. I've never thought his closeness and touch were disgusting. I only tremble because of him. If that's the case, what am I afraid of? Lok Shilang lay down beside Bak Vong. He had now woken up and gently removed her outer robe. Lok Shilang closed her eyes. Anyway, our relationship is no longer simple. What's a little more? Bak Vong kissed her chest, seeing that she accepted his kiss without any resistance. Bak Vong happily asked Lok Shilang, aren't you afraid of intestinal bleeding? Why? Bak Vong, I'm still carrying our baby. No matter what, please don't go to the final step, okay? Bak Vong swallowed, seeing her soft body. He couldn't hold back anymore. He kissed her plump lips gently, calling her Chi Chi. Hearing Bak Vong call her that way, Lok Shilang was a bit surprised and asked, what did you call me? Has no one called you that before? This is the first time I've heard someone call me that. Bak Vong gently bit her ear. He called her Chi Chi a few more times. Lok Shilang trembled, saying, stop calling me that. Chi Chi, I've wanted to do you for a long time. And so, the two spent a night of passionate lovemaking. The next morning, Lok Shilang looked at her body in the mirror, thinking that last night everything that needed to be done was done. Even things that shouldn't have been done were done too. Only 4 months, and we've reached this stage. It's probably faster than a normal dating couple. She turned around and found Bak Vong looking at her, his face showing clear joy. It seemed he was very satisfied with last night. You're awake. Come here. Bak Vong pulled her into his arms and kissed her shoulder. Lok Shilang took the opportunity to ask him, tonight is the How Min celebration party. Do you have time to go? If you want to go, we must definitely go. How Min hasn't been able to appear since filming. Everyone has worked very hard, especially director Kok. She even pretended to shoot a version with Tran Tuet Nin. If we don't go to support them a bit, won't they talk? You're the CEO. If you go there and give them red envelopes, they'll surely be happy. Then does a secretary like me need a red envelope? I don't need one. I've already received a big red envelope from the old madam. I'm embarrassed to accept more. I'll give you a part of UC, then 5 shares. Lok Shilang was very surprised to hear this suggestion from Bak Vong, giving me Saigon shares. Is Bak Vong trying to absorb me? No, if I have these things, it will be difficult to separate from them in the future. Thinking this, she politely declined. No need. Being with you already makes me very happy. If I accept shares, I'll have more work to do. Then you won't have time to spend with me. If I want to go, do you think you'll agree? If you don't want me to go with you, of course I won't bother you. But I'll stand far away and watch you. You're really clingy. I'll come there later tonight. He agreed. Lok Shilang was very happy. Great. I'll wait for you tonight at the How Min celebration party. Lok Shilang asket about fusing no. Is how my tin bothering you? No, you arranged for my parents to work with the old madam. With the old madam's protection, Madam Ha won't dare do anything to me. That's good, little 7. While the two of them were talking, they heard Kok Na calling. Seeing Kok Na's new appearance, the two girls were a bit surprised. Fu Xin was so shocked, she couldn't even speak. Is this really Director Kok? It's like she's become a completely different person. Director Kok, you look beautiful today. Lok Shilang also approached, not forgetting to compliment her friend. Thank you, let's chat. The two girls went to the balcony together to catch some fresh air and talk. I used to dress in this style before, but your older brother said I looked too weak, not worthy of him. I took note of that, so I started to change myself. Seeing Lok Shilang silent and not saying anything, Kok Na curiously asked her what's wrong. Why aren't you saying anything? Are you afraid I'll be sad? I don't know if you feel comfortable or not. Throughout our 2 months of cooperation, we only talked about business. No one mentioned your older brother. Although I really wanted to talk to you about him. Discuss your older brother. I don't hate him anymore. We could discuss your older brother's good and bad sides, his personality. Your older brother has never mentioned me, right? Not specifically, but there were some things. For example, he insisted on making me study and rewrite your graduation thesis. And he never let me sit in his car. On the other hand, he plucked all the flowers from 3 acres of land. I don't know who he was going to give them to. Was he giving them to me? Why? After that, he even lost a mattress. During that time, he only slept on the floor. The 2 girls were talking about the past and happily laughing. At that time, working on the graduation project was so tiring. My back hurt, and he insisted on bringing his mattress over. He said sleeping on his mattress would prevent back pain. I couldn't accept it, but now when I think about it, I regret it. I spent so much time arguing with him. At that time, I was shocked when I found out he was the eldest son of a large corporation. Before that, I thought he was just playing around. The next moment, I felt that my background wasn't worthy of him. There was once a dance party at your house. At that time, he kept mentioning it to me, but I was so scared that I ran away. But actually, from the first time he mentioned it, I had already signed up for a dance class. I practiced more than 10 hours every day. The teacher praised me for dancing beautifully, but he never saw it. Kakna sadly gazed into the distance while drinking. Actually, my older brother also practiced dancing frantically for a while. Now, let me dance with you on his behalf. Kakna tried to suppress the hope in her heart, but when she saw Lok Chi Lang bow down to look at her dance, she seemed to see the shadow of the man who had been deeply etched in Miss Kok's heart. May I have this dance? At this moment, Bak Vong had also arrived at the party. Standing from afar, he saw the 2 girls dancing under the moonlight. Lok Chi Lang's smile is truly beautiful. I've seen her smile before, but this time it looks very different. Now she must be genuinely happy and content. Perhaps the person in front of me now is the real Lok Chi Lang, and everything she showed before was all just a mask. After the dance ended, Kakna couldn't hold back her tears. She hugged Lok Chi Lang and sobbed on her shoulder. Little 7, I miss him so much, director. The old house in Jiangnan that Bak Vong's grandmother bought for me. Wait until we're done here. I'll take you to visit my brother's room. Lok Chi Lang tried to comfort Kakna, saying, after the visit, you should let go. The days ahead are still long. At this moment, Lok Chi Lang also noticed Bak Vong standing there. Looking at the 2 of them, why does he seem unhappy? Lok Chi Lang smiled and called out, you're here. CEO Kakna quickly regained her composure. She hurriedly wiped her tears and said, you 2 talk. Lok Chi Lang ap protect Bak Vong. He coldly asked her, what were you 2 doing? Nothing, just talking about the past, that's all. Talking to the point of hugging like that. This sentence sounded like jealousy. I was dancing with her in place of brother 2 for the last dance. In place of brother 2, Lok Chi Lang turned to look at Kakna behind her. I want her to let go. Bak Vong, unhappy, pulled her hand to walk faster. How could a girl like you replace him? Let's go. Kakna waved at Lok Chi Lang. Smiling, she said, I'm fine really. Bak Vong and Lok Chi Lang held hands as they walked up to the main hall of the banquet. Let's toast everyone, shall we? Mr. and Mrs. Bak, stand up and toast us too. You 2, do the cross-arm drink. A man shouted loudly, followed by the unanimous voices of many people. Cross-arm drink. Cross-arm drink. Bak Vong looked at the man who had just shouted and thought, this leader of the Sangma, How Min family is quite interesting indeed. Lok Chi Lang handed Bak Vong a glass of wine. The cheers from the crowd continued unabated. Mr. and Mrs. Bak, come on, do the cross-arm drink. Lok Chi Lang went along with the crowd and drank a glass of wine in the cross-arm style with Bak Vong. Below, Kakna saw Lok Chi Lang's happiness and felt as if a burden had been lifted. Little 7, seeing you so happy like this, I feel at ease now. Perhaps I should let go too. Kakna quietly left the party alone. Lok Chi Lang and Bak Vong also got in the car, ready to go home. Lok Chi Lang was still happily humming a tune. You seem very happy today. Today is another day I get to be with you. Don't I deserve to be happy? Lok Chi Lang flirted smoothly. Bak Vong was driving. He couldn't help but slip his hand on the wheel, causing Lok Chi Lang to scream in fear. Bak Vong, slightly embarrassed, said to her, Lok Chi Lang, in the future, don't tease me when both my hands are busy. Feeling scolded, Lok Chi Lang felt a bit hurt. Today she was just too happy and spoke carelessly. Bak Vong kun li ton Lok Chi Lang to kam ke lo. Understanding his intention, Lok Chi Lang approached and gently kissed his lips. Then she quickly pushed him away, hinting to leave. Let's go home. Bak Vong seemed to understand in some dark sense. He pressed hard on the gas pedal. The car immediately accelerated into the night. Seeing this, Lok Chi Lang shook her head and thought to herself, what on earth did I say? At this speed, I'm afraid I'll be taken by him again when we get home. I need to think of a way to divert his attention somehow. Thinking quickly, she started a conversation, asking Bak Vong, by the way, where did your father say you should go? Probably to some central location, right? It doesn't matter where. UC Van Phi and Ha Mai Tin still have countless tricks up their sleeves. UC Van Phi's people in Saigon are not very capable. We just won big like that. Next time won't be so easy. Why? Suddenly I'm thinking about this being your first step into the group. Logically speaking, UC Van Phi should go all out to prevent you from winning. But this time we won so easily. She really only played one card. Back Vong glanced at his young wife, secretly praising her intelligence. Actually, both groups have already approached CUC now. How did I know? It's strange that I knew. Why do you think you could stay in the studio all day and still be able to dance around freely? I always have people watching the creators of Halmon. I'm afraid there might be moles inside. Do you think you could just let UC Van Phi's people into the team and pretend it's fine? Is your team really that clean, without a single mole? I really didn't think as thoroughly as you did. So he's suspicious of everyone and guards against everyone. That's why during the internal conflict in Saigon, he seemed indifferent. But in reality, he was always secretly monitoring everyone, ensuring the loyalty of each person. I underestimated the level of toxicity that can make people sick. CUC, the director, is also the editor. For the entire film crew, she is the most important. No wonder UC Van Phi and Ha Mai Tin would approach her. But if she didn't agree, why didn't these two find someone else? Didn't she tell you? She agreed to both of them. That's impossible. CUC Na wouldn't betray Lok Kinthua's sister, would she? Before, she said she knew you would soon be killed by someone from the back family. She wanted to help you, so she deliberately played both sides, wanting to gather evidence. UC Van Phi wanted her to say at the film premiere first that we had someone assault her, forced her to film and resign as director on the spot, making it impossible for the film to be released. Ha Mai Tin had similar demands, but additionally wanted her to pin all the blame on UC Van Phi after it was done. Lok Chi Lang didn't expect such a turn of events. She closed her eyes, recalling the past. So this is a move that UC Van Phi and Ha Mai Tin haven't used yet. People's hearts are indeed more vicious than in movies. Then why didn't you stop her? Why should I stop her? I just need to confirm that she hasn't betrayed us. What she's doing is too dangerous. It's none of my business. Back Vong replied coldly. At this moment, Lok Chi Lang seemed to realize something. No, if Kok Na is the final card, then when the final card is played, causing the opponent to lose completely, how can she escape easily? She took out her phone and quickly called Kok Na. But all she got in response was the operator's voice saying, "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later." No, it can't be. Lok Chi Lang grew increasingly worried. She kept calling, but the other end still didn't pick up. Lok Chi Lang turned and told Back Vong to turn around and go to Director Kok's house. Back Vong didn't listen and coldly said she was being neurotic. Lok Chi Lang insisted, saying, "Then let me out. I'll go by myself." Lok Chi Lang, I have no obligation to follow your orders. If you're capable, jump out yourself. Lok Chi Lang knew she couldn't be too harsh with Back Vong, so she softened her tone, hugged his arm, and said, "I'm worried something happened to Director Kok. Can you take me to check on her? Wasn't she just your brother's ex-girlfriend? Your older brother is already gone. Why do you still care about her?" Lok Chi Lang sighed. He doesn't understand. He doesn't understand what Kok Na means to me. Lok Chi Lang's voice became increasingly panicked. "Please take me there. I'll just take a quick look." What a nuisance. Although Back Vong was unhappy, he still turned the car towards Kok Na's villa. At the villa, Lok Chi Lang was already standing outside. She rang the doorbell many times, but no one answered. She grew increasingly worried. It can't be. Even if Kok Na was asleep, the two bodyguards sent by Saigon on the lower floor were always on guard. They couldn't possibly hear the doorbell and not respond. The passcode, what could the passcode be? Although I really want to be with her, remembering my older brother. Lok Chi Lang recalled the conversation she had with Kok Na at the party earlier that night. She had sadly told her, "I don't hate him anymore," and they talked about her older brother. Good things, bad things. That's right, it might be her older brother's birthday. Thinking this, Lok Chi Lang tried entering the door code as her brother's birthday. To her surprise, it worked. She opened the door and went in. She found the two bodyguards inside, unconscious. Lok Chi Lang frantically ran upstairs, her heart filled with worry that something bad had happened to Kok Na. Meanwhile, Back Vong was still waiting for her in the car. He smoked while angrily waving his hand back and forth. "She sees me as a driver now, that the big brother is dead. She still cares so much about his ex-lover. At that moment, Bak Vong heard the scream of Lok Chi Lang coming from inside. Bak Vong quickly grabbed the gun and ran in. Inside the house, Lok Chi Lang found Kok Na at that moment lying in a pool of blood, unsure if she was alive or dead. Lok Chi Lang hurriedly checked on Director Kok. Her heart was still beating. She was still alive. Kok Na, wake up quickly. Bak Vong and Lok Chi Lang kept shaking and calling Kok Na to no avail. She loudly called for Bak Vong. I can't carry her. You carry her. Let's go to the hospital together. She's still alive. No need to go. She won't survive. Bak Vong coldly uttered a few words. Lok Chi Lang looked at him, 2 streams of tears flowing down her cheeks. Bak Vong, I beg you, please take her to the hospital. Carry her. I beg you, carry her. I'm not strong enough. Bak Vong, please. Please save her. Bak Vong saw the helplessness in Lok Chi Lang's eyes. He remained silent and said nothing. In the car, Lok Chi Lang held Kok Na and quickly called back Lao Tai Tai. Grandma, I'm sorry for calling so late and bothering you. A friend of mine has cut her wrist. We're heading to the nearest Hai Chow hospital. We should arrive in about 8 minutes. Could you help arrange something for me? Her blood type is B. All right, Chi Lang, don't worry. I'll arrange it right away. After hanging up the phone, Lok Chi Lang felt Kok Na in her arms seemed to move slightly. She quickly called out, Sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, wake up. It's me too that. I'm Lok Kin Thua's younger sister. Kok Na weakly opened her eyes and asked Lok Chi Lang, what did you just call me? You're the one my eldest brother acknowledged as my sister-in-law. Sister-in-law, please hold on a bit longer. I've already spoken with the hospital. We're almost there. You'll be fine. I know it's very difficult, but you're so brave. You can definitely make it. I've been waiting. Why only now when he's no longer here? I didn't want to use this title to bind you. I didn't want to make it hard for you to let go. But I was wrong. I shouldn't have let you stay in the country. I shouldn't have put you in danger. It's my fault. If I hadn't brought you back, you wouldn't have ended up like this, would you? This is what I wanted. Don't blame yourself. Knowing that I was in his heart, I don't want to live anymore. No, sister-in-law, I beg you. I'm left alone now. Your family, please hold on. Can you stay by my side in place of my brother? We've lost enough. We can't lose family anymore. Sitting in the driver's seat, hearing what Lok Chi Lang said to Kok Na, Bak Vong's mood immediately soured. He questioned himself. What's this about being left with only one family member? Kok Na held Lok Chi Lang's face, trying to smile as she said to her, "To that. You are braver than me. The one who lives forever suffers the most. I don't want to be that person. I'm sorry for saying I wanted to go to Jiangnan with you. I can't do it. No, Xiao Qi, you must live well. You must be happy." With these words, Kana slowly closed her eyes. She truly had no strength left. Lu Jiling couldn't bear this shock. She hugged Kana and wailed uncontrollably. The car quickly arrived at the hospital. Everyone hurriedly opened the car door to take the patient out. However, Lu Jiling was now like a soulless person. She said nothing, tears streaming down her face endlessly, her arms tightly hugging Kana's body. Bai Wang saw her like this and coldly said, "Hand her over to the doctors. See if she cut her wrists or somewhere else." However, Lu Jiling still firmly held onto the body, not letting anyone touch it. Bai Wang frowned at her. "She's already dead. If you keep hugging her, her body will decompose on you. It will rot on you." He didn't understand, looking at the two girls. How long had they known each other that she had to cry like this for this woman? At this moment, the bodyguards saw Bai Wang's eyes and were startled. They didn't dare delay and quickly got into the car. "Miss Lu, you're being disrespectful." Lu Jiling sat in the car, her face expressionless as she watched Kana being placed on a stretcher. Bai Wang drove her home. Seeing her like a soulless person, he felt a bit displeased and asked, "Do you still want to stay and watch over her soul?" "Bai Wang, I want to get out of the car." "Can I? You really think I'm your chauffeur?" "No, I'm just a bit sad. You go home first. I'll call a cab later." "She was just an ex-lover of mine." "You don't know, but you think your lover has died. She's different. She could have been my family. But now it's over. It's really over." Lu Jiling leaned back in the car helplessly, her eyes looking out into the dark night. Family or not family, what's the difference? Family is the most hypocritical term, just like this relationship. What's so good about glorifying it? It's just a relationship, so thin you can't even see it. Even in death, the bones are placed in different coffins. Lu Jiling didn't want to hear Bai Wang say anything more. She angrily shouted, "Stop the car and let me out." "Bai Wang, I want to get out." "Stop the car." "Bai Wang, Bai Wang angrily slammed on the brakes, causing Lu Jiling to hit the seat in front due to inertia. He snapped at Lu Jiling. "You're putting on this face that's neither human nor ghost for who to see. Get out. I'm not serving you anymore." Lu Jiling didn't say anything more. She immediately opened the door and got out, which Bai Wang didn't expect. She really got out. What am I supposed to do with her? Thinking this, he immediately drove away. Lu Jiling walked on the street like a soulless person. Her body was covered in Kun Na's blood, which attracted the attention of many people. Some people even whispered among themselves, "Oh, that girl has so much blood on her. Oh, really running out in the middle of the night to scare people? You're insane." At that moment, the phone in her pocket suddenly vibrated. Opening the message, it turned out to be from Kok Na. Lao Chi-lang was extremely surprised, muttering sister-in-law Chu that didn't know this is the umpteenth time she had said it to send. "If you receive this, it means the other side has finally made their move. I'm no longer here. The night I learned the truth, I was always standing on the hospital balcony. I wanted to jump so badly, but somehow I thought of you. You're the little sister that can love the most. I should take care of you for him for a while. So I agreed to help you with the filming. During this time, 2 factions from the Back family were looking for me. Every time we met, I recorded it on my phone. I betrayed them. They certainly won't let me go, but it's okay. On the curtains in the car and various places in the villa, I've prepared the best quality cameras. As soon as they make a move, evidence will be recorded. I don't know if these things can help you find the mastermind behind my harm or not, but at least they can help you stand firmer in the Back family. These are all I can do for you." Lao Chi-lang covered her face and cried. She never thought Kok Na would do this. Stand firm. She wanted to help me even until her death. Chu, that the 2 months with you were the happiest days for me this year. I know it was the same for you. Every time you came to see me, you were very happy. Actually, I also wanted to be Lok Kinthua's substitute by your side. But every night, just thinking about him made me suffer greatly. So don't blame yourself. Even if they didn't kill me, I wouldn't be able to live, because it's truly too painful. I've entrusted Man T to handle my funeral arrangements. Don't attend the funeral, and don't come to see my body. I don't want you to be heartbroken again. Man T will use my ashes to make a ring. In the future, when you return to Jongnam, please help me place the wedding ring on Luke Kinthua's gravestone. Okay. Consider it as me being by his side. My dear Chu, that Back Vong and the little baby in your belly must all live well. Don't be sad about me for too long." Kok Na's last words. Lao Chi-lang collapsed on the road. She hugged her legs and sobbed. Why does everyone leave me? In the end, I couldn't keep anyone. I'm not that strong. I'm about to break down. I really can't hold on anymore. Passers-by who saw her like this were concerned and asked, "Miss, do you want to go to the hospital? Miss, are you all right?" Lao Chi-lang looked up and saw the bridge in front of her was the river crossing to Jongnam. She remembered the faces of her loved ones. "In the future, when you return to Jiangnan, could you please place this ring under Kinthua's gravestone for me? Miss, I know what you want most is to return to Jiangnan. Once you go there, you'll be home. At home, you can see your family. You won't have to endure alone anymore." Lao Chi-lang walked forward like a soulless person. She walked across the busy road, causing concern among nearby people who called out to her loudly. "Miss, please come back. There are many cars on the road. Don't go." Ba Vong was parking his car not far away at that moment. He looked at her desperate back and thought to himself, she really doesn't want to live anymore. Lao Chi-lang had now walked to the bridge. Seeing her continue moving forward, people worried she might do something rash. Everyone shouted advice to the young lady. "Stop quickly. Don't go any further. It's dangerous." At that moment, Back Vong appeared and ran to grab her arm. He then hugged her slender body from behind. Lao Chi-lang looked up at him. She regained some spirit and called out Back Vong's name. Back Vong not only didn't stop her actions, he even carried her to sit on the railing, frightening Lao Chi-lang. "Back Vong, have you thought it through and are ready to die with me?" "No, I don't want to die. I just want to go home so badly. Still want to sink into the river. Now if I let go, you'll fall immediately." Back Vong pretended to let go, scaring Lao Chi-lang, who quickly grabbed him tightly. "Don't be afraid. I'm here with you on this journey. I don't want to find a way to die. I'm just too sad. If you're sad, then die." Lao Chi-lang wrapped her arms around Back Vong's neck and said weakly, "Back Vong, can you hug me? Just for a moment, just a moment. Back Vong, I want to go home. I just want to go home. Even if I do nothing, just being at home is enough. Back Vong, carry me, take me home." Lao Chi-lang's heart was filled with anticipation. He said he'd take her home. Bak Vong put her in the car and immediately drove away. Looking at the direction they were going, Lok Chi-lang felt a bit disappointed because the home she thought of was different from his. So when he said home, he didn't mean Jiangnan. Bak Vong saw her still looking out the door and asked, "What are you looking at?" "There's nothing." Lok Chi-lang looked at him and thought to herself, "I shouldn't place hope in others. After all, no one can understand me." While lost in her thoughts, Lok Chi-lang suddenly let out a scream. She trembled and clutched her stomach. "What's wrong?" "Stomach pain. I suddenly hurt so much." Bak Vong lifted her dress and saw a lot of blood underneath. He also became very worried. "Don't be afraid. I'll take you to the Sun right away. Last time, we arranged a lot of new medical equipment. There's a specialized blood bank inside." Lok Chi-lang gritted her teeth in pain. Bak Vong worriedly held her hand to comfort her. Lok Chi-lang, hang in there a bit longer. At the Sun Villa, after examining Lok Chi-lang, the doctor concluded that the fetus was 4 months old. There was blood and signs of miscarriage. Slight fever. Detailed examination needed. Quickly move her to the room first. The elderly madam anxiously said to the doctor, "The girl has anemia. A miscarriage could be fatal for her." "Dr. Tan, she cannot miscarry." "Madam, please don't worry. The first young mistress's anemia has been treated. It's much better now. We will do our best this time." Bak Vong stared at Lok Chi-lang, who was lying unconscious on the bed. He fearfully asked the doctor, "Will she die?" "Young master, the young mistress is bleeding. The fetal heartbeat is weak. We will try our best to save the pregnancy." I asked if she will die. Bak Vong, angered, looked at the doctor with cold eyes and repeated the question once more. "Young master, we don't have the test results yet. We can't say anything for certain. What's the worst-case scenario? Miscarriage, excessive bleeding for the mother, and such." The elderly madam, seeing Bak Vong's poor mood, quickly reminded him, "Bak Vong, let go of the doctor so he can do his job. Doctor, tell Dr. Tan that no matter what, they must save Chi-lang." "I understand." Bak Vong looked at Lok Chi-lang lying there weakly. His hands were covered in her blood. His mood became increasingly panicked. Bak Vong ran into the bathroom to wash the blood off his hands. Since she moved into Jiangdin, I hadn't thought about death anymore. A person living no differently than being dead, yet now wants to live well. What kind of game is this? At the new room's door, the butler arrived to report the situation to the elderly madam. "Madam, we've investigated. The person who slit their wrist tonight, whom the young mistress mentioned, is Director Kok Na from Haomon." The doctor sighed, said the young master ordered them to perform an autopsy. An autopsy also means Bak Vong's suspect's Kok Na didn't commit suicide. It must be related to someone in the house. Some people are indeed becoming more and more lawless. Didn't they always say they treat Chi-lang like their own daughter-in-law? How can they sleep soundly when Chi-lang is sick? Go wake them up. And Chen Vin too. Before Chi-lang wakes up, no one is allowed to sleep. The elderly madam was angry. She loudly ordered the household staff. At 2 a.m., after conducting various tests and examinations, the doctor sighed in relief and told everyone, "Madam, the first young mistress's condition is temporarily stable. She needs to rest in bed now, focusing on nurturing the fetus. She can't be subjected to any more shocks or engage in any strenuous activities." Upon hearing the doctor's words, Bak Vong, now like a person without strength, collapsed onto the floor. She's all right now." The elderly madam instructed the staff to help Fu Xin. She wiped herself, helped Chi-lang change into some cleaner clothes. "Yes." At this moment, Bak Vong suddenly stood up and said to her, "Let me do it. Everyone else, please go outside." Bak Lao Tai Tai looked at her grandson in surprise, her mouth stuttering, unable to speak. "Son, you, the young master, know how to take care of others. Well then, Fu Xin, let's go outside." After everyone went out and closed the door, Bak Vong immediately took a towel and wiped Lok Chi-lang's face. In her delirium, Lok Chi-lang kept mumbling, "Hai Duong." "What? Want to eat Hai Duong cake? Hai Duong cake." At this moment, Bak Lao Tai Tai immediately brought a plate of Hai Duong cake and fed it to Lok Chi-lang. "Be good, eat some Hai Duong cake." However, as soon as the cake entered Lok Chi-lang's mouth, she immediately coughed it all out. Bak Lao Tai Tai worried, "Why won't you eat? Didn't you say you wanted Hai Duong cake?" Lok Chi-lang frowned, looking extremely uncomfortable. She kept saying, "Hai Duong cake, want to eat Hai Duong cake." Could it be that she can't taste anything? Or let me try feeding her. Bak Vong, helped her sit up. He put a piece of cake in his mouth and bit it, then directly transferred it to Lok Chi Lang's mouth. Back Lao Tai Tai and Fu Sin couldn't help but feel a bit embarrassed. Can you even feed like that? At this moment, Lok Chi Lang seemed to sense the person next to her. She swung her hand and slapped Back Vong's face, causing the grandmother and Fu Sin to freeze instantly. Fu Sin fearfully covered her face, not wanting to see. I didn't see anything. Back Vong, who had been slapped, touched his face and gritted his teeth, muttering, "Very good, you dare to hit people." Usually looks so obedient, didn't expect when sick, her true nature comes out. Seeing Back Vong's murderous attitude, Back Lao Tai Tai hurriedly reassured him, "Oh my, Chi Lang must be confused due to her illness. Back Vong, don't take it to heart. It's strange, the high duong cake that Chi Lang used to eat was made by this chef. Why won't she eat it now when we give it to her? Or should we have the chef make some Jiangnan desserts? But there are so many Jiangnan desserts. What does she actually like to eat?" Uncle Fong always follows Chi Lang. He must know. Half an hour later, Uncle Fong was brought in. He told everyone the dish mismentioned must be the high duong flour cake that Madam made. At that time, Madam made a plate of high duong flour cakes. Everyone felt the taste was strange. Miss was afraid Madam would be sad, so she ate while praising Madam's culinary skills. Madam was very happy when she heard it, so afterwards she always made high duong flour cakes like that for Miss to eat. When everyone heard Uncle Fong say this, they seemed to understand everything and looked at Lok Chi Lang with sympathetic eyes. This isn't about wanting to eat high duong flour cake. She clearly misses her mother. This child's heart is too painful. Even when sick, she doesn't dare to call out for her mother. At this moment, Back Vong suddenly turned and left, telling Uncle Fong to follow him. In the kitchen, "Young master, you called me here." Back Vong took out a bag of cake flour. He said, "Yes, young master. I immediately gave you the cake recipe." It went on until nearly dawn. Fu Sin worriedly asked Uncle Fong, "You've been trying cakes that Back Vong made for 6 hours straight. Uncle Fong, are you all right? Do you need to see a doctor?" "It's fine. I'll wait for the young miss to wake up and then go. It's camellia flour cake. Eat it." Back Vong sat down beside Lok Chi Lang's bed. He fed a small piece of cake into her mouth. As soon as Lok Chi Lang tasted it, she immediately recognized the unpleasant flavor. It was exactly like the cake her mother made when she was little. In her delirium, Lok Chi Lang's tears began to flow. She kept calling, "Mom, don't go, don't leave me." Back Vong, heartbroken, held her tightly. He told her to calm down a bit. "Lok Chi Lang, you're really troublesome." Back Vong held Lok Chi Lang, comforting her to sleep in his arms. "Porridge. I want porridge." "What porridge?" "Barley porridge." A moment later, Lok Chi Lang opened her eyes wide. Before her was a worried Fu Sin. "Chi Lang, you're finally awake. What happened to me? Last night you suddenly had a high fever, almost miscarried. From now on, you must take good care of your pregnancy. Don't be as careless as before. Last night, Kok Na died. She was killed or committed suicide. So even if I didn't miscarry, what's the point? Who can I protect? I can't protect anyone." Lok Chi Lang sadly hugged her frail body. Seeing Lok Chi Lang's poor mood, Fu Sin worriedly asked, "Chi Lang, what's wrong?" "Fu Sin, can you give me your phone for a moment?" Lok Chi Lang opened the phone to check the news. All over the media, they were talking about the death of Director Kok Na from Haomon. Director Kok was such a good person, gone just like that. Now online, everyone is saying the cause was suicide. They don't believe Director Kok would commit suicide. There's also a group of netizens saying Director Kok's work targeted Haomon, so she was killed because of that. Lok Chi Lang asked Fu Sin, "Are you scared?" Seeing Fu Sin's innocent, uncomprehending face, Lok Chi Lang thought to herself, Fu Sin's thoughts are too simple. She doesn't understand anything. In the conflicts of Saigon Ha Entertainment, Mai Tin and UC Van Phi have both secretly sent people to take action. If Fu Sin works for me in the future, I'm afraid she'll be in danger too. Thinking this, she told Fu Sin, "From now on, stay honestly by grandmother's side. Don't follow me anymore." Fu Sin panicked and asked why. She was worried. In the future, there will be no one by Lok Chi Lang's side. "Chi Lang, did I do something wrong? Didn't you say we were friends? Please don't send me away. Can you? You didn't do anything wrong. It's just that I don't need anyone close to me anymore." You should go now, it's the right time. Bak Vong brought in a bowl of porridge and told Fu Xin to leave. He came to Lok Chi-Lang's side and asked, "What's wrong? Why do you look neither human nor ghost-like?" Lok Chi-Lang shook her head. "It's nothing. I'm just a bit tired. After last night's big commotion, haven't you slept?" Bak Vong didn't answer. Instead, he brought a bowl of porridge to Lok Chi-Lang and told her to eat quickly. Lok Chi-Lang looked at the bowl of porridge in surprise. It was the small barley porridge she liked. Bak Vong scooped some porridge, blew on it, and brought it to Lok Chi-Lang's mouth. This was exactly the taste from her memory. She smiled and told Bak Vong, "The porridge is very delicious. Did you invite a chef from Jiangnan?" Bak Vong frowned and said, "I made it myself. Can a chef cook as well as me?" Lok Chi-Lang didn't hesitate to praise his cooking skills. "It's really good." Bak Vong, embarrassed by the compliment, told her to stop talking. "Just eat quickly." Seeing Lok Chi-Lang holding her stomach uncomfortably from overeating, Bak Vong frowned. "Who told you to eat so much? You forced me to eat. How could I not eat?" She thought this but didn't dare to say it. She could only lie. "You made it personally. I didn't want to waste it." Bak Vong then sat down beside her. He gently helped her sit up and rubbed her stomach. He told her to sit still and not move. "The more you move, the more uncomfortable you'll feel." Lok Chi-Lang happily said, "Thank you." Then she hugged Bak Vong and asked, "Can you help me check my sister-in-law's house cameras? It's best if you can control the cameras in her villa. I'm afraid someone might take her cameras away." Bak Vong looked at her lovingly and teased, "Lok Chi-Lang, just a hug, and you already want me to work for you." Lok Chi-Lang coyly hugged Bak Vong's face. "Will you help me, please?" Bak Vong couldn't resist and kissed her lips. At this moment, Bak Vong's grandmother walked in and said loudly, "Chi-Lang, you're finally awake." Seeing her two grandchildren being intimate, grandmother rushed over to stop them. The doctor said Chi-Lang needs to take good care of the baby now. She can't engage in intense activities. Bak Vong, let her go quickly. It's just a kiss. Kissing is not allowed either. You can say I'm meddling. I'll accept that. Chi-Lang's health is different from other pregnant women. We must be careful and take extra care of the pregnancy. You're both young. Being close can easily ignite passion. You two need to separate. Chi-Lang, come back to Wudong Courtyard with me. I'll personally take care of you and help with your pregnancy. Bak Vong's face darkened. "Old lady, you're dreaming." Bak Vong, "I'm doing this for Chi-Lang and the baby. You don't know how to care for a pregnant woman. What if something goes wrong? Chi-Lang, what do you think? Tell us where you want to stay." Seeing Lok Chi-Lang looking at Bak Vong, not daring to answer, grandmother coaxed her, "Be good. Although your anemia has improved a lot, you still need to be careful. After all, you and the baby only have one life. I'm experienced. I can definitely take good care of you." In her heart, Lok Chi-Lang also wanted to go with grandmother. If at Nodong Hospital, it would be good to avoid Bak Vong. Seeing that she didn't say anything, Bak Vong moved closer and asked, "Who do you want to follow? Do you still dare to look at the old lady?" "It's okay. You can follow whoever you want. I won't force you. Outside, I can also find other women." Hearing Bak Vong say that, Lok Chi-Lang quickly hugged his hand tightly and said to the grandmother, "I still want to follow Bak Vong more." Seeing the attitude of the two young people like that, the grandmother could only sigh. Forget it. If you don't let go of each other's hands, what can I do? But during this time, you must be careful. No strenuous activities, no kissing, and it's best not to have any physical contact at all. As soon as the grandmother left the room, Bak Vong immediately kissed Lok Chi-Lang on the lips. He smiled happily and asked Lok Chi-Lang, "Are you afraid I'll go find other women outside like that?" "I'm not afraid. You once said that after marrying me, you don't want anyone else. What if I change my mind? Then I'd be helpless." Bak Vong, I'm always like this. My greatest expectation for you is not possession. It's hoping that you can live happily, freely, and be able to protect our children in the future. Bak Vong seemed disappointed and thought to himself these words again. Can't she be a little more clingy? Finally, he had to give in and agree with her. "Wait, I'll go check for you. But after checking, don't let what happened yesterday happen again." Looking neither human nor ghost. "It bothers me to see you like that. She's pregnant now. She can't get excited or it will be harmful to her body." Bak Vong sai tha, Lok Chi-Lang fell a bit sad. Did I bother him that much last night? Does he only like me to revolve around him? Alright, go to sleep now. Bak Vong helped Lok Chi Lang lie down on the bed and covered her with a blanket. She needs to nurture the pregnancy. I can't play too much. If I hurt her, it wouldn't be good. A week later, while Lok Chi Lang was at home, a servant announced, 2 young ladies and the 4th young master of the Lai family have come to visit you. The 2 young ladies of the Lai family said they have something important to give you. Looking at Lok Chi Lang, Lai Tran happily handed her a gift box. He loudly called out, "Sister-in-law, I was blind before, not recognizing you as my sister-in-law. It was truly disrespectful. This is a world treasure. There are only 2 such glazed 2-handled vases. I hope sister-in-law will accept it. Thank you, please stand up first, as long as sister-in-law likes it. By the way, sister-in-law, where's Brother Vong? Is Brother Vong not at home? He's at the company, handling the Saigon stock matters. He's very busy today. Miss Lai, please have a seat. Thank you. I heard you were ill. Grandmother wanted me and Lai Chan to visit you. All right, this is for you." As she spoke, Lai Man T handed her a small box. Opening the gift box, Lok Chi Lang recalled Kok Na's message. "Man T will turn your corpse into a ring. Wait until you return to Jiangnan later, then help me place the ring under his grave. Can you do that for me? Consider it as if I'm by his side." Li Mansi also told you, "This is the ring Nana previously asked me to make. Besides this, she also left me a letter. In the letter, she instructed me to do 3 things. First, I must visit you to see if you're all right. She was very afraid that her death would bring you sorrow. Nana and I have been friends for many years. I know this was her fate. It has nothing to do with you taking her to film, so don't blame yourself. Even though she never knew Lu Jingcheng loved her, her resentment faded over time. This day would have come anyway. Thank you, Miss Li. Thank you for being by my sister-in-law's side all these years." Hearing sister-in-law from Lu Jiling's mouth, Li Mansi also felt genuinely happy. Nana would be very happy to know the Lu family has accepted her. At least her obsession has become a reality. That's enough. Life and death are no longer important. After the Li sisters left, Lu Jiling was left alone. She thought to herself, "Now I have one more thing to bring back to Jiangnan. But to return smoothly, I must first resolve the internal struggle of the Bai family." Then she asked Butler when her father would return. Butler bowed his head and informed her, "The master is usually very busy, and his return time is not fixed." "Young madam, are you looking for the master for something urgent?" "How can it not be urgent? I'll wait here. I'll talk to Bai Zhengwan whenever he returns." At that time, seeing Bai Zhengwan enter with 2 women, Lu Jiling stood up and politely greeted, "Father, Aunt Yu, Aunt Xia, I have something very important to tell you. I have a few things I want to show you." The actor Qiao Yang had a scheme to physically assault me during the audition day and was beaten by Bai Wang. After he was hospitalized, someone special came to visit him. The video clearly shows that Xiao Yang was ordered by Aunt Xia to come to the audition. They wanted to use this to separate me and Bai Wang. Seeing Xia mating about to refute, Lu Jiling took out a USB drive and interrupted her. "Aunt Xia, don't rush. The recording of you inquiring about my relationship with Bai Wang from Fu Sheng and telling her to steal the script is also here. Fu Sheng is pure and kind, never offending anyone. If anything happens to her in the future, the person behind it is likely no one else." Lu Jiling, "What do you mean?" Yu Wanfei, sitting beside, didn't forget to add fuel to the fire. "Jiling fears you'll kill Fu Sheng to silence her. You manage Saigon Entertainment. I've already yielded the company to you, yet you still act behind the scenes. You don't behave like an elder at all." Xia Meiding glared at her, telling Yu Wanfei to stop mocking. "As if you've done less than me, Cheng Wen. I care about them. That's why I want to listen. I didn't mean to harm Bak Vong. I know I'm clumsy with words, sometimes I act illogically, but my heart is good." Mrs. Tran Van ignored her explanation. He turned to Lok Chi Lang. "Do you have anything else to say? Say it all at once. If that's the case, then let's talk about Aunt Yu C's part." Here are the apology letters from the Saigon shareholders. According to their explanation, they received hints from Aunt Yu C, so they sought out Tran Tuet Nin to seduce Bak Vong. The seduction failed, so they photoshopped pictures. That's why such a big incident happened on the first day of the premiere. UC Van Phi saw that Chi Lang only presented a few letters, so she remained stubborn. These apology letters don't prove anything. I've never instructed anyone to do anything detrimental to Bak Vong, but at least it can prove that Aunt Yu C's management of Saigon was not strict before. She didn't use people effectively And here's the surveillance camera video of Kok Na's death. In the video, Kok Na is talking to a man. I'm just a follower in the group. I didn't harm anyone. Why do you have to take my life? The man smirked and said to her, your hand directly brought the Back family's young master into the group. You tell me if we want your life. One is to teach a lesson to someone who thinks they're right like you. Two is to show those brainless people if they dare to stand on Back Vong's side again. So I want to know who exactly wants to take my life. I want to die with clarity. Lam Thuong Vo, a high-ranking person in the Back Corporation, but who he takes orders from, I don't know. Not only that, here's a bottle of sleeping pills. Will you drink it yourself, or do I force you to drink it? CUC Na took the bottle from the man's hand, saying she would drink it herself. Listening to this video clip again, Lock Chi Lang couldn't help but tremble. Before she could say anything, Hamai Tin had already spoken up to scold UC Van Phi. Are you crazy? How dare you kill someone? What does it have to do with me? Everyone in the corporation knows Lam Thuong Vo is UC Van Phi's dog. He follows your every command. Him hiring someone to kill isn't you hiring them. I think Lock Chi Lang falling into the water at first was also your doing. I'm not Tran Van. This really has nothing to do with me. Think about it. As a professional assassin, how could he easily reveal the name of his employer? It's very likely that he's deliberately deceiving, wanting to frame us. Chi Lang, I didn't cause you to fall into the water, and Kok Na, I didn't send anyone to kill her either. If you don't believe me, I agree to go to the police station for questioning. Questioning won't work. After Kok Na's room was controlled by Back Vong's people, who went to control the cameras, Lam Thuong Vo suddenly went crazy and became incapacitated, unable to speak clearly. Moreover, that assassin was found dead in a rented room a few days ago. Then all three of them heard the information that Lock Chi Lang had just said. Everyone was shocked. Lock Chi Lang, with a determined expression, said to Back Tran Van, this case seems to have sunk at first. The person involved died. All clues were interrupted. Then it couldn't be investigated further. But we can't just let this matter go like that. So this time I want to invite you, Father, to preside over justice. UC Van Phi, standing beside, started crying, looking pitiful and unsteady. It's really not me, you believe me. I didn't harm Back Vong. I also know that all clues have been cut off. The police couldn't find anything. What justice do you want me to give you, child? You are the highest decision-maker of the group. Back family is the master of the Back clan. I believe whoever did something couldn't have escaped your eyes. You don't need to praise me and talk about these things even if they really did it. If Back Vong couldn't handle such a small matter, how could he be the heir to Back family? How could he manage Back RA? Your grandfather once said, even if using evil thinking to manage a clan, we must not forget that the unity of the wolf pack is the most important. When it involves people's lives, it's no longer just evil competition. It's losing humanity. Keeping such a person in the clan is like keeping a poisonous seed. Sooner or later, it will devour everyone. Mrs. Tran Van irritably interrupted her. Are you teaching me how to manage Back RA? If your grandfather really had this ability, then the Locke family wouldn't be left with just you alone being insulted by Back Tran Van. Lock Chi Lang could only clench her fists, unable to say a word. However, this time she was determined not to yield. Lock Chi Lang stood up, full of determination. She said to Back Tran Van, I'm young. Indeed, I don't understand how to manage a clan. But I understand one principle. Doing bad things will have consequences. Even if you don't want to give me justice, I will let the people of CA country judge. Just in time to use the heat of the movie. Now people are very interested in the affairs of the upper class. It might create a big wave. The two women, UC Van Phi and Hamai Tin, hearing Lock Chi Lang say this, couldn't help but be frightened. She wants to spread the information she investigated online. Smearing Back RA is what Tran Van hates the most. She dares to threaten him. Indeed, Back Tran Van was provoked to anger. He sternly asked Lock Chi Lang, did Back Vong ask you to come here? I came on my own to demand justice. Do you really think your position as the eldest daughter-in-law is secure? In his mind, Back Tran Van already had a solution for this matter. He thought to himself, if she insists on exposing this matter, then at that time, not only will the old madam be unable to protect her, and couldn't even protect the child in her womb. The Back family is not a place she can act recklessly. I ask you once again, are you certain about this? Lock Chi Lang clenched her fist tightly. With a determined expression, she said, I dare. No matter what, she cannot let Kok Na die unjustly. At that moment, Back Vong's voice rang out from behind. What wouldn't she dare to do? Lok Lang was a bit surprised by his sudden appearance. Wasn't handling the Saigon shares very complicated? How did he return so quickly? Bak Vong walked to her side, put his arm around her shoulder to support Lok Lang from behind. She's my wife. With a madman who's not afraid of death backing her up, what wouldn't she dare to do? Madame Chan Vanna's face darkened as she asked Bak Vong, "Do you know what you're saying?" "I know very well, and I can guarantee the temperature will always be high. If it drops a bit, I'll continue to add fuel to the fire. If that's not enough, whatever I haven't revealed about myself, I'll reveal it all," making the Bak family hang on the hot search all day. The other three were so angered by Bak Vong's words they could spit blood. He's truly a madman, willing to destroy the Bak family for the sake of a woman. This turn of events was not what Lok Lang wanted either. She glanced at Bak Vong, thinking to herself, what is he doing? I never intended to drag him into this. Fine, one person or two, it's all the same. Madame Chan Van was furious, but couldn't do anything. Bak Vong then slapped on my tin. After that, he returned to his study. The two women watched him leave, unable to help but worry about their own fates. Today, Chen Vin is truly angry. If Chu Trin is affected because of this, then her becoming the Bak family heir is impossible. Now that Chan Van has been angered by Bak Vong, if he investigates what Lok Lang said and uncovers everything then. At this moment, the butler's voice broke their thoughts. Madam, you see, Madam Ha, the young master has just ordered. From now on, Madam Ha will temporarily suspend all charity positions for half a year, then they will be fully restored. As for Madam, you see, starting tomorrow, all positions in the group will be removed. You must immediately move out of Ensan. Find your own place to live. UC Van Phi was disappointed. Her positions weren't just suspended, but completely cut off. He directly blamed Kok Na's death on her. Seeing their hateful glares, Lok Lang was not afraid. Instead, she firmly told them, hate me. If you hate me, then deal with me. As long as I'm alive, if you make one move, I'll bite back 10 times, 100 times harder. As long as I'm not dead, don't dream of winning. Lok Lang followed Bak Vong back to their room. She hurriedly tried to explain to him. Bak Vong about today, actually not letting Lok Lang finish her sentence. Bak Vong immediately interrupted and scolded her. Lok Lang, today while I was busy, you went alone to confront them. Do you think you're very clever? You think Bak Tran Van is someone you can pressure? Even now, I'm still worried, thinking to myself, if I had come back late, what I'm seeing now might have been your corpse already. Lok Lang lowered her head, looking sad, and said to him, I just couldn't let them get away with it so easily. CUC Na's matter is just beginning. If I don't do anything, those behind it will only become more outrageous. Then it's better to secretly kill them all. Today I directly confronted Mrs. Tran Van a lot. You see, if Mrs. Tran Van could be easily intimidated like that, she wouldn't have made it to where she is today. I once thought that the sister-in-law's incident might not be UC Van Phi's doing. Lam Thuong Vu is an executive in the group. Even if he received orders to hire assassins, he could have just sent someone else to do it. Why would he go himself? And even reveal his own name? This doesn't seem like Ha Mai Tin's style either. Except for her usual schemes, everything else is just a facade. Hearing her analysis, Bak Vong asked in confusion, if this matter was already suspicious, why did you make such a big fuss? But this is exactly the result I wanted. Only by being in the center of the fire can we see clearly what's in the fire pit. Seeing her like this, Bak Vong felt extremely uncomfortable. He moved closer and angrily asked her, Lok Lang, do you really want to die? I just want to quickly uncover the truth. You want the truth even at the cost of your life. I won't give the other side any chance to harm the people around me again. I've had enough. As for Knight, actually, you shouldn't have come. This time you performed very well. Father won't blame you because of me. But now that you've helped me, it makes your father feel that you care about me more than the group. So when you join the group in the future, it's very likely that. Before Lok Lang could finish, Bak Vong kissed her lips and coldly said, I don't need you to think for me. As he spoke, he sat down beside her and stroked her head. In the future, if you're going to do something suicidal like this, you must tell me first. I don't want to make you worry. I'm not worried about you. I think if you're going to die by someone else's hand, it's better to die by mine. Lok Lang didn't know how to respond to Bak Vong. She sighed and thought to herself, forget it, I won't talk to him about this anymore. This confrontation with father has already involved him. Now I need to quickly find a way to get him into a key position in the group. The next day, Bak's grandmother came to talk to Lok Lang. I've heard about last night's incident. He said your father was very angry in the study last night. Now, besides Bak RA, no one dares to provoke him. Grandmother, Last night, I was impulsive and went to confront father. I was wrong to do that. From now on, I will think carefully before doing anything. But you don't regret it, do you? I just really regret dragging Baek Vong into this. I'm worried that father will blame Baek Vong for this. In the end, it will affect him and he won't be able to enter back family's management level. Don't worry. In a moment, I'll list Tran Vanna's preferences for you. Wait for 2 more days until he's less angry. Then you can bring up Baek Vong's matter with him again. After all, Tran Van isn't the type to go back on his word. Besides, you see Van Phi has been demoted. With such positions in the group still vacant, it seems Baek Vong still has a chance. With Baek Old Madam's support, Lok Chi Lang happily thanked her. A few days later, when Baek Vong woke up, he couldn't find Lok Chi Lang anywhere. He sat up with an unhappy expression, thinking this woman hadn't gone to serve afternoon tea to Baek Tran Van, had she? He had told her so many times already. There was basically no need to do that. Baek Tran Van ignored her all day. Today he just wanted to humiliate her. Seeing Baek Vong awake, a servant brought him a bowl of soup. Saying this was the soup that the first young madam had instructed the kitchen to prepare. Do you want to drink it now, sir? Where is she? The first young madam was called to the study by the master. Baek Vong was a bit surprised. Lok Chi Lang had been serving tea for 7 consecutive days now. Had Baek Tran Van finally met with her. Baek Vong went to Baek Tran Van's study. As soon as he reached the door, he heard Lok Chi Lang's voice. Father, this is my fault. Baek Vong was just afraid that my emotional state would affect the baby in my womb. That's why he said that. Please don't be angry with him. I have underestimated you. A young lady from a bankrupt family, yet able to grasp Baek Tran Van's weakness. For your sake, he used his own influence to restrain Yusi Van Chi and Ha Mai Tin. He even didn't hesitate to ruin Baek Da's reputation. For you, he repeatedly openly opposed Baek Da. Do you feel very smug now? Lok Chi Lang lowered her head, obediently serving tea to Baek Tran Van. I didn't mean that. I was wrong to pressure people, but it has nothing to do with Baek Vong. Please give him a chance. Baek Tran Van was still angry. He sternly said to Lok Chi Lang, with you here, I really don't dare to let him take charge of Baek Group. He listens to you so much now. Once he takes control of Baek Group, it might as well be you in charge. If you guarantee that you'll leave before he takes office, will you give him another chance? Hearing Lok Chi Lang say this, Baek Tran Van pondered for a moment. He suspiciously asked again, what do you take me, Baek Tran Van, for? Saying childish promises and expecting me to believe. I can write a guarantee letter. Hearing this, Baek Vong outside couldn't hold back anymore. He loudly called into the room for Lok Chi Lang. Get out here now. Lok Chi Lang was startled and felt guilty. Baek Vong wondered why he came here. She didn't dare to stay and bowed her head in greeting back. Chen Vin said, have some coffee. Take your time. I'll go ahead. Baek Vong grabbed Lok Chi Lang's hand and quickly pulled her outside. Then he angrily gripped her shoulders, making her wince in pain. Baek Vong irritably asked, well, tell me, what were you planning to write in that guarantee letter? I just didn't want to be the reason you couldn't join the group. You becoming Baek Ra's successor is very important to me, you know? The sooner you become Baek Ra's heir, the faster I can find out who's behind everything. By then, our child's living conditions will be safer. Most importantly, you'll have something to do and won't hate the world anymore. If there are many benefits to be gained at a cost, then I'm willing to pay it. Baek Vong angrily punched the wall. He shouted at Lok Chi Lang, for all this, you want to leave? Have you forgotten what I told you before? I don't like hearing those words. Lok Chi Lang suddenly hugged Baek Vong. Please don't be angry. I'm afraid of you and your father ending up like this. I'm already very sad. Baek Vong, I want to see you standing above everyone. I want to see our child able to live under your protection, growing up without worries. I don't really want to separate from you. It's just that in this situation, I have no choice. I have to make a decision. Baek Vong looked at the girl in his arms, confused, thinking in her eyes, is becoming Baek Ra's heir the only way he could protect her? She was once the young lady of a leading group. Does she think only money is powerful enough? If that's what she wants, then I'll let her achieve it. Thinking this, he told her, go back to the room and wait for me first. Lok Chi Lang worriedly asked what Baek Vong was going to do. Baek Vong hugged her and gently told her to listen. I'll be back soon. Baek Vong went to the study and said to Baek Tran Van, I want to join the group's core. Baek Tran Van wasn't surprised at all. He just asked Baek Vong where he wanted to go. Seeing Baek Vong say he wanted to join maritime transport, he smirked and asked if Baek Vong had finally started to have ambition. However, he still didn't easily give Bak Vong what he wanted. He bluntly asked Bak Vong, "You've been fighting and killing. Can you do legitimate work? Do you have this ability?" Bak Vong sat down in the chair and confidently told him, "If there's any loss, even $1, I'll leave Bak Ra." Bak Tran was a bit surprised by what Bak Vong had just said. Bak Vong had never spoken like this before. As a son of the Bak family, he should indeed have such ambition. But all of this was because of Lok Chi Lang that he did so. However, if Lok Chi Lang's heart wasn't with Bak Ra, then I don't have to not give her some time. Thinking this, he stood up and said to Bak Vong, "Let me fulfill your ambitions. It's best you don't disappoint me." Bak Vong, if you want to become my heir, then you should remember 2 points. First is ability. Second is that at all times you must put the interests of the Bak family first. Compared to this, everything else can change. If next time you do something that makes people uncertain like this again, I will make you face the consequences. Bak Vong turned around and coldly challenged him. "Then you try and see. If you dare touch her, don't even dream of anyone in the Bak family surviving." Lok Chi Lang brought fruits to Bak Vong's study just as she reached the door. She heard the butler say, "From today, the sea transportation matters will be handled by the eldest young master." Lok Chi Lang was very surprised and asked him again. Father agreed to let Bak Vong into sea transportation. Yes, the master just gave the order. Lok Chi Lang nodded happily. In her heart, she couldn't help but wonder how strange this was. Why did Bak Tran change his mind? I didn't write a guarantee letter, but he agreed to let Bak Vong into the core of the group. Did he suddenly change because Bak Vong said something? How? Entering the room, Lok Chi Lang saw Bak Vong typing. His expression was a bit uncomfortable after typing a few words. He held his head, complaining that typing was so troublesome. Lok Chi Lang gently asked him, "What do you want to type? I can type for you, or you can use voice input." Bak Vong sighed and asked Bak, "You talk so much, I probably don't need my throat anymore." Lok Chi Lang asked him in surprise, "Do you want to learn to type? Or should I teach you? You didn't learn phonetic input before. If you want to type, use the 3-stroke input method." Vong smoothly pulled her to sit on his lap and told her to continue speaking. All written characters can be divided into several parts. You just need to type a lot to remember. Look, there are even mnemonics here. Typing also requires proper hand posture. The most common is like this. As she spoke, Lok Chi Lang guided Bak Vong to place his hands on the keyboard. Index finger on J, middle finger on K, ring finger on L. Bak Vong leaned in close, making Lok Chi Lang feel uncomfortable. However, she still tried to look and guide him. With this posture, you can feel a bit. In the future, no matter what character you type, basically your 8 fingers should be placed here. This way you won't type incorrectly. Lok Chi Lang held Bak Vong's hand, guiding him to type the characters for Bak and Lok. These are the corresponding codes for each character. Although this method is a bit difficult, I believe with your ability, you'll learn it quickly. Following Lok Chi Lang's guidance, Bak Vong learned it in the blink of an eye, surprising her with his learning speed. She smiled and praised him for learning so quickly. From now on, just do it like this. Practice on your own, and you'll be fine. Seeing herself sitting on Bak Vong's lap like that was uncomfortable, so she asked him to let her out first. However, Bak Vong just indifferently said he was busy typing. He told her to get down by herself. Lok Chi Lang was at a loss for words. How could she get down when he was holding her like that? Lok Chi Lang looked around for a moment. She discovered there was space under the desk. She thought she could crawl through there and did so. Lok Chi Lang slid down, then bent down, intending to crawl under Bak Vong's feet. Bak Vong stopped typing. He adjusted his glasses and began to tease her. Lok Chi Lang, if I let you leave the study unscathed, wouldn't I be doing a disservice to this brush of mine? There's no chance of that. I just want to leave so you can focus on your calligraphy. I don't have any impure thoughts. I don't think that's possible. As he spoke, Bak Vong leaned down and kissed Lok Chi Lang on the lips. She blushed and thought to herself, if I had known this would happen, I shouldn't have moved in his arms earlier. I should have just waited for him to finish his calligraphy. The next morning, Lok Chi Lang was a bit worried at home. Today was the first day Bak Vong officially joined the maritime transport team. If you see Van Phi and Ha Mai Tin were to secretly plot something. She was still thinking when Bak Vong returned. She quickly asked about the situation. You're back already. How is it over there? Did you adjust well? Before answering her questions, he hurriedly embraced her and asked, Chi, if someone tries to sabotage me in the transport team and I can't get promoted, what should I do? Did something really happen? Or should we find grandmother and think of a solution? What if I end up with nothing at all? Lok Chi Lang sighed in relief. So nothing had actually happened. He just wanted to hear some sweet words. Understanding his intention, she cheerfully told him not to worry too much. It's okay if you have nothing. I still have a tea house. I can support you. How could I not? Now everyone knows that the owner of Dao Kui Kai Lao is the young mistress of the Back family. My business is doing well. If you don't spend extravagantly, I can definitely support you. Now let me show you this. As he spoke, Back Vong showed Lok Chi Lang the learning software that she had taught him before. It displayed a notification that Back Vong had passed 100% of the highest difficulty level. Lok Chi Lang was amazed. How could he have done it? In just over 2 months, he had completed all the daily character quotas and such a large number of rare characters. It was an achievement worthy of praise. Seeing her reaction, Back Vong asked her, "Is this very difficult?" Lok Chi Lang had to nod in agreement. Before, he didn't know how to recognize characters. Now, in such a short time, he had learned everything. Seeing Lok Chi Lang's admiration, Back Vong, without hesitation, reached out his hand, asking for a reward. "It's been a long time since you've given me a gift." So he suddenly bragged about this to make me buy him a gift. Luo Zhiling felt a bit embarrassed and said, "I haven't been able to choose a suitable gift recently. Can I give it to you later when I find something?" "What's wrong? Doesn't your family have any sentimental items to buy?" So he wants something from the Luo family. "Luckily, I've hidden Gana's ring well this time. It would be troublesome if he took it away." Bai Wang saw Luo Zhiling not saying anything and got anxious. He said if he can't buy it, finding it would be fine too. In his mind, he cursed his subordinate. "Wendo is really useless, searching for so long and still couldn't find my wedding ring. But if my wedding ring is in her possession, if she could take it out, that would be even better than her buying me another gift." Thinking this, he said to her, "Tomorrow I want to go to the Central Sea area for a trip. I'll be back the day after." "All right, I'll definitely buy a gift and wait for your return." The next day, when she went downstairs, the butler informed her, "Young madam, the old madam heard your waist was sore, so she specially arranged for a traditional Chinese doctor to examine you. According to him, just a massage can alleviate your condition." As soon as she came downstairs, Luo Zhiling saw all the servants busy cleaning and tidying up, so she couldn't help but wonder what's going on. "The second young master and third miss will be back in a few days, so we're cleaning the house in advance." Luo Zhiling thought to herself, "They must be Yu Yunfei's daughter by Ruan and Yu Yunfei's son, Bai Tang. It's right that after Yu Yunfei was driven away, Bai Wang officially took over the Bai family's core. Under these circumstances, those two should return." The butler also informed her, "The second young master's return this time isn't just a home visit. I heard he has applied to his school, deciding to study in the country from now on. So Bai Tang plans to stay in the country. This way, Bai Wang's situation will change a bit." In the medical room, Luo Zhiling had just heard the servant announce that the Chinese doctor had arrived, when a cloth was placed over her face. A hand grabbed hers to take her pulse, telling her not to get up. Luo Zhiling heard this voice, this feeling. How could it be an old doctor? Thinking this, she immediately sat up, discovering that the person in front of her was actually Bai Tang. Yu Yunfei said this to Son, looking young, and able to make the Bai family servants lie to tell her a Chinese doctor had come. The person who could do all this, besides the Bai Tang that Wenda mentioned, who else could it be? Bai Tang saw her being cold towards him and felt a bit dejected, complaining that before, "We had met at a party in Jiangnan. I just didn't expect you to forget me so quickly." Luo Zhiling also recalled a party from when she was young. So it was him. He has grown quite a bit. Baek Thua was immediately pleased when complimented. He said she was also more beautiful. "You just got back from abroad, so get some rest early. I'll go first." Lok Chi Lang stood up and left. Baek Thua watched her back as she walked away. He then took the handkerchief that had covered her eyes and brought it to his nose, sniffing it with a smug smile. "We still have a long way to go." At the auction, the butler came to inform her. The rivers and mountains of Jiangnan, painting she wanted to bid on, had already been won by someone else. Lok Chi Lang seemed surprised. Rivers and Mountains of Jiangnan was her second brother's favorite painting. She had planned to buy it back at this auction. As a result, she unexpectedly arrived one step too late. How much did the winning bidder pay? Hearing the butler say 200 million, she couldn't help but be startled. The market price of that painting was about 500,000, yet someone was willing to spend such a large sum to buy it. After thinking, she left. They were very generous with their offer. "We can't compete with that. If that's the case, we'll wait for another opportunity for that painting." Speaking of which, a new type of tea house has recently appeared in the market. If we want to break through, we need to have new main products. While the two were talking, a man came looking for them. He was the one who had won the Rivers and Mountains of Jiangnan painting. He bowed his head and said to Lok Chi Lang, "I received a commission from someone else to deliver this painting to Madame Lok. Please accept it." Spending 200 million to buy this painting was just to give it to someone else. Lok Shi Lang stood up and asked him, "May I ask whose commission you received?" Madam Lok only needs to accept it. One shouldn't accept favors without reason. Please convey my thanks to them. Seeing Lok Shi Lang refuse, the man looked a bit embarrassed and asked, "Doesn't Madam Lok like this painting? If you nod, this painting will be yours. There's no need to wait. When I have the money, I'll come to buy this painting back." "Very well then, I apologize for the trouble." As the man left, Lok Shi Lang thought to herself, recently, relations within the Back family have been tense. For someone at this time to buy a 200 million painting as a gift for me, it can't be anything good. Thinking this, she took out her phone and called Baek Vong. "Is everything all right on your end? Have you encountered any troubles in the past 2 days?" On Baek Vong's side, they were currently fighting, but he didn't tell her about it. Instead, he calmly said, "It's fine. Today, someone spent 200 million to bid on a 500,000 painting at the auction. Then they said they wanted to give it to you. You're worried someone is secretly targeting me, so you call to check. Someone gives you a painting, and you worry about me. Are these two things related, Lok Shi Lang? Or are you being too direct? If you say you miss me, I might not be able to refuse." Lok Shi Lang quickly explained, "On me, besides being your wife, there's no other benefit at all. Now you just said sea transport not long ago. Someone spent such a large sum to give me a gift. In this situation, of course I had to connect the two things together. Is that so? All right, I'll be back tomorrow." "Okay, I'll wait for you. Take care." After finishing the conversation with Lok Shi Lang, Baek Vong returned to the main issue. His cold eyes looked at the people in front of him and asked, "Using these petty tricks to provoke me, how dare you?" The group of people fearfully knelt down, begging, "Young master, we were wrong. We won't dare to do it again. Young master, please give us another chance." Baek Vong sat down, his eyes cold as ice, looking at them. "Life only gives you one chance. What makes you think you deserve two?" While they were still begging, Lok Shi Lang called again. Baek Vong told them to shut up and then answered the phone. "Baek Vong, I bought you a fountain pen. Do you like it?" Hearing her say that, he felt a bit disappointed and thought to himself, "I hinted so clearly before. How come she still doesn't understand? If she just took out her wedding ring, I would wear it." However, he didn't express his thoughts to her, but asked instead, "Is this pen a family heirloom from your house?" "No, I chose this very carefully myself. If you don't like it, I can choose something else." "It's fine. Wait for me to come back tomorrow." Hanging up the phone, Baek Vong waved his hand, signaling his subordinates to drag a person over. This person fearfully begged, "Young master, we really won't dare to do it again. Please give us another chance." Baek Vong grabbed his head and slammed it on the ground while saying, "All right, I'll give you one more chance. Remember, my rules are very simple. As long as you can make money for me, things between us will be normal. But if you try to trick me or cause me losses, I'll gut you and feed you to the fish." Yes, we will definitely make money for young master. We will surely make a lot of money for you." A subordinate handed Baek Vong a handkerchief to wipe his hands. He couldn't help but question the recent decision. "Vong, these people almost took your life. You let them off so easily. As humans, we need to be compassionate. Don't always resort to violence and killing." The man watched Baek Vong's back as he left, thinking to himself, ever since Vong started wearing that Buddhist bracelet, he has changed quite a bit. Even towards those who oppose him, he shows compassion. At then sun, while Lok Shi Lang was reading Baek Vong's messages, the old madam told her that Baek Vong would return tomorrow. It's perfect timing as Baek known and others are also here. They can all have a meal together as a family. It would be a good opportunity to get acquainted and talk. At this moment, Baek Thua came to find her. "Sister, don't you like this painting? When I was young, I knew that the second brother of the Lok family liked Bai Li Po's calligraphy. Bai Li Po's most famous painting is Rivers and Mountains of Jiangnan, so I deliberately bid on it to give to you. Thank you, but this gift is too expensive. I can't accept it. It's only 200 million. As long as you like it, it's nothing." Hearing their conversation, the servants couldn't help but whisper among themselves, "Oh my God, 200 million. The young master is willing to spend such a large amount to buy a gift for the eldest sister-in-law like this. What's going on?" Lok Shi Lang stood in front of him and coldly asked, "You gave a gift to Baek Vong. I prepared gifts for everyone in the family. Now that big brother is in charge of sea transportation, so I specially prepared a ship for him. That's enough. Baek Vong and I are married. You giving it to him is the same as giving it to me." As she spoke, Lok Shi Lang walked past him. However, Baek Thua intentionally followed her and said loudly, "Sister, I know you and eldest brother are married. I don't have any other intentions. I just heard that you're collecting Locke family antiques. I bought this to fulfill your wish. I see how you live with the family, and I know you value family more than anything. I really don't have any other intentions. Sister, please accept it. I can't accept it. It seems you hope eldest brother will help you collect antiques. Am I not qualified? The second young master is so good to the eldest sister-in-law, especially spending $200 million to make the eldest sister-in-law happy. The relationship between sister-in-law and brother-in-law seems a bit unusual. Seeing Lok Chi Lang glance down, the gossiping servants immediately ran away. She coldly said to Baek Duong, "You are my husband's younger brother. The way you address me should change a bit. Don't speak carelessly beyond boundaries." Watching her back as she left, Baek Thua felt a bit lost. "Sister, clearly I knew you first. Why call it crossing boundaries?" At the family meeting, Baek Chanvan spoke up and asked Baek Thua, "According to what you say, Country D is about to have a war. Your friend is the son of the president of Country D. His siblings have been sent to the Federation and are now in a safe room. Once war breaks out, the Montrung Sea area will become the only sea route into Country D by sea. This can give Baek RA us a lot of development space. We can prepare in advance." Mrs. Chan Van seemed extremely pleased with this plan of Baek Thua. You see, Van Phi was also very happy, looking at everyone as if to provoke them. "You dismissed me and kicked me out of the house, but how come I have such an excellent son? I can always take back what I've lost." Baek Chan Van said to Baek Thua, "Now all of those are managed by your eldest brother. Later when he returns, you tell him about it." "Yes, father." Seeing Baek Thua agree happily, Hamai Tin didn't hesitate to criticize Omai Baek Duong. "I'm helping my older brother establish his authority in the company. Even such important news, I told him. You truly are a good brother. We're family. Why should we divide things so clearly? As long as the money earned belongs to our Baek family, that's all that matters." Mrs. Tran Van seemed extremely pleased with her second son. He smiled and said, "If only your older brother was as understanding as you." Just as everyone was talking, the servant announced, "Master, madam, the third young miss has returned." The person who entered was UC Van Phi's youngest daughter. Baek Known happily threw herself into UC Van Phi's arms. Then she caringly asked her mother, "How have you become so thin in just a few days?" "It's nothing. I'm happy just seeing you and Baek Duong doing well." She gritted her teeth and glared at Lok Chi Lang. Mother has become like this all because of her. Thinking this, she said nothing. She slowly walked towards Lok Chi Lang. Seeing this, the old madam quickly introduced Baek Known. "This is your sister-in-law." However, showing no respect for anyone, she slapped Lok Chi Lang hard across the face, leaving everyone stunned. "Baek!" The old madam was displeased and loudly scolded Baek Known. "What are you doing?" Baek Known showed no restraint. She looked at Lok Chi Lang challengingly. "Lok Chi Lang, Sai, who do you think you are to dare chase my mother away? Our Baek family hasn't reached the point where a worthless eldest daughter-in-law like you can make decisions." Lok Chi Lang bit her lip and said nothing. At that moment, a vase from above was thrown straight at her face by Baek Vong. Baek Vong, with a gloomy face, asked her, "Then who do you think you are?" UC Van Phi immediately hugged her daughter to protect her. Your face. What should we do?" "Don't be afraid. I'll call a doctor right away." "Baek Vong, do you want to kill your sister?" "Uncle Hey." Baek Vong spoke while bending down to pick up a broken piece of glass from the floor, causing UC Van Phi and her daughter to be terrified. Baek Thua also hurriedly stood up to stop his older brother. "We're family, don't." "Who's family with you? Didn't she want to play? Stand up. Why are you pretending to hide like a turtle?" Baek Vong brushed past Baek Thua and went to stand in front of Baek Known, pointing the glass shard directly at her eyes. This made Baek Known tremble and cry, calling Mom, "Dad, save me." Mrs. Tran Van finally spoke up, yelling at Baek Vong, "Enough. How far do you want to take this?" However, Baek Vong paid no attention to him. His eyes, like those of the King of Hell, looked at UC Van Phi and her daughter. "How far can it go?" "Of course, to murder." "Older brother, what Baek Known did just now is wrong. On her behalf, I apologize to sister-in-law." You can apologize to the living, so you can also apologize to the dead. Mrs. Tran Van knew she couldn't persuade Baek Vong, so she immediately ordered the butler, "Why are you just standing there? Hurry and stop him." At this moment, Lok Chi Lang came over and pulled back Vong's hand. I'm fine, let it go. Anyway, you can't take a life over a slap. Back known. As she spoke, she removed the glass shard from Back Vong's hand. She even kindly asked if his hand hurt. Back Vong couldn't help but feel touched, thinking she was already injured like this, yet still cared if throwing the vase had hurt him. Seeing Back Vong's attitude soften, you see Van Phi couldn't help but sigh in relief, thinking this could be overlooked now. Even Tran Van couldn't persuade Back Vong, but Lok Chi Lang could soothe him with just a few words. The butler quickly told Back Known, "Third young miss, the doctor has arrived. I'll help you go see the doctor." Back Vong didn't even bother with him anymore. He took Lok Chi Lang's hand, preparing to go back to their room. Mrs. Tran Van was now so angry her face wrinkled. He shouted loudly, "Unfilial son, kneel down before me. Daring to kill your sister over a woman? Do you really think I can't do anything to you?" Back Vong turned his head and sneered contemptuously. "You're quite amusing. You sleep with other women, so I should follow your example." Seeing Back Tran Van so angry, he couldn't speak. Back Vong further provoked him, saying he was old and his hearing must be failing. Seeing the tense situation, Back Duong quickly stepped in to tell Back Vong to stop talking. Lok Chi Lang also knew that they couldn't provoke Back Tran Van now. Otherwise, Back Vong, who hadn't been in the shipping business long, would be dismissed. Thinking this, she went up to Back Tran Van and said, "Father, when children make mistakes towards elders, they should of course be lightly punished but strongly warned. However, I want to ask, you just said you'd only punish Back Vong. If that's the case, then in the future at the Back family, can anyone slap me?" Back Tran Van, who was already angry, directed his fury at Lok Chi Lang, saying she still felt wronged. Back Known only slapped her once, while Back Vong almost killed someone. Lok Chi Lang lowered her head, feeling hurt. "I dare not feel wronged. I know I'm not important, but for better or worse, I bear the title of Back's daughter-in-law, don't I?" Lok Chi Lang's words made Back Tran Van speechless. The Back old madam finally spoke up. "Chi Lang is right. Today, Back Known struck first, and Back Vong reacted. They are both children of the Back family. Either punish neither, or punish both." Back Tran Van turned to Back Known and Back Vong. "Both of you, kneel before me. You won't have dinner tonight." Back Vong clenched his fist, about to protest, but Lok Chi Lang grabbed his hand and said, "Don't get upset. This is the best outcome we could hope for." Back Known, punished to kneel, complained to Yusi Van Phi, "I've already been beaten like this. How can father still want to punish me? Chi Lang is your eldest brother's wife, your sister-in-law. She's carrying the Back family's first grandchild. How could you raise your hand against her? Even so, what right does she have to kick my mother out of the house?" Back Vong overheard the mother and daughter talking and couldn't help but speak up. "Because she's my person. Today, even if she wants to kill you all, I'll back her up." Back Vong's words made Back Known break out in a cold sweat. Yusi Van Phi had to step in to defend her. "Back Vong, your sister is still young. Don't be so harsh on her." Back Known wanted to say something more, but Yusi Van Phi quickly stuffed food into her mouth. "All right, stop talking. I can endure a little grievance. As long as you and Back Duong are doing well, that's enough." In her mind, she thought, Back Vong is a madman. He even dares to lay hands on his own sister. I can't let my daughter provoke this kind of person anymore. "All right, don't be angry anymore. You still have to kneel for 2 more hours. Here, eat something." Back Vong was thinking, you see Van Phi even knows about Boy Known, so why isn't Lok Chi Lang here? Just as he thought that, Lok Chi Lang came over carrying a bowl of fruit and caringly asked Back Vong if he was tired from kneeling so long. She said she hadn't been here earlier because she was preparing things. "Was that why you weren't here?" Lok Chi Lang used a spoon to feed Back Vong and asked if it tasted good. Back Vong smiled teasingly and asked her if she made it herself. Lok Chi Lang proudly said she helped Boda make it. Seeing the two being affectionate, Back Known's face turned red with anger. It was already annoying enough to kneel here, but now she had to watch these two being lovey-dovey. It was utterly disgusting. Thinking this, she stood up and loudly called to the servants, "Hey, you two, come here. I want to change my kneeling spot. What are you standing there for? Hurry up." At that moment, Lok Chi Lang saw Back Lao Tai Tai coming this way. She quickly patted Back Vong's bottom, telling him to kneel properly. "Grandmother is coming." Back Vong was startled and said, "You're taking advantage of me, aren't you?" Lok Chi Lang hurriedly explained, "I didn't mean to take advantage of you just now. I saw grandmother coming, and I wanted to help you maintain your image. Quickly kneel properly." Meanwhile, Back Known was still loudly ordering the servants around. "Hurry up, you're so slow." I don't know what's the point of keeping you all. Back Lao Tai Tai, displeased, spoke up and asked Back Known, "What are you doing?" Back Known and you see Van Phi were startled. Why had Lao Tai Tai come here? Back Lao glared at Back Known and scolded. "You're already 18 years old, yet you still don't understand anything. They're here to work for our household, not to be your personal slaves." You see Van Phi pinch her arm to signal Back Known. She quickly knelt down, crying, "Grandmother, I was wrong. Mother, it's my fault for not raising Back Known properly. If you know you're wrong, then kneel here for 2 more hours." Seeing Lo Chi-lang was also here, she quickly went over and kindly asked Chi-lang, "Why are you here? Hurry back to your room." "It's all right, grandmother. Now that I'm alone in my room, I still can't sleep." "That won't do. Pregnant women shouldn't stay up late." Back Vong also knelt for half an hour. "Now quickly get up and go back to your room with Chi-lang to rest early." "Thank you, grandmother." Back Known saw Back Vong being pardoned and was displeased with grandmother. "How can you be so biased? Your older brother's attitude in accepting punishment was better. I told him to kneel for a shorter time. What's wrong with that?" "Chi-lang, let's go." You see Van Phi patted Back Known's shoulder to comfort her. "All right, don't say any more. Now that your sister-in-law has appeased grandmother, the more we say, the less grandmother will like us." Back Known watched Lo Chi-lang's retreating figure, gritting her teeth and thinking, "Lo Chi-lang, you just wait." In the middle of the night, Lo Chi-lang woke up feeling thirsty. She discovered that Back Vong wasn't there. "It's so late, where could he have gone?" She got some water and walked along the corridor looking for Back Vong. Seeing him drinking alcohol, she couldn't help but be startled. In the dead of night, why was he out drinking alone? "Back Vong, what's wrong? Is there something bothering you?" "I'm fine." Back Vong answered her, while raising the bottle to his lips, continuing to drink. Lo Chi-lang quickly stopped him. "Don't drink anymore. Dr. Tan has been staying at home lately. Let me take you to see him now." "No need, it's just an old ailment. It's better to have it checked anyway." As she spoke, Lo Chi-lang helped him stand up. However, they had barely taken a few steps when Back Vong collapsed. Lo Chi-lang panicked. "Is your leg hurting?" "Tonight after we returned, I even put a special medicinal patch on it for him. How could it be hurting this much? Moreover, his symptoms seem a bit similar to when my grandfather had leg pain." She hesitantly asked, "Do you have rheumatism?" Back Vong clutched his leg and laughed bitterly. "Terrible, isn't it? Only 25 years old and already having an old person's disease. Indeed, no one in the family knows about it. They've never cared about me anyway. How could they possibly know?" Lo Chi-lang tried to help him up again, but couldn't. "You should still see a doctor in this condition." "I don't want to go. His leg relapsed because of me. I really can't ignore this." Thinking this, she suggested helping him soak his feet. Lo Chi-lang took Back Vong back to the room to soak his feet. As she massaged his feet, she said, "In the past, when my grandfather's leg hurt, my grandmother would massage it like this for him. If it hurts later, tell me to stop, okay?" Seeing her being so adorable, Back Vong couldn't help but caress her face. Lo Chi-lang didn't forget to remind him, "You have an old leg condition. Be more careful in the winter from now on. Usually, avoid cold and don't kneel on the ground. You're paying attention, isn't that enough?" Anyway, she likes to worry like this. "In the future, I won't need to remember these precautions." Contrary to his thoughts, Lo Chi-lang was thinking, "I can't stay by his side forever. How can I help him remember these things?" After soaking their feet, the two returned to the bedroom. Luo Zhiling curiously asked, "When did you develop this condition?" "I don't remember clearly. It seems to have been a long time." "Was it when you were young at the casino?" "I slept in a cage like dogs for several years. Rain, wind, storms, and snow all while in there. The illness isn't just from that." "What about that fire at the casino?" "It wasn't me. The casino burned due to an electrical issue. By then, I'd already gotten used to living in the cage. That day, even when the fire spread, I didn't run from the cage." "Why didn't Grandma and Dad know?" "Didn't they ask you?" "Because they had too many other things to worry about. They're not like you, who only has me in your heart." Bai Ming, tomorrow come with me to the hospital for a checkup. His health needs long-term treatment. In the future, we should find time to take him for checkups. Sleep well, Bai Ming. The two embraced and fell asleep. The next day at the Bai family's medical room, the doctor informed Luo Zhiling, the eldest young madam, "If you have lower back pain, it's normal. Pay attention to rest and maintain a good mood. If the young master isn't home at night, it's best if you have a maid stay with you. It would be better." "All right, I understand. Thank you, doctor." Just as the doctor left, Bai Chung arrived carrying a gift box. He naturally called her sister in a friendly manner. Last night, when Bai Meng was home, he clearly called her sister-in-law. But now it's different. "If you need to use the medical room, I'll step out first." No need. I came to apologize to you, sister. I've already spoken to Aunt Ran last night. From now on, she won't behave like that anymore. This is an apology gift. I hope you can forgive her. Upon seeing the gift, Luo Zhiling seemed quite surprised. I feel that an apology should come from the person involved. It would be more appropriate. Looking at the gift in by Cheng's hand, Luo Zhiling thought of her third brother. However, she reminded herself not to. Even if she wanted to, she couldn't take it from his hands. If Bai Meng found out, it would be very troublesome. Are you being cautious with me? In the past, when I came to Jiangnan, you would pull me to play together. Afraid I'd be bullied by others, but now you don't even want to say a word to me. Mr. Chung, I'll say this for the last time. You should call me sister-in-law. I am the wife of your eldest brother. As an adult, you should maintain some sense of propriety. Discretion is a basic quality, but I don't want to call you that. He basically doesn't deserve you. He never showed up at your wedding. He doesn't even wear a ring on his hand. The marriage only happened last night. Doesn't he know that after beating Aunt Ran, father will only take it out on you? He's never thought about you. But the moment he hit me back, I was very happy. That's enough. From now on, let's be strangers. Please don't come looking for me anymore. I don't want to cause a rift between me and your eldest brother again. But I always thought you would marry me. This is exactly what you said, isn't it? Listen to what he's saying. Luo Zhiling couldn't help but feel a bit panicked. She turned and told him, if you dare say such things in front of Bai Wang, I won't let you off easily. You're afraid. You're afraid that Big Brother will find out about your past. I never had any past with you. It was just a momentary joke. If you really say it, it won't benefit you at all. You're already so afraid. Are you afraid of hurting Big Brother's feelings? Or are you afraid of Big Brother's methods? If I wanted to say it, I would have said it long ago. Don't worry, I won't harm you. On the way back to her room, Luo Zhiling couldn't help but think. I always thought he had long forgotten about this. I didn't expect he's been remembering it all these years. She recalled that at some party, everyone wanted to introduce boyfriends to her. At that time, she had frankly said, I like gentle, polite, and pure people like Bai Tang. If I were to marry, I'd marry him. If Bai Wang found out about this, the consequences would be unimaginable. While she was still lost in thought, Bai Wang came over and asked with concern, what's wrong? Why are you sweating so much? You haven't done anything to wrong me, have you? Luo Zhiling wiped her tears and smiled at Bai Wang. It's nothing. I just came back from the infirmary, and I'm a bit tired. Bai Wang gently caressed her cheek and instructed, be good and wait for me at home. Luo Zhiling watched Bai Wang's back as he left. She thought to herself, forget it, the matter with Bai Tang should be taken one step at a time. If I act rashly now and handle it poorly, it will only make things more complicated. 3 months later, at the Li family banquet, Bai Tang cheerfully waved to Luo Zhiling. Sister-in-law, are you attending the after-party alone? Luo Zhiling turned away, not wanting to pay attention to him. She had made herself clear last time, yet he still. At this moment, she heard people discussing a folding screen. This screen is actually embroidered on both sides. It's truly beautiful. I heard it's a relic of Master Chen Qi. It's an invaluable treasure. Luo Zhiling was shocked. It was a gift her grandparents gave her for her 55th birthday. At this time, she heard the host announce, thank you all for attending our banquet to reveal the gender of the Li family's baby. To show our gratitude, our master has specially brought out a folding screen named Young Girl Xiao Lu. To create this screen, the whole family started preparing 3 years in advance. At that time, her grandparents and Master Chun Chi designed it together. Her mother went to find the silk threads. Her father and brothers made the frame of the screen together. Every stitch on it represents their dedication. The master said whoever could use a musical instrument to win the loudest applause from everyone would be able to take this folding screen away. At this moment, Bai Tang said to the Li family member, can he try? Bai Tang wanted to use this folding screen to force her to accept his gift. Right, I must get this folding screen, she thought. Then Luke Qilang also came over and said he wanted to try too. Sister-in-law, you're pregnant. It's not convenient for you to go. Wait until I win. I'll give it to you. Luke Qilang walked past him and went up to his zither. What I want should still be obtained by my own efforts. All right then. Li Tran looked down at the two of them and thought to himself, sister-in-law competing with her brother-in-law. This is interesting indeed. At this moment, Back Vong also arrived outside. The Li family members saw him and warmly welcomed him. Back Vong, you've returned from Vukmon. Come in and have a seat. I met your father recently. He praised you for working with increasingly similar mannerisms to his. Back Vong didn't care about what they said and directly asked where Luke Qilang was. Your wife and your brother are having a musical instrument competition. Two Li family members saw Back Vong enter and whispered to each other. Look, he came for his wife. Remember, his father was the same back then. Wherever Tin Tuet went, he would follow. It's just a pity that when Bak Vong's mother died, everything changed. Inside the room, Bak Duong and Luke Chi Lang were playing instruments. Everyone couldn't help but praise how different those who studied abroad were. Indeed, quite distinct. Young Master Bak plays so well. Yes, the zither paired with the piano. It's both unique and beautiful. The combination of these two can truly be called perfect. Well done, sister-in-law. You play so beautifully. I declare this folding screen belongs to you. Mrs. Duong stood up and said to Luke Chi Lang, I always thought you were better at piano, sister-in-law. I didn't expect you to play the zither so well too. You're too kind. Thank you for letting me win. Vong has arrived. Why do I feel like he's not happy seeing my performance with Bak Duong? Bak Vong walked over, took Luke Chi Lang's hand, and asked, Why did you suddenly have a music competition with Bak Duong? I wanted to win to get this. This was a gift from Grandpa and Grandma for my 15th birthday. Big brother, you're back. Sister-in-law was really amazing today. Mrs. Duong politely greeted him, but was ignored by Bak Vong. Tell him to stop humiliating himself in the future. The sight of them standing together is very irritating. A servant respectfully came to Luke Chi Lang to announce, The ceremony is about to begin. Please everyone proceed to the back garden. Madam, regarding the folding screen, I'll have someone wrap it up for you. After the party ends, I'll have it brought to your car, if that's all right. Thank you for your trouble. On the stage, Mr. and Mrs. Lee Man T gave an emotional speech. First, we thank you all for being here to celebrate this joyous news with us. We feel very honored. Usually Bin T is very afraid of pain, but someone like her is willing to face countless risks to carry and give birth to a new life for me. I'm very grateful to her. The audience below all applauded in congratulation. Only Bak Vong seemed uninterested. He asked Luke Chi Lang what was there to applaud for, because they're so happy. Everyone is moved by them. Today's banquet is to invite us to hear their love story. Isn't today when the two young ladies of the Lee family specially prepared a ceremony to reveal the baby's gender? There are people filming and taking photos beside them. It will be used as growth records for the child later, recording every bit of how a child is eagerly awaited by their parents. So when will we have our ceremony? Doesn't everyone have to hold this ceremony? Not everyone will have a party like this. The two young ladies of the Lee family are doing this because they like the feeling of ceremony. That's why they're doing it. You don't want to do it. No need. I already know the baby's gender. Besides, I'm already over 7 months pregnant. We've long missed the opportunity to hold this ceremony. Seeing Bai Yong ask about the baby's gender, Lu Jiling nodded and said their child is a boy. I've known the gender since I was 4 months pregnant. Bai Yong was a bit unhappy. He frowned and asked why she didn't tell him. You never asked. He's never cared about the baby's matters. How could I take the initiative to tell him? These past 2 months you've been too busy. Every time you come home, you just sleep. I didn't want to bother you with this small matter. Anyway, whether the baby is a boy or girl is the same. Bai Yong was unhappy. He looked at Lu Jiling with self-reproach. Others have ceremonies, but she doesn't. She didn't even open her mouth to ask for one. Others specially hold celebration parties to reveal the baby's gender. But I only conveniently learned about this from her mouth after she's been pregnant for 7 months. Seeing his expression, Lu Jiling was a bit surprised. Are you angry? Looking at his expression, could it be that he wanted to know about the baby's situation? But if he wanted to know, he should have asked me earlier. While the two were talking, Li Zheng ran over. With a smile as bright as a big flower, he said loudly, I have a niece. This old man is about to become an uncle. Bai Yong stood up and called him over to talk. Lu Jiling sighed. It seems she'll have to comfort him again in a while. In the Li family's room, Li Zheng asked Yonggu with some concern, Why did you suddenly call me over? Why are gender reveal ceremonies for babies so popular now? Many people have done this ceremony before. It's to show importance to the pregnant wife and anticipation for the baby. It's also a form of social interaction among wealthy families. Normally, pregnant women by the 4th month can know the gender of the fetus. This is common knowledge. Bai Yong felt like a knife stabbed his heart. This is common knowledge, yet he didn't even know about this. Meanwhile, Li Zheng continued talking nonstop. Last time, my second sister's wedding wasn't smooth. I wanted to make up for her regrets. So I told the doctor not to tell my second sister the gender of their child. I wanted to give them a surprise today. Why didn't you tell me this before? Did you ask? Bak Vong gritted his teeth as he was stabbed in the heart for the second time. If I don't ask, you won't take the initiative to tell me. You clearly know my knowledge is limited. Why can't you teach me? Bak Vong was angry. Li Tran quickly hugged his legs and flattered him. Brother Vong, I was wrong. I'm young and ignorant. I shouldn't have kept it from you. For the future 1-month celebration and weekly celebrations for your and sister-in-law's baby, leave it to me. I'll definitely do a great job. There's also the 1-month celebration. Brother Vong, I see sister-in-law's belly is so big, she must be due soon. When the time comes, leave the 1-month celebration to me. You just need to prepare a gift for sister-in-law. Bak Vong wondered if he still had to prepare a gift. Of course, women go through 10 difficult months, risking their lives to give birth to your child. As a husband, you should definitely prepare a gift. Thank you. My brother-in-law has already prepared a gift. It's a large cruise ship named after sister. Bak Vong pondered. What others have, Lo Chi-lang must have too. After thinking, he stood up and told Li Chan to give him the plan for the 1-month celebration. It must be the biggest in North Zhang, understand. When the time comes, I'll definitely make the 1-month celebration the biggest in the country. At this time, Lo Chi-lang was waiting for Bak Vong in the garden. The ceremony is over. Why hasn't Bak Vong returned? While she was waiting for Bak Vong, someone from the Li family rushed over to inform her. Mrs. Bak, it's not good. The folding screen is nowhere to be found. After everyone went to watch the unveiling ceremony, I told someone to take the folding screen down to the first floor. As a result, when I went to check, I found it was gone. I just got the folding screen, and in the blink of an eye, it's gone. It's too coincidental. Madam, our second young miss said about this matter, we will definitely investigate thoroughly and give you an answer. Butler, please tell the second young Miss Lee I understand her intention. Today's banquet ending perfectly is quite important. As for the folding screen matter, let's wait until after the banquet. Her previous wedding was already in chaos. This time, if we cause a commotion over the folding screen, basically all of her major life events will be ruined. Madam, you are understanding and reasonable. On behalf of the young miss, I thank you. Don't worry, we will definitely find your folding screen and return it to you. At the sun, Bak Vong was racking his brain. This board meeting cannot be careless. As he just stepped out of the study, he saw Lo Chi-lang sitting outside waiting. Bak Vong, what are you doing here? I wasn't good today. Don't be angry. From now on, no matter what happens, I'll take the initiative to tell you, okay? Are you sitting here afraid? I'd be angry. Since coming home, you've been cooped up in the study. You didn't even eat dinner. I was afraid you'd be hungry, so I specially prepared dinner for you. I'm in the study because there's a group meeting the day after tomorrow. I have many things to deal with. If I don't give Bak Tran Van a satisfactory answer, how can I become the heir of the Bak family? How can she be at ease? So that's how it is. It seems my suffering this time was in vain, right? What do you want to do after giving birth? Li Chan said that young ladies like you, after giving birth, all receive gifts. What do you want? I'll prepare in advance. She comes from a noble background. Now she's my wife. How can she have less than others? Lo Chi-lang replied while getting food. Bak Vong, don't trouble yourself. By your side, I have everything. I don't need ceremonies or gifts. You mean you don't want anything money can buy? Well, let me think. She really wanted to tell him, I want everything belonging to the Locke family. In Jiangnan, suddenly she remembered something. Then she asked him to give her a painting. If one day you can paint again, could you paint one for me? Bak Vong hasn't painted for a long time. She thought that in the short term, he probably wouldn't be able to paint. The time she and Bak Vong spent together was already plenty. No need to cause more trouble. Otherwise, it would be quite troublesome when it's time to settle accounts. At this moment, Lo Chi-lang received a message from Lai Man Ti. Sorry for bothering you so late. I've investigated the folding screen matter. It was stolen by a temporary maid named Hoa Bin. For this banquet, I invited quite a lot of guests, so I hired temporary staff from outside. I'm truly sorry this happened suddenly. But don't worry, the police are pursuing her. I'll notify you immediately when there's news. She suddenly came to work at the Lai family and was able to steal such a large folding screen. There must be someone directing her behind the scenes. At this time, someone named Fong True messaged Lo Chi-lang. If you want the screen, then at 4 p.m. tomorrow, bring jewels worth 2 billion to Phi Tui Beach. Lo Chi-lang knew this Fong True. She smirked. The day after tomorrow is the shareholders' meeting. Appearing suddenly at such a crucial time, how interesting. At this moment, on the beach, Uncle Fong's voice could be heard scolding a young man. You unfilial son, quickly bring out the folding screen. That belongs to the Locke family. It's not something you can touch. I told you. I'll ask Lo Chi-lang to bring money, and I'll return it to her. She's now the young mistress of the Back family. She has money. Why are you worried about her? What despicable words are you saying? Uncle Fong spoke while drawing a knife, intending to stab the young man. Lok Lang arrived just in time to stop him. Uncle Fong, stop. Don't do something foolish because of someone like this. Young mistress, it's all my fault. I failed to discipline this unfilial son. After I learned he stole the Lok family's folding screen, I rushed over here immediately. I think rather than letting this unfilial son misbehave, it's better for a father like me to end him with my own hands. Fong Tru was chased by 2 bodyguards. While running, he shouted at Lok Lang, "Don't you want the folding screen anymore? Hurry up and tell them to stop." Lok Lang told the 2 bodyguards to stop, then approached Fong Tru. He held a large knife and loudly told her, "Quickly hand over the 2 billion worth of jewels. I'll return the folding screen to you. Giving you money is easy, but you must tell me first who told you to do this. Otherwise, how come Hoa Bin suddenly came to work as a servant at the Lai family? And how did you 2 know about the information that the Lai family has Lok's folding screen? Stop talking nonsense. Quickly give me the jewels. If not, your folding screen will disappear. Miss, don't give money to this wretched creature. All right, I'll tell someone to bring out the jewels now. No matter what, we must calm down Fong Tru first, then think of another way to ask." While she was talking to Fong Tru, the woman named Hoa Bin, holding a knife, rushed towards Lok Lang. "You bitch, I want to kill you." Just as the knife was about to stab her, a figure shielded Lok Lang. The knife slashed across his hand. Lok Lang was extremely surprised. Baek Duong, why was he here? The woman was quickly subdued by the bodyguards. Baek Duong held his injured arm and asked Lok Lang with concern, "Are you all right, sister?" "Young madam, it's not good. Fong Tru has escaped." "How could we let him escape? Looks like it's about to rain heavily. Let's find a place to take shelter first." Everyone went to an abandoned house. The bodyguard bandaged Baek Duong's wound. Lok Lang also spoke up, thanking him for saving her earlier. "There's no need to thank me. As long as you're safe, that's all that matters. But why did you appear here? This is no longer a resort. Usually no one comes here." Baek Duong honestly said he followed her here. "Tomorrow is the shareholders meeting. Both my eldest brother and I have to give presentations. I don't know why, but I suddenly felt a bit nervous, so I thought I'd go to your tea house to relieve some stress." At the tea house earlier, when Lok Lang arrived, she was informed by the staff that Uncle Fong had gone to Jade Beach. Half an hour ago, after Uncle Fong received a phone call, he angrily grabbed a large knife and rushed out. He kept cursing nonstop, calling someone an ungrateful and unfilial bastard. "I was worried something might happen to Uncle Fong, so I called you." Lok Lang immediately told the bodyguard. Uncle Fong ran to Jade Beach with a knife. He might want to kill Dong Tru. Later, no matter what happens, you must protect Uncle Fong well. "Don't continue, ma'am." At that time, I felt her expression wasn't right. I was a bit worried, so I followed. Unexpectedly, this happened. I know my behavior wasn't appropriate, but now I'm glad I came here. Glancing at the girl tied up on the floor, Lok Lang thought silently about Bin Fong. Fong Tru, Hoa Bin, and Baek Duong all appeared at Phi Tui Beach at the same time. What a coincidence. At this moment, the guard outside came in to announce that the eldest madam and second young master. "This is not good. Because of the heavy rain, our only way out has been blocked. The entire beach has no signal at all, which means we are completely trapped here now." Lok Lang calmly said to everyone, "If that's the case, let's wait here first. After the rain stops, we'll think of another way. Sister-in-law, here's a blanket I brought from the car. It's cold at night. Please wrap it around you." Mrs. Duong handed the blanket to Lok Lang with a worried expression. "I just feel that everything happening today could very well be a plot. Because tomorrow is the company's shareholders meeting. At this time, something suddenly happens. Don't you think there's a problem? Think about it. Now we're trapped on this beach. Big Brother will surely be very worried and look for you. What if we can't get out tomorrow either? Will Big Brother be in the mood to attend the meeting? You mean we're trapped here to target Baek Fong? Yes, I think what happened today could be Aunt Ha's doing. It could also be my mother's doing. However, if it's my mother, once she discovers I'm also trapped here and can't attend tomorrow's meeting, she'll certainly find a way to rescue me." Lok Lang asked him, puzzled, "Why do you want to tell me all this? Even dragging your own mother into it?" "Because I don't want to hide anything from you. I believe you're smart enough to have these kinds of suspicions as well. You might even think my appearance here is problematic. But I want to tell you that what my mother does doesn't represent me. I will never harm you. You and the shareholders meeting are very important to Big Brother. I don't know what Big Brother will ultimately choose. Lok Chi Lang interrupted him. She confidently said, he doesn't need to choose. I'll go help, that's enough. Ba Duong was a bit confused, wondering what she meant by those words. At No Dong Institute, after talking to his grandmother, Bak Vong asked in surprise what? Lok Chi Lang isn't home tonight, right? When Chi Lang left, she told me she met an old friend she hadn't seen in a long time and wanted to catch up. If the meeting ends late, she'll stay at her friend's place and not come back. This little Chi Lang usually doesn't socialize much. It's rare for her to have friends in Jiangbei. Catching up is quite good. Bak Vong said unhappily, what's so good about it? Usually, she's always around me. Why did I suddenly remember to look for an old friend today? At this moment, Bak Vong also received a message from Lok Chi Lang. Bak Vong, I met an old friend today who's very talkative. She insists on having me sleep at her place. I won't be coming home tonight. The ointment is on the bedside table. Remember to apply it after your shower, then sleep comfortably. Tomorrow, after the shareholders meeting ends, I'll come pick you up. She also sent a selfie. Seeing her so happy, Bak Vong couldn't help but feel annoyed. How can she be so happy at someone else's house? He dialed her number, but received another message. My phone is about to die. My friend doesn't have a charger. I can't send you any more messages. Seeing that Lok Chi Lang's number was unreachable, Bak Vong knew something was wrong and hurriedly went out. Grandmother saw this and called after him. Bak Vong, where are you going? It's about to rain outside. Finish your meal before you go. Looking at the gloomy sky outside, Bak Vong couldn't help but think this isn't right. Tomorrow is the shareholders meeting. She cares about me possibly becoming the heir of the Bak family. She absolutely cannot leave at this crucial moment. At Bak Chan Vanna's villa, a servant rushed in to report. Sir, it's not good. The young master has found a group of people from somewhere. They've blocked all roads leading out of the house. Moreover, they're aiming guns at our doors. At that moment, Bak Vong strode in confidently. Bak Chan Van, annoyed, asked Bak Vong, what are you doing? Cleaning house on behalf of my father. Grandmother, worried, ran over to ask Bak Vong if something had happened to Chi Lang. Bak Non, hearing this, panicked and asked if something had happened to her too. Bak Non, what do you mean by two? Mother Chen Vin, Bak Duong suddenly disappeared today. I've called him several times, but no one answered. Tomorrow is the shareholders meeting. Both Bak Vong and Bak Duong need to present. Now he and Chi Lang have suddenly gone missing. It seems to be targeting tomorrow's meeting. If Chi Lang is in trouble, Bak Vong can't focus on work. If they can't attend tomorrow's meeting, the person who benefits most is. As you see, Van Phi spoke. He glanced meaningfully at Ha Mai Tin, causing her to stand up angrily and speak loudly. The shareholders meeting happens every year. My Bactrin is still so young. If I can stop it today, can I stop it next year? Besides, if you have patience, show the evidence. Say I harmed your child. I could say your child and Lok Chi Lang conspired to run away together. Ba Vong darkened his face and immediately pointed a gun at her head, making her sweat in fear. He coldly spoke, Ha Mai Tin, you'd better think carefully before you speak. I'm not talking nonsense. I have evidence. As she spoke, Ha Mai Tin pulled out a stack of photos from her handbag. That day, after Bak Duong returned, I saw him always standing outside the infirmary, looking inside and smiling. For a long time before he went in for a while. In the end, the person who came out was Lok Chi Lang. Today, Bak Duong also came to Lok Chi Lang's tea house. As soon as Lok Chi Lang left the tea house, Bak Duong immediately followed. You say it's normal, but why would a brother-in-law follow his sister-in-law? Isn't this clearly a problem? After looking at the photos, Bak Non loudly claimed that it was clearly a false accusation. They are family. Is it not allowed for them to meet and talk? Stop it. Look at brother too. Is that how one looks at a sister-in-law? My brother naturally has such gentle eyes. He looks at you the same way. Mrs. Tran Van finally stood up and spoke. Our people will send someone to search. For tomorrow's shareholders meeting, you should quickly go and do what you need to do now. However, Bak Vong didn't listen to him. He coldly rushed out. Mrs. Tran Van called after him. If you leave, you're giving up the back air position. Giving up everything for a woman, is it worth it? Until Lok Chi Lang is safe, no one here should dream of leaving then son even half a step. You want to imprison us. Bak Vong turned his head, his eyes white with rage, and uttered a few words. Perhaps it's annihilation. At midnight in Bien Phi Thui's abandoned house, Mrs. Duong sat next to Lok Chi Lang and curiously asked, "That's right. Earlier, when you said you'd help Big Brother choose this path, what did you mean?" "It's nothing. I hope Bak Vong can become the heir of the Bak family." Hearing what she said, Bak Duong sadly lowered his head. "Sister, you're in such a situation and still thinking about Big Brother. But he doesn't understand your thoughts at all. In the Bak family situation, if Bak Vong doesn't become the heir, then the child in my womb won't be safe. No matter what, Bak Vong must successfully attend the shareholders' meeting tomorrow." At this moment, suddenly the wound on Bak Duong's hand started bleeding again. Lok Chi Lang concernedly asked, "Should I bandage it for you? Uncle Fong and the others have been tired all day. Now only you can help him." "Thank you, sister." This time after bandaging, then, while Lok Chi Lang was bandaging Bak Duong's wound, she heard a loud noise outside. Right after, Bak Vong entered with an ice-cold expression. Lok Chi Lang was shocked, as if not believing her eyes. "Bak Vong, why is he here?" Lok Chi Lang was startled and dropped the bandage roll. She had clearly set up a message to send to him. How did he still discover this place? Mrs. Duong was also surprised. She quickly spoke up, "Big Brother, why did you come here in such bad weather? The only exit from Phi Tui Beach has been blocked by rocks." Mrs. Vong coldly glanced at everyone, then ordered, "Get out, all of you." "Me." Uncle Fong was worried about Lok Chi Lang, but she reassured him. "Uncle Fong, please go to the next room to avoid the rain. I need to talk to Bak Vong about something." The old lady quickly stood in front of Lok Chi Lang, preventing Bak Vong from getting close to her grandson. "I think you must have misunderstood something, brother. My sister-in-law and I are here by coincidence. She was almost injured earlier." Bak Vong didn't want to hear his explanation. He pulled out his gun and pointed it at his face, saying he didn't understand human language. Fearing something might happen, Lok Chi Lang told Bak Duong to leave first. Watching him leave, Bak Vong was still irritated. He kicked hard, making Bak Duong fall to the ground, then had his men drag Bak Duong outside. He angrily pointed the gun at Lok Chi Lang, asking why she had deceived him. "Mrs. Duong is your old classmate, isn't she? I can explain. I thought you had been kidnapped, so I immediately blocked all of Bak Ra's roads. I even confined Bak Tran Van at home. Hamai Tin said you ran after Bak Duong. Then I remembered what my men had reported. Mr. Vong, it's like this. That message and the photo of the eldest daughter-in-law were scheduled messages sent to you. So I don't think she was forced by anyone. She must have left voluntarily." The old lady said, when she told me she was going to handle some business, her demeanor was normal, not like someone who had been kidnapped. "I ignored that and had my people check your 2 messages. Finally, we discovered they were scheduled messages. I was thinking, how could the woman who always said she loved me suddenly deceive me? I thought, no matter what, I had to see it with my own eyes to know the truth of the matter. As a result, I risked climbing over, and what did I see? I saw you changing his bandages. I saw you two sitting by the fire, laughing and talking." Hearing what Bak Vong said, Lok Chi Lang couldn't help but tremble. "You climbed over. You're really crazy. The weather is so bad now, and the road is so narrow. During your climb, if anything had happened, even with your skills, you would have been buried alive there." Bak Vong coldly leaned close to her face and asked, "Unexpected, isn't it? Not only could I find you, but I could also chase you down to your face." Lok Chi Lang bit her lip hard. She tried to explain, "Bak Duong and I don't have any relationship. The reason I deceived you was because—" Bak Vong interrupted her. "Because you've been engaged since childhood. Even if you two ran away together, it would just be considered old lovers reuniting, right?" Lok Chi Lang was surprised that he even knew about this. Lok Chi Lang tried to explain, "That was just a joke. At that time, I thought the eldest son of the Bak family was Bak Duong. You know, I've always admired your paintings. It's a good reason. If you hadn't gone to Jade Beach, I would have believed you. Even for a secret affair, this isn't a good place. Everything here is in tatters. There's not even a bed. Why would you want to stay outside?" This time, Lok Chi Lang couldn't hold back anymore. She angrily slapped Bak Vong for his insolent mouth. She firmly told him, "Even death row inmates have a chance to appeal. But you won't even give me a chance to explain. Bak Vong, does this make any sense to you?" Bak Vong painfully held his head, because he had already heard enough. "You're just like those other people. Betraying others always have countless excuses to justify yourselves. Remember this in your next life. Either don't deceive, don't betray, or don't explain." Bak Vong pointed the gun at Lok Chi Lang's head. His finger was already on the trigger, making everyone terrified. Lok Chi Lang also trembled, holding her belly. "No, the baby is already over 7 months. I can't wait for death." Thinking this, she pretended to be weak and said to Bak Vong, "I thought after living together for so long, you would at least have some trust in me. But from beginning to end, you've never trusted me. Your past, your pain. Why should I bear the brunt of your suspicions? She was so upset that tears welled up. Bak Vong's body also trembled because of this. To help you stand firm in Saigon's entertainment industry, I constantly built relationships with families in North River to help you because your leg hurt. I poured tea for Hong Trung Wai for a whole month, hoping he would help you find a suitable prescription. To make you happy, no matter how late you came home, I always waited for you. All my emotions are tied to you. How could I have any thoughts for other men? Clearly, I knew going to Jade Beach this time could be dangerous. I clearly knew you were the most suitable person to come rescue me, but I still set up a timed message to send to you. I did this so that tomorrow you could smoothly attend the shareholders meeting. Only now did Bak Vong realize everything she did was for him. Before, I won the folding screen at the live family party. But later, the screen was stolen by Hoa Bin and Fong Tru. Then Fong Tru used the screen to blackmail me. Uncle Fong knew about this and rushed alone to Jade Beach. I was worried about Uncle Fong's safety, so I followed. As she spoke, she showed Bak Vong the message from Fong Tru for Bak Duong. He said when he arrived at the tea house, he noticed my face hurriedly leaving. He was worried something happened to me, so he followed. That's what happened. Hearing her explanation, Bak Vong couldn't help but think. Bak Duong was worried about you, so he followed. Is it all just a coincidence? Bak Vong, I admit that even if I can't reciprocate your feelings, we could have easily come together or parted ways. I never expected us to end up like this today. If you can't trust me, then go ahead and do it. Let's end it here. Luke Chi Lang smiled, thinking to herself. Anyway, the end result would be the same. Bak Vong finally lowered his gun. She's really crazy. What does she mean by end it here? If she hadn't come to Phi Tui Beach, then how would the two of us have ended up like this? Luke Chi Lang asked, You're not going to do it. It's not that I won't, it's that I can't. If that's the case, I'll assume that from now on, you'll always trust me. Even if there's a misunderstanding, you'll listen to my explanation. If you doubt me again in the future, you're a dog. Bak Vong suddenly pulled Luke Chi Lang into his arms and kissed her on the lips. It caught her by surprise. Why is he kissing me now? Luke Chi Lang tried to struggle, but couldn't break free. She then bit his lip forcefully. Bak Vong had to let her go because of the bite. He wiped the blood from his lip and said, You have such a bad temper. I haven't even touched a single hair on your head, and you've already hit and bitten me. Do you believe me now? If you don't believe me, you can go ask Uncle Fong and the others. Ask them if Bak Duong and I did anything inappropriate. I bandaged him earlier because he took a knife from me during the day. His hand was injured, and in the evening, the wound opened up again. I saw that everyone was asleep, so I bandaged it for him. After explaining, Luke Chi Lang approached Bak Vong gently and asked, Are you tired? Why don't you take off your raincoat and rest for a bit? Who knows when the rain will stop? I'm afraid you won't be able to attend the shareholders meeting of the financial groups tomorrow. At a time like this, she's still worried about whether I can attend the meeting or not. It seems I overreacted this time. Phi Tui Beach is dangerous. Why did you bring so few people with you here? I thought it through carefully. If they wanted to kill me, they could have just had Fong Chiu wait at the tea house. There was no need to go to such lengths to use Bin Fong to lure me here. Their goal wasn't to take my life. Perhaps they wanted to use me to trap you here. That way, you wouldn't be able to attend the meeting tomorrow. Anyway, I wasn't afraid. I just came to check it out. I thought I might discover some clues. Did you discover anything? Before coming, I had considered many scenarios, but what I didn't expect was Bak Duong's appearance. I'm suspicious of him. Luke Chi Lang nodded without hesitation. Actually, when I was bandaging him, I also wanted to take the opportunity to probe him. Unfortunately, he was too guarded. I couldn't find out anything. Chasing all evening to get here. You must be hungry. How about I go over and ask them if there's anything to eat in the car? At this moment, Bak Vong suddenly called out. He hugged his legs and collapsed. Luo Zhiling hurriedly ran over and embraced him. What's wrong with him? Is his leg hurting again? Bai Wang, where are you? Bai Wang has fainted. A moment later, Bai Tang also came in to check on the situation. Is Big Brother all right? Luo Zhiling didn't look at him. She wiped Bai Wang's face while saying, I've just applied medicine to him. He's sleeping now. Uncle Fong, they're by your side. Go over there and get bandaged first. No rush. I have a few questions for you now, sister. I was nearby earlier and overheard you talking with Big Brother. So you've been suspecting me since yesterday. Even bandaging my wound was just to probe me. Why do you suspect me? Why haven't you noticed anything? I just thought keeping you here isn't so bad. Bai Wang will have no rivals at the shareholders meeting. He'll have a higher chance of becoming the heir. If I did it, why would I run to this beach? wouldn't it be more beneficial for me to attend the shareholders meeting? You've done well in real estate, but you don't have Bai Wang's decisive tactics, so you can't suppress Uncle Wu's group. Moreover, you've just returned to the country, lacking resources, so you know very well in your heart. At this meeting, father won't give you the heir position. You think compared to that, it's better to be trapped here with me. Perhaps you could use this opportunity to smear Xia Meiqing. Hearing Luo Zhiling's analysis, Bai Wang couldn't hide the bitterness in his heart. So this is how you see me in your heart. These are just my speculations. If I'm wrong, you can hate me. Since you've said this much, what else can I say? Bai Tang, remember this. In the future, even if I die in front of you, don't come to save me. You think I'll cause more trouble for you. You don't care if I hate you. To all of Bai Tang's questions, Luo Zhiling nodded in agreement, causing him to completely lose hope and turn away. I understand. I won't be like this anymore in the future. Seeing Luo Zhiling's unhappiness, Uncle Feng worried about her and came over to comfort her. Miss, are you all right? Actually, I feel the two young masters aren't bad. Today he took a knife for you. Suspecting him like this seems a bit ungrateful, right? But Uncle Feng, I have no choice. Every day in the Bai family is like walking on a tightrope. I can't make a single wrong move. Like today, regardless of Bai Tang's purpose for coming to Jade Beach, I have to make my attitude clear to him. But the Bai eldest young master is too cruel. Tonight, he almost took your life. Seeing Bai Wang lying there sleeping peacefully, Luo Zhiling seemed to realize something was off. Previously, when Bai Wang's leg hurt like this, even if he's asleep, he'll make you sleep uneasily. But now Miss, I feel if it's not good, maybe we should. Afraid Uncle Feng might say something inappropriate. Lao Chi-Lang quickly interrupted Uncle Feng. Even if it's not possible, I will not leave Back Vong unless he no longer needs me. Miss, what's wrong? Why are you suddenly saying such things? Uncle Feng, Back Vong is still here. Uncle Feng looked into Lao Chi-Lang's eyes, seeming to understand what she wanted to say. Could it be that young Master Back is pretending to sleep? But didn't he finish talking with the miss already? Lao Chi-Lang stood up and went to Back Vong's side. Uncle Feng, Back Vong was just betrayed too many times in the past. He's not really doubting me, so I won't blame him. Miss, you're too infatuated. I think although I have no intentions towards Back Duong, but if Back Duong can't see my good intentions, it's right to distance myself from him a bit. So after we return, I'll move back to Dejongdin. The tea house will be in your care. From now on, I'll try not to go out like this so Back Vong can be more at ease. I know you're worried, Uncle Feng. Lao Chi-Lang assured him that she was fine. She loved him. She was willing and content. I hope young Master Back can trust the miss soon. That way, you won't have to be sad anymore. Lao Chi-Lang sighed. Lying down next to Back Vong like this should be enough. I've said this much already. It should be enough to erase his doubts. Back Vong indeed wasn't asleep. He turned and embraced Lao Chi-Lang, a woman who puts her whole heart into me, yet I still doubt her, and repeatedly go to verify. Even when I just held a gun to her head, she still doesn't hold it against me. She's still as attentive and caring as ever. You recall what she just said to Uncle Feng. No matter what happens, I will not leave Back Vong unless he no longer needs me. I love him. I'm willing and content. Back Vong gently kissed Lao Chi-Lang's forehead. It seems this time I was truly wrong. Chi-Chi, from now on, I will always trust you, okay? From now on, I will never doubt you again. Early the next morning, as soon as Lao Chi-Lang woke up, she saw Back Vong preparing food for her. Seeing him like this, it seems he believed what I said yesterday, right? He's really impressive. Last night he pointed a gun at me. Today he can act as if nothing happened. She got up and walked towards him, concernedly asking if his leg was feeling any better. It's fine now. This is fish soup I just reheated. Drink it while it's still hot. Lao Chi-Lang looked at the bowl of fish soup Back Vong offered and couldn't help but wonder. Did you catch all these ingredients yourself? I didn't catch them. Did you expect them to jump into the pot themselves? All right, thank you. But is the stuff inside really edible? I'm pregnant now. Need to pay attention to what we eat. Back Vong blurted out, what's there to fear? If you die, you'll have me. However, he quickly stopped himself. He thought to himself, she doesn't like hearing such things, so I won't say it anymore in the future. Thinking this, he immediately corrected himself and said to her, you're mine. I won't let you die. He's really strange today. Knowing I don't like hearing such things, he changed it right away. Knowing I like eating what he makes, early in the morning he had prepared everything and then waited for me to wake up. All of his actions today seem like he's trying to win me over. Could it be that he knows he was wrong? Knows that he wrongly blamed me last night? While the two were happily eating and chatting, a bodyguard came in to report, young master, we've caught Fong Tru. That guy found a very cramped cave to spend the night. Luckily, we found him in time. Otherwise, he might have frozen to death. When you found Fong Tru, did you see the folding screen? No, the bodyguard shook his head. Lo Chi-lang looked a bit worried. Fong Tru could only find a small cave to hide. So what about the folding screen? He wouldn't have thrown it into the sea, would he? As if understanding her thoughts, Baek Vong held her hand and asked, do you want to go there and see? If so, then let's go. At this moment, Uncle Fong was furiously scolding Fong Tru, saying quickly, where did you put the young Mrs. Folding Screen? You're my father. Why are you helping her? Stop wasting words and hand over the folding screen now. You want the folding screen? Then tell her if I don't see the money, I'll die in the Phi Tui Sea. She can forget about getting the folding screen. While the two were arguing, Baek Vong held Lo Chi-lang's hand and walked in. Wanting to die isn't so easy. His men brought Hoa Bin and threw her in front of Fong Tru. Although captured, she still spoke defiantly. If you have the guts, kill me. Anyway, I've already told my friend before. If anything happens to me, it's definitely Baek Young, mistress of the Back Group, who did it. Baek Vong helped Lo Chi-lang sit down and asked her, have you questioned this woman? Yes. It seems she doesn't know Fong Tru was instructed by someone. She only listened to Fong Tru and came to steal from the Lai family, which means she's useless now. Baek Vong's men behind understood the hint and immediately knocked her unconscious. Fong Tru was now so scared he sat on the ground, stuttering, Dad, save me. Baek Vong took out a dagger, glanced at Fong Tru, and asked, tell me, who exactly instructed you to steal the folding screen? Seeing him too scared to speak, Baek Vong lost patience, clicked his tongue, and said, this is troublesome. Go break his arm. Bah! Duong saw this and spoke up to advise the eldest brother. He's the son of sister-in-law's loyal servant. You should pay attention to the old man's feelings a bit. Don't be too ruthless in your work. I don't need you to teach me how to do my job. If he still won't talk, break his other hand too. Fong Tru fearfully clutched his hand. Please don't, Mr. Baek. I've told you everything. I don't know who the other person is. He's the one who gave me 300,000 at the banquet 2 days ago. He told me to find a way to steal Locke's folding screen and leave. Then I found Hoa Bin and went with her to the Lai family. That person said if I used the folding screen to lure her to Phi Tui Beach, he would give me another 700,000. What did that person look like? Did he have any distinguishing features? What did he say to you? He didn't look old, probably around 30. That day he was wearing a suit. He wore dark glasses the whole time while looking at me. I remember he was wearing a silver watch on his hand. Although I couldn't see his face clearly, I think that person resembled the third young master of the Locke family. Lo Chi-lang was a bit panicked. It can't be. Third brother died in the fire 5 years ago. Besides, even if he were alive, he wouldn't instruct a lowly person to steal the folding screen. Fong Tru, I advise you to tell the truth. Otherwise, everything I said is true. That day I saw the watch on his wrist. It was a slightly old silver watch. There was a green leaf attached to the face. Lok Shai Long var stund. She remembered giving her third brother a watch when they were young. This watch was a gift for brother. Look, I even specially attached a green leaf on it. It's like your name. That's right, Xiao Yi Zi. Sounds like leaf. Thank you, little seven. This is the best birthday gift I've received this year. Even on the day of the fire, third brother was still wearing that watch on his wrist. Could it be that third brother has been alive all these years? She staggered, unable to stand steady. Baek Vong, beside her, supported her. You believe his nonsense. If your third brother were alive, why hasn't he come to see you all these years? That's true. In that fire, except for me, everyone else died in the flames. Third brother couldn't possibly be alive. Fong Tru, I'll ask you one last time. Where is the folding screen? After I and Hoa Bin arrived at Phi Tui Beach, she hid the folding screen. I've told you everything I know. Please spare me. Baek Vong looked at Hoa Bin, who was unconscious on the ground, and ordered his men, wake her up. A bucket of cold water was thrown on Hoa Bin, causing her to regain consciousness immediately. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw a cold gun barrel pointed at her head. Trembling with fear, she stammered, "Don't shoot. I'll take you to find it." Hoa Bin led everyone to a narrow cave that only she could squeeze through. When they entered the stone chamber, Hoa Bin immediately grabbed the prepared oil drum and poured it everywhere. Outside, Mrs. Duong realized the problem and shouted loudly to everyone. "It's not right, there's a smell of oil. Quick, stop her." Hoa Bin, holding a lighter in her hand, warned those outside that no one was allowed to enter. She had prepared for this early on. "If you can't kill me, then I'll destroy the folding screen." Right. Rather than directly killing you, I'd rather see you devastated by others destroying what you love most, but unable to do anything about it. That's why I specifically hid it here. Only I can pass through this partition. Anyway, I can't live, so I might as well burn this folding screen directly to make you live in pain for the rest of your life. As she spoke, she threw the lighter into the rock crevice, immediately engulfing everything in flames. Lok Lang, in anguish, tried to rush forward. No, my folding screen. However, Baek Vong quickly stopped her. Are you crazy? The fire has already spread like this. Even if you go, you can't bring it back. Before Hoa Bin died, her eyes filled with hatred as she looked at Lok Lang and gritted her teeth, saying, Lok Lang, have you ever heard? The curse of a dying person is the most effective. I curse you to never have love in your life. Anyone who gets close to you will die like your parents. I curse you to be poor and sick for life. You'll have nothing good. Lok Lang seemed to collapse. 2 streams of tears flowed down her cheeks as she leaned on Baek Vong's shoulder and cried. It's always like this, giving me hope first, then pushing me into despair. Baek Vong hugged her and wiped the tears that were streaming down her face. The last time she was this distraught was when Kak Na died. This time it's because the folding screen was destroyed. She's become like this again. Don't cry anymore. I'll have someone make an exact replica for you. It's gone forever. After saying just those few words, she fainted. At this moment, Baek Vong's helicopter also arrived. He carried her onto the helicopter. Mr. Vong, should we bring Baek Duong along? Glancing at Baek Duong behind them, who was running while holding the folding screen, Baek Vong irritably asked Baek, do we have extra space on our helicopter? An hour later at the airport, Lok Lang regained consciousness. She sat in one place, dazed and in pain. I couldn't protect anything. Uncle Fong stood beside her, comforting her. Miss, please don't be sad anymore. I did as you said and left 2 bodyguards with Baek Young Master to wait for rescue behind. He also asked me to relay a message to you about the matter of the 3rd Young Master. He said he will definitely investigate thoroughly. If the 3rd Young Master is truly still alive, he will certainly bring him before you. Uncle Fong, I can't rely on him, right? At this moment, Vi Chi ran over in a panic to announce, First Young Mistress, it's not good. Fong Tru, he's dead. Lok Lang and Uncle Fong both seemed unable to believe what they had just heard. They frantically ran to Fong Tru's cell after we landed. I followed orders and guarded outside without leaving for a moment. But when I went in, I found him dead on the floor. Lok Lang clutched her stomach in panic. She couldn't help but think that she got pregnant at Baek family not long ago. Then Uncle Truong died. Recently, just as the Saigon Entertainment Company dispute ended, Kak Na also died. Now, before the shareholders' meeting even takes place, Fong Tru is dead. The Baek family is truly a place that devours people. Uncle Fong painfully embraced Fong Tru's body. It's my fault for not raising him well, letting him become an ungrateful traitor with a wolf's heart. Otherwise, he wouldn't have met this fate. I'm unworthy of being a father. Uncle Fong, please don't be like this. It's my fault. It's all my fault. Miss, when will you be able to leave this man-eating place that is the Baek family? As soon as Baek Vong becomes the heir, we can leave. Meanwhile, Baek Vong was cutting fruits while ordering his people to investigate Baek Duong's affairs. Young Master Vong, I also feel that Baek Duong and sister-in-law being stranded at Phi Tui Si is too coincidental. Sister-in-law clearly suspected him, yet he always talked to sister-in-law. If you say he and sister-in-law have no relationship, I really... Mrs. Vong angrily put a knife to his throat, telling him to only investigate Baek Duong. My woman doesn't like him, understand? Yes, young Master Vong. I spoke out of turn. Remember to connect all 3 incidents. Lok Lang almost falling into the river, Kak Na's suicide, and Fong Tru being killed by his father. These things have been going on until now. There should be a result soon. Upon returning, Lok Lang and Baek Vong immediately went to the shareholders' meeting. However, they were blocked outside by Baek Tran Vanna's bodyguards. The master said, if the young master doesn't take the shareholders' meeting seriously, he doesn't need to attend. The master also said after the shareholders' meeting ends, he will give the young master the results. Lok Lang grabbed Baek Vong's hand and said, at such a crucial moment, don't get emotional. If you want to become the heir of the Baek family, you can't confront your father. Then what do you suggest we do? I heard grandmother say that grandfather before he got old, was a powerful figure. Everyone in the group, high and low, respected him. You're right, we should invite grandfather over. Inside the meeting room, everyone was waiting for Bak Vong and Bak Duong. Uncle Five of the Bak family sighed. These two youngsters are still too young. They even dare to be late for the shareholders meeting. That's not quite right. Although Bak Duong is young, he handles matters steadily. I just met Mrs. UC outside earlier. She said Bak Duong might have been tricked and kidnapped, so he's not intentionally late. According to you, could it be that the young master intentionally arrived late? I heard that the young mistress was kidnapped. The young master had to rush to save her, right? Nowadays, some people have no limits. For the sake of power struggles, they even target pregnant women. Regardless, being late is not acceptable. We should make them suffer a bit, or have them start from a lower position and work their way up. Just then, the meeting room door suddenly opened. Bai Qinglam appeared and loudly asked them, I'd like to see who dares to make my grandson, Bai Qinglam's grandson, do menial work. Old master, how did he suddenly become lucid? Bai Zhengwan hurriedly stood up to greet his father. Father, why are you here? The old master angrily pointed at him and asked if I didn't come, the Bai family would be in chaos. Today I'm saying here, the rules of the Bai family will not change. The eldest son has the responsibilities of the eldest son. Younger brothers and sisters have their own duties. This is not a place for fighting. As he spoke, the old master slammed the table and loudly called for Bai Wong to enter. I announced that from today, Bai Wong officially becomes the assistant to the CEO. The old master's decision shocked everyone. Bai Wong becoming the assistant to the CEO. Isn't that the same as declaring him the heir? Yu Yunfei covered her face in frustration. In time, Bai Wong will directly and smoothly become the heir. What chance does our Bai Tang have now? Outside, Lu Jiling and grandmother were waiting for him. She said to grandmother, it's time for your medicine. I know, quickly, let's invite the old master out. Tell him it's time for his medicine. Yes, madam. Lu Jiling looked at Bai Wong presenting his plan in the room and couldn't help but feel happy. Now that he has become the confirmed heir, he will take a different path from before. He can let go of everything in the past. As soon as the old master came out, he said to Madame Yu Jun, how was my performance just now? Don't forget what you promised me. But then he suddenly held his head. Oh no, what did you just promise me? At this moment, Bai Ruan ran up from behind. So it was you who tricked Grandpa and Grandma. That's not right. I must expose this damn girl's plan. My brother is the real heir. However, Madame Bai quickly ordered the bodyguards stop her and take Madame Yu and the third miss to the resting room. Bai Ruan shouted loudly, you're favoring the eldest brother because Lu Jiling is pregnant. Grandmother, you can't do this. The rules of the Bai family weren't set just today. Before, when you thought Bai Tang was the eldest son, weren't you always talking about the rules? How can you now say, I'm showing favoritism? I just don't understand. Clearly my brother is. If you don't understand, then keep thinking. With that, Madame Bai angrily turned and left. In her own bedroom, Lok Chi Lang looked at the sad items and thought. Clearly, she had put herself in danger. But why did it always end up being the person next to her who died? Why was this happening? Seeing Bak Vong return, she quickly put away the items and stood up to greet him happily. You're back. Are you happy? I've secured the heir position for you. Lok Chi Lang hugged him and nodded. I'm now the most powerful woman in Bak Jia. From now on, everyone in Bak Jia will not dare to disrespect me. Why do you suddenly have this expression? I'm Fine. You've been tired all day today. Let me apply some medicine for you. After that, we'll move to Dejong. Okay. Bak Vong remembered she once told Uncle Fong that they would move to Dejong. He patted her head and nodded happily. That's right. Remember last time you said you were learning foreign languages? I think for sea transportation, when communicating with outsiders, for foreign languages are commonly used. If that's the case, why don't we hire 4 interpreters to accompany you? That way, you can quickly adapt to the language environment. You'll naturally learn it. How many languages do you know? I know a bit of all 4 languages, but compared to professional interpreters, I'm a bit. Knowing is enough. You can teach me then. Now go to the study and find some materials. We'll start teaching me tomorrow. After she left, Bak Vong called her bodyguard to ask about Lok Chi Lang's situation today. After returning, did anything happen? After returning from the group to then son, the young mistress has been staying at home. It's just that during today's shift, I heard the young mistress say she was about to leave back Gia. At that time, you were busy preparing for the meeting. I didn't have time to report to you. Bak Vong was quite surprised. He didn't know why she intended to leave. Bak Vong instructed him, from now on, follow grandmother's orders. Continue to stay by Lok Chi Lang's side and protect her. If anything happens to her, report to me immediately. Thinking about Lok Chi Lang wanting to leave back Gia, Bak Vong couldn't help but tremble. At this moment, Lai Tran called him to inform, Brother Vong, as per your instructions, the month-end plan has been completed. I've just sent you the documents. Remember to check them. Bak Vong said to him sadly, Lok Chi Lang wants to leave back Gia. Sister-in-law wants to leave. When did she tell you? She didn't tell me. It was today after returning from Bien Phi Tui. I went to find her and noticed she was a bit cold. I asked her bodyguard. So the problem stems from Bien Phi Tui. What happened between you two there? I misunderstood her relationship with Bak Duong. Almost fired a shot. Lai Man T, sitting nearby, overheard Lai Trana's phone conversation. She couldn't help but interject what? Almost fired a shot at Chi Lang. If you did that, I would leave too. Second sister, please lower your voice a bit. Brother Vong, it's your sister-in-law. Lai Chan was scared Bak Vong was angry and wanted to explain for Lai Manti. But Bak Vong told him to let her continue speaking. Lai Manti didn't beat around the bush. She went straight to the point. Young master, you're Chi Lang's husband, yet you pointed a gun at her. Have you ever thought about how scared she must have been? She might close her eyes now and imagine you killing her. So it's reasonable that she wants to leave you. Lai Chan heard his sister's straightforward words and was scared to the point of sweating. Sister, that's Brother Vong. You're criticizing him. Aren't you afraid he might come and wipe out our Lai family on the other end of the line? Bak Vong asked Lai Man T what he should do. At this point, you can only try to eliminate Chi Lang's trauma. You must let her know that you won't do such things to her again. As a husband, you should think from Chi Lang's perspective. See what she really wants. Don't make yourself the center of everything. Don't force her to stay by your side. Hearing Lai Man T's words, Bak Vong also recalled what Lok Chi Lang told him at Phi Tui Beach. He suddenly realized that between them, she did lean more towards him. Lai Man T remembered something and told Bak Vong. That's right, I remember when I gave her Nana's ring before, I heard her say she wanted to return to the Lok family in Jiangnan. If you want her to be happy, you could take her back to Jiangnan. Brother Vong, don't worry too much. I think sister-in-law doesn't really want to leave you. She probably said that out of anger in the moment. Think about it. When your loved one points a gun at you, she must have been very heartbroken. When she's hurt, she'll think of her family. I remember before, sister-in-law always collected mementos of the Lok family. I think you can use this to reconnect with her. The old house in Jiangnan, right? I understand. Then the next day at Dezhong Pavilion, Lok Chi Lang, as planned, brought a stack of language materials for Bak Vong. These are the materials I prepared today. Shall we start with English vocabulary? Bak Vong pulled open his desk drawer. When Lok Chi Lang saw the gun in the drawer, she instinctively stepped back, on guard. Bak Vong noticed her change. Indeed, she left because of this. He stood up and handed the gun to Lok Chi Lang. Then he said to her, the gun from Phi Tui Beach, I've had it dealt with. Here, take it. Lok Chi Lang asked him, confused, why are you giving me the gun? To teach you how to shoot. Why do you suddenly want to teach me? So that next time someone points a gun at your head, you can fight back. But it seems the person who pointed a gun at me was you. If there's a next time, you can just kill me. What did you just say? I said if there's a next time, you should kill me first. He's serious. She said to him cheerfully. Bak Vong, I hope you will never point a gun at me. I won't either in the future. Half a month later at the resort village, reading the newspaper article announcing the inheritance rights belonging to Bak Vong, you see Vin Phi couldn't help but get angry. I really didn't expect that Lok Chi Lang, who married into the Bak family less than a year ago, could change the situation of the Bak family to what it is now. Madam, don't be angry. If we want to change the situation, we really could arrange for the young masters to date someone with a better background. That way, they would have hope of becoming the heir. Just then, Bak Duong entered from outside. He coldly said to them, no need. I have no intention of having a girlfriend now. Is it because of Lok Chi Lang, Bak Duong? Can't you have some prospects? You were raised as the eldest son of the Bak family. Which elder in the Bak family doesn't have hopes for you? But what about you? For her, you ran to Bien Phi Tui. You didn't even attend the shareholders' meeting. She's already your sister-in-law. Don't do anything foolish anymore. For Chi Lang to marry your older brother, I put in so much effort. Seeing back, Duong asked so directly. Yu Si Vin Fai couldn't help but feel uneasy and turned away. I don't know what you're talking about. At first, Chi Lang and my brother only got together because they were drugged. The drugging was done by Fong Tru. If there wasn't someone pulling the strings behind the scenes, how could a piece of trash like him do anything? You went to all this trouble just to cut off my hopes with Chi Lang, didn't you? But you didn't realize Chi Lang isn't an ordinary girl. She's the daughter raised by the Luke family. She has real ability. She pulled my brother out of the mud and directly stood above us. The situation of the Back family has become like this. Do you regret it now? Back, Duong? His mother tried to interrupt, but he cut her off. 5 years ago, you said you would take care of Chi Lang for me. As long as I could become the heir, you would let me marry Chi Lang. The Locke family had already fallen by then. She's not worthy of you. Everything I did was for your own good. I don't need your good. If you weren't honest with me from the beginning, then my future path, how I walk it, is none of your concern. Bak Zung Sha Angi Aktita Sok Uk Van Phi. At the Zhongdin, while Lok Chi Lang was teaching Bak Vong how to study English, one of his men called to inform him of some news. Brother Vong, we found Truong Tien Lam in Duong Din Chao. But he refuses to talk no matter what. He wants you to be there in person. Only then will he reveal the truth about the accident years ago. I asked the doctor. This old man probably won't live for many more days. All right, I understand. Seeing that he couldn't concentrate on studying, Lok Chi Lang stood up to leave. If you have business, we can continue another day. Darling, do you know why I initially agreed to marry you? Why are you suddenly asking this? Because it just said. Bak Vong had just shown Lok Chi Lang a video clip on his phone. It showed images of young Bak Vong with his mother. Tich Tuet was leaving the house. Ba Vong told her that his mother took him out at that time. His grandmother was worried, so she sent someone to follow them. This is the video clip that his grandmother sent him that day, forcing him to marry her. She knew he always wanted to know the whole truth about that year. So that day she told him, if he married her, all the clues related to his mother and her possession would be sent to him. Unfortunately, she only had this short video clip. You wanted to know the whole truth about that year, to find your memories from before you were 5 years old. Bak Vong nodded in agreement, because everything he knew before was heard through others. He didn't like that feeling. He wanted to investigate the truth himself. Then he kept investigating this matter. Until half a month ago, he finally found out. The person his mother met that day was Truong Tien Lam, her teacher. After that accident, this old gentleman also disappeared. Now he's in Duong Din Chao, in the southern mountains of Zhongbak. Lok Chi Lang pondered for a moment. If it's in the southern mountains, it's very far from Zhongbak. Given the old gentleman's current health condition, I'm afraid he won't live much longer. If you want to know the truth, you can only go there in person. If I go, what about you? I'm not comfortable leaving you here alone. I can stay at No Dong Institute for a few days. Besides, sometimes the chance to resolve doubts in your heart only comes once. If you miss it, I'm afraid you'll regret it. Bak Vong rubbed his head, not wanting to think anymore. He sighed and said, that old man can live for however many days he can. If he can't, then so be it. For me now, you're more important than me. Having to witness our child's birth in person. That's the only way I'll feel at ease. Lok Chi Lang was quite surprised by his decision. Before, he wouldn't care about her pregnancy condition. He also wouldn't pay attention to her mood. But now, between his mother and her, he chose her for her safety, even willing to let go of the truth about his mother. Could it be that now he and her? Bak Vong saw her lost in thought and patted her head, telling her it's getting late. Get some rest soon. Bak Vong, I think you should still go. Mr. Truong is cautious. He'll only reveal the truth when he sees the person. Not only that, over the years, there might have been others who came to inquire about this matter. So he doesn't dare to let his guard down. I know, but now you. Lok Chi Lang quickly interrupted him and advised. In the eyes of many people, his mother was an adulteress who abandoned her home and harmed her child wandering for over a decade outside. But I know in his eyes, mother is not that kind of person. In the story, she always held his hand, pushing him forward so he could live on. So Bak Vong, I hope you can find out the truth. Clear up the obstacles in your heart. Bak Vong, please go. I want your life to be fulfilled without regrets. Then I'll wait for you to return. If you go, you must bring some people with you. Be careful. Before leaving, Bak Vong gathered all his people. He announced a plan to them. This afternoon, I'm preparing to go to the southern mountains. And what you need to do is to guard Chi Lang. Use your lives to protect her. Guys, I heard Bak Vong say that and I feel a bit uneasy. Vong, the southern mountains are far. It's too dangerous for you to go alone. That's right. Now that you've become the heir recognized by the inner circle, others from the Back family will surely target you. Seeing that everyone wasn't following orders, Back Vong angrily shouted, "Don't you understand? If when I'm not here, Lok Shi Lang suffers even the slightest harm, then when I return, I'll kill all of you, not sparing a single one." Lok Shi Lang's due date is approaching. At this crucial time, we must increase protection. At the southern mountains of Duong Din Chao, Back Vong arrived at the old master's place. Tik Tuet's teacher, Truong Tien Lam. He was lying very weakly on the bed. Seeing Back Vong arrive, he whispered, "You are Tik Tuet's son. You really are her son. Quickly, let me look at you. Come closer, so I can see you." Back Vong went up to him and asked directly, "If you know anything, you can say it. Actually, your mother didn't run away with another man that day. She just wanted to come see me. Outside, they all said she ran off with a man. It was all because that devil woman spread the rumors. All the truth is here." As he spoke, he handed Back Vong a USB drive. Just as Back Vong received the USB, Truong Tien Lam was shot dead by someone. Back Vong turned around startled, discovering his men had also been hit. He immediately threw himself out the window and ran alone into the mountains. A group of people chased after him. With no other choice, Back Vong jumped into the sea. At home, Lok Shi Lang was extremely worried. Fu Xin beside her asked, "Chi Lang, I see you've been looking at your phone all day. Are you waiting for news from the young master? He's been out all day. There's still no news until now." "Chi Lang, don't worry too much. Your grandfather, when he became the heir, was also like this. He'd be busy and have no news for a whole day. Come to the living room and sit. Wait a bit more. When Fu Xin is done, we'll eat." Lok Shi Lang looked at the clock. She couldn't help but grow increasingly worried. Given Back Vong's personality, when he goes out for work, no matter how late, he always replies to my messages. But it's already this late now. I hope nothing has happened to him. Lok Shi Lang went to find Captain Lai and told him, "Today Back Vong isn't answering my calls. I'm very worried. Please send someone to the southern mountains to look for him. I'm sorry, young madam, but I'm afraid I can't spare any of my men here. Then take all the men you have stationed at my place to search for him." Back Vong just became the heir, and in the blink of an eye, we've lost contact with him. This is clearly not right. To reassure her, Lycan quickly nodded in agreement. "I'll send people to search right away." "Oh, that's right. This is what Back Vong asked me to give you before he left. He specifically went to the temple to get a safety charm for you. He hopes you can stay at home peacefully and wait for him." "All right, I understand." Half a month later, Back Tran Van, after seeing the news, angrily shouted, "What's going on now? Everywhere outside is bad news about Bacta. It's been over half a month. Where is he?" "Sir, we've sent people to the southern mountains to search for the young master. If there's any news, I'll inform you immediately." "No need. Now, you lead the men immediately. I want to go search personally." On Lok Shi Lang's side, she also reproached Lycan. "I reminded you to send people to search for him. Back then you said you'd arrange it, but what's the result? Have you arranged it yet?" "I want to go too, but Vong Ca gave us strict orders. He told us that no matter what happens, we must stay by your side. We can't leave even half a step. Even if we die, we must die in front of you." At this moment, Uncle Fong rushed in from outside to find Lok Shi Lang. "Miss, I just saw the third young master." "Uncle Fong, are you sure it was my third brother? Did you talk to him? Does he know I'm here?" "I didn't talk to him. Recently, a collector wanted a painting and calligraphy by Bok Lai Fa. I thought it was the painting the second young master liked most, so I wanted to inquire. But when I got there, the collector told me the painting had just been bought by someone named Lock and Deep. As soon as I heard that, I immediately gave chase." "So you mean you didn't see his face? But it's okay. The collector said the third young master will visit him again tomorrow. We can go together to see tomorrow." Lok Shi Lang turned around, leaving Uncle Fong with just 2 words, "Not going." Uncle Fong didn't understand why she wouldn't go. "Uncle Fong, if my third brother were still alive, he'd be 28 years old now. A person changes after 5 years. How can someone at 28 look exactly the same as they did at 23? You recognized him just by his silhouette. Although I couldn't see his face clearly, I think that person resembles the third young master. But you've never seen his face directly. Don't you find it very strange?" "Miss, you have a point, but I think tomorrow is also a good opportunity. Whether that person is real or fake, we can just go and see." Uncle Fong, Back Vong, is now out of contact. My due date is getting closer. At this time, you suddenly have news of him. I won't fall for these traps. Now the only thing I can do is not to cause any more trouble. Stay at home obediently and give birth smoothly. Wait for Baek Vong to return. Miss, we have not easily obtained news of the third young master. Are you really not going to see? For the Baek family's eldest son, you're giving up this chance. Miss, you don't really like him, do you? Before, as long as you received news related to the Locke family, whether good or bad, you would go to see, because in your heart, news of your family was more important. But now, you put Baek's eldest son in the first place. Could it be that you really like him? Perhaps so. At first, I was afraid of Baek Vong. I was afraid he would do bad things without limits. So at that time, I deceived him for my life. But then I gradually discovered he's not like what people rumored. To make me happy, he tried to change. I watched him go from a group's young master sleeping in darkness, being scolded, to becoming the designated heir of the Baek family. When I was in danger, he risked his life to protect me time and time again, saving me from danger. And this time, to protect me, disregarding his own safety, he left someone by my side. Uncle Fong, I really like him. Uncle Fong also patted Lok Chi-Lang's shoulder to encourage her. In the eyes of outsiders, he's someone that the living can't approach. Arrogant and cruel. But such a person changed for you. He values your safety more than his own. It shows that he really cares about you. If Mrs. made her choice, then respect your heart. Uncle Fong, thank you. Inside some warehouse, Mrs. Duong was hanging some paintings on the wall while listening to her people's report. Second young master, Miss Locke has been staying at the Sun for 2 days without going out. Even Thursday Fong beside her, she didn't go to the collector's place anymore. Is that so? You already look so much like him, yet she didn't take the bait. Tell me why is that? Second young master, I dare guarantee this person, named Fong, then must have recognized me as the third young master. Otherwise, he wouldn't have immediately returned to the Sun to find Miss Locke, which means in her heart, giving birth to Baek Vong's child smoothly is more important than verifying if her third brother is still alive. Second young master, news from the Sun just came in. They say Lok Chi-Lang is about to give birth. Mrs. Duong was startled and thought to herself, if she gives birth to Baek Vong's child, she will grow further away from me. I can't keep waiting anymore. Young masters, what should we do now? Kill them directly. We don't need the child, just Lok Chi-Lang. Understood. Right now, Baek Duong's men are also attacking outside. Lai Hoi, notify everyone immediately. They're here. Get ready. Fu Sin, find a place to hide. Baek Duong's men have arrived in large numbers. In just a moment, they overwhelmed all the people at the Sun. One of them pushed Fu Sin down and kicked the door open. However, they discovered that Lok Chi-Lang wasn't here at all. This guy ran out and said to Lai Hoi's group, "Are you sick? She's not here, yet you're risking your lives to stop us." Lai Hoi wiped the wound on his face and smirked. Risking our lives to stop you is precisely to trap you here. He recalled what Lok Chi-Lang had told everyone earlier. She wanted to change the birthplace of Baek Jia's heir. Some people would definitely take this opportunity to make a move. Tonight surely wouldn't be peaceful. So what should we do? Spread the news that I'm about to give birth at the Sun. Then when the enemy comes to kill at the Sun, pretend to fight to the death to protect the first floor. Fu Sin, guard the front door of the second floor. Create the illusion that I'm still at the Sun. This way, we can buy some time for me to give birth. All right, I understand. Indeed, it happened as the first young madam said. You all took the bait. That guy, realizing he had been tricked, got angry and pointed his gun at Lai Hoi's head. However, at that moment, a bullet from behind shot out, hitting the guy straight in the chest, causing him to fall to the ground. The person who fired the shot was Lok Chi-Lang. She had just given birth. The dress she was wearing was still stained with blood. Fu Sin brought her a blanket, worriedly asking Chi-Lang why she came here. It's so cold. You just gave birth and you're already running out. What if you catch a disease? Don't worry, I'm fine. Then she turned to give orders to the bodyguards. Notify the others to come here, count the number of injured, and provide preliminary first aid. Then take them to the hospital. First, young madam, this time we didn't anticipate it. I never thought they would directly use the strategy of overwhelming numbers to attack. Moreover, I have a feeling they didn't come to kill you to silence you, but rather to capture you, right? People like you see Van Phi and Ha Maitin only dare to act in the shadows. If they really wanted to kill you, they wouldn't have caused such a big commotion. Lok Chi-Lang remembered what you see Van Phi once told Baek Tran Van was a professional assassin who could easily reveal the person behind it. This time, she could confirm what she told everyone. If that's the case, then I'm certain I know who's behind this. She turned to ask Fu Xin, do you know where Baek Duong is? I heard the old lady say that the wounds on the young master's hands suddenly flared up. So tonight they went to Haichao Hospital for treatment. Then I'll go there to find him now. No, first young madam. The men guarding the pavilion are either dead or injured. Those who are injured can't protect you anymore. They can no longer protect you. Don't worry. If he came up with such a plan to surround the pavilion, he probably doesn't have many people left by his side. And don't you want to know Baek Vong's whereabouts? I'll go ask on your behalf now. At Haichao Hospital, Mrs. Duong had already received the news by now. The plan had failed. He angrily cursed under his breath at a bunch of useless waste. Just then, Lok Shilang walked in, much to his surprise. Sister, you just gave birth. Why are you out here? Lok Shilang didn't mince words and asked him directly. Where is Baek Vong? Sister, what do you mean by that? Do you think what happened to Big Brother is my doing? You didn't just do such dirty things. Do you know how many people died tonight? Just to get me. You've bloodied then son, treating human lives like grass. You're truly terrifying. Although exposed by Lok Shilang, Baek Duong still pretended. He held his injured arm and asked her, Sister, what exactly are you talking about? Tonight, the wound on my arm flared up. I've been at the hospital the whole time. Grandmother knows about this too. Baek Duong, can you stop pretending? Since the fall of the Lok family, too many people have found me troublesome. Then I realized, after such a big incident tonight, you're the only one who wants me alive. Sister, is that how you see me? All right, I don't want to argue with you anymore. Now I just want to know where Baek Vong is. Lok Shilang said while pointing a gun at Baek Duong. Today, if you don't hand over Baek Vong, either you die or I die. Is he that important to you? So important that you don't even care about your own life. For him, you've just given birth and immediately rushed out to confront me. Do you really love him that much? Finally, you're not pretending anymore. Because I like you, so I want you to see my truest face. Just now you were still sophistically pretending to be innocent. Now after being exposed, you immediately switch to a different face. Baek Duong, you truly make me sick. Making you sick is better than not having a place in your heart. At least I have some position in your heart. As he spoke, Baek Duong grabbed Lok Shilang's wrist. He took her gun and threw it on the bed. Do you know, sister? Actually, I've liked you for a very long time. From childhood to adulthood, I was forced to give up what I liked, to become a legitimate heir. Every day, I was like a puppet, trying constantly to be controlled by others. Such a life made me feel very frustrated. Also suffered greatly. Gradually, I lost hope in life, until later when I met you. At that time, I was truly happy. I didn't expect that in your eyes. I was so good. In order to marry you, I followed my mother's request to study abroad. The unexpected result was that during the time I was studying abroad, you were tricked by my mother and became my older brother's wife. At that moment, I felt like the world was collapsing. But I knew to win you back, I needed a long-term plan. So after investing in Saigon Entertainment, I used my mother's name to have someone contact Kokana. I wanted to use Kokana as a hidden move to make Baek Vong lose everything. But Kokana never obeyed me from start to finish. If she chose to be two-faced, then she should have understood that two-faced people don't have good endings. So I secretly sent someone to kill her. In the end, Kokana died, and my mother was demoted. After she was expelled from Insun, she cried and begged me to come back. At this moment, I finally had a reason to return to Baek RA. I suddenly thought all my previous efforts weren't in vain. Later, after I returned to Baek RA, the first thing I did was to find you. To make you happy, I spent a lot of money buying Lokra's old things. But you preferred to set clear boundaries with me. You didn't want to be alone with me. If that's the case, I could only think of ways to create opportunities to be with you. So the incident at the beach was also your doing, right? I just wanted to provoke Baek Vong. I wanted him to misunderstand the relationship between us. I wanted him to attack me at the Baek family house. The more chaotic he became, the less chance the board of directors would have. But in the end, I still miscalculated. Baek Vong gave up on the shareholders meeting. He disregarded everything and came to find you. Moreover, through that incident, your relationship with him improved. So after your plan failed, you killed Fong Tru. That's right, it was all because of that trash Fong Tru. If he hadn't caused you to have Baek Vong's child, you wouldn't have treated me like this. So he deserved to die, and Baek Vong deserves to die too. Baek Duong, you're truly insane. You didn't say that before. Before, you said I was gentle, polite, and pure. Now, how have I become insane? As he spoke, Baek Duong pushed Lok Chi Lang onto the bed. You once said you'd marry me, You can't go back on your word. Lok Shi Lang took a knife and stabbed it directly into Bak Duong's wound on his arm. I don't want to hear these words anymore. Tell me where Bak Vong is. He's already dead. Don't think about him anymore. Then let me see his body. At this moment, the hospital room door suddenly burst open. Bak Vong walked in from outside. He coldly looked at Bak Duong and said, "You're truly pathetic." Bak Duong immediately sat up, seemingly unable to believe the reality before him. How could he still be alive? You think I'll let you off the hook twice? Bak Vong said as he walked over and grabbed Bak Duong. He choked him and pinned him against the wall. My wife is someone you can dream about. I'm Bak Tran Vanna's son. You can't treat me like this. Let's see what Bak Tran Van will do to me then. Don't try to turn around and ask Lok Shi Lang's sister. Do you hope I die? He killed Kok Na tonight, and now he sent people to kill many to protect himself. If possible, I really hope he could go down there to atone for his sins. At this moment, Bak Tran Van also brought people from outside. He held back Bak Vong and ordered people. What are you all standing there for? Quickly take him to the emergency room. Young master, please don't make it difficult for us. Bak Vong angrily glared at Bak Tran Van. Let's see how long you can protect him. Whether he lives or dies is up to me. Bak Tran Van said nothing and left quietly. When only the two of them remained, Lok Shi Lang couldn't help but be moved. She ran over to touch Bak Vong's face, worriedly asking where he had been out of contact these past few days. How did you survive? I was worried sick. That day I got the USB from Truong Tien Lam. As a result, I was surrounded by a group of people. I saw the situation wasn't right, so I immediately jumped into the lake. As a result, those people also chased after me. With no other choice, I could only stay in the mountains with them, trying to buy time. Until today, after the police and Bak Tran Vanna's people came to find me, I was able to escape. So are you injured? Have you had a general checkup after coming back? Don't worry, I'm fine. Chi-Chi was giving birth painful. At this moment, she could finally relax and sobbed, unable to speak. It really hurt. It was very painful. But as long as you're alive, it's all worth it. Thinking this, she fainted in Bak Vong's arms. After taking Lok Shi Lang to the hospital room, Bak Vong anxiously asked the doctor how she was doing. The new mother just gave birth. Her body is still weak, and she just experienced shock. Her emotions were agitated. That's why she fainted. From now on, the new mother must pay attention to rest. Take care and don't overexert herself. Brother Vong, in the action to protect his son, we lost a total of 7 brothers. As far as I know, Mr. Bak has sent a large number of bodyguards to protect Bak Duong's hospital room. Now, if you just say the word, we will immediately rush in to avenge our fallen brothers. Bak Vong is different now from before. He went over to tell his men, when nothing's happening, you should read more about the law. Don't resort to violence at the slightest provocation. But Mr. Bak's power is overwhelming. If he really wants to protect Bak Duong, there's nothing we can do. Go now and get all the camera footage, pay attention to the hospital, and conveniently tell Bak Tran Van. Within 3 days, hand Bak Duong over to the police. This way, we can handle it according to the law. If he doesn't hand him over, then 3 days later, I will personally come to take his life. The next day in Bak Duong's hospital room, you see Van Phi angrily scolded him. Bak Duong, are you out of your mind? You were bold enough to send someone to Then's son. Have you even thought about the consequences? Brother, why did you do such a thing? Because I want Lok Shi Lang to be your sister-in-law. You see Van Phi held her head, saying it's hopeless. This child is truly beyond saving. Even Bak Known asked in confusion, do you really like her? She's our eldest sister-in-law. How can you? Eldest sister-in-law. I asked mother at first who was engaged to Lok Shi Lang. Was it Bak Vong? Even so, you can't just kill people from outside. Bak Tran Van angrily went straight to the hospital bed and slapped Bak Duong. I truly underestimated you, Bak Duong. During your time abroad, you managed to recruit so many people. Even mercenaries are among them. Tell me, what exactly do you want to do? Do you want to kill your eldest brother, then kill me to take this position? Bak Duong covered his face and asked defiantly. Eldest brother, isn't he also recruiting people to kill others? Father, why don't you scold him? He recruits people to kill others, but he has never wanted to take your life before. This time, luckily your eldest brother is fine. If he had really died on that southern mountain, I would have killed you with my own hands. If I had gotten Lok Shi Lang first, I wouldn't have done such things. It's just a woman. Why did you have to do this? What kind of magic does Lok Chi-lang possess to turn you into such a terrifying person? Terrifying. Clearly, you all made me become like this. Isn't that right? I never wanted to be the heir since I was young. It was Mother who forced this upon me. Mother told me it was my responsibility and also my honor. But what was the result? What have you done with this position? Could I marry Lok Chi-lang? And those 3 years at the banquet in South Ba, you personally promised to give betrothal gifts to the Lok family on my behalf. But what was the result? Did you give them? After Lok Chi-lang married my eldest brother, did you show any shame towards me? You all always demand me to become a certain way. But what about you? How have you been as parents? It's because your abilities were insufficient. After your eldest brother joined the group, he managed the company very well. While you, just kill me already. Baek Tran Van angrily pointed at Baek Duong's face and asked what he really wanted to say. Anyway, she doesn't want me to live. Compared to this, you might as well kill me. Mrs. Tran Van left the hospital room in disappointment. She didn't forget to instruct the bodyguards. Watch him for me. Without my permission, don't let him leave the hospital room even one step. 3 days later, Lok Chi-lang finally regained consciousness. As soon as she opened her eyes, she hurriedly asked Fu Sin, "Where's grandmother?" They didn't come. The eldest young master has ordered to seal off the first floor. Now, except for me, no one can enter. Why seal off the first floor? After that day, the second young master woke up. The eldest young master sought out the master, said within 3 days to hand back Duong over to the police. If not, he would personally take his life. The master didn't listen, because he felt making a big deal out of this would disgrace the Baek family. The eldest young master didn't speak to the master anymore. Anyway, he said after 3 days he would come to take his life. Whoever interferes will be killed. You see, Van T, just by looking at the eldest young master's demeanor, knew he would really do it. Out of options, she could only go seek help from the old madam, wanting the old madam to advise you. However, the old madam told them, after Chi Lang entered the Baek family, she tried hard to guide Baek Vong to become the heir. I knew she was risking her life to give birth to the first grandson for the Baek family. She didn't do anything wrong from beginning to end. Now the Baek family is in chaos again. I don't have the face to find her and talk anymore. Moreover, Baek Duong has gone mad now. All the things he did, he should be responsible for himself. Hearing Fu Sin's account, Lok Chi-lang also understood the old madam's intention. It was to hand Baek Duong over to the police for investigation. Today is the 3rd day of the deadline. The master still hasn't handed the second young master to the police. It's almost 3 p.m. now. I'm sure the eldest young master is on his way here. Lok Chi-lang thought to herself. Before, when he beat Baek Duong and got injured, it could still be considered as protecting his wife. But if he seeks out Baek Duong now, it would be intentional murder. Thinking this, she hurriedly got up from the hospital bed and said to Fu Sin, "No good. I need to go there now." On this side, you see Van Phi was still begging Baek Tran Van, "Please save Baek Duong quickly. He's my only son. I can't just watch him die." At this moment, Baek Vong, leading people from outside, walked in. He coldly said to Baek Tran Van, "The 3-day period has arrived." Baek Tran Van stopped Baek Vong, "Son, you don't need to go in. Baek Duong has already been sent abroad by me. Later, I will announce to the media that Baek Duong committed suicide due to depression. From now on, he will change his name. He won't return to the country even half a step. He also can't use the identity of the Baek family's second young master to do anything or enjoy any benefits. At the same time, I will announce that from now on, you are the heir of the Baek family. Is that good enough?" Hearing Baek Tran Van's words, you see Van Phi collapsed on the spot. How could it be like this? Although Baek Duong's life was saved, he can't return to the Baek family anymore. So her plans of over 20 years have all been ruined. Baek Vong coldly looked at them. Using the position of heir to exchange for Baek Duong's life, Tran Van, you really disappoint me. Baek Vong said while grabbing UC Van Phi's hair. He kicked open the door and dragged her into the room. Seeing this, Baek Non fearfully knelt down and begged his older brother, "I'm sorry. Brother, I'll give you my life. Please don't hurt my mother." Baek Vong coldly looked at Baek Tran Van and asked where Baek Duong was. By now, he's probably at the transfer point in Country E. As for where he'll be after that, I don't know. I know this time it's Baek Duong's fault. He wronged you, but you're all my children. I really can't bear to see you two brothers killing each other. This time, I've wronged you. So to compensate, to atone for my sins, I can only send him to a place I don't know about. Let him fend for himself. To compensate me, to atone for your sins. You make it sound so easy. If you don't want to reveal Baek Duong's whereabouts, then I'll kill UC Van Phi first. Then I'll kill Baek Non until you talk. As he spoke, Bak Vong pointed the gun at UC Van Phi's head, making the other two tremble with fear. Everything I said is true. Son, calm down first. Don't be emotional. Outside in the hospital corridor, Fusen was still chasing Lok Chi Lang. She, worried about Bak Vong, couldn't help but run quickly to Bak Duong's hospital room. As soon as she entered the room, she saw UC Van Phi being held hostage by Bak Vong. As soon as he saw Lok Chi Lang, Bak Vong released UC Van Phi and pushed her to the ground. The situation changed so quickly that even Bak Tran Van was shocked. He was so crazy just now, but in the end, he didn't do anything. Why is that? He hurriedly said some words to reassure Bak Vong. This time, I've wronged you. But rest assured, what I just promised you, I won't change. Bak Vong didn't even look at him once. He walked straight past, coldly saying, I don't need your promises. If I didn't want to live well now, your whole family would have been dead already. Anyone who bullies Lok Chi Lang must die. Bak Vong went straight to Lok Chi Lang and picked her up. Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell them, as for Bak Duong, I'll send people to catch him. In this life, he'll either die or prepare to run and hide for the rest of his life. Oh, right? Don't you want to know what I found out in Lamson after all? Hearing Bak Vong mention this, Bak Tran Van couldn't help but feel anxious. What did you find out? Meanwhile, UC Van Phi kept trembling, thinking it's over. This time it's really over. However, Bak Vong didn't reveal anything. He turned his head and smirked at Bak Chen Vin. You don't deserve to know. You don't deserve to know. My mother never betrayed you. It turns out she had planned to live with you for life. As a result, you easily believed another woman's words. It's because you were cowardly and foolish, leading to her death, being tainted with rumors of chasing after a lover. Bak Vong recalled the video from the USB he obtained earlier. Inside was footage of UC Van Phi plotting to harm the young mistress's mother. You took those edited audio recordings to show Mr. Bak, is that all right? Don't worry, although this recording is edited, if it's all Tic Tuet speaking herself when she was confined by Bak Tran Van 3 years ago. Also, Tran Van loses all reason when it comes to Tic Tuet. He'll be like he's lost his mind, because initially he used some tactics. After Tic Tuet and her boyfriend broke up, they got together. So he didn't dare to investigate deeper into the affair rumors. He loved Tic Tuet too much. He was afraid to uncover things he didn't want to see. He feared the more he investigated, the more he'd suffer. In short, if Tic Tuet didn't die, I would never have the chance to rise by obtaining Bak Tran Van. To gain wealth and status, I had to remove all obstacles. Seeing Bak Vong stop mid-sentence and leave, Bak Tran Van anxiously chased after him. Bak Vong, wait. Son, what exactly did you find out? Did your mother really want to leave me? Tell me, son. Mrs. Tran Van painfully knelt on the ground. However, Bak Vong still didn't turn back. If you didn't want to know from the beginning, then you'll never be worthy of knowing the truth. Taking Lok Chi Lang back to the room, Bak Vong sadly said to her, I'm sorry. Chi Bak Duong has been taken away by Bak Tran Van. I can't immediately avenge you. But don't worry, I'll send people to chase after them. I expected this outcome. Actually, when I appeared in the hospital room earlier, it wasn't because I feared you wouldn't seek revenge. I was afraid you'd get emotional and do something irreversible. Regardless of whether Bak Duong escapes today or not, he must bear the consequences of his actions himself. As for you, it's not worth getting yourself involved because of this. I thought you would be angry. How could I be? In my heart, I only care that you're safe. That's right, after you're discharged, I'll take you somewhere. A place you've been longing to see for a long time. Half a month later in Jiangnan, Bak Vong blindfolded Lok Chi Lang and led her. She was very curious and asked, Where are you taking me? Why are you being so mysterious? Wait a little longer and you'll know. When I remove your blindfold. What appeared before her left Lok Chi Lang amazed. This is the old house in Jiangnan, and there are old mementos that you wanted to collect before. They're all here. There's eldest brother's car, second brother's paintings and calligraphy, and the models that third brother liked. There's also the restored folding screen. When did you collect all these things? Previously, after returning from Xylem Mountain, he found Bak Duong's base. Then he discovered these things in his warehouse in North River. Now they're returned to their rightful owner. Bak Vong thanks you. Thank you for helping me collect these precious items. However, let me say, you could have placed these items in the old house in South River. That would prove the old house wasn't wrong either. Today I brought you here because I wanted to bring you home. I remember last time when I thought you were going to jump into the river, you hugged me and said, Bak Vong, I want to go home. At that time, I thought you wanted to return to the mountain. Afterwards, seeing you use every means to collect old items from the Locke family, I gradually understood. That day you were looking towards South River. It turns out you wanted to return to your former home. Locke Chi-Lang was moved, realizing he knew everything. Bak Vong held her hand. Before, it was always you taking care of and considering my feelings. But I never thought about you. I didn't know what you truly wanted. Now I know. If you really want to return to South River, then stay here. This time, you don't need to consider my feelings anymore. Respect your inner self. Make the choice you want. Locke Chi-Lang couldn't believe what Bak Vong was saying. She asked him again, really, can I really stay in South River? Bak Vong nodded, but his eyes couldn't hide the sadness. Indeed, she still prefers South River, which is understandable. Initially, she agreed with grandmother. Helping me become the heir of the Bak family was because grandmother agreed to buy the old house in South River for her, so she compromised. Locke Chi-Lang happily decided, all right, then I'll stay in South River. Bak Vong's hand tried to grip tightly to hide his own trembling. Okay, tomorrow, I'll send someone over to sign the related procedures with you. From now on, this old house in South River will be yours. All right, no problem. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. As Bak Vong turned to leave, Locke Chi-Lang quickly pulled him back and asked Bak Vong, where are you going now? If you leave, are you planning to leave me here alone? We've already moved out of Tam Mountain. From now on, we should have a house that belongs to just us, right? I think South River is very nice. Do you agree to stay here with me? Bak Vong immediately nodded happily. Of course. Just now I thought you chose the old house and didn't need me anymore. How could that be? You are the father of our child. You're also my husband. We're family. How could I leave you alone? All right, from now on, wherever you are, I'll be there. A week later, the person Bak Vong sent to Low Country found Bak Duong in a small room. He was then escorted back to the country along with UC Van Phi and taken to the police station. Ba Duong and UC Van Phi were the masterminds behind hiring the killer. The situation was very serious, so they were imprisoned. As for Bak Tran Vina, she couldn't escape the law for the crime of covering up. Very soon, it was time for Bak Vong's son's 1-month celebration. In the hotel lobby, Lai Chan, as the host, stood on the podium and announced, "Good evening, distinguished guests. Today is the 1-month celebration of Bak Chi Jia, the direct grandson of the Bak family. Thank you all for coming to celebrate with us. Allow me, on behalf of Vong, to express our sincere gratitude to all the guests here. As you all know, Vong loves his wife like his own life. So this time, to express his gratitude to his beloved wife for the hardship of giving birth to their child, he especially prepared a gift for her. Please, esteemed guests, take a look. The gift that Bak Vong prepared is a portrait of Locke Chi-Lang wearing a wedding dress. Sister-in-law, Vong used a total of 37,000 diamonds to complete this portrait. I'm sure you understand the significance of this special number, don't you? Locke Chi-Lang recalled the 37,000 diamonds. She once said, in this life, being able to meet you is enough for me. So even if there were 37,000 diamonds in front of me, I still wouldn't leave you. I remember she said this to Bak Vong after rejecting UC Van Phi. At this moment, Bak Vong also came to her side and held her hand. He sincerely said, the biggest regret in my life is that I didn't make it to our wedding ceremony in time to witness you in your wedding dress. So I used this method to complete the portrait. Now, I consider my wish fulfilled. The guests below, witnessing this scene, couldn't help but cheer together. Mr. Bak, Mrs. Bak, kiss. Bak Vong lovingly looked at his wife and placed a kiss on her lips. In this life, being able to meet you is truly my greatest fortune. Without you, there wouldn't be the me of today. Thank you, Chi Chi.